Vegas, baby, for All-Star 2019. After the most exciting season of League Esports to date, All-Stars returns to the Esports Arena for a 3-day slamma-jamma filled with 1v1s, TFT, and some fun clashes on Summoner's Rift, as we're getting some views of the arena and all the fun things you can do here.
That's right, Shock. Look inside the Esports Arena here at the beautiful Luxor, where we were home to the 2018 All-Stars and back again here in 2019. Real quick, there's some merch and some 1v1 stations for the fans outside to take part in, and the long walk into this beautiful arena, which will play host for the next 3 days. Watch out for that camera, my friend.
Get out of there.
And then, of course, all of our beautiful league fans who have come out to support and celebrate the end of the year with us. A lot on the slate for the next 3 days, but I'm as pumped as ever for all of it.
Me too, and I mean, you said it there, a celebration of the end of the year and just all of us getting to hang out and watch some awesome games. And what's up, everyone here in the arena? My name is Shox, and I am here with Azael, Jat, and Dash. Some dual hosting going on once again. You know, uncharted territory.
It's already going a lot smoother than last year.
Oh, yeah? Is that because Tyler 1 is not co-hosting?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
He was
from
great.
3 down to 2.
Yeah, from 3 down to 2.
Phenomenal. And he's very much involved this year
He
as
is.
well, so I can't wait to see what kind of antics he comes up with.
Yeah, I just saw the camera pan across the competitors in the first game. There's Caps and Faker on the same team. I feel like that might be stacked just a little.
That's a bit OP. I don't know if that's
Like
allowed.
you have 2 captains choosing, and they just choose the other captain as their first pick. You're like, I didn't know they could do that.
Let's see. Well, the first thing that we have on the docket is a U.R.F 5v5, and then the rest of the week's festivities. Of course, we have a lot. Today include the 1v1 tournament, some regional clashes, the first stage of the TFT charity tournament, so a lot.
I got my eyes on that NA versus EU show match.
Of course.
Fun games. That's what we can win. And Tyler 1 promised me he's going to bring it home.
He
North
put in the
America.
promise?
He promised.
Oh, then it's already it's wrapped up.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's the whole reason we do All-Stars, just so we can do that game and have NA win. Other than that, really just a bunch of variety throughout the day. So if you like TFT, you can watch that. If you like the 1v1s are usually my favorite thing to see because I feel like the players usually really buy in to who's going to be able to win it, but all the stuff is entertaining.
Yeah, but the 1v1s, as you say it, of course, last year, Caps snagged away the trophy. A very impressive run by him, and we'll see if he'll be able to do the same throughout the tournament. And I don't think anyone's ever won it 2 years in a row, but, you know, this guy might do it.
I don't know. It speaks to how competitive the 1v1 tournament usually is. I know that while a lot of the game modes here at All-Stars are for fun, 1v1s, a number of the pros take very seriously and want to come away with that title. So we'll see if he can put up the defense this year. If I had to call out one of kind of the surprises from last year would have to be Pabu. In the 1v1s, really made a name for himself and was definitely a fan favorite.
Everyone knows his name. I also saw his haircut, or rather the colors he has in it this year. He's putting on a show. Let me just put it that way. I'm not going to spoil it.
That's what I like to hear.
It'll be good.
All right, well, I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, me neither. Now, of course, a lot of new things we're going to see. Preseason patch, actually, for the first time in an All-Star tournament, we're going to play on 9.24, so not what is on live, which is very interesting.
That's one where I was a little bit surprised when I heard we were doing it. Normally, if we're thinking about something like Worlds, it's usually a patch back from what people can play on live. Right now, everyone's playing 9.23 at home. When we're doing the 5v5s, it's going to be on 9.24. So we'll have Aphelios, we'll have Conqueror Nerfs, we'll have the stuff that's actually going to be coming out to live on Tuesday and kind of a sneak peek for everyone to see.
Some uncertainty then in that regard. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of these people have been playing actively on PBE, so they'll be figuring it out just as we are as the days go on. But I want to know from the 3 of you, what are you most looking forward to in this All-Star event?
For me, it's got to be 1v1. You know, you guys talked about it. That is what a lot of the pros are tryharding. And I actually got to playtest a lot of these new changes, you know, back at Riot. And it's so exciting because no longer can you win through the 100 CS win condition. It is all about the kills. A Ring of Fire spawns at 7 minutes, forcing people to battle it out in a sudden death type format. And I think it's really exciting because the players have more gold, more experience, and I think we're going to see some really high-level play.
So what's to stop people from just waiting until 7 minutes and prepping for sudden death?
So there are a number of things. The turrets are much more susceptible to being knocked down. If you're going to try to turtle, they're almost half the HP of Summoner's Rift. If you also get control of the health packs, you get a 20% current HP damage buff every time you take a health pack. So if you're going to turtle on the turret, they're going to have access to all those health packs in the middle and theoretically be able to knock down your turret and punish you for playing that defensive.
Just a point of clarification, you might remember the Ring of Fire from Nexus Blitz last year. It kind of it happens exactly the same way around that 7-minute mark. I'm also just very curious to see what this does to the 1v1 meta, what maybe new picks might come out to be a little bit more aggressive. But Shocks, what about you?
I'm looking forward to the TFT tournament. I don't think I'm alone in that. It's been hard for me to figure out kind of the new set and the elementals, and there's just so much going on that I'm not sure what my path is, what I'm building towards in the late game, what's strong. I can't predict it as much yet, so I hope that the people who are actually pros at TFT will be able to show us the way.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I played a lot more set 1 than I have set 2, but of the set 2 I've played, I felt like it's much harder.
Yeah.
The fact that you can't force strategies as reliably because there's fewer copies of each champion,
No
so
more
you have to
glacial all the
scout.
time.
Yeah, you have to scout what a lot of the other players are doing when finding these new build paths in the game.
And then, of course, we're introducing Senna and Lucian, the 2 new Soulbound
Yeah.
champions, which haven't yet hit live. And so once again, just more for these players to have to deal with in the moment on the stage.
Yeah, and when it comes to Summoner's Rift, of course, we'll see the new changes in action as well.
Yeah, Sen is going to be the new champion. She's going to be a little bit nerfed when we play on this, and something that I'm also looking forward to seeing beyond the new champions, Senna and Aphelios, which actually we'll get into him if he actually gets played.
Yeah.
The earliest we'll be able to see him is during the NA versus EU show match. He's actually not pickable in the U.R.F match we have at the start of the day, but I'm still hyped to see the first kind of high-level esports event with the elemental rift changes, and more importantly, the ability to get the Dragon Soul, because I want to see if it ends up bringing a little bit more structure into the game in terms of the sense of impending doom as the other team builds up towards 3 or even 4 Drakes to get that Dragon Soul, and how that's going to force conflict and action. Because previously, I feel like a little bit of 2019 was, how do you come back in the game? We'll get a pick. This nebulous way of winning the game. Now I think, at least with 2 Rift Heralds, with the Dragon Soul stacking up, there might be a little bit more structure in the game.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot more fights around that Dragon Pit. In any of my games, if a team is getting close to Dragon Soul, you are planning to fight at that Dragon because you are not willing to give it up.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. In all, also, we talk a lot about the things that we may see on the Rift, but I just like the fact that it's a celebration and it's fun. Last time we saw a lot of these players is in the very competitive, stressed environment of Worlds or their respective finals. This is really also a way to unwind. We call it serious tournament, which it is, but it's, you know.
U.R.F isn't do or die.
I do have one request.
What's your request?
I don't want to see Faker play Zach mid again.
That was terrible. Malzahar
Yes.
versus Zach for rookie versus
Plus-
Faker.
plus 1 to that. Yeah,
Yeah.
without a doubt. No, it's an incredible event. I love to see all these people out here. It's important to note, while we just went live, things have been happening already for the last 24 hours. Azale, I know you took part in Rick Fox's charity stream for the Bahamas Relief Foundation. I had the opportunity to talk to him just a few moments ago. You'll get to see that interview a bit, but I got my honorary Bronze Fox jersey.
Because he did make it out
He
of
made
iron.
it. He made it to bronze. 0 LP. The 0 he told me stands for 0 excuses. And so next year we're shooting for higher, but he's doing some incredible work and he'll be here all weekend long. And it was just a perfect way to kick off this event.
Yeah, we'll catch up with that interview a bit later. For now, though, you've heard enough from us for just a little bit. You know, we're going to get into the first game. It is U.R.F mode, and it's going to be cast by Dracos and Kobe.
And thank you so much, Shocks. Welcome to our first game of All-Stars 2019. I'm Dan Dracos, diving full force into Ultra Rapid Fire mode alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. I'm going to be honest, I don't know how to sit on this chair, but I do know how to cast some
Forward. You got to up and forward. Here we go.
Up and forward. All right.
Project.
It's going to be an absolute banger. And before we get into this bout of top-tier League of Legends, it's important to know who is playing. So let's take a look at the starting roster. Starting on the blue side, Kingwa in the top side, Bolulu in jungle, Faker mid, Caps in the bot lane, and Jovi as support.
And challenging them on the red side, it's Goku in the top lane, Ananasek in the jungle, Ambition mid, bottom doing B, and support just Johnny.
And obviously, we could talk about roles, but I don't really think it matters in U.R.F. I don't know how much U.R.F. you've played. You kind of just, you go. If you're playing with a friend, you pick a duo lane. If not, you pick a random spot on the map, and you fight to the death.
Exactly.
Repeatedly.
Everybody starts out as a top lane main in
That's
rapid
true.
fire mode
That's
with
right.
the cannon.
The
shoot
duel.
up there.
Yeah.
I like that there's a lot more room there so people can fight to the death and try and chase people down at the level 1s even.
All I'm saying is we should seriously consider the cannon for Summoner's Rift, for normal Summoner's Rift. You know, like, let's bring the cannon in.
It would certainly spice up competitive level 1 strategies. You just have random, oh, they happen to cannon into the exact same spot.
The best part is the cannon also does damage when you land. So like maybe you're like, oh, we got a Sion on top side and we just got our support sitting back in base. And if he charges that Q and they fall on it, we just fire the support to try to hard connect on the cannon.
You know what? I'm going to sign your petition. Cannon for Summoner's Rift. Get it into competitive.
Get the game as fast as humanly possible.
Now, while we're at it, why don't we just reduce the cooldowns a little bit?
And I'm curious to see what the meta looks like. This is, of course, the first time we've seen U.R.F. On patch, I think, 924. I don't know what it's going to look like. And that's kind of a to be completely honest, it is unclear to both Kobe and myself if the new dragons are in place, if the old dragons are in place. So this will be a kind of a joint learning experience, friends at home.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely look to see which players are tryharding because the objectives are going to be important for winning. But the fun of U.R.F. mode is really just killing people and outplaying your opponents. I think that's what everyone at All-Stars is here to do. So hopefully we get some exciting champions picked and some outplays.
Yeah, and the thing is like you heard from the panel on the desk already, like they don't want to see Zach versus Malzahar. But the other champions I don't want to see, there's a number of them. If you are an avid U.R.F. player, you might know them. Things like the Ivern, things like the Vladimir, things like even the Orianna, like anything that shields itself repeatedly or is invulnerable repeatedly. I'm just like, I want people to interact. Give me the Zeds of the world. Give me the flashy playmakers. If your strategy to win is infinite pool and or shielding, I'm like, guys, come on. Like this is not skill expression at its finest. Self-casting your E, it does not make you a master of U.R.F. mode.
Yeah, I mean, those champions are fun to play. Like,
for sure.
If you are the Vladimir, if you are the Fizz player, then yes, you get to go in with your untargetable and trying to pull off some big plays. We have a slight 2-minute delay here on stage, and we can actually your kind of hate list of champions here.
Yeah.
We can research as far as the win rates that have accumulated earlier for U.R.F. mode to see if these players at All-Stars really want to go for those big wins or if they want to play more individually. Like things like Twitch and Kai'Sa do scale really well with the buffs that you get on U.R.F. So we can see if they actually try and incorporate some of those hard carry champions or if everybody's going for 1v1 outplays.
It'll be curious, yeah, because there's so many champions that are incredibly oppressive, and then there's also a ton of champions that I think are less popular that can, in theory, be good in this game
The hipster
mode.
Picks, I definitely like the hipster picks.
I'm a big fan of Bard, personally. You basically just infinitely CC people. You have infinite health packs in lane. You're like a budget Vladimir in lane. In late game, you really hope you one-shot them or you're useless. But otherwise, it's cool.
You also get to spam troll your teammates with your ultimates.
Which I think is the most wholesome kind of League of Legends.
True,
Using one of the only abilities you can that lets you troll your teammates. I'm trying to see. Now, of course, we're just like looking up lists of win rates, and apparently Pyke is the worst champion by far in both win rate.
I saw a sign in the audience.
It said delete Pyke.
Yeah, for deleting Pyke as well. Not a big problem on U.R.F. though.
You can vote in the chat. Just kidding.
What's the champion you would most like to delete? Is it Yuumi or is it any other champion?
What do you think? That would be an interesting experiment to do with the subreddit or whatever platform people are most active on, League of Legends fan-wise, is to all right, guys, Riot Games has agreed to delete a single champion.
Oh my goodness.
Which one do you pick? Because obviously the memers are going to be like, oh, delete Teemo or whatever. But I think it'd be hard.
I actually really like this. I think we should turn it into an event. So we poll everybody. We get worldwide what are the 10 most hated champions, and we have a tournament. We basically have a Hunger Games of the 10 most hated champions, and the last one standing gets deleted.
Oh, man. We find the mains of those champions and make them play for the life of their champion.
That would be epic. We just keep adding champions, right? So eventually you're going to have an excess amount of champions. There's got to be some way to get rid of them, Draco.
Clip the wings a little bit. They don't need to be seen every game. It'll be like a rotating pool of available champions. Just certain champions will show up a little less than other champions.
Doinby there on your screen now, I believe. I met him last night. He's so nice, actually. Oh, never mind. That noise means we are almost ready, Dracos.
It's time. Get ready for the sound of the sweet, sweet manatee. All right, here it is. It's instant. It's blind pick. We can't see the chat, so we don't know what lanes people are calling. I don't know if they've committed, but there's a smite already.
Oh, I already see a Pyke hover, too. Lowest U.R.F. win rate champion in the game.
He's real good early. You just, you get one Pyke combo, and then you still have to wait 3 seconds before the next one. So it's basically
Yeah, and if your ult resets already, then the Earth cooldown reduction doesn't really give you a whole lot.
Doesn't feel great. All right, so Kiana blocked in on both sides. We've already seen Vladimir hovers on both sides. It's clear that everyone is aware of what is super broken. I think they're just debating if they actually want to grab it or not.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of them stop moving around now. Faker's LeBlanc, that is going to be exciting. One of his most iconic champions on URF mode. But then Doinby has Kassadin that is actually broken on URF. So we shall see if the spam rift walk takes its toll.
I can't imagine I can't imagine actually having to deal with the Kassadin once he hits gets past level 6. But iconic champions indeed. Ambition's iconic Warwick.
Yes.
All right, so in terms of overall tier list, I will give the edge to the Kassadin plus Ivern team. I think that's really strong.
Red team actually is pretty high there on win rates.
But potential to blow you up. URF blue side, absolute, like just every single assassin they could possibly get their hands on. The Pyke is a little bit suspect.
Yeah.
Having played a few games of Pyke, it just doesn't get as much as you mentioned from the URF buff, but ultimately, putting training weights on yourself and then winning anyway is so much more flashy.
Oh, I love it. We're already having communication. They're cracking up even just over the picks. Excited to see how they combine here. Specifically, the Ivern, that's going to give a lot of people scratching their heads. It even was to me, and it's a very low pick rate, but spamming the shield out is so effective, as well as being able to root and getting the gap closer for your teammates.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is that because URF, especially when you're queuing up solo or queuing with a few friends, very often you're just fighting in very split 1v1s. Single champions, more often than not, just do not have the damage to get through that shield.
All right. First test is up. Azael's patented test if you have spammed URF before.
Hey, let's go! Okay. This is the arena. The moment of truth.
Oh, bottom
the enemy
side
team
strategy.
can see the rings where people are zooming in, so they should know that there are 5 people in this bush.
Oh!
Faker, level 1. They're committing everything to Warwick, but Ambition's already under the tower. Don't know if this is the right choice. Ambition will get cut down for first blood, but they might lose a lot on the backside. Caps trying to make his way out. Oh, follow-up CC though from Kingwa. Pyke's still very good this early on in the game, and now the cannon's bringing him back in. The fight does not stop. It's going to keep going. That's another kill, and Onasik proving himself the superior Kiana. That's another one dropping. I can't even keep up. Kobe, go. Play by play.
All right, can Faker get out of this one? They're hiding on the rush. Actually, the recall's getting off. Ambition smells it.
Go, but he doesn't see Faker. He's around the corner. He's a mastermind. No. Okay. That was definitely Galaxy Brain from Faker, but now how does he get out of this one?
Execute. Did he get damage? He did get damage. It's an execute from
He's
Faker.
no! Killed by the cannon in his final moments.
Oh, I love the level 1s even in URF, because even if blue team gets the first kill with that tower dive, you can't get away in URF, and the chase remains.
It's going to be a big race to see who actually gets a fast level 2 here. Not a whole lot of wave clear for the Pyke, but of course, additionally, you're just going to have 5-point strength. Cap's not just spamming out, though. Taking his time, trying to weave in the passive procs. Hook does go in. But now Ambition honestly just getting picked on, and Warwick's a pretty rough pick to be rolling into this early game with. He's down. That's the Ignite. Well, 5-point strike plus the passive could be a kill, but not going to find it quite yet, is Faker already roaming. But Snare does connect. They're now going to push in. I like this duo. Doinby using the setup, using the gap closer of the Ivern to push in to get a little bit of damage down.
Oh, Faker gets rooted.
Going Hook. They're burning everything on the clone. They are committed. They want that 25 gold. Team continue to step forward. Jovi, silence, locked down under the tower, shielding though strong. Has to flash to the side though.
All right, how's he gonna defend it though?
And this is the thing. The Ivern is just oppressive. It just eventually kills you. In a pure 1v1, very difficult to just do much of anything.
I mean, it's a team game, going for the setup plays. Here we go, wrap around.
Water Blade equipped, guaranteed CC goes in. He wants Doinby, he wants the champ. But is he gonna get him? He's still alive, the burn down. Caps now has arrived. That's gonna be it, one more taken out. Easy pickup on the side, and I don't know who's winning. It's hard to tell. I can definitely say that Ambition Predator Warwick is a little underwhelming so far.
Yeah. Actually not able to do anything about the tower dive. Bottom side, though.
Infinite Grass Blade. Lee Sin can see right through that. Doesn't matter where he goes. Onasik trying to stay invisible, trying to make his way out. Onasik, no! The snipe. Kingwa. Look at one. It's hard for me to tell if any individual ability is significant. That's the problem. See,
I'm gonna go with the skill shot that land is, but aside from that, oh, tower dive actually possibly down here on the Kiana.
He's dipping, he's ducking, he's diving, he's dodging. That's the 5Ds. Still not enough.
Dracos, we've got 4 kills on Faker now. He's the only one with a bounty on the LeBlanc. He just keeps racking them up. Definitely gonna be the man to watch.
Yeah, this is.
Reinforcements have arrived on the bottom side.
This is a slow-paced game of UR.F.
I feel like we should train play-by-play casters on UR.F mode because you need to talk the whole time.
Yeah, by comparison, normal Summoner's Rift, even in a chaotic 5-man team fight, feels very easy. Well played by Faker, gets the juke, Goku pulled back, shielding still there for the Ivern. Ambition finally gonna get the fear, gonna get the damage down, but
I kind of agree with you. The Warwick is not really doing it for me here.
But
Tower dive though.
knowing that it doesn't do a lot, and then seeing Ambition run in like he's gonna do a bunch is pretty comedic.
Tower taking some damage, and they got an Nanosec under the turret, but he's able to slip right out.
Good damage. Nanosec just hitting home.
All right, so it looks like the strategy they've developed here is splitting back into the 1-3-1 Dracos. They've decided that Warwick
yes.
not good at the ARAM mid, so Warwick going down bottom to try and attack the Lee Sin that's on turret. Let's see him shine.
It's actually huge damage, goes to go back to the tower.
All right, all right.
Ambition still goes down, no!
And we're gonna rate these champions here. So far for me, the Warwick is the biggest disappointment.
Big number 10.
Bottom side river though.
I think. Oh. Hook is going to go in. Goku now
All right.
clipped off. Ezreal, super safe, super reliable. Shutdown happens on the bottom side. Bringing another champion in. Bolulu not spotted out quite yet. Repeated grass blades, but just incremental AoE damage. Cut him down.
Oh, we're seeing the grouping beginning here.
Oh,
for
why
red
would you
side.
do this, Caps?
He's in and he is down. Ivern actually gonna keep him alive with the shield too.
I thought I was over the world's final, Kobe, but that just brought back so many bad memories.
Oh no, too soon. It's too soon. Doing me here on Cassidy. Post level 6.
Level 6, is it enough? Doobie pulled back, taken out. Ambition, the Warwick. Will Ambition find another kill? That's the ultimate question. There's a shutdown. Caps is popping off on Goku. Good amount of damage. Goku not gonna make it out to safety. Ambition just continuously threatening.
This is actually such an even UR.F game. Now they find themselves in the dragon pit. They're like, oh, we might as well take the dragon, I guess. They're going to get a big benefit out of it, though.
Ooh, Ambition finding that one. Kingwa is going to be feeling really good for another 2 or 3 minutes, and then after level 6, it's kind of downhill for Paiku.
Yeah, Latifi is going to be able to hook himself another kill.
Oh, over the wall, doesn't take the blast cone. Anonisic, though, is just coming in. Grassblade should be there. Just Johnny trying to shield up, trying to stay alive. Lee Sin, easy pickup, though.
Ooh, bottom side, the Pike is going down, and now it is Kiana v. Kiana. There can only be one. Actually, be one. Highlander was a lie, Dracos.
Look, all I'm saying is it makes me miss Game 5 blind pick.
Fair enough. As long as we only have one Warwick, Ambition actually goes in, and he's going to go down again.
Another double kill. Lee Sin looking so incredibly strong. The Pike gonna flick Anonisic back. Not actually gonna connect. Anonisic proving himself the better. Kiana! Oh, absolutely dumped. That's the triple for the
Now
Pike.
he's gonna be able to eat the heart of the other Kiana, gain his powers. Obviously the better Kiana here with the 7 kills. Can he get away from Cap?
No,
That's gonna
spot
be
it
a
out.
no.
No, no, difficult thing to do. Get away from the infinite mobility champions. Doing beat now, pushing it for a bit more.
The scaling Cassidy here, and we see some more strategy developing as the 4 members grouping mid, taking the tower, my friend.
Kobe, we answered the question for ourselves. As this fight will start to break out, hold that thought. Ezreal coming in. Faker is going to get clipped there, but huge stun from the Kiana, making it look easy. Caps has already been taken out. Ambition now going to try to find the ball. That's a big shield. That's a big heal. And this Ivern is making it impossible to kill anyone, but the Lee Sin wants to change that. Double kill. Going down to the Warwick to finish off for the Pike. Kingwa getting it done. But that's a Mountain Drake.
It is.
That is not the Elder Drake that we normally see.
All right, Anonisic here wants to pull it back for the team. Can the better Kiana get it done? His teammate goes down.
Jovi, is he going to go back in? He still wants to try to find the kill. Is going to get the vision. This Lee Sin is incredible. Moving in, moving out. Oh, BR has to be proud, dude. The CV wall, this man coming up clutch.
Jovi definitely popping off, and it's gonna go. Oh, the Daisy!
Running. Daisy called back by the root collar. Not at all what they were hoping to get. Goku determined to get a kill here, but will not find anything. These Kianas are actually out of control. This champion looks incredibly powerful.
Yeah, and I have to give big props to Jovi. It's actually so fun to watch a good Lee Sin popping off, especially on Earth. All right, they've established dominance around mid, but they lost bottom side as the Nanisek finds the kill on the Faker.
Yeah, but now this is where Ambition really gets to. Nope, never.
Yes, what were you saying?
I was like, this is the 8 death power spike, but it's the 9 death power spike we're waiting for. Oh,
That's 11, by the way, now for Jovi on the Lee Sin. He's looking for another.
he's gonna finish this one off. Cannon's gonna bring in another one. Just Johnny still alive for now. Jovi manages to find one, goes right back in, and the Lee Sin, he's still standing. The snare will go through, and honestly, I have no idea what's happening.
It was a double kill there. Both Kianas going down. Who had the real supreme display of talents in the end? Uh-oh, another dragon taken up here.
All right. What rift are we gonna get? All right, looks like Ocean. Ocean comes to life as Pike grabs yet another kill. Faker goes back in, but he is gonna go down. A lot more brush, but not enough to keep the entire team alive. And Goku tries to get fancy, but a quick kick flash is gonna take him out to safety. The shielding from Lee Sin, keeping Jovi healthy, and feels like a slow but steady advantage accruing for the blue side. Might be because they're the team with both Faker and Caps, but actually it's Jovi. Jovi is monstering this game.
Yeah, he's definitely been phenomenal. Plus, they found themselves in the Dragon Pit, so they happened to take the first one, and now they've started to really grow that objective lead. 2 dragons for themselves. If you look at the map, though, my friend, mid lane is the... Oh, never mind. Gap's down, and that is going to be going to open up top side.
Jovi's able to do because he did just get silenced. He's going to try to find the kick. He's going to try to find the follow-up. Can he kill Doomby? But no.
The
Shutdown
shield.
Kingwa. It's going to be almost impossible to hit Pike. Has to try to do it now. Good sidestep from Doomby. Triple kill goes in. And now the Cats is really starting to take off.
Outplay.
Faker?
Ooh. He gets it. The double. Not a second. The 1v2.
And he outplay. He's killed Faker. He's killed Caps.
The scaling started to take over, Dracos. You just started singing the praises of blue team, and yet Kassadin now level 11, Doranby hitting the mark.
I mean, you also have to say, Ananasik is doing work on the side lanes, and the duo of Ivern plus Kassadin actually seems pretty unbeatable. Ezreal, on the other hand, very, very beatable. And Ambition, he's come to the party. While he may not do damage, he sure looks scary.
He's full AP with a Lichbane Warwick, so he's trying to scale some damage for himself. At the very least. Baron gonna go down quickly though.
Okay, so the Baron still is here, and this is interesting.
This has got to be the turning tide here. Blue squad picks up the Baron.
Here comes the Ezreal ult. It's not important, we've decided. We're moving on.
Wait, the magic
gonna get it. Who's gonna? No, Pike gets it. Instantly, someone else dies. They're able to get both the Herald and the Baron because that one has remained in Earth fashion, and instantly the follow-up.
All right. This is the point of the game where you start yelling at the team. Everybody just group S5 with Baron. We can't possibly lose.
I don't think they're going to be able to make it out of this one. There are just too many Pike hooks going in, and now Caps is just killing the entire team. But no, it's Kiana once again, the real all-star of this game so far.
And the just group strategy finds victory, Dracos. They also pop the Rift Herald, which you get for free with the Baron. Going mid, hard pushing.
Oh, Doomby, no.
And Doomby hard into...
I think that might be it.
Yeah. All right, let's see if they can actually make it work, though. They're calling off. Nanisek trying to find a flank around the side.
Big crash goes in there. Caps now trying to dive forward. Shroud will come down. Wants to make it out of safety. Small stun comes in with the supreme display of talent. Responded in kind. Kingwa now needs to try to get something done on this Pike. Will at least be able to disengage, but that is a huge shutdown onto the Kiana. Too many Kianas to track. Don't ask me which one I'm talking about. Both in this case. And now Adonisik is determined to kill Caps and Faker as many times as he can. Ooh, Kingwa, that's not what you want, no!
Adonisik popping off as he gets shut down.
And that's what I'm saying. This man, clearly the expert of Earth that we were waiting for at a pristine tournament such as this.
And the tides have turned, my friend. Let's see what Red Squad can actually get done with this time. Cannon back out onto the squad.
Okay, wait. Bolulu, is he going to steal this Ocean Drake? Now, Drake is significantly weaker in contrast to what it was on Earth last time any of us played it, but oh, that's big. You know, it shouldn't surprise me anymore, but it still does. Every time I see it happen, Kiana damage is disgusting.
All right, let's see what they can do with this power play. As soon as Lee Sin fires from the brush.
Big stun. Now too late. Wrathblade, Mountain. Quick hop over the wall to get it done. He turns on Bolulu. Only one Kiana, Kobe. not enough in the end. Double kill.
All right, reinforcement's gonna arrive pretty quick. So we have a split push developing from blue side. Jovi just went straight mid, trying to hard shove. That is an exposed inhibitor, my friend. Not gonna go for it though. He go for the kill.
Easy follow-up. Now, Johnny just gonna hide in the brush there. Not gonna offer a lot of protection.
The random Ivern audio is just so hilarious in Earth as they're just going kill after kill after kill, and he's like, "Hello, my friends. How are you doing today, Dracos?
Let's go.
Just another calm day on the Rift here."
That's why I always feel like really bad dying to Ivern is because of how he talks to you. You know,
So
he's very
happy about
he's
it.
very condescending. Yeah, like, don't think you should have done that, my friend.
Slight mistake on your hands here as they go for the dive, and it gets turned around. Do we become Ivern casters, my friend? The blue team seems to have been scattered,
It's
but
all
it's
about
okay
one.
because friendship will win.
We may not kill the jungle camps, for they are our friends. You caps, on the other hand,
Oh, look at the ult! And he turns it around on Ambition.
and who would have thought Ambition's flawless Warwick performance would end like that? With
I mean,
fine
currently
double
he
kill.
has racked up the most deaths in the game.
Ooh.
Very
Got that one.
prestigious award. They're inside the base though, as
Cap.
we see the 1v1.
Trying to dance, trying to take out a Nana6. Fishing for the follow, but no! Kingwa! Ban him, he's
That's just
free.
a classic end to any 1v1, right?
Yeah, it's just some
enemy
random
Pike
guy.
shows up. Oh, it's a
Yeah.
2v1. Boom, you get executed. Hey, we were having a 1v1 here.
Broke the rules of 1v1. Faker?
Okay, okay, doing me on the Cassidin.
Yeah, definitely starting to one-shot people. He's fully stacked here. Ooh, shutdown though. I'm gonna be honest, Kingwa making Pike look a lot more viable than I thought he was.
Yeah, honestly. It's all
Ivern?
about the player, not the champ.
Ivern? No! Just Johnny? Nah, that's just a body bag. All right, Goku, definitely where he does not want to be, but here comes Ambition!
You
got him!
You got him! Shining for a moment there before he returns to the
Ambition
fountain.
is the one-for-one cruise missile. You know, he just comes out of base, he runs, he gets his kill, but now, honestly not going to be able to get anything else. A lot of grass blades, but a single hook from Pike should finish the job.
Kiting for the ultimate. It's going to be a long time to get it back up,
He needs
though.
grass, but he gets pushed back. He's not going to get connected, though. Ooh, is he going to get at least one? It will not happen. But in the meantime, the Lee Sin versus Cassidin duel. Jovi, can he take down world champion Doing Me? No.
Not yet, you mean. Wait for it? Okay, it's not going to happen.
Wait for it.
We'll keep waiting.
No. No is the answer we were waiting for. But here comes Faker. Ooh, Doing Me! Okay, he pushed at least too many buttons there, but we're going to give him credit. That was sweet. We got it.
Look at the move! Look great move! But it's a Cassidin level 16 with Flash in Earth mode. He can be anywhere and nowhere at the same time.
He's also got 10% alt cooldown reduction. You know? Really next level with you.
Really putting it to use here.
Oh, Caps running for the hills. Lee Sin's such a good pick, though. He can spot out all these stealth champions. But Caps just goes right back. He shoots on him. Will he go back in onto the Ivern? And there's no way he makes a...
Our epic tale has come to an end.
Yeah.
Out of the zone as he goes down. Honestly, this has been one of the closest show matches that we've had,
So,
but
okay, here's the thing. You remember when I was like, I want everyone to play flashy outplay champions? I take it back. I want like 2 or 3 people on each team to play flashy outplay champions, and I want everyone else to play supports and shield. Because I can't. Someone has outplayed someone at least 100 times this game, and I think I've missed 50 of them.
is Cassidin a flashy outplay champion? Because to me, Cassidin is just like the ultimate Mario now. He just Goomba stomps everywhere, spamming ult on everyone.
It's good. Yeah, you're actually right. Yeah, maybe not on Cassidin, you know. But
All right, is he gonna find it though? He goes back in. This is it.
Doing B, make it out. Kingwa, will he get anything done? Easy kill pick up for Doing B. Lots of kills going left and right. Ambition finding his way onto the backside. And they finish this one off. The Lee Sin coming in clutch. Ambition going to try to find one, but he has no way to spot it out.
Ambition. He can do it.
He can exhaust the Lee Sin. There's going to be huge healing because he's AP. He has a hope. He can still...
I love how you start to tell the story.
Yeah. I wanted to finish my thought. I thought it would be disrespectful to Ambition if I didn't finish the thought.
I like
Despite the fact that he was dead.
Honorable attempt
Yeah.
at laying some scripts down here on Earth mode.
This is how we come up with narratives for the LEC. We try them out in Earth mode. If they feel plausible here, they'll work domestically.
I want to see an attempt at a steal. Can we get some cannons out here? There we go. Cannons are on the way.
Just Johnny throwing a bush in. Kingwa, this is definitely not what he wants. He's just getting killed. Oh, no. Oh, now the Iron's going to try to hold on. His kick's back.
The Baron's up.
Who's going to get it? Who's going to get the Iron? Take the Baron! Someone finish the Baron! Oh, there it is. Doonby takes that one
That's
down.
the type of shot calling and objective focus you get from a world champion, Dracos.
You just got to wonder what the comment is. Because I'm obviously emulating what I would be saying in a game, but you got to wonder if there's a finer level of communication than just finish the Baron.
Yeah, and you gotta hope they cut out some of the normal communication. You know, like, oh, my stun's up in 5.
Yeah,
Not like,
no.
my stun is up. My stun is up. Yes,
I want
my
like
stun is up as well.
Cacophony of screams of just finish the Baron. That's what I'm looking for. Well,
I'm gonna guess the Nexus is the next target.
I would assume, as it's the best way to end the game, but Doonby did just get a quadra kill.
Okay, okay. The Cassidy
Could go for a penta here.
He's at what? 24. Classic Cassidy score here.
And that's going to be it. Wow, and the most contested game of the year. Team Red has come out on top entirely due to that man on your screen.
What do you know? The full AP Warwick, baby, coming up big.
I never doubted him.
Not for a second.
That's the thing, is what Ambition did is he bought time with his life. Like Gandalf on that bridge versus the Balrog. Ambition's 20-something deaths bought time for Doonby to become the level 16 Cassidy that he needed to be
It's true.
to take the title.
I mean, people talked about when Ambition made his role swap from mid lane to jungle, it was going to be great for the mid-jungle synergy because he knows what a mid laner needs.
That's true. It's also, I think, the culmination of years of experience when he takes Warwick, conventionally a jungle champion, and builds him AP, conventionally a mid lane decision. Bringing the two together is an act of brilliance we rarely see.
Rarely. And yet here at All-Stars, we allow for genius moments like this to shine. The dark technology spreading on the red team here, and a much-deserved win for them.
Yeah, it's hard.
You really got to let it marinate.
Yeah,
There's
not a lot of time.
gravity of this game is going to settle on you in probably 24 hours time. And I'll get back to you for some thoughts and really how this is going to change your perspective on 2019.
Yeah, well, in 2020, really. I mean, the question is.
Okay, looking ahead. I like that too.
Forward.
Always look at the future.
That's a huge, huge game, I think, for so many of those players on stage. Shout out to Jovi, who just like rocks up and he's like, oh, I'm just going to lease in, 4 or 5 of the greatest players.
Still to this day, Lee Sin has got to be one of the most fun champions to watch, even in regular League of Legends.
I mean, he's got everything you want. He's got shielding, lifesteal, spell vamp. He reveals invisible champions.
Did you
which
see
is
the
really
new
important.
skin?
I did.
That's
see
coming
the
out
skin.
for him?
I'm saving everything I have just to spend my RP on that skin.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Axe What's Your Move highlight up on screen.
What's the highlight? Oh, this, yes.
Back
yes.
to where it all began, my friend.
And this is the beauty of Earth that I don't. This is honestly, I take back the canon statement I made, Kobe. This is what I want in Summoners Rift 5v5.
And honestly, if you're a true analyst, a connoisseur of League of Legends, you can see here the first mistake that Blue made, which led to them losing the entire game. And Anonasek, with his 2v1 outplays all over the map.
Honestly, Anonasek is a hero of this game. I definitely feel like this game was defined by 1 or 2 fantastic moments, and at least 1 or 2 of them were Anonasek.
There were a lot of moments here, so
it's really words escape me.
This was my favorite. The Ambition last man standing.
Yes,
he got a kill here.
Yes.
And he really was working with the storylines. This one was nice because Baron got to stay at a few hundred HP for a very long time until Doonby arrived.
Imagine Ambition, comes back on a premier Korean team as their primary jungler next year, and you're going to see a thread on Reddit. It's like, I don't know, man. He struggled in that URF game. Don't know if we want to see his Warwick on the
Does
big
he
stage.
still have it?
Has he still got it? And, of course, the Doonby quadra kill. The power of Kassadin eventually. Just too much for anyone, if we're completely honest. I think overwhelming.
The Void eventually will take its toll on you.
Yeah.
Level 16 with Flash. You can just see him wasting dashes and blinks and it not even mattering. Like, oh, I'm here. I'm here.
The play
now,
where he
I?
flash alts or like alt flash alts, ease the wrong way, alts back in and kills 2 people.
And with the spell vamp too, you can see the life bar just going. You got to keep track of these things.
Yeah, and that's the thing is it's There's no, I don't know. I have no idea what the thing is. It's U.R.F. It's insanity. It's ultra rapid fire. But to get their thoughts on game 1 of the event, Dash is standing by with Bwipo and Jankos. They'll understand.
Thank you very much, gents. I'm standing by with Jankos and Bwipo up in the VIP lounge. Talk a little bit about U.R.F. We were talking about the Qiyana specifically. Bwipo, I'm coming to you. Looked real dirty there, but what are your thoughts on Qiyana specifically?
Oh, I think she does the same thing on Summoner's Rift, just every minute instead of every 15 seconds, maybe, if you're lucky.
Absolutely dirty performance there. I'm more interested, though, in the All-Star experience. And Jankos, I'm going to come to you because you've been to All-Stars before. I'll page my mic to him. Don't worry about it. But talk to me about the event as a whole, your experience in the past, and being invited back once again.
Well, I'm so proud to be here again, So far, it has been quite fun. I came here only for one reason, and the reason is to beat an A. So, yeah.
Oh, man, that's not what Tyler 1 promised us a victory in the NA versus EU show match.
Big words?
So I'm going to hold him to those words and maybe interview him afterwards, whether he wins or loses. Why are you so confident in that show match? Because it isn't, your standard 5v5 pro match. You're playing with an entirely different set of people.
Yeah, but I still play against NA solo queue players and NA bunch of washed up other players. So
man, why did they make me do this interview? Shox should be doing this one. I'm just sitting up here getting some flack. Bwipo, for you though, this is the first time to an all-star event. So impressions of the event so far and being in Vegas for the first time.
It's been awesome so far. For me, All-Stars has always been special ever since Wicked and Soaz did their 1v1 way back.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching that as a new player, really. I wasn't sure what was going on, but it was awesome that two really good players were one-on-one each other. So I've been excited to be a part of All-Stars ever since, and I'm happy to be here.
That's awesome. I know NA versus EU is the game that he's looking forward to. What about you? What's the event that maybe you're playing?
NA versus EU. I want to make a...
Come on. How about the 1v1s? Do either of you have some plans to maybe take home the title, take it away from Caps?
I think me and Caps were boot camping our 1v1 series a bit.
Okay.
So we were making sure we have some really smart strategies ready, especially with the new rule set.
Right. Okay. Impressions, Jankos, on the new rules. The idea that you can't win by CS. You're going to have that Ring of Fire, sudden death at 7 minutes. You got any plans for new meta, or do you have expectations that it's going to be a heck of a lot more bloody?
Well, I'm pretty happy with it since I'm a jungler, so I don't really farm that well. But if I have to kill people and fight people, that's kind of fun. So I'm pretty excited for a 1v1 myself. Last time I didn't do very well, so I'm going to turn it around now.
That's what I like to hear. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me up here. Go enjoy yourselves in the VIP lounge. As we head to break, though, we are going to give you a look at how MasterCard welcomed all of our VIPs and personalities to the event in 2019.
We're at the MasterCard welcome party for All-Star 2019, which they invite everyone who's involved with the show. And for me, it's always a fangirl moment because even though I interview a lot of the players at Worlds, it's really nice to see them in a more relaxed atmosphere.
Last year, I did fairly well in the 1v1 tournament. Beating Faker and Rookie was pretty nuts. I wasn't expecting to go nearly as far, but I took out some great names, so I hope to do well this time. I think it'd be really cool to play against the Shy. He's lauded as the 1v1 king. Everyone wants to take him down.
처음 오게 된 올스타 이벤트인데 팬들이 저를 뽑아줘서 여기 오게 된 게 너무 기쁘고 팬들에게 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있게 정말 즐기다 가고 싶어요.
I'm playing in the 5v5 NA vs EU. I got Bang, Core JJ, Sneaky, me and Tyler 1 against 5 EU players and streamers. If we lose, I got an excuse. We have 3 ADC mains, but if we win, we're the better region. And yeah, it's just gonna be fun. I think I'm gonna be laning against Caps if he goes mid lane, and I'll have to smack him up a bit. It is what it is.
Top laner is very well accustomed to that.
And of course, Pablo gets move speed. This is a big difference. He can die. This can go for the ignite. He can go for the play. Flash answer. Does Caps choose to flash ignite? That's a flash. He can get it. This can be Caps in right now. He can get that kill. One more audible to it, and Caps is the 1v1 champion.
I've always wanted to do this because now every time someone flames me, every time someone hates on me, I can finally say, come to the ARAM and 1v1 me, bro.
There it is, 1v1 me, bro.
Welcome back to day one of 2019 All-Stars. I am David Freak Turley, joined by the one and only other caster to survive the 1v1 gauntlet backstage. Isaac Cummings Bentley, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. The thing is, I can say, meet me on ARAM, 1v1 me, bro, just like Caps, but just no one will think it's cool.
Yeah, that's fine, but it'll still be exciting. Now, earlier, Dash and Shocks briefly highlighted the recent changes to 1v1s, but in case you missed that, here's what has changed for this year's 1v1 format. New win conditions. 2 kills will take the game. Sudden death starts at 7 minutes, and you cannot win by 100 CS. The turret win condition, though, still exists.
Yeah, and alongside that sudden death, there is a Ring of Fire coming in a la Nexus Blitz that is going to force you to fight, that is squishing you into this small little circle.
Yep.
So you're going to see fights. There's no CS win condition. There's a lot of changes to kind of ramp up the speed of the game, faster experience, more gold. So I'm hoping we're going to see a lot of action.
I think we are going to see a lot of action, of course. There's a lot of changes to highlight. The little ones we will highlight during the game itself. Let's take a look at today's competitors.
First up, we've got some supportal combat as Cora JJ will face off with Mickey X. Then Clid going to be going up against Ananasik. The Shy, one of the favorites for me, going to be taking on Exosin. And then we have 5 more matches featuring powerhouses like Pabu, Whippo, Duanbi, and Fofo.
Going to be exciting. Of course, at the end of the day, we're going to have more 1v1s as well. I know Cap's going to be in that side of the bracket, so going to be exciting. 32 players to get through. Only one will remain at the end. Caps can try to defend his title.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, Pabu was a big surprise, but he made it to the finals last time around. You've got guys like The Shy. You have Faker in there. You have all of these big names. Fofo, I think, someone who really could stand out. Was great individually at Worlds. So there's a lot of really strong players, and then there's the chance for some guys like Core JJ and Mickey X to maybe upset. Traditionally, we don't see those support players going as far in the brackets usually.
Yeah, but it's going to be fun if it does happen, of course. With the sudden death kind of happening, PvP combat tends to be more important than just CSing as well, so it's going to be exciting to watch. I've gotten to talk with some of the players who are in this bracket. Definitely some do think that melee is the top tier strategy, that you actually play to keep your turret alive and then go for the all-in during sudden death. I think siege strats can definitely be viable. Right? You can get some of the early plates, get some extra gold. I also want to point out, really, in Core JJ vs Mickey X, that I think if Core wins, I think we finally settled the debate that NA is greater than EU. I think you'll agree with me here as well.
Yeah.
But if Mickey wins, it's a good step in the right direction.
It's inconclusive.
It's inconclusive, but it adds some data to the equation.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a Pike versus Pike. That would be fun, Mickey known as perhaps the best Pike in EU. A lot of debate, even amongst who's going to be on the team, the best Pike.
Yeah.
And then there's Hillisang to throw in there. Yeah. So it is very complex, but he's one of the good Pikes.
He's one of the good Pikes on G2.
He's pretty good, yeah. He's top 5 Pikes on G2 for sure. So
for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
He's above Carlos.
Oh, well, there's Promiscu. So maybe top 6.
Ooh, okay, top 6.
Top 6 Pikes on G2. Core JJ, he's in there as well. So would be really
World
fun.
Champion, decent
He's
player.
Okay, come on. He's not known for his Pike, but that would be fun. And sometimes you do get, when it's these two guys who are like, maybe not expected to win the tournament, you get some handshakes on fun mirror matchups. I remember Mata getting a lot of people to play Yasuo against him and these sorts of things, and actually going really far. So I'm hoping that we're going to have some fun picks. I'm hoping that we're going to have some different strategies because, I got to actually play and playtest this new mode, and it was a lot of fun, but there was very different strategies. So some people in those playtests were just kind of trying to turtle it out, play something that's going to be really powerful once the Ring of Fire is there, so you can't kite. Play a Cho'Gath or a Nocturne, and you're post level 11, so you have your rank 2 ultimate, and if someone can't kite you, maybe you can take them down. But what we have seen is some changes to try to compensate for that. The turrets have, I believe, 1,700 health as opposed to 3k as they do on Summoner's Rift, so maybe the turret just gets knocked down if you're turtling too hard. Also, if you take the health packs, you're going to get a 20% current damage buff on your next auto attack or spell, I believe. And, that's also, so if people are just sitting back and turtling, you're going to have control of the health packs. You're going to be able to kind of poke them off and get an advantage in that way.
Yeah, and other, minor things to point out that though sudden death is like first kill wins even if you got killed once, right? Again, it takes 2 kills to actually end the game normally, so you can play aggressively, go for an all-in, miss the all-in, that's okay. You just come back up. If you do get one of those early kills, though, you get a Baron recall. So, if your opponent all-ins you, but you win that fight, you can reset in time to get back in the lane and keep your lane control going. You might have seen it during the U.R.F map as well. The turret plates are actually staggered health. The first few plates are actually very, very easy to kill.
Yeah.
The first one's like 1 auto attack. So you can cash in some early gold and then buy a power spike and then like all in your opponent with the fact that, well, you finished Sheen first or whatever.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see what actually shakes out as far as the meta as we do progress throughout the days, because there's all these little changes and they can sometimes kind of add up to make a really big difference. I mean, not only the things that we have mentioned, but there's also 5% just flat damage added for these players. There is an additional mana regen bonus that has been added, and we are into the first game here. CoreJJ, Ignite, Barrier, Zyra.
Yes.
The other thing that's worth mentioning, you cannot take heal or exhaust.
Yep.
Those two are kind of denied to stop more of the defensive strategies as CoreJJ just barrier.
Okay,
there's summoner spell cooldown reduction, so
yeah, you get like half off
it'll
roughly.
be up faster.
It'll be up in time, you hope. But yeah, Zyra versus Gragas, you can see they're both level 3 already. You can see the various bans they put out here as well. But it's clearly like an all-in, right? It's double Doran's Ring, AP Gragas.
Yeah. So something funny that I have seen and kind of thought about is, when we were kind of talking about it and playtesting this, we were thinking, all right, well, what are some of the cheesy strategies that people could go for? One of the ones that I've been thinking about is, well, what if someone played Gragas or Lee Sin and just played to kick you out of the Ring of Fire and make you die, right?
Yeah.
Because there's no flash on Zyra. So it's not like Zyra can avoid a body slam flash and then ulting you out into the Ring of Fire. So theoretically, Mickey could play for that and just burn you down.
You got to put the plant down to block the body slam in time.
The body slam
Make
flash.
him flash over the E. I'm not saying it's easy, right?
Yeah, if he's coming out of sight,
Yeah.
with the brush.
Just predict.
Easy peasy. Just have a
Forehead.
seat at your feet.
Yeah.
Every time.
No, not a problem at all.
Yeah.
But that's interesting. Like, I really enjoy that because it means that if you think you always die at 7 minutes 30 when he ults you out of the Ring of Fire, you must win by turret, or you must kill him twice before that comes in. So it's like, okay, Core, you got to play the aggro, you've got to play the pushing, you've got to get the health relics and chunk your opponent down.
But it doesn't feel like he's being able to really get that much of a push. Gragas has decent wave clear, just throwing the barrels out from cooldown. He's not actually poking him down that heavily. We'll see if CoreJJ can get this shoved all the way into the turret and start to work on those turret plates. Because as you pointed out, a lot of those turret plates, are very vulnerable. The early ones can get knocked down really quick. That
was really good by Mickey.
He might actually been able to kill him there if he ignited, because there's no flash on CoreJJ, but he didn't know that he didn't have barrier. So ironically, he could have actually killed him, but he probably assumed CoreJJ was barrier baiting him, so he didn't want to go for it.
Yeah. But I got to point out, like, that body slam is really good, right? Not only did he not get the health from the health relic, but again, the essentially Sheen buff of doing 20% current damage. Once it comes onto you, your next hit does that damage. And so, yeah, Mickey chunked him pretty hard. Barrier is back now, so he has the real play. And you can see levels are accelerating as well. So level 6, like, right here for Core. But he doesn't have enough damage. Mickey could kill him with an ult if he gets the level.
Yeah, if he gets 6 here, you could look for the body slam flash. Core needs to actually base, and he will look to do so. But Mickey is 6. If he spots him,
that's at least damage. Barrier?
Oh.
Yep. That's actually good damage back on Mickey, though, so.
Oh, and Mickey's actually out of mana. So there is the additional mana regen, and Mickey still has Flash and Ignite. So Core has to be very careful. There it goes.
That's the first kill right there. He's going to burn. All right, so 400 gold. First blood comes in, clear the wave, Baron recall.
Yeah, he'll get the Baron recall on that first kill so he can go back to base. He's actually going to stick around and try to push this out with his low mana. Again, you do have more mana regen, so he is sitting in a pretty good spot. And I think Mickey is so poised to actually be able to take this.
Yeah.
He is really looking like he's in a good position.
Look at the build. Yeah, it's the right call. I think it's for sure the right call. You're not going to finish a good Banshee's Valentine, I don't think. So.
Yeah, makes sense. But is it the right call to play defensive when you're already losing?
I think it's the right call to, if you're playing, again, to like try to siege and win, it's like, well, next all-in, I lose the game if he kills me. So I need to be able to push the wave enough. I don't know. Like, I see your point.
Tough, right? Because it's almost like you're playing not to lose instead of playing to win. Because you also have to remember you're getting so much gold from the minions. He cleared that wave. He got something like 316 gold, I believe, was what I saw pop up.
Yeah.
When you are behind, you get even more gold from those cannon minions, which are already an inflated amount of gold. So generally, by the time the Ring of Fire actually comes out, you'll be level 11 or level 12. And you have an item or an item and a half. So you could still try to play the long game, spend your mana, shove out the wave, and reset and try to look for something. Because CoreJJ's best chance, really, now, to me, is trying to win in the Ring of Fire. And to do that, you have to have the best possible items at that time. And I don't know that Hex Drinker is that.
It might not be. Ooh, cannon missed right there by Core.
Yeah, that's a lot of gold.
Yeah, it is.
That's can be a couple hundred gold. based on
basically comeback
the gold
gold on
differences.
cannons. Yeah. All right, well, Mickey gonna like play around his cooldowns. He wants to know that he's like there at the right time, and yeah, you can see Core doesn't even walk in for the Sheen buff. Just like lets the heal go through, back onto the turret. But yeah, Core's not getting a lot of turret damage down right now.
Yeah, he's really not getting any. I mean, he's too scared to actually approach. And that's one of the problems. Oh, he's gonna get knocked in his turret.
Good root, still a body slam, still ignite. A lot of damage there. Core's gonna barely stay alive, but next week the cooldowns could kill.
Yeah, he has no flash. He's got the ignite, but Mickey can just corral him.
There we go. Pops the Hexbreaker, decent damage, but that's gonna be enough, and Mickey 2-0.
Yeah, he dominated this one. Core JJ never really able to get much going. You know, did have the Zyra pick, went with comfort, trying to go for a bit of an aggressive support style of pick.
Yeah.
You know, Zyra, something he would know. Mickey, though, having played a lot of Gragas Yasuo bot lane, went for a smart pick, and I think taking the flash ended up being really intelligent. You know, here is that first kill. If we watch it back one more time, you know, did get him very, very low, and then had the flash ignite, so knew he could look, just flash in, get that ignite down, and back off.
Yep, and that was like always going to be a kill. I think that's a little bit of a silly death by Core, because you should for sure know you're always dead to flash ignite there and don't have the ability to answer back. But the second fight obviously played well by Mickey there as well. This time around, the Hexbreaker is up for the second half of this fight, but there's just too much damage, right? He's stuck in a minion wave that can take minion damage here as well, and just obviously the easy follow through.
Yeah, the flash ended up being so much more valuable actually in this. You know, I definitely understand the thought process of taking double combat summoners. You know, barrier plus ignite should be really powerful in a potential all-in. But because Zyra has such low mobility and Gragas kind of already trumps her, you know, in that regard, you know, having the displacement with the ult, having the body slam flash was just such a powerful tool there for Mickey, and you know, even just the flash ignite working out really well. But Mickey dominating in that one. EU moving on.
More G2 greater than TL. Seen a lot of that one this year. That trend continues.
It was closer than MSI Finals.
It was closer. Yeah. It lasted about as long. End of the day, it was still,
maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There was some pregame. Took some time. Either way, Klid versus Nanasik is up next. Got to point out, Nanasik had a really good URF game.
He was popping off on Kiana.
Popping off on Kiana. So, you know, he's warmed up. But, you know, Klid, obviously an amazing player, and this is going to be a fun one. More Gragas. This time it's Klid running this one. Same summoner, same Keystone as well. More Comet.
Interesting to see the bans here. Sometimes the bans are going to be serious, sometimes they're just going to be jokey, but going for the Gragas and banning out the Lee Sin, so kind of those two displacement champions that I did talk about. Obviously, we never got to the Ring of Fire. And Barrier Ignite on Renekton, if he can get on top of Gragas, that is going to be a pretty powerful potential all-in there from an Nanasik. I also do believe that Spear of Shojin is still in this map mode. So I'm pretty sure that you can actually go for that. And if you want to rush towards that, you can complete a Shojin on Renekton for that potential Ring of Fire. But I'm hoping we're going to continue to see these high-action games and players not just waiting it out for the Ring of Fire.
Definitely seems likely based on how this is going so far. Do you want to point out, Conquer is actually better in this than in like the old Season 7's Rift, right? Conquer changes basically, it is better against non-tanks and weaker against actual tanks. No one's going to have 100 armor in this mode basically ever, so it is an overall stronger Keystone.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. For this one seems like it kind of has to be about poking him down for Klid or some sort of outplay where you're ultimate in the turret and a straight up just kind of ram your heads against each other. I don't think that Renekton should ever really lose that, but you know, he is getting poked down pretty heavily, and Klid is playing this out very, very well.
Yeah, has enough of a mana pool left right now. Double Doran's Ring, plus I guess the Cloth Armor actually meaning quite a lot.
Yeah, Fairy Charm helping ramp up that, and you have the bonus mana regen on this map mode. So you know, he is going to be able to kind of hang around at low mana a lot more than you would be able to on SR.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job most times of actually landing the body slam sort of mid-dash, since there's never the easy stun follow-up. A little bit ago we did see one come through for Nanasik, but yeah, overall they're pushing back and forth. Farm lead is slightly with Renekton. They're both getting the health relics, and it looks like Klid's not going to try to grab that one, so they're going to get those trades. And then again, that key right there, 20% max health or current health damage.
Yeah, so you can see that kind of big glow around them is what that buff is. And Nanasik actually did expire. He has to Conquer fully stacked.
Yeah,
but
good damage.
Does decide to back up as his abilities were on cooldown. And he is getting chunked out fairly low, but a lot of regen. You know, double rejuve bead plus the double Doran's Blade for the lifesteal here. You know, hold a Meek for that Q if you can get it in the middle of the creep wave, and on Gragas, you have a lot of potential healing.
And he's kind of fine now. He traded health for mana at this point, so Klid is out of all-in potential, right? He's basically waiting for the mana pool to cast another Q, then he's back to 0 over and over again. And so he's not really in all-in range anymore, especially with Barrier up there. So able to finally, get the rest of that shove. About 4 CS left in the wave means pretty much equal farm, and we're going to see, the Tiamat or whatever come through on this first reset.
I'm curious to see what he's actually going to rush towards, right? Do you go Hex Drinker if you think the only way you can lose is an all-in? Do you go for a Shojin? It actually is Tiamat, which is interesting because yes, you can actually shove the wave faster, but is that really how it's going to be decided? And the pure 1v1 potential, is lower, I think, on an ability, and I'd rather like that than something like the Hex Drinker, for example.
Yeah, I think I would agree that overall power is going to be behind Hex Drinker. There's like the small benefit of Tiamat letting you break out of your W animation sooner, so you do get like a little 1v1 power there. I still agree that is not the biggest 1v1 item. And you can see he's actually going to go for a really heavy trade and try to push him out. Oh, that's in the turret range. Ignite on that as well. Pop the ult. Does not use barrier yet. And actually forces Clid off of that one. So good trade all the same. They do trade ignites, but an extra flash down.
Yeah, that's huge. And potentially you could actually get turret plates here. Clid does come back to knock down the cannon to try to prevent that somewhat, but an Enesik should be able to get access to a turret plate or two.
Yeah.
Those first turret plates very easy to kill, and he does have Demolish. Mind you, Demolish is weaker on this map because these turrets are a little bit more than half the HP one on Summoner's Rift would be, so you would kind of just explode it, but looking like he's going to get 3 plates.
Yeah, forces one reset.
Be up a Summoner spell here, so that is really, really big. On his next reset after he pushes in this wave, if he gets cannon, he'll have a lot of gold, like a surprising amount of gold.
Yeah, I expect him to recall off this wave because of how much gold he's spending, but you can see, right, again, the point stands that he got the turret to about half HP right now and has yet to die. So you can int for like drop it by another third, int for the next plate, and then you're one wave away from winning the game.
Yeah, and that's why there is the potential of people bringing out things like Tristana or whatever. Sure, it would be weaker in that Ring of Fire, but if you go for that siege type of strategy, you can potentially just end the game early. So he already had enough gold for a full BF. He's coming back with this, so maybe working towards a Shojin now. I don't know if he is actually kind of timed it out and figured out if you can have enough gold for double Dorans plus Tiamat plus a full Shojin if you actually reach that gold before Ring of Fire spawns, or if he just wants to pure AP. He does know there's no flash available for Clid.
Yep. Decent damage again, and want to point out Bramble Vest, of course, added there as well. So anytime he actually goes for the auto attack, he loses all the healing, or at least half of it. And this is really aggressive trading here by Clid, knowing that Enesik doesn't really fight him back very well with all the armor he's got.
I mean, this build really does feel for Clid like he is playing more for the Ring of Fire, right? You kind of lost that earlier trade. You can wait it out and play this tank style of strategy because your ultimate becomes so much more powerful once the Ring of Fire is there. If you wait, you can knock him out into that, and that burn will do a tremendous amount of damage, potentially winning you that 1v1. And at that point, it's sudden death. There is no second kill needed. There is no turret kill needed.
You see barely landing the stun there, but on the way back, goes for the Q heal, has to pop the barrier for this one, probably ults in for the first. He's saving the summoner, but at a certain point, you just want a barrier for the health pool gain. There he finally pops that one, forcing the E out, gets a bit of a heal back, but Clid still has a mana pool, so he can still go for that Q poke.
Yeah, Clid is actually playing this so well. He's saving his body slam for when a slice gets used to then just back off and kind of belly bop him, poke him out. And he does get both the summoners there out of an Enesik. He should have his flash up here, before either of those summoners come back from an Enesik. So, Clid kind of fighting his way out of a summoner deficit, going to be in a good position, and lazy recall there does get punished.
I don't think he can fight for that health either, so that's kind of rough stuff. Clid doing really nicely. Want to again point out 100 CS is not a win condition anymore, so you don't have to care about that bottom scoreboard that much, other than to note that they have farmed pretty close to equal. Clid is going to reset here. He could have basically pushed for 300-something gold off of plates.
But Ring of Fire is coming soon, so he just wants to actually reset, make sure he's back out on the map, I think, immediately. You don't want to be caught walking out of base as that does spawn. And this actually going to be working towards that Leanders. Obviously won't actually finish it, but
this is the last recall, basically.
Yeah.
Those are the items.
Stacking damage, the Madness passive is quite powerful, so we'll see if he can actually keep that up, potentially 10% more damage.
All right. 11 first. Is he going to go for one more reset? Looks like he's not, so here comes the Ring of Fire. All right, next kill wins. The turret's not likely to fall, so it's going to be about this fight.
Clid actually doesn't have his ultimate up yet. I don't know how quickly this closes, if Clid will have his ult back up. I think
almost a minute. I think he has it. He will have it.
Yeah, so by the time it gets to the middle, it does get smaller and smaller. I think the smallest it gets is about 500 units, I believe, from side to side. So you're pretty squished in there, and that is where Clid could look to actually just ult an Enesik out into the fire. So an Enesik's going to have to kind of pick his moment, but he needs to wait also on his ultimate and barrier.
All right, well, the cooldown's going to be up pretty soon. That's going to be able to be tied with Flash for actual meaningfulness. You can also, of course, shove the wave in, push them back towards his side, which, of course, is going to be hard to farm when you can't go back to the fire. So here comes the ult. Here comes the fight. Big body slam comes in. A lot of wave clear on both sides. He's going for the fight before Explosive Cask would knock him into the fire. And he's still reasonably healthy. And the health bar is getting pretty low. With the barrier still available, pops it. Does he get a big Q?
Oh!
Is it enough to kill Klid? And Anonisic takes him down.
Such a well-timed all-in.
Yeah.
Klid trying to save the ulti for that potential Ring of Fire knockout where he would have won that all-in for sure. But Anonisic finds the all-in timing there, takes down Klid, not allowing him to buy enough time. You know, that was really tight because it was so close to his ultimate being up, and had he not been able to go immediately when it came back up alongside that barrier, I think Klid just wins that for free.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very smart play. I again, give a lot of credit and kudos to anyone who understands the implications of what's going to happen in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You will lose 30 seconds from now when he ults you. So you have to go early, use your entire ult duration to get more rage, well-timed barrier, and of course that flash didn't dodge the Q, which is a pretty big deal. That would have been a big difference, I think, for Klid.
Yeah, that would have been very, very close. You know, I wonder if Klid could have played that a little bit more defensively, you know, tried to kind of kite it out longer before committing fully to that all in, but it is very tough. You know, that is an ulted level 2 ultimate Renekton standing on top of you looking for that fight, and you know, with double combat summoners, he's going to be so powerful if he can find it, so Anonisic able to take him down.
Beautifully done right there. So next fight, you can see him on the screen, The Shy versus Exosin. I would say the first 2 matches were exciting. I would call the second one probably an upset. I think people were going to generally pick Klid over the top, but hey, if Exosin can make it a upset win over The Shy as well, that'd be sick.
Well, and it's so interesting because I know some players kind of have been grinding this a little bit, trying to practice it out, trying to theory craft and figure out what would the best strategies be. But because it's not like we have actually seen this rule set before, players do not have hundreds or thousands of games to pull from. They have their handful of games they practice with their friends.
Yep.
And you know, different kind of like scrim groups are coming up with different answers as to what is strong, right? So it is so interesting to see how it's actually going to play out. And now we have The Shy versus Exosin. It is Draven versus Aurelia. So The Shy is really going to want to try to push the tempo here. You don't want Aurelia to get a free level 6 to be able to kind of set up and look for a potential all-in, because you do expect Aurelia to win one of those full 100-0 type fights if it is all-in.
Yeah, I think the only way around that is if you manage to land stand aside at the right time to break the first Q, doesn't reset, gotta wait for the whole cooldown. That's a really big power difference, and suddenly you can make that happen. But good luck finding that window. Certainly The Shy is going to try, and it's going to be really exciting to watch how this fight goes. No surprise to see Draven get the early push. Nice, stack up the Qs, get some damage, bone plating on cooldown.
And if The Shy plays this really well, there is the potential of actually just punishing the turret so heavily that, you know, you get so far ahead in gold, or you're able to actually just even knock down the turret or force an all-in to deny the turret from going down. And that's where you can, you know, put your opponent in a position where, okay, great, he has ultimate, but he's at 20% HP and the turret's about to die, so he has to go for it. It's kind of similar to what we saw last year.
Sidestepping that stun's a really big deal. Takes one turret plate, but it's still a high trade. I want to point out that we are seeing a bunch of lifesteal from The Shy. He's running overshield, or overheal, so he's going to have a little bit of that extra HP on the very top of it.
Yeah, and I mean, he could rush towards a Bloodthirster if he wants and start to play really aggressive. You know, when you have the Vamp Scepter, double Dorans, you can really afford to tank a turret shot here or there if you are getting a beneficial trade. You know, looking to knock Exosin lower and lower. You know, he's really punishing Exosin every time he's stepping forward for one of these last hits. The Shy is trying to get a return trade, trying to get an auto attack down to really make Exosin pay for it. And the other thing you have to remember, when the cannons are worth so much, it becomes so important to get that. So if you can actually deny a cannon, zoning your opponent off, as we saw The Shy was trying to hit a stand aside, to actually block that Q entrance on the cannon.
Every time.
Oh,
and the ignite early. He might have the damage.
Flash auto got him.
Wow. First couldn't even take the flash.
Yeah.
Woo! All right, good early start.
His Raven is looking nice.
Oh my God, he's actually just incredible at this. This is a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I was assuming it was going to be the flash auto and Exosin tried to flash out, but didn't even need it. Holds on to his summoner. Only cost him the ignite. He got the early kill. He'll get the reset here on a lot of gold. Baron recall, so not going to lose much, if anything. And we'll see what he does actually rush towards. Will he go for something like Tabby's, a little bit more defensive, or is he going to go straight towards a BF?
He's waiting for BF
build?
money. It's got to be BF money. Yeah. There you go.
I like it.
Sells the potion, gets it back. It's like, nah, maybe.
Can he get
Longsword?
He's smiling. I think it's got to be a funny buy if he's
no magic mantle. Oh, it is Tabby's.
Tabby's.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Tabby's are really strong here.
Yeah.
You know, both for the armor, but also the move speed is very important. If you can actually dodge out of the Aurelia E, the stun, it's going to be very difficult for Exosin to win any sort of an all-in where you do not land that E-stun.
This is going to be the 20% current health auto. Chunk, decent damage there.
Yeah, it looks like there was actually overheal on Exosin, though, built up. He had a shield, so didn't take that much damage, actually, from that quick trade.
Yeah, and likely bone plating is going to work pretty positively when you've got both that passive damage and the auto attack. At least one of them is going to get blocked a bit, so
Definitely.
doing all right. But you can see, stand aside, 1 extra auto attack, 2 extra auto attacks. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, anytime he procs that PTA,
my
that
gosh.
axe is doing so much damage in addition to that damage proc. Looks like the Shy was trying to think about, can I actually walk up and try to contest that health back? Decides he cannot, but he is in a great spot here. And
oh, this fight does not look close. You might kill him right
he's got
now.
him.
This is probably over. The Shy! Incredible player.
yeah, we heard Pabu talking about how the Shy is this king of 1v1.
Uh-huh.
He dominates the top lane. And he brings out a pick you would not expect of a top laner. It is Draven, not an easy pick to master if you are not an AD player.
Yep.
And he made it look easy. He crushed Exosin.
Yeah, that was just whole-scale slaughter. An absolutely great play by him. Didn't look like there was ever a way in. I mean, the really big setup for me was the fact that he dodged every single Aurelia stun.
Never got hit the whole game. So, able to play it so incredibly well. Punishing Exosin anytime he ever tried to go for a minion. He was really looking comfortable on this Draven. And here is this final fight. It was Exosin looking for a potential all-in here, but the Shy had such an HP advantage and punished him so heavily on this. Exosin, I think, just decided he couldn't actually get away. And, did have to get that all-in. It wasn't good for him.
No. He could have just run and then burn flash, keep going away, but he's like, if I'm going to fight it all, I might as well go for the ult all-in. Now that E's on cooldown, I'll land the reset, and it just was not close. It's like, well, you're just better.
Yeah, I think his best chance would have been you just reset and then you try to immediately all in. You hope you actually make something happen there. But the Shy looking dominant, and we have another one coming right up. It is going to be Ziv versus Evie.
I think so.
Evie, yes.
Gonna be an exciting one. We got to see more coming on here. I got to shout out Ziv. I think he's still a great player, and I want to see him move on forward in the bracket. And I am curious sort of more of what kind of strats we see. I mean, we've seen 2 lane bully versus melee matchups, right? We saw the Zyra versus Gragas and went Gragas' way. Gragas just found the all-ins. We saw Draven versus Aurelia, and it was very, very Draven. And now we get axes on axes. He get his brother.
Hail of Blades Darius. So he's looking to stack that passive right away. This is actually something that I think, in a full-on all-in, Olaf should win. If Olaf, especially because there's no flash on Darius, if you can stay on top of him, without Darius actually hitting the Q on the outside for that heal and bonus damage, I don't think that's an all-in you should win. There is, of course, potential for Ziv to outplay and maybe poke him down with Qs and these sorts of things, but that's a very difficult all-in for Darius to actually win. Hail of Blades, I'm not sure how much that will mix it up, because it is going to allow you, if you can actually hit your Q, pull him in, auto, W reset, 2 more quick Hail of Blades autos.
You're basically guaranteed 4 stack. Yeah, I mean, if you miss the Q, you're guaranteed 4 through Hail and the attack reset. But you're right. If you do land the Q, that's actually 5. And
and you're hoping for that, and he can look for the all-in fight.
Well, there's the autos, right? And there's 4 stacks right there. Yeah. So that's going to be painful. And I'm always concerned when I'm a drain tank, like I'm Olaf, I'm trying to heal, and I have to deal with Darius, ult threshold, and the ignite for the healing reduction. I'm always so afraid of that.
It is very, very scary. But at the same time, if you can be full health and get in on top of that Darius, especially if you can have your Conqueror kind of stacking up a little bit. Remember, the Conqueror duration is very long now. If you can kind of poke him with some axes, get that going, in an extended fight, it becomes incredibly powerful. And it's an interesting set of items that we actually see here on Evie. He doesn't have any health potions. So it actually looks like he may be building towards like a Glacial Shroud or something. This could perhaps be like a Righteous Fury or something. He could be going a completely different direction, and maybe it's just a Glacial plus a Phage and build towards a Black Cleaver plus a Glacial, because that is a pretty efficient item, that Glacial Shroud.
Yeah, I'm trying to play like what do the components all go into. Outside of the Longsword, it all goes into Righteous.
Could be Phage plus Glacial. That's what I'm going to guess, because I think Righteous isn't actually that good for a full-on all-in.
Yeah.
It's not like he even has Flash to escape you, so you're going to be just slapping each other and fighting it out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think raw health is a really good stat overall. Keep in mind, Darius gets free armor pen through his E, and he's got true damage on the ultimate and the ignite, so armor is a little bit devalued in the matchup. So definitely want to see health as the tank stat primarily. It means, Triforce or maybe a Black Cleaver. Cleaver's unlikely.
Yeah, I think the mana, the Glacial Shroud is mana CDR is pretty important. And you have to use a lot of those axes here, kind of
Okay.
poke them down. They are both 6. They're going.
Okay, here comes the ult going on top. A lot of damage. This could be enough to get the kill. The dunk is not nearly enough damage. Oh my, you called it a Zale.
Yeah.
Darius can't get away.
Yeah, you cannot win that 1v1 if it's just going to be a straight up fight to the death, full health, running each other. Evie actually had him poked down a little bit, and Ziv used the dunk before 5 stacks.
Yeah.
So those are 2 big things. I still think he would have lost had he waited for that additional auto, and he clearly wasn't confident that he would even survive to get that final stack. So Evie looking very good, and I think, given how that one went down, if you can actually just wait for your cooldowns again and kind of allow Ziv to push in a little bit, you can try to repeat that.
Yep.
Ziv is going to have to be a bit more tricky. Ziv is going to have to be the guy who hits some Qs while you're trying to CS, gets you poked down, and then looks for the all-in himself.
Yeah, going to be a big deal there. So it is going to be the pieces of a Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Right, Phage into Kindle Gem. That's that build
Makes
path.
sense.
Sure.
You could definitely hit, Black Cleaver plus Glacial. You could even do Black Cleaver plus Tabbies and just have the Mana Crystal because you wanted a little bit of mana. Maybe that was the idea there. But Evie just needs to kind of chill back. There's a big minion wave stacked up. You don't want to fight into that because remember, you don't have flash or ultimate either. So if you get pulled in by Ziv and forced into an all-in with that minion wave, you would lose.
Woo!
So
Huge chunk.
yeah, that is a lot of damage there.
20% current health on top. Beautiful stuff right there. I wouldn't even minded Righteous Glory. Because you're like, hey, I already got the first kill. If I can just force the all-in again before more items come in, just fight him as soon as I get ult back up and guarantee it with the active, I could have seen that work too.
I can see both points of view, because if you could also be worried, well, what if he just turtles it out and then you're forced into the Ring of Fire all-in?
With a Righteous Glory.
Right? So I can see both points of view. Plus, honestly, it shouldn't be that hard to force an all-in. If Darius' wave is pushing and you hit one axe, you press R and run.
You're running him down.
He can't actually flash away. There's no way to deny the potential all-in unless he just wants to stay max range and never CS again.
It's not going to work too well for you.
No, I don't think.
Because you have to actually get the CS to get the comeback gold. You got to knock down the cannon.
At least the cannon. The cannon is the important one.
You can see the first turret plate has like 300 health on it. If he's at least like in local gold range. He's at. Yeah. Okay, he got plate gold. Looks like. And yeah, you can see he's just like able to aggressively wave clear. Looks like he's going to shove this and probably go for the reset.
Yeah, he even went for kind of the more, I hate to say it in a 1v1, but almost scaling build, right? Because it is not like the double Dorans and these sorts of things. He went for components right from the get-go.
Right, to complete
that
some
actually
items.
build into bigger items.
All right, pretty big chunk out there from Ziv. And he's actually, taking some trades now as well. One hit. That's an early berry. They're going to go for the all-in right now. Big dunk comes across, but it might be enough anyway. Evie slaps him down.
Yeah, I like that one. Evie, smart pick here. Olaf very strong in that full-on 1v1. I think Ziv smelled blood in the water a bit. He knew he needed to look for something.
Yeah.
Had an opportunity there to try to go for an all-in, but we saw how it played out the first time around. And
wasn't
that felt
better
like a little bit of champion roulette. That felt like Evie got the better of him in that blind pick.
Yeah.
And made it work.
One minor thing, I think he hit barrier thinking it was Ghost.
Yeah.
Like I saw him hit F and it was like, that's not when you want the barrier to come down.
But this was just really well played by Evie. He's full health. The Q is on cooldown. If you hit an axe here, you know you can look for the fight. And once you're in on top of Ziv, with the ultimate up, he can't even slow you and back up. So that is a Q that actually hits with the handle, means it does less damage, means it doesn't give you the heal. Had that been an outer ring Q and he used the ultimate after 5 stacks, that can be a very different fight. But that's one of the reasons that Olaf is considered a good matchup in Darius, because it is so easy to actually stay in on top of him. Ziv here, knowing he's at 4 stacks, knowing a turret shot did go out, wanted to look for it. Actually did get the outer ring of the Q there, but Evie was too strong and just able to turn around and knock him down.
Yeah, he's just durable enough, right? Barrier, obviously a really big deal. It's essentially free HP.
Ooh, look at the hair.
I know, it's the full rainbow.
That is looking good.
He had stylish hair last time. This is, I would say, a step up.
That is so bright, too.
It's fresh.
Yeah. But I mean, a lot of times when people get their hair dyed, it's kind of like more murky. I feel like he would have had to like full on bleach it out.
Probably
It
did.
would have been a long process. It's looking nice.
Yeah, he did a good job with
I
this one.
respect it. That's cool.
Shout out his hairdresser.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, like, I'm just going to guess it wasn't a self-service job. Like, I just feel like I had someone do
What
it.
if he did it himself?
You know what? Then I'm even more impressed by Papa.
Yeah.
You know? I don't even want to, like, guess that he didn't do it. I just feel like he didn't.
Ooh.
And now we're going to see
Nocturne.
very different game state, right?
Yeah, this is very, very different. But to be fair, Heimer is one of the champions that is actually quite strong in a small ring as well.
Yeah.
So Nocturne is actually something that we did see in some internal play tests when we were messing around with this, because people are thinking, all right, well, how can you metagame this? How can you cheese this? And Nocturne was one of the ideas, given that you can Q spam, your passive helps you to wave clear, and the idea is you should have enough wave clear on Nocturne to survive into the ring, especially if you're going Tiamat build. You're looking to clear waves, reset, and you're trying to actually delay until you have that ultimate, and only fight with the ultimate up, right? Because if they're squished in, you're hoping you can win that 100-0. What I do think that Seiya could look for is actually just a Zhonya's rush, though. Because if you actually have the Zhonya's to deny the ultimate damage and your turret's set up, well, that's a pretty damn good deterrent to that all-in.
Yep, definitely the case. And that's going to be one to watch for. He's already got, the cloth armor, which you're pretty much always going to see in this matchup. Also, I want to say a little surprised to see Electrocute over like a lethal tempo, because I think if you are really fighting your opponent, you're probably going to fight them for a good 6 auto attacks. Maybe I'm wrong about the read on how long it takes to deal damage on Nocturne, but I feel like you get more damage out of lethal tempo.
Lethal tempo can be pretty strong. I think it's harder to get value out of, though.
Okay.
If you're worried about getting kited out, if you get grenade slowed or something like this. Electrocute is pretty much guaranteed. Anytime you ult, you're going to get the proc.
RQE is going to do it.
Exactly, right? You can actually Q during the ultimate while you're flying through the air, and then you E as soon as you land, and you've already procced this without even an auto.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's very easy to actually proc, and especially if you can look for something like that, and he doesn't have a stopwatch, there is very high potential to actually just get an instant 100-0. A level 6 Nocturne has incredibly high burst.
All right, we'll see if that's going to be coming through here on this one. Of course, team out for the early wave pressures, working pretty well. Seiya gets the easy chance at grabbing the top side health relic. They're going to be traded back and forth. Farm numbers don't really matter, but it's always nice to see a Nocturne laning well against a Heimerdinger. Generally, obviously, a great bully that Heimer is, but yeah, Tiamat Rush. That's all you need, really. If you want to outlane Heimer, just buy a Tiamat.
Yeah, just buy a Tiamat at level 1. Why doesn't anyone do that?
Yeah, at level 3 even. Just have all your spells already.
Yeah, exactly. Just kill him.
Perfect.
Easy.
Rocket Max, of course, coming through for Heimer. That's really the only ability you ever max. The Q rank up is garbage. The E rank up, I think, is just damage. So, of course, that's the build we see. Turret health scales on champion level.
Yeah, Pabu, I'm assuming, is going Q-Max. That really kind of seems like the only viable one there. But I do feel like there is some pressure on Seiya to maybe kind of bully a little bit earlier, unless he is feeling confident that he can win that straight up all-in, despite Pabu having the ultimate. And Pabu was a guy who was pretty clever about how he kind of climbed the ranks in last year's All-Star. He did upset a lot of players, people not expecting him to be able to take down Faker and guys like this and make it all the way to the finals. And I think Nocturne bringing that out shows that he has, really kind of thought this through a bit. And this is, I think, a pretty strong kind of metagamey pick.
Yeah.
Where he's trying to really kind of outthink his opponents and trump them as far as the preparation goes.
Yep, definitely agree as a top champion pick. We'll see if that can come through for him. We've been seeing plenty of Heimer bans from the other players. Going for the first all-in potentially here. Level 7, but doesn't go for the play. Knows, of course, that Heimer could flash pull him out of the turret, go for a stun maybe. Would look pretty good for him. Either way, going to get the reset coming through. Heimer going to grab most of the CS, and we'll see what comes through the next buy. Probably bits of a Duskblade, I'm going to guess.
Oh,
okay, actually, Merc.
Well, he's debating.
Looked at Merc Dread, said actually.
Hexdrinker. I like that.
Going towards. I wouldn't actually finish Maw, by the way. Going from Hexdrinker to Maw is not very gold efficient.
Okay.
Just I've done the math a bunch of different times. No, it's still actually horrible. You sit on Hexdrinker and just go into lethality from there.
So this is actually really interesting. Seiya is going Chain Vest.
Oh, wow.
As well as the Haunting Guise. So, potentially working towards the Leandries. So he's not actually going for something like a Zhonya's or a Stopwatch. This is something that becomes effective in an extended trade. I actually think that Stopwatch and Zhonya's is just way more effective in the 100-0 all-in, though, because you can actually Stopwatch and immune the ultimate damage itself. And that is such a big deal. Not only that, but you can also use your Stopwatch to actually immune the Fear, which generally speaking, if you got feared in the 1v1 against Nocturne, you've already lost.
Well, this is going to be a Fear. Nice spell. She actually blocks the stun, chases it for plenty of damage. Walks him back out with about 40 HP left. Then goes back in for the ulti. Trades R for R. Walks back out. Turret does decent damage, though, on Pabu.
Okay.
As bad for wear as Seiya is.
Yeah, so they traded Barrier for Ignite. The Ignite should be up a bit sooner for Pabu. He did use it earlier, and I believe it's a little bit lower cooldown.
Yeah, very slightly.
So maybe a window there for him. But Pabu Dubs has been pretty low, and with that passive, you can actually regen up quite a bit. Seiya doesn't have any more health potions, so there is risk of actually getting poked down by these Qs, these Dustbringers, if you are not able to dodge them. Yeah, he's getting pretty dangerously low. I mean, there is no stopwatch, so if you get hit by another Q, I think Pabu can actually just like flash and kill you.
Yeah, actually, unless he manages to land the flash away in time, right? And you're stuck under the turret without a target to hit, but you're right. Q flash might be enough for a kill, so it's going to be forcing a pretty rough reset here.
This could be 2 turret plates easily. So the first one is 1 auto. The second one, maybe he even stays around for 3. Remember, this is 1,700 health. I hope I'm saying that number right, but
I think you're right.
I think it's 1,700 versus SR's 3K. So even though he's taking big chunks out of it, it's actually not an incredible amount of damage. You can kill through that pretty quick. And this is another interesting buy here from Seiya. So actually getting kind of pieces of a Gunblade, he's going to be finishing with components. And when you're building all these different components, you're not actually going to have enough gold for fully completed items. And it will be Pabu just sitting on the Hex Drinker, building some lethality.
Yep.
So he is going to have mostly components also. He's going to be on Merc Treads. Pretty helpful if you do actually get tagged with that grenade. Obviously, you're going to be trying to spell shield the grenade, but not always going to be able to get it.
And keep in mind, we're only a few waves away from sudden death. Keep in mind, sudden death happens usually about level 11. They're both 10. So in about 1 minute, that ring is going to spawn, and the ring closes over the course of 1 minute. So when it spawns, you have time to recall basically immediately and get back into lane. So we'll see maybe one more shopping trip. So 30-second warning. I mean, I would probably recall for a long sword, but I also want to make sure I get level 11.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's probably worth you basically have to go back to base right away. If you're Pabu and you can actually clear this wave, then you have a small timing to be able to get back to base, buy another little bit if you can. We'll see if he does decide to actually look for that reset. I think it would be pretty smart, but it seems like he's just going to stay around. And at this point, you don't really have much of a chance to go back.
All right, lands the Q poke. That's actually pretty valuable. I would take that over a longsword, so I think that was actually the right play. 11 for both now.
And I think that was actually the health pack buff. That was the 20% current health damage buff on that. So just looking for poke. And if you can keep Seiya's turrets whittled down, the potential all-in is going to be much harder for him. Seiya does have a pretty interesting set of components here. I do tend to favor the itemization for Pabu pretty heavily. I think that he's setting on a really good kind of set of items here.
I seem like Hex Drinker more than I like Chain Vest.
Yeah.
I think as an item overall as the wave clear continues. And keep in mind, if you wave clear, your opponent has to tank the minions in your wave because they can't run back and let the turret help. So like one more Q and Heimer's stuck inside the turrets. Here comes the flash in for plenty of damage. Barrier comes on top. A lot of fights back and forth, but Pabu's running out of health. Gets the fear, flashes them out, knocks down the turrets, but where can he go? The minions! The minions will win by themselves if he can land 1 Q. Needs to land some poke. Still a little bit low, knocking on the minions. Where can Heimer go? Oh! Woo! Pabu knocks him down, takes him the first round.
That was so close. Seiya did land the grenade stun on top of 1 turret plus his ulted turret. Almost enough to take him down, but the Hex Drinker, the spell shield, as well as that vamp, able to sustain Pabu through that. And it all came down to that last spell, that last Q, taking down Heimer. This was incredibly close. So Pabu pops the ultimate, he loses vision. So he flashes into the brush to get right on top. He uses the barrier, uses the spell shield, but Seiya did a really good job of actually waiting it out. Unfortunately for him, as the grenade stun landed, he got feared. So it's a full-on retreat for Seiya. Had he not stepped into that brush though, forcing the flash, this would not have even been close because it could have just been a flash follow for Pabu. But just the very edge of that Q did connect, and it looked like his grenade hit too. So this really was so damn close. All down to the Q, and Pabu, waiting for that cooldown. You can see
he's at 140
right as it's up.
Yeah, the grenade, I don't know if it would have been lethal damage, but that should have been rank 3E. It would have been rank 3E at 121 HP. So I think if the Q doesn't land, Pabu's dead. So Seiya was, literally a 1/10 of a second from winning that one.
Yeah.
Right? Played it out pretty well. The health bar just high enough to survive it, but at the end of the day, Pabu moves forward.
Yeah, very, very close there. I wonder, if Seiya could have done a little bit different itemization, this sort of thing to actually make the difference. I think he might have been able to win that had he itemized a little bit differently. But, in that final 1v1, he did play it quite well. Forcing the flash into the brush just to get vision for the ultimate was big because, had he not done that, as soon as Seiya flashes away, it would have been a flash follow and kill him off. So a really close one. We've had some exciting ones so far. And Whippo bringing out the Ornn. So this is Ornn into Rumble. And as much as people, I think, are going to meme on a tank pick in a 1v1, Ornn actually has some pretty nasty base damage these days, and I think is by far the strongest tank right now in the current metagame.
Sure.
Have talked to some pros about it. They feel that it's pretty strong. If you can actually hit kind of those passive autos, if you can get that brutal passive with your W, the clap does a lot of damage.
Yeah, it does. What? All right, a little bit of poke early game. Bolulu going to do his best.
And Cowl is really efficient also. So you're going to be, getting a lot out of this early buy here. Cowl plus Reju feed, always going to be tanky.
Clap!
So that's significant damage. You get a couple of those in, the Q cooldown is pretty low, and anytime a Q comes out, you have got to kind of back off and respect that searing charge.
Yeah.
It is actually pretty dangerous, so.
It's a big don't stand to your radius. Don't be in charge knockup range. Goes for an auto. Gets him brittle. Not going to land the rest of the autos. The E's on cooldown, so he can't get the knockup there either, and that's going to be a decent trade.
Yeah, the question here is, Whipple will have enough mana to actually kind of keep this up. That is where Rumble could get a bit of an advantage. If this were SR and this was competitive, you would say, all right, well, Rumble's going to push him in, but it's going to be kind of farmy, and that's what's going to happen. But, Rumble can't just shove it and roam. You've got to kill the guys. So it does get a little bit more difficult, I think, in this sort of a situation. And Whippo can use his searing charge much more aggressively than you would be able to on SR because you don't need to save that for any potential escape. Yeah. So the matchup does get changed quite a lot by that.
There's value in all the purchases as well. Gets himself a Doran's shield,
which is really, really strong right now. This should be the buffed version, which is stronger into ranged matchups. So he's going to have an incredible amount of regen in his kit here. And Bolu can get knocked up.
Decent damage. Triggers Brass, gets some damage out of that one. Claps the cannon minion, and he's doing well in the early laning. We're going to see the eventual Leandries, I'm assuming, out of Bolulu, and that'll be decent damage there.
Yeah. Could definitely see that coming through for Bolulu. But you can also go something like Adaptive. Adaptive is going to be incredibly strong here against the Rumble.
Yeah.
I wonder if Whipple is going to decide to rush straight for that because it's so efficient, or if he wants to just sit on Cowl and then build towards things that are going to give him extra damage, like Sheen, right? Where traditionally you would look for something like that.
Yeah. I would definitely want to see Adaptive come out in the finished build, though, right? We've seen the builds, right? You get to about 4K, and that's about it. You get like 3,000 to 4,000-ish gold items, and you can get Sheen Adaptive plus like boots, maybe boots too, and that's the build path, right? And I think there's so much value in. I mean, all of Rumble's damage is repeated, right? The Q is half of it, R is the other half.
Yeah, so I think when I'm thinking about how much gold people actually get, so Nocturne had Hex Drinker, that's 1,300. He had like another.
It's decent damage. Shield comes up. How does it kill him?
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's 1,300 from Hex Drinker, another 1,350 or whatever from the Tiamat, 1,100 from Merchants, or is that 1,200? And then he also had a serrated target.
Okay,
right?
so 47.
Yeah, so you have a lot of gold in there. So there's potential to go for things like, boots, Adaptive, and Sheen if you think that's going to be pretty powerful. You could even go Catalyst, which is pretty efficient if you want to work towards that. So definitely some options. Oh, he's got
Flash Shadow! Yep!
Whippo's loving it. He's laughing it up. Gets the Baron recall here. He's looking pleased with himself. I love it.
I love it too. It's good play. He's doing good stuff.
And Whippo is one of the guys who I think has some of the most fun reactions. He is so expressive. You can tell when he's mad. You can tell when he's having fun. And he is pretty pleased about that.
That's the build path, right?
Yeah, it is. So he only bought. I'm kind of confused.
Isn't the combined cost really high on that?
It might be. So
I think
maybe he's just not quite at that combined cost. But this wave is going to be a lot of gold because Wave was pushing through him. He still has the cannon. So once he gets this, he can obviously use his passive to build that up, craft that item, and then he's going to be sitting in a pretty good position. It does look like Leandry's build coming through here on the other side for Bolulu.
I'd definitely do it over Merlinomicon. That would be a really troll. I'm just saying, people have done worse.
Yeah. Somewhere out there.
Somewhere out
LS
there.
is Malding. I don't think he was happy about the Ezreal Morellos in U.R.F. either.
No.
No.
But there's the Adaptive. All right, so he's almost invincible now, and he's got a lot of time to work with, right? You can basically take any turret dive 1-for-1, and that wins you the game.
Yep.
There's decent damage right there. Gonna feel pretty happy about that one. And anytime he wants to like craft boots or whatever, it's gonna be doable.
Yeah. You can see the players talking back and forth. Whippo looking pretty happy. Bolulu looking like, ooh, this isn't going too well.
He's waiting for the power spike, right? He knows
Where is the power spike?
The power spike is Leandry's level 11.
Okay.
And you try to wear him down. I don't know if you can wear him down. He's got Adaptive Helm.
You're like, just lose the traits, though.
You probably just do. But you at least wait till you have a completed item.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you finish Adaptive. At least get your Leandry's out there.
Power spike is Whippo misses all his abilities.
Yeah.
That's the power spike you're waiting for.
Just outplay him. Just dodge. Just pink ward the skill shots. You'll be fine.
I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, Wave Clear's looking pretty good. You probably can't really afford Leandry's plus Void Step. I don't think you can actually get that build completed.
No, you wouldn't have enough gold for that, I don't think. And you know, especially when you already have starter items like boots, endurance. And
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
And it's always tough because when you get shoved in like this, you're so scared to ever miss a cannon minion because there was so much damn gold, especially when you are behind. So with Whippo just shoving it in constantly, I think Bolulu is going to be pretty hesitant to recall very often, but is going to go back to base now. We'll see if he does end up actually missing the cannon. Mind you, it is very tanky. A melee minion has to go off first, but Whippo going to get 2 plates. We've seen a lot of people take 3, but this is a tank, so I think he'll just grab those first couple plates, steals the health back, and he can go back to base and buy up. And Whippo's going to be sitting in such a good position. The Ring of Fire will be spawning here probably pretty soon, considering Whippo is level 11. You can hit 12 before it, and admittedly, Bolulu has missed some experience, so... Oh god, another Cowl plus Machine. I just think his itemization is too good.
Yeah.
I think it's actually unlosable.
I think it probably is too. I'm not sure how you get out of this one.
I think it's doomed.
All right, well...
I'm pretty sure Whippo just has him.
Yep, we're calling it. All right. Don't screw up Whippo, and you're going to get this one no problem.
I think Whippo could get a little bit of style in on this one. Like,
okay.
You could start dancing in the equalizer and stuff and still probably win the 1v1.
Just heal in the equalizer?
Yeah.
Just your base region's high enough?
Yeah, I mean, Whippo... And Ornn has some good dance moves. You got the little shuffle, you know, your hands are going and stuff. And
Yep. All right, just enough time for the final reset.
All right.
It technically gives a little bit more mana.
Maybe boots. Boots
I would
nice.
do boots. Okay, health. Just some health.
Ruby Crystal, some more potions. He's feeling good. He's all powered up, and he's got so much gold, it seems, on his opponent at this point with the turret plates, with the kill.
Yeah.
That Whippo is looking good. We'll see if Bolulu can look for any sort of outplay.
The one thing I think would actually help, it's not going to be enough, but it would help. Oh, he's going to go for it right now. That, okay. I would, oh my god.
Wait, he wants it. Dance.
Whippo's now 1, I think. With the Rumble ult down, I think it's over.
Yeah, and I mean, look at his health, right? Like, he's just going to be regenning back up.
Yep.
Bolulu is very low. The Ring of Fire is coming. There's going to be no kiting the Ornn.
You get the health relic here, Bolulu. Like, the way I thought he was going to win...
Can he get in? Uh-oh.
If anything, was actually ult the wave, make him tank your wave, fight him in that.
Yeah.
That would have been the one way I think you had a chance, is to add some physical damage, but now it's instead Whippo with the push. Like, I don't know where Rumble goes. But he's back to healthy.
That's where he goes.
He's knocked up. This health bar's running low. He's got some back. The spear's doing a little bit.
Oh, he did a little bit of a wiggle. Did a little bit of a taunt.
He did a little. Good job, Whippo. We saw it coming.
Yeah, I
Good job,
respect
dude.
it. I think he could have got some recall BM in there. Maybe a little dance move.
You know, he could have.
He could have.
I would have liked to see the recall BM.
Yeah.
I think
Recall
that
BM is pretty top tier. It's
That
pretty
is
good.
top tier in a 1v1 where it's sudden dead.
Yep,
You know
but-
you won by so much.
Whippo bringing out the tank.
Yep.
Laying the smackdown with the Ornn. Early first blood. Making it look clean. He's happy. He's smiling.
Yep.
It's All-Stars, baby.
It's All-Stars, and LEC is undefeated, I believe, so far.
Ooh. That's true.
Except in URF. I'm
well,
sure there's an URF player who lost from the LEC.
Yeah, probably. Well, Caps. Caps
Yeah,
lost, right?
Caps lost. So, yep.
But there were probably other LEC people on there, but Whippo planned it out well. I think smart build.
Yep.
You know, really did have a good champion pick for it.
Distinct lack of recall right here, but he did the
There was
control, control free.
little shuffle, you know.
Little shuffle.
Yeah. I'll give him a 9 out of 10 on his overall performance.
Yeah.
I'll give him a 3 out of 10 on his BM. I think he could have gotten a lot more BM.
But so here's what I want to say though.
Yeah.
Is doing anything at all still a sub 5? Because so many people don't, right?
Those are negative ratings. Your BM.
I mean, you just do a
because
0.
you go to no. You
Wait,
go to
what?
a different scale. You get points on the politeness score.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's. I see. I see.
Yeah,
You actually get pushed all the way down.
Yeah,
so,
you get pushed
so
down into another scale.
If you
which
only
gives
do like
negative BM rating.
So if you only do like one dance and it's out of combat, that's like the bare minimum for a 0.
That's like yeah. That's
It's
a
like,
zero.
well, you did it, but
You're on
no
the
one
board.
cares.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Then I accept your 3 out of 10.
Yeah.
All right. Of the BMs, the 3 out of 10. We're into this one though. I'm all about Doinby. That dude popped off in the URF game.
He did.
He went for the scaling build. He went tier on Cassidon.
He also had the pocket Ivern.
The pocket Ivern helped.
Yeah, the pocket Ivern is OP on URF.
That's true.
All right, let's see it. Doinby's just going for it.
Woo!
He's got combat summoners. Get in there.
Ow. I think Saros won that fight.
Hey, he did. But there is regen on the side of Doinby here. He's got the double Dorans. Probably has some lifesteal in the runes. This will be an interesting one to watch. I do think that, you know, if you go for a really efficient build on Lucian, it becomes very difficult. for someone like Syndra to win. In the past, when we watched these types of matchups in 1v1 All-Stars, often the way that the Syndra had a chance was actually wave control and winning by CS.
Right.
And I think this is not there anymore. So it does become very difficult if you can't actually bully him very heavily early, because once you're sitting on like a Hex Drinker and you have a Vamp and multiple Doran's Blades, you're not able to get one shot. It's like, ooh, that gets tough because your mana bar starts really fighting heavily against their lifesteal and their amount of health, and often the marksmen come out on top in that sort of battle.
Yeah, I think we're looking at Hex Drinker Cutlass, and then you've got 2,000 gold to spend, and you could go Spectre's Cowl. I wouldn't even hate that.
Yeah.
Just like, well, if I don't get all in, I always win is like maybe reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for the Ring of Fire fight, I think that actually makes a lot of sense. But you have to give a lot of credit to Seros. He's landing every skill shot right now. He's actually slamming Doomby with these skill shots. So, we talked about if you're going to win early, you have to be really harassing your opponent, and he's doing an incredible job with that. And he's going to lose the cannon. So we're going to see Seros way up in gold.
One thing I got to point out is because of the elevated XP income, you're leveling up every wave or two. So Last Chapter is giving you so much mana.
That's true. It's pretty insane value with that passive every time you do level up. It is just going to be the boots buy and some potions for Do and B. We see a Fairy Charm and I believe a Doran's Ring picked up, as well as that refillable for Seros. So, probably working towards a Luden's. The kind of defensive itemization against physical is much more difficult for mages. Yeah, you can go for Zonias, but that's not really going to win you the game.
Yeah, Arm Guard itself is efficient.
Yeah, but it's like, is surviving enough? I tend to feel like no. I tend to feel like as Syndra in a matchup like this, the extended fight is not what you want. You want to try to threaten lethal damage, and that's going to be kind of how you do it, through harassing him down and then maybe a Flash R Ignite or something like that. You have the barrier down, but mind you, the cooldowns on the summoner spells are a lot lower. So it's a much smaller window to punish.
Right, your Ignite cooldown is basically your ult cooldown in both these cases. So it's like that's up for each all-in, and you're going to trade those back and forth every time. And we'll have to see. I'm also kind of like in my mind thinking about like, is it worth it to go Oblivion Orb Sork Shoes when you know you're going to fight a Hex Drinker?
Probably not.
And it's close.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because you are level 11, so you've got rank 3E, rank 2 ult. Like you've got decent base damage.
Up, freak.
Basically, you're facing off about like 70 to 80 magic resist.
Okay.
And 33 magic pen is not bad in that case. Like it's obviously you'd want someone without items at all, but
what about Leandry's by comparison?
Arguably better. Like Haunting Guys is probably a better item than Oblivion Orb in most cases.
I tend to think that the way he's probably going to win, is it has to be like harassing him down and then killing him with lethal damage. I'm not sure if having, say, Lost Chapter plus Leandry's would be better, or having Luden's plus Haunting Guys. That's maybe
I would like Luden's Haunting Guys.
Yeah, so
I'd go for that.
That's kind of where I tend to land. I think having the CDR is very, very valuable there. The additional burst potential. Seros has been playing this out well. He's up in farm. He did get a turret plate there, so yes, the farm isn't a win condition, but it is nice. Making you stronger for those potential 1v1s. And Seros has been great at landing these skill shots.
He stunned him out of the Ring of Health. He landed the W to get the 20% current health damage, so he's keeping lane pressure up against Doinby. And he's forcing like backwards E's as well, so he's actually like he's forcing awkward recalls. He's denying some of the gold. He's getting the cannon, 177 for the cannon there, and that's with him being up. That's how much they're worth.
And this is actually back-to-back cannon waves that Doinby has recalled on and missed. And when you are behind on gold, that's a couple hundred gold that you're missing from killing that cannon, right? That's almost a kill worth of gold that Doinby has missed there. So you can see how much he is ahead, right? That's a good 800-900 gold now with that turret plate popping in. It looked like it was like 4,300 or so to 34 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have a pretty good buy for himself. We'll see where he does go. It is gonna be the Ludens and now Cloth Armor. So it's looking like probably Luden's Seekers would be my guess at this point. I do tend to think that it's going to be less about the survivability from the Seekers and more I would have preferred that Haunting Guys as a result. But maybe if it is just like 100-0, the Lucian's hitting you the whole time, then Seekers could pay off.
I will say, like, this game is definitely going to sudden death. Like, I don't see 2 kills coming in before then.
Yeah,
so it's like, well, we're trading our entire health bars. Wait, the only thing that matters at that point is health bar versus health bar. And at that point, then, okay, yeah, I like Arm Guard a lot for this one. I think you can just barely afford Arm Guard and a Ruby Crystal.
Okay.
I think there's enough time for that. With how many plates he's getting, I think he has the money for it. So you can get armor and health. Generally, the math works out that you'd rather buy health than armor at equal gold efficiency. But in this case, you're getting a lot of armor at very efficient value, so I could see it being good.
Yeah, and on the other side, we see Merc Treads, we see the Hex Drinker, so kind of building for that efficiency, building for the mobility here against Saros. And remember, Saros doesn't actually have any boots. He does have Flash, but it is double combat summoners
He's going
here
for
on
the play.
He's going.
Cooling on there as well, dodging most of those shots is Saros, but gets chunked low, and he's got to make sure they don't wait too long, because sudden death is coming up soonish, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get the notification in like 20 seconds here.
Okay, so he's going to recall now. This is a pretty good timing.
Yeah.
Ignite down for both players, so we'll be Flash versus Barrier. I feel like recalling in the same spot is a little bit troll, because you could just potentially get interrupted again.
Oh, it doesn't land the summit. Cuckoo for the ult! This kill won't end the game. He actually probably should have just let himself die and not lost the Flash.
Yeah, that's funny. I actually think you're right, but players aren't going to think about that, Saving that Flash.
Yeah, I mean, you don't
versus
think of it.
Barrier. That is such a metagamey thing, and I think you're actually correct, because likely we wouldn't have seen. Well, I don't know, because you do give the Baron recall and the gold over to Doomby.
Right, so he gets 400 gold for a Ruby Crystal or something.
Yeah. Either way, going to be about 600 gold up in this final fight is Saros, but I do think the range is the biggest advantage for Syndra. We have seen him constantly, outranging the Lucian, throwing these spells out, kind of harassing down the Lucian. But with Ring of Fire spawning, that's not really that much of an option. Lucian can actually just wait it out until you are in auto attack range for pretty much the whole fight.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the mobility doesn't really matter as much. Ignites are going to be pretty much timed out to both be up at the same time here, so we'll see.
And we're 25 seconds away from Unleashed Power. Ignite's about 2 seconds before that here for Saros. So that's like, he's waiting for that timer.
Yeah.
Which is like as the ring goes all the way to melee here. So he's going to have to try to like play it as low as possible, right? Keep the push going, right? Make Doinby take some extra minion damage. And he's waiting for the ults in 4 seconds, and that's when the fight really happens. Going forward,
here we go. Can't kite now.
Can't go backwards. Goes for big damage. Can't find the stun just yet. This is going to be the big chunk. He's ignited, and Doinby gets it.
That was so close. Saros not quite able to take him down. Doomby will survive, will move on. We've had a lot of close fights in these Ring of Fires. The Nocturne versus Heimer, now the Lucian here up against the Syndra. And I think he played it out smart, right? You eliminate the Syndra range advantage here. He gave him no way to kite. And if that is more of a normal game state where you can just kite back forever, I think the Syndra could have actually taken that with the gold advantage, but just no way to escape that.
But you imagine, having Flash to dodge something.
Yeah.
He landed this first stun, which is nice, but there was no follow-up. He landed a Q with it, and there was no stun for the rest of this fight. So when he gets chased down.
Did Syndra actually get Ignite off? I'm not sure. It looked like, so Ignite came up right now for Doomby. He drops it immediately. So I don't think there was an Ignite. Yeah, Ignite never got to come out, and that was so incredibly close.
Yeah.
His Ignite was up. I'm not sure if he was actually in range to use it there, but that would have been ridiculously close.
Yeah.
Because it was only one Ignite that went off, and that was Illusionist.
Yeah, there's a 4-second desync between ult being up and Ignite being up for the Syndra.
Yeah.
And if he ulted on cooldown, there was no time for Ignite. That's the 4-second difference right there. I'm not certain though, but either way, obviously.
Like it was up, but I'm not sure. And, and the thing is, he was back in the very corner, and the Ignite range is actually a lot shorter than your spell range, so close one.
It is a close one. Either way it happened. Last thing I want to point out, because I love microcosms and stuff, Arm Guard was built last. I think you want to build that early to get the stats. 15 armor, 15 PvP. When this guy lives 100 health, you probably, I think,
get freak in there.
I think you plan out a 4,000 gold build, and you get Arm Guard early on with that one. Either way, we're into this one. Fofo versus Optimus.
Ooh,
let's make it happen.
I like this.
And this is these are all AAA bans, right, for Fofo, so I feel like he didn't really care.
Yeah.
They chose to play Yasuo Mira.
And it is different runes, though. So quite different setups. Grasp and Flash versus Hail of Blades and Barrier. I tend to think Optimus has the much better setup. I think that there is potential for outplay here with Flash, but it's melee versus melee. You're going to try to flash a Q, hopefully a tornadoed Q. Maybe that makes the difference. But I think more times than not, Barrier is just so consistent in these all-ins. And Hail Blades, we saw kind of showcased, I think, first by the Shy at Worlds.
Yeah.
Kind of bringing that out. And I mean, you could EQ for a guaranteed ult. And I guess Fofo really is going to have to go for kind of the sick out.
So definitely doing some battle. No knockup. Nice wind wall. So if you do learn wind wall, it blocks the range Q. And this is a lot of damage already on Optimus.
Fofo just beating him down.
Having a great start.
Yeah, I mean, he has the passive fully stacked up. He's just dashing back and forth.
Yep. A big thing to point out, Hail of Blades does not reset while you're in combat, so once he got that to happen, he said, okay, well, if we keep battling, you don't have a keystone anymore, I'll grasp you.
Yeah, pretty rough start for Optimus.
Yes.
Fofo definitely outplaying there, getting the best of him, and did have a really nice individual performance, I think, at Worlds. Fofo will just base. Probably could have taken a turret plate or two. It might actually just get lost. No, it looks like it'll survive.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Either way, that he could have greeted for the 120 gold if he didn't need it for a pickup.
So what did he get? He got a dagger. So gets a dagger on the recall. Optimus got nothing on the recall, and is actually still missing a little bit of health. The other difference in itemization was Optimus did start with the dagger, whereas Fofo actually started with the long sword. So going for a little bit different of a setup. Play by play. Go.
No, that's good enough by itself. That's great. Why wasn't that sound effect in the True Damage music video?
I don't know. Probably because it would have been horrible.
That'll be in the remix.
Okay.
We'll bring that one back.
The remix is just that. Instead of the record scratching, it's just the Yasuo auto attack cancel.
I have to imagine that that sound effect has to be similar to the record scratch. Like, it's not quite there, but
close enough.
It's close enough.
Okay.
Just breaking it down. 2 turntables and a mic. 1 fat MC on the set.
What's fat MC on the set?
Yeah.
Freak
PHAT. There's a real song, by the way, by Black Moon that has that line. It's a good song.
Okay.
All right, I just want to point that out. I know some of my old school hip hop.
I like it.
There you go.
Yeah. Keep it up.
Nope, we're good. I know that entire song, but there's a lot of lyrics that are not safe for air.
Well, you could give us the safe for work version, right? Kind of like when you listen to a song and you're like, I love this song, and then it's
half it's beeped out.
Yeah, it's all beeped out, or they're like, we're jamming at the club, having a good time, you know, and it's all like the really kind of like happy version of it.
Yeah,
you could just give us that version.
I forget the name of the song, but there's one where the radio edit is just record scratches instead of the lyrics, and like an entire verse is just record scratches. It's amazing.
Quality music.
It's high quality music.
Yeah.
Either way, double CS lead. Fofo's clapping right now in this mirror matchup.
There's a lot of farm though that he can pick up.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a big minion wave.
Ooh, he missed the cannon, I think.
Ooh, FF.
That means Optimus got the gold credit for the missed cannon.
That was removed.
Oh, really? Oh, then I'm sure.
Yeah, I think that was initially in there where if you could actually deny your opponent the cannon, you got half of the cannon gold, so it was pretty insane with how cannons were worth so much money. But still, cannon's incredibly valuable if you can actually deny one from your opponent. It's almost like denying them a kill at times, especially if they are already down on gold, because they do get, I want to say, 10% of the difference in gold, like how much down, plus the base value of the cannon. So if you're down 1K, you'd get like an extra 100 gold from the cannon, which is already worth a ton.
Yeah, their baseline like 117. Like if you get the very first cannon of the game, it's like 100 something.
And it scales up. Like,
oh yeah,
they can be worth a ton. So different itemization here now. Optimus is behind, so he's actually going to go for that Bramble Vest. So it's Bramble Vest versus the Vamp Scepter. So I do think if you're just kind of like fighting it out, the Bramble Vest probably does win in that regard. The problem with the healing debuff is always that they can heal up off the minions.
Yep. And that armor is going to do a little bit of work, but you can see Fofo still feeling pretty good. I want to point out that CS got close to equalized.
Yeah.
Fofo right now has the first push, so his numbers were again inflated, but the last reset was 33 to 38.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge wave for Optimus to pick up, and he was able to do so. Both these guys looking like they don't want to really commit to the full all-in. Optimus took the worst of that early trade that we did have, and since then it's kind of just been farming it out. But we are going to be building towards this eventual battle.
Knock up in a grasp. Didn't go for the ult on that one. Could have, but chose not to. Still trading blows back and forth. Watch out for this lockup. Available for Optimus. Wind wall goes to the side, hits the minions instead. There goes again the way of Fofo.
Still looking at maybe proc this grab here. Optimus does pick up the cannon. Plus a couple minions there, 263 gold, so absolutely huge amount getting injected in. These guys are scaling up towards that rank 2 ultimate, and that is likely where we will see this unless Fofo decides to go. But I do think that your ability to outplay with the flash does get kind of reduced in that Ring of Fire. Again, there's less space to work with. It can be difficult.
It's basically doing the EQ flash to the knockup.
Yeah.
It's like the only play you really get here, which, hey,
We're
that's
trying
valuable.
To flash his tornado or his EQ flash, these sorts of things, right? Like, it's got to be an outplay, you have to think.
It's probably Cinder.
Okay, I mean...
He has enough time to turn it into Sunfire Cave.
Interesting.
They should, right? Like, you definitely have enough money to finish Sunfire plus Bramble Vest, but it's really just like, yep, tank Yasuo.
I mean, it could just be pretty strong, honestly, in the 1v1. You know, if this is SR and you're looking for weakest damage on a marksman, then it's not a great build.
No.
But if you're just kind of slapping swords in the
Yep.
ring of fire,
Yep.
then the tank build might just end up being more efficient.
I like the Phantom Banter though. PD for Fofo is going to be like 300, 400 health, which is more than Sunfire gives you, and it has offensive stats on it.
Yeah. Does seem to be really strong. I don't know. I don't think they're actually going to get the goal to fully finish the
Oh,
game.
wow. Yeah. Time's running out already, so.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, to be fair, without getting any of the plates or
No
yes,
kill.
yeah, Optimus is not great on money.
Yeah.
He's shy of the combine. I mean, the combine's like 700 gold for Sunfire, and he's not going to sell Zergreaves for it, so yeah, I mean, Bambi's is pretty rough on itself.
Yeah, not the best. And that's, again, one of those things that kind of you were talking about where you want to plan out, okay, like how much gold am I going to have? And what's the best item set I can get with that?
Yep.
So it is Fofo. He doesn't have the combine, so he just grabs Giant's Ball. Just slap in, 400 health or whatever it is.
I wouldn't have minded Cloak of Agility. There'd be 100% crit chance right there. Right, double Cloak is 100% crit on y'all. It's like very efficient.
Yeah, interesting. There's a lot of this is improvisation,
oh, yeah.
right? You know, these guys are kind of very likely going at it for one of the first times in these matchups with these runes, all these so they're trying to figure it out on the go.
Okay, first unit for Optimus.
Could be the all-in.
We both have Tornado. Windwall's the first one. Holds it.
Oh,
Good Windwall back. And now Fofo's got the first knockup. So this is without Windwall. He can flash it. Oh, no. Juice to the side. Guess it's wrong. Ignite's on. This is the fight. Once again, look for the ults. Tornado's not going to land there either. But Optimus is out. There's the flash, the knockup. Plenty of damage there. And this is him running away. Fofo's trying to find the last little bit of damage. He should be able to get it. And that's the kill coming through. Well done, Fofo.
Fofo playing it out well. Won the early skirmish. Won the all-in at level 11. Looking good. Superior Yasuo player on the day.
Yes. Oh, on every day.
On every
I'm going to give
day.
it to him every day.
Definitive.
Yeah.
He could never lose.
Like, you could win an individual game one at a time, but on each day you are still the better Yasuo. You just happen to lose. That's my read, right?
Is that why you can't climb solo?
Yeah. I'm better than everyone every day.
Better
just,
than everyone.
Just unlucky.
Those damn teammates.
No, I'm just actually trash. That's a fact. I will admit that one. I like that one. The Q flash.
Yeah, this was nice. Did actually end up getting used out of that flash. Able to land the ultimate. Optimus never able to actually get one back on his opponent. Just cleanly played by Fofo, who did really show a strong individual performance. You know, I was very impressed by him in the world, especially some of his long games were looking really, really nice. Yeah. So fun to be able to see him perform at this level. I do think he is going to be one of the favorites for this tournament. You know, one of the guys you're looking at, some of these really strong mid laners, and generally that's who you're looking at. Yep. Yes, we have had marksman win when you look to a guy like Uzi, but generally, you know, your Faker, your Caps, your Bjergsen, those guys have all won. Yep. And those are the guys that I think you're going to be looking at as a favorite.
Yep. And the Shy playing marksman from top lane.
Yep.
So, you know, I think you've got a really...
The Shy transcends lanes.
That's true.
The Shy is League of Legends.
The Shy is League of Legends.
Yeah.
What an amazing player.
Except
That's going to be fun to watch.
That was boosted.
What?
The Kale game from Worlds.
That was boosted. That was an oof.
But block that out of your mind.
Forget the 47 damage team fight to lose the most important game you ever played. Besides that, it was fine.
Shy is the GOAT.
Woo! Otherwise, we're going to slaughter him for some meat. I don't know. For more on those 1v1s, let's head back to the State Farm Analyst Lounge.
Get us out of here.
Yep.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful cast, I gotta say. And Las Vegas, everyone here, please help me welcome Sneaky, Caps, and Jat to the State Farm Analyst Lounge. They're gonna help us break down the 1v1s and the highlights, so let's take a look at those. What were the takeaways, Sneaky, of the 1v1s? What did you learn?
Well, it's a whole new mode compared to before, where you actually have to get 2 kills or play for the sudden death. So it's kind of cool seeing the strategies. Like the Gragas, I guess is meant to throw you into the ring of fire, but
something like that
for it. Yeah.
Caps, you probably weren't surprised that Mickey X won his Gragas 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, my teammates are just too good, honestly.
There we go. This one was also quite interesting and went to the ring of fire. We got 4 of them, Jat.
Yeah, I was a little surprised no one went for a turret kill. We didn't see any Trist. I thought we were going to see at least one person try to do Tristana to try and kill the turret, but I was surprised by Whippo's Ornn just demolishing the Rumble with the tank build. I wonder if we're going to see more Bruiser stuff to just build tank and get to level 11.
We'll see. Caps, I heard that you had been practicing you and Mickey specifically, really hard for the 1v1 tournament, maybe even harder than for the World's Finals.
Well, he's the defending champion in the 1v1.
It's
so
okay.
you
It's
gotta...
not. Yeah. No, I apologize for that. But I did hear that you guys are taking it super, super seriously. You got all these strats lined up.
I mean, I think we just like a bit casual, you know. We definitely didn't play too much, but we know like a bit in and out. We know like some good champions. We know like what the mode does. I think a lot of players that are playing it don't really know all the interactions. Like there's a lot of stuff that's different, like obviously the gold and the relics and stuff like this. So.
Yeah, I saw Evie after the first kill give a thumbs up and start to get up. And
Yes,
he realized
exactly.
the game wasn't over. And then he killed him again and gave the other thumb up, and then he was done. So it was complete.
Yeah, that's interesting, Caps. That not just like the rules to win, but also the gold and stuff. And what do you think is like the biggest change for you coming into this one with the new mode?
I mean, I think this is just very different. I also think like even stuff like not taking summoners, like some summoners are banned, like exhaust and heal, makes bruisers a lot stronger. Like a lot of melee champs are really OP in this mode, while last year we saw like basically mages and AD carries that have been dominating the last couple of years. So I think we'll see a lot more bruisers and melee champs this year.
Yeah, you could also play the CS win condition before with the mages. You play like Tilia, Syndra, just push and never play to fight, but now you actually have to fight.
Exactly, and also like I think the hardest time for like a bruiser against like a marksman or mage are like the first 3 levels, and those are just gone, so
Yeah.
you kind of get free.
When's someone going to take Snowball? I think Snowball, like the DPS from Snowball is actually pretty high. True damage, lowest cooldown.
Maybe that's a strat.
Yeah, maybe.
So there is actually like a secret about the snowball that no one has like really used, but
is it flying into the fountain?
I'm not saying what this, but it might be abused later on in the tournament.
Okay, interesting. Let's talk about your 1v1s. Sneaky, you're up versus Closer, and Caps, you're up versus Chippies later. What do we feel about the first matchup?
I mean, last year I played, what was it, Xayah versus Xayah? Played versus Bang. It's pretty fun. And I think the year before that I played Jhin versus Draven. So I don't know. I haven't really played many try-hard picks, so maybe I'll try this year, see what happens.
Maybe I'll try this year. Caps, so much on your shoulders, of course.
Yeah, true. I mean, I've definitely done like some preparation, so I'm pretty ready for what he has to bring, and just hope that I'm better on the day.
I also heard that you got the best practice possible versus Dracos. Did that help a lot?
I would say so. Definitely prepared me for some spicy mirror matchups. So.
Talking about spiciness, NA versus EU later is one of the highlights always of All-Star. And you're both playing support, I believe, Sneaky. Are you excited to do that for games?
Ooh, yeah, I mean, it's a fun role, and versus Caps as well. I don't know, I think your AD is a streamer, right?
What? No, I have Weibo as AD carry.
Oh yeah, Weibo, okay. Yeah,
That's
so.
like, he's a professional.
Yeah, he's a professional at
That's
that.
true.
Yeah. There's so
Pretty
much
much.
experience.
Maybe we'll play some Victor.
How's support Aphelios, by the way, if either one of you are going to play?
Haven't seen it. It could be good, because you can play Senna. But just because the new item changes.
That is pretty OP.
Yeah, Sneaky, you are supporting Tyler1, which I find super interesting. Are you scared of that at all and how the comms are going to go?
I put it in solo queue sometimes, except it was reversed. Like I played AD, he played, what was it, like Morgana or something?
Yeah.
Didn't go too hot, but maybe the reverse way will be a lot. Maybe he won't play Heimer.
Yeah,
Get
maybe
some
we'll
Draven.
see. He's been saying that he's absolutely going to secure it for NA. Are you scared of Tyler1, Caps?
I mean, not really. I think that's like quite a big AD carry difference, actually. I would say that I think Weibo has the upper hand by far, indeed. So I'm putting my money on Weibo.
Okay, let's see. Chat, what do you think?
I mean, NA usually wins the show match.
That's true.
It's just it's a trend. I will say show matches. Sneaky's been showing up and smashing. Did you play in the snow match last year as well?
Yeah, I played the block mid.
There you go. That's all we need.
Also think it's like a bit suspicious that the NA got blue side both games, but...
Oh, you think there's some foul play?
Yeah, maybe.
Why do you think that is?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah. Well, for the rest, how are you guys enjoying the event? It's always kind of like a celebration in the end of year, a bit less stress than you play in the regular split. Sneaky.
Yeah, I think it's really fun coming out here to Vegas and just being able to relax, play a bunch of fun game modes versus everyone.
Caps?
Yeah, I mean, same. I think just getting like a bit of a vacation in a sense, because, I mean, we're obviously not playing as much. I mean, we're practicing a bit for the 1v1, but it's more for fun, right? So getting just some time to rest and also have fun with League of Legends instead of just working with League of Legends in a sense is definitely like a nice change.
Yeah, the try-harding all year. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in NA versus EU. And in the 1v1 matchups, we're going to step away for just a moment, but when we return, it is round 1 of the TFT tournament. We'll see you here in 4.5.
Here we go. Pops the X-Sprinker, decent damage, but that's going to be enough, and Mickey 2-0. And the health bar's getting pretty low. With the berry still available, pops it. Does he get a big kill? Is it enough to kill Clint? And Anonisic takes him down. Oh, this fight does not look close. He might kill him right now. This is probably over. The Shy! Well, one hit. That's an early berry. They're going to go for the all-in right now. Big dunk comes across, but it might be enough anyway. Evie, still a little bit low, knocking on the minions. Where can Heimer go? Nocturne! Oh! Woo! Pabu knocks him down. He's knocked up. This health bar's running low. He's got some back. The spear's doing a little bit. Goes for big damage. Can't find the stun just yet. This is going to be the big chunk. He's ignited. And Doinby gets it. And this is him running away. Fofo's trying to find the last little bit of damage. He should be able to get it. And that's the kill coming through. Well done, Fofo.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, home of the 2019 All-Star, where we're getting ready for the very first TFT show match of the event. I am Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler, meeting with another TFT mastermind, Mark Zimmerman here, to bring us into the Legends match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've been lucky enough to cast a couple events already on the new patches, so I'm really looking forward to see what people do.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoy set number 2. It's really diversified a lot for me. The Littles is the other part of the TFT match that we'll see later. These are league pros and personalities that are actually below Challenger. And the Legends are the Challenger tier players that are up there right now that we're going to see first. Littles are going to be paired with those Legends as a coach. So they're going to try and come in with a strategy. And then the pairs' combined results are going to determine the final standings for the charity.
Yeah, so people actually have to cooperate a little bit more than they might be inclined to normally. Today's first match is the Legends going first. So I'm excited to see a lot of these names you've probably heard before. People like Becca, Disguised Toast, Dog. A lot of them are very, very popular streamers in the genre.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited too because with set 2, here you can see them actually. Dog, Disguised Toast, Becca that you just mentioned, then even Jellian as well.
First half of them. I definitely watch a lot of Dog. One of my favorite streamers to watch. His Twitch chat is notorious for certain things that it's just hilarious to watch him get into funny situations.
Yeah, then you got Toast just moved over to Facebook, so no longer Twitch. That was a big move. We've seen a lot of those diversifications. But I'm super excited to see if anybody has these tendencies, right? Because people have talked about hard forcing just a couple of compositions. Personally, since there's coaching going on here, when I coach someone new,
you give them easy.
I try and coach them into just focusing on 2 compositions and then rolling off what you get in the early game because it's easier to manage.
Other half of the lobby filled up with Kongman, Virus, Dalsam, and Yu Yayan.
Yeah. And back to the coaching thing, because I think that's one of the biggest parts of this. Yes, it's going to be all the Challenger players playing against each other, but then also trying to coach your non-Challenger TFT player into something better. I feel like focusing on just a couple strategies early and then just making the decision tree easier for them, because where people run into a lot of problems is transitioning their builds mid and late. Yes, it is better to do a whole bunch of scouting and be fluid with your build, but if you have decision paralysis later on, then that's going to cost you.
Well, and the Littles, while they will get some coaching by the Legends, it's not during the game. It's pre-game coaching. So you like in these transitions where you're like, is a 2-star Renekton better than a 1-cost Kiana right now? Like these kinds of weird questions that you should know. The coach will not be able to answer those ones. So like you're saying, simpler builds where there's probably less transitioning going on, like Predators doesn't really change. You don't have to transition out of Predators.
Did you get some Predators early? Roll for more Predators.
Roll, keep rolling. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes we see a lot too. Different economy managing styles. Right now you can go for, we talked about Predators, but there's also some other early game ones. All right, let's get right into it though. Challengers all grouping up here.
Everyone waiting for the spatula.
Try and get the spatula / so me personally too, I'm good with any parts of a Morella Nomicon trying to get early, because healing cutting, Toast won the charge there. Because Morella Nomicon is so important. There's not that many like must-have items, but Morella Nomicon super popular, of course, for cutting healing and the extra burn damage, but also Phantom Dancers, which we saw a couple people rushing for, Pose and Armor.
Toast already starting to smack talk a little bit.
Of course you want to hope that everyone else loses to climb to the top. It's all about number 1.
So what's interesting with this set is you have the different tiles. So your board gets picked to be one of 4 elements: ocean, cloud, Inferno and Mountain, and they got a Cloud one, which I think is the most interesting one because it opens up a lot more itemization choices. Things like the Iceborne Gauntlets that are already good become nutty on this board in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it's one itemization change. It's basically that item.
Yeah.
Because Iceborne gets so much benefit from dodge. There's something, though, with even Cloud maps. If the Cloud hexes spawn towards the rear, then it's not as great for your assassins, assassins, but also even your Iceborne has to be put on that unit because you only get the dodge if you're actually on that. It does also give a boost to one of the late game strategies, which is Blade Master Cloud Assassins, which is definitely a very potent full build later on. All those units are much more expensive though. Right now in the early game, you want to focus on getting Woodland Druids or Predators are basically the two strong early openers.
Yeah, we already saw Virus there had a 2-star Ivern.
Yeah, that's super big. This is really early to get 2 stars on your Druids. Woodland Druids, they're super low cost, so it's easy to sell them later. You don't have to hard commit to them. But you can also go with a hyper rolling strategy. If you get a bunch of Woodlands early, if you have that 2-star Ivern already, you get a few more, you can hyper roll for it and pick up things like the Diana Renekton and go into Woodland Assassins for later on in the game and actually keep them the whole game.
I know you hate those. I love Woodland. I don't know why you have a problem with Woodland Assassin. I think it's fun.
I hate donkey rolling early, just getting a bunch of 3 stars and having that be your end game. I like the transition.
So do you play Predators?
That a lot of these have. I do play some Predators.
Wait, but that's donkey roll.
But Predators are flexible. You can go, you throw in a little steel, some crystal, you add the poisons.
Yeah, I guess. At least Woodland Druid, you don't have to. You can use them just as a strong early game bridge to some other later game comps. You don't have to go for the complete hard reroll strat with it.
Yeah.
I think in some ways Predator is a little bit more restrictive because you pretty much need to 3-star your Kog'Maw and hopefully one of your frontline ones as well. Ideally, Skarner's probably the best, or Rek'Sai.
There are some things. So if you start Predators and you don't get a lot of them, so you're not 3-starring them, you can transition pretty easily into things like Electric and Poison later on. Because if you econ well and you get up to level 8, and you're the first one to get singed, for instance, and you have a Morellonomicon, you slap that on the singe, that's go-to right there. Right here we're seeing Electric, which started out, nobody built Electric right when it first came out because the Ornn and Volibear didn't really have that big of an impact, but with the popularity of Zed going through the roof, if you have 3 Electrics, it's huge burst damage whenever it goes off. So we've seen some people focus on that earlier too. And since he's already got the 2-star Ornn, could go for the...
Well, and that was really great positioning by Toast because he actually had his Volibear as a Berserker jump to the back line and then in the middle of all 3 get his Electric procs. It's only a 1 hex circle around you, so sometimes, if you don't get a well-positioned unit, the Electric is hitting one thing and it's pretty negligible, but he actually got it on all 3 opponents there, so that was really good by him.
Yeah. All right, scouting extremely important in these early stages because like we're talking about with the limited pools, with these openers, you want to try and get a decent opener. Now, again, you can hard econ because you don't take quite as much damage anymore. Just you can be the player taking damage, going for the early carousels, hard econing, and trying to get to level 8 to try and get your 5 costs quickly.
Yeah, there was a meta for a while where you had to play a very, I guess you would call it tempo-oriented game where you're hitting your level ups on the right intervals. People have kind of stopped doing that, and you're econing until the round after Krugs, 3-1 every time, and that's where the builds start diverging a little more. Yeah. Most people don't level to 5 early. They'll go to 3 and 4 naturally, and 5 naturally. And so we'll see the hyper rolling coming in at the end or the beginning of the next stage.
Renekton actually is also one of my favorite early game units because the healing you can get. Sometimes you'll see people build Phantom Dancer, maybe even Dragon Claws on the Renekton early, and it just does not die. Similar to Ult Kassadin from 7.
I mean, honestly, he's not a bad item carry. It's a little awkward to put things on him because if you don't 3-star him, you don't really want him to carry them. But a 3-star Renekton is actually pretty gross at fights.
It's actually very beneficial to identify what your cheap units that are going to be your item carries early on are. You want to throw away a unit that you're not going to have to use later in your end game build. Nasus is another great one for me when I rush Morellonomicon. You can AoE burn everybody around him as well. And it being 1 cost, you get to sell them back for no cost to yourself. Let's see what we're developing into, though. We got 6 veins here for Toast early.
Yeah.
Lights really got nerfed and fell off, so don't expect him to go super heavy.
Yeah, there was a preseason tournament, Rise of the Elements, that was put on, and it was pretty much the light and shadow show, and both those got nerfed pretty hard, so we're seeing other things start popping up that we've been talking about. But Toast, when you get 6 veins, you buy them. You know, you 3-star vein, maybe you actually can kind of go down that route.
Yeah, splash some Rangers is still possible. I feel like because Poison is so good later, anything that can branch off that can still be viable. While it's not like one of the big meta endgame builds, you can branch off anything into that. So
a lot of the tournaments
Ranger
that I was casting, like Poison was a great counter to the Ocean Mage stuff that's also very prevalent right now. And like if you can fit that 3-unit package into your builds, a lot of time people will do it late game.
All right, another scramble. Let's see who are we following here. We just get the whole board up here to see the reaction.
Yeah, I like that you can see everyone pop off if someone steals their thing.
Another spatula. All right, Dog gets this spatula. I don't think he got the first one though. So
no, I think that was Dawson got the first one.
Yeah, spatulas also kind of got nerfed because you don't get the double stats anymore for spatting something up, but still very good for say mages. You know, you can get a double cast Annie or double cast Malphite.
There's a lot of 2-unit synergies as well that makes it a little bit easier to pick up some of that stuff.
All right, let's see. We had Woodland Druids plus the Talia. So this is super flexible. And since he's holding on to Syndra, looking like some Ocean Mage / Summoners early, Dog right now, is definitely building into it. You can see Zyra is one of the 1 costs that you want to hold on to. She's so incredibly good early, plus is in the Summoner Mage Ocean endgame build. And he's already got a couple pieces here with the Vlad Syndra, so it looks like that's what he's going to build towards.
Yeah, he's just going to hold them. Ocean Mage, it's good early game if you hit the 2-star Vlad and the 2-star Syndra, but if you don't, you can just hold them and slowly build towards it. Looks like he's holding off getting the Thresh, though, until actually needed.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just run whatever you 2-starred early on, because 2-starring right now is so important, and the synergy's not quite as strong, especially early on in the game, as previously. And you can see with the dodge and the Phantom Dancer.
Yeah.
Gonna take a lot to take down that Ornn, and it's the 2-star Vayne left.
She can kill him before the ult.
This the dodge for Talia keeps dodging. Oh! Takes him down.
Toast has to sell out to get above 30 gold, trying to make sure he gets the most out of his income.
Looks like he's still deciding on what to branch to. I guess he's holding on more lights here, picked up the double Nasus, and only needs 2 more veins.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, if you get that much in one category, it's kind of hard not to index into it a little bit more.
Yeah.
Becca's in the Predator route, though.
If you just need 1 more, then you definitely roll before you level up. There's a big drop-off in the percentage of level 1s that you're going to get as you go up to level 5 and especially level 6. So you want to get that 1-cost 3-starred before you get to those higher levels to avoid wasting money.
Yeah, and Light has a fair amount of 1-cost, 2-cost, and 3-cost units that like hyper rolling can play well with, where you're not just rolling for just the Vayne or something. You can pick up a lot of other units.
And Vayne is actually the most important 1, 2, 3-star because Vayne will be your carry because of the percentage damage. Very good with scaling with attack speed items.
Here we see the Woodland Druid Assassin kind of set up, but doesn't look like he's found a LeBlanc
I'm
yet.
glad it's not like gonna hyper roll for it. Maybe he ends up doing it, but
he could.
Looks like in overtime it's gonna be the Mount. Oh, nice burst here from the Talia. Gets his ult off. That's perfect too because that hit him up to 30 gold, I believe, for your extra interest.
Wow,
that win.
First place, already above 50.
Yep. Also, what you basically do is you're going to keep your Woodland Druids through mid-game, and then as you 2-star your Oceans and your Mages, you're going to slowly bring them out. Let's see here. Yeah, Dog is going for Predator.
Predator setup.
Sold off a lot of the Mages.
I'm curious if he's going to hyper roll for this, because he doesn't have that much economy to burn through to get the things, and he's really far away from 3-starring anything. So
yeah, I seriously doubt it.
This doesn't feel like you're not far enough in. Usually you want like 5, 6 of these units already found naturally to hyper roll it, because otherwise you have to find so many, and they're probably a little contested.
Yeah, I think it's really a hard int if you hyper roll now, because he has the pieces for late game Poison, Electric. And if you get to level 8 early, we're talking about Zed and Singe are 2 of the greatest 5-cost units, and their synergies
really come from the items. Sins with Morella Namicon, because he walks around, poisons everybody, it's insanely good. And then Zed, of course, you want your Guardian Angel, all your shadows will revive, things like Redemption will also proc for all of them.
All right, here's Virus with the hyper roll, trying to find Woodland Druid completions as well as the Renekton. He's
it's the
Renekton
Woodland
away.
Druid Assassin. This is my most hated build that you're talking about.
I love it. Keep going.
See, this is one of the parts where it's really hard to coach new players too, because you have to spam through your rolls, not miss anything.
I think the hardest part of it is just like your eyes seeing everything quickly and absorbing the information. He did complete the 3-star Nasus and get kind of close to, I believe, the 3-star Maokai as well, so pretty well set up there.
Yeah, and Toad's doing the same here. You can see just re-rolling down before he levels up, so he can try and get everything 3-star here.
He has the 3-star Bane already.
Yeah.
He had 2 in, and he has a completed Bane on his bench. So I think he's already done it, and that's why he stopped re-rolling at this point. Because he doesn't care about 3-starring Nasus or 3-starring Jax or anything like that. So he did like a half super roll and just stopped doing it once he found all the pieces he needed.
He actually have an extra Bane there as well.
Yeah, he had one
on top.
May as well pick it up.
Just for good measure, because nobody goes lights anymore. Right?
Yeah, it's the easiest one to hyper roll for.
Yeah, it got heavily nerfed, so. We'll see how he does, because he's got the Vayne early, and that's the most important part where we're talking about. Now he's going to want to put all of his items onto that champion. A lot of TFT is identifying what your carry is going to be. A lot of times it's going to be something that has 2 offensive traits, and then throwing 3 items on that champion, because it's a multiplicative gains here if you're able to juice it up with both traits and items.
Yeah, and the items that you need for each carry is really different. Like a Kog'Maw likes a Ludens to splash and try and get the Predator executes coming through. Vayne usually wants like a Runaan's Hurricane to be able to get the Silver Bolts on multiple targets. It really changes, what you should prioritize in the carousels.
Evangelion with some Ocean Mage starts for himself. Again, people kind of refer to it as Ocean Mage, but kind of long gone are the days of 6 mages.
Yeah.
When it first came out, it was like, oh, cool, you get 6 mages and you like throw a mage cap on Annie or something, so you always have your 2 Tibbers. But summoners are just so good, and splashing the 3 summoners, few oceans with your mages, you also get Inferno for your brand, and it's insane late game. One of the most consistent, I guess, late game comps, and so that's why so many people were going for it.
Yeah, you can usually, if you do find the Vlads and stuff early, you're pretty competitive in the early game, and then like you're saying, late game, it has so many top end with Bran, Annie, Yorick, Zed, if you have the right items to throw them in there. You can put so much stuff in an Ocean Mage build at the end.
Yeah, the big part about Ocean Mage, if you're trying to play it, is getting to level 7 and getting your brand. Level 7 is good for trying to roll for your 4-cost purple champions. And that is the most important part of this one. Since we're in this lobby and there aren't actually that many Ocean Mages, there's a decent amount of Predators here, a little splash of electric. So they should be able to find it. And then Nico gonna have a hard time. Level 1 Kiana.
Does have dodge.
Has the AoE. Thinks she's fine.
Yeah, Nico's gonna take this one. Dog has to sell out a little bit. He wants to get
So what is your actual favorite Kiana map? Because Kiana changes based on the type of map, and this is Cloud. It's one of the best because you only need 2 clouds and you get your 50% dodge, which is very good team-wide defense versus any physical build. But my personal favorite is actually the Mountain.
I was gonna say, actually, early game Kiana with the Talia is disgusting because you get 1500 health from the shield. It's like a whole extra unit. And assuming you've 2-starred one of these,
the problem is
good.
the shield is on a random unit.
Yeah.
So sometimes it goes on whatever is going to get focused later and doesn't get that value, but it's really valuable for just having 2 units in. Yeah, here's a look though. So basically with this strategy, you start out with the early power of the Woodland Druids, which basically beats everything.
Yeah.
And then since you are re-rolling early and you pick up these things that nobody else wants for any other build, Renekton and Diana, you have Desert and you have Assassin there, so you get a Kha'Zix later. That allows you to scale the earlier type champions into the late game.
I know some people like the Infernal Kiana just because it does combo with the Diana very well, but I still don't like that because then you have to put a maybe when a Mumu comes out, because he's going to be a 5-cost Inferno Warden, like that would maybe be a really nice 3rd Inferno piece to put in, but right now none of the other ones feel that great to kind of slot in.
All right, let's see how everybody's doing on their 3 stars. Let's see, Dog's got Steel in as well.
He's kind of going for the Blade Master.
Yeah, he's got the Nocturne carry already. So if you turn, this is one of the really popular carry builds. Nocturne has such a good passive with Blade Master and basically any other offensive item
I mean, I just love Nocturne in general. He actually uses utility items really well, too. Sivir and him are basically the best two with things like Sword Breakers and Hushes, because his AoE cleave will apply the debuff and CC on everything. And so you can sometimes get pretty crazy.
Yeah, I really like the hard carry.
It's better. It's better for
style
sure.
builds, though.
Yeah, you can see him just
Look
cleaning.
at
Oh.
Taken down. Let's see. Did he? Yeah, he's on a lose streak anyway. Looks, he's got 5 losses
That's
in a row.
that's an ideal loss. You
exactly.
only 1 unit alive, take a little bit of damage, get the most gold.
That's one of the things, too, the nuances that the Legends are trying to help out their littles with is managing your streaks.
Yes.
Especially early on, it's sometimes very beneficial to streak for a loss. Get your early item priorities for the carousel, and you don't actually take that much damage early on. Let's see, how are we doing here? This looks like, this is the Ocean Mage checking back in on. Evangelion is rolling for it, and that's the brand we talked about. He was able to get it, and already you can see you put your items immediately on your carry. Brand tries to stack. The Oceans give him extra mana to cast his ultimate, and since he's a mage and Inferno, you have 2 offensive synergies here to help out the ultimate. Later on with Zyra going in, he's able to get the Inferno for the extra burn and mage double cast.
Yeah, that's what makes the Summoner variant of the Ocean Mage so good, is that Bran, Annie, and Zyra form such a strong core, and then you get the last Summoner of either the Yorick or the Zed if you have the right items, and it's just so potent with the mana coming in. You get your summons super quickly. It's really good.
So even though he's he was at 45, I believe, life when we were on him, should be able to stabilize pretty easily. You saw there, it was a 2-star Annie already. Really powerful. Let's see, Becca needs, 2 more Skarners. If you 3-star Skarner, and you get Crystal later on, throw in the Ash, it's so crazy trying to take one of those down. Even if you have a couple items on it, Skarner really lasts forever.
Skarner can become a bit of a carry. If you 3-star the Skarner, you get the Crystal buff, and you throw like a Warmogs on it, the shield that it gets, the reduced damage from the Crystal passive, it's basically...
Warmogs, Phantom Dancer, Skarner.
Yeah, it's unkillable, and then it just has the Predator execute, so it just whittles you down.
She already has 2 pieces, right? The Thornmail and the magic damage reduction from Dragonclaw.
If she can get some giant spells, it's actually going to be so gross.
All right, let's see. Just keeping at 50 gold.
She's in a bit of a weird spot with the Kog'Maw, too. I was hoping to 3-star it at some point, but...
I mean, it's way too late. It's way too late. I don't really care about it too much. I think it is a little bit of a bait, too. Sometimes people end up spending a lot of money for that. But the 3-star Skarner is huge. Oh, here we go. Hard rolling for Dog, trying to upgrade. And this was one of the synergies that is improved by the map. And this is why I really like some of the build choices here. The Blademaster Assassin Cloud that we talked about. Since he got the early Spatula, he decided to slap that sucker on Nocturne here. He's already got the blades in.
He's got a Jan on his bench as well to potentially start swapping in later.
Yeah, let's see. He's got the 4 Blademasters for all of them to pop up. Let's see how he stabilizes here, because Qiyana is also an extremely good side carry. He throws on the Thief's Gloves, so even though it's 2 random items, Qiyana scales really well with almost all the items. And just as an individual unit, he is extremely powerful with that ultimate.
Yeah, Qiyana is... I mean, she's never going to be the focus of your comp, like you're saying, but she performs even without items.
Flash some Thieves Gloves on that baby, too.
Yeah, Thieves Gloves are so great. One, they're fun just to see whatever comes on, and 2, they're such good off-carry items, like you're saying. You just throw them on whoever's your second best.
And she's the reason that I'm saying that this build is better on this Cloud map, because Qiyana is Cloud, so you get extra dodge.
Yeah, you combine it with the Yasuo, you're at 2 already. If you do grab the Janna, it's one of the few that goes 2, 3, 4, and so you're not really over-indexed.
There we go. He does end up 3-starring the Nasus, and he's got 6 Aatroxes as well. So this is one of the calming builds to play. When you identify you're going lights early on,
you can ignore everything in the shop except the light.
Just set yourself at peace of mind. If you have a friend, it's very easy to teach them this build because nobody else goes lights anymore. So you just say, buy all lights. There you go. Strategy done.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not really working out for Toast. He's in last place right now, and his Vayne doesn't have quite the right items. You really want, Giant Slayer or Ruined Hurricane, some of these other things. The Gunblade, or the Rage Blade is good, though.
Yeah, Rage Blade's definitely very good because with the extra attack speed you get from Light, it helps you stack it up faster, and by the end...
Look at this.
Yeah, just insane. Gets the extra heal from the last Light. I don't know.
Big CC, though.
3v1. Nami ult! And he goes down. This is one of the reasons why nobody does lights aim.
Yeah, there's just too much stuff that's good into it. He also doesn't have the Yorick yet, which I think is a really critical piece because it gives you more frontline. Yeah. And that's something the lights are kind of lacking. But Yorick's sort of tanky, and then his summons do a good job of buying extra space for Vayne.
Yeah,
It really needs to stay alive the whole time.
And it's really hard for them to get it, right? Because it's a 4-cost unit, and you spend so much money
hyper
rolling. Now he's got no money left at level 7, and fairly weak.
And Yorick is contested, like we're saying. It often ends up in Ocean Mage build, so it's not like, oh, no one's in light. It's like one of my most important units is contested still.
All right, the brand with Morello Nomicon, definitely a good start here. This is only a 1-star Annie, but he does have the mage cap on it, so you get your chance at getting your double tipper, then he hits it here.
Yeah, really big stuff. Toast is in a lot of trouble. He got through the bears actually pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think he's good here. Both the 3 stars. Ooh, the double Annies, though, it's hard to take down. The double tippers, he's never going to have the damage. It's not going to be the killing blow, I believe, for Toast, though. He's got a decent amount of life left.
Yeah, he's got a couple losses still in him. Ooh, Vayne almost dodged the Cinder Q.
Almost clutches. Who's going to be first out there? Toast at the bottom, 18 health.
Dalsum not much higher at 22, and then a bit of a gap before Evangelion.
So he gets first pick here. What's he going for? Oh, back to Carousel.
Toast goes for the Singe.
So you can slap a Singe into any comp. But he's running light, so.
Singed also, like the way it gets it most value is from the Morello Nomicon. He's the best Morello Nomicon user in the entire game. And so if you have a Morello Nomicon, you should just stick him in because he'll carry. But without the Morello Nomicon and not having any synergies, I'm not sure the Singe is going to stick around.
There's actually 0 chance because he's level 7 right now, and light you need 6 of them for your 6 lights, and then he's using the Kindred for a Ranger bonus for the Vayne. So there is no room. It's like a dog.
Dog got his Force of Nature off that, so he can get his 3rd Cloud in. That's huge.
And not a lot of people really go for Blade Master and Assassins. So especially on Cloud map, I think he's got a pretty easy, clear path.
Man, Virus is on a 12-game win streak.
This is the comp, my most hated comp.
I love it. This is exactly what I want to see.
But he accomplished all the check boxes, right? You 3-star your Renekton, you 3-starred his Diana, and 3-starred a couple of the Woodlands. And he's riding high on it. See if Toast gets eliminated. Who'd he come up against?
Ooh, he does have the Singed in there.
Okay, he slapped the locket too, because it came with the armor on it. And like I said, you can slap Singe into any comp, but he sacrificed
6 light for
the 6 light, and he's just gonna go down. That's gonna be one more loss left in him. 2 more Aatroxes he could save. He could get a level 2 Singe. So
oh yeah, I didn't see he had one on his bench too. So.
Level 2 Singe would definitely pull big, but like you're saying, you really need Morello Nomicon to get the full benefit.
And here you see, like we're talking about, Renekton actually becomes a beast in the late game. It's a huge little legend.
Definitely, yeah. So it's definitely going to need someone with Inferno Burn to try and take down the big boys. All right, let's see. What's he going for here, too? Stacking some Mystics for later on to splash in, because...
Yeah, just in general, there's a lot of magic damage in the game, and so that's why Poison and Mystic are so good. Poison delays the spell cast, so it takes longer to get there. Mystic, you take less damage. And most endgame builds are going to have one of those 2 splashes in them, assuming that one of the other top players has that. So if you're ever in a lobby, you look around, anyone's magic damage, try and find a way to get the Mystics or Poisons into your comp.
And once Toast goes out, there will be a lot of Sorakas up for your splash.
I don't know. Soraka's probably one of the worst.
It's only got 3. Yeah, but it's the easiest one to find because it's only a 3 cost.
Yeah, true.
All right, let's see. Toast, is this it? The last hurrah?
He's going up against Virus, too. He's going up against the #1 guy.
So this is a small thing, too. If you really want to punish your opponent, Virus walked his little legend closer to Toast, so the damage comes quicker. Usually you want to try and run far away so you can delay. But Toast gets eliminated first. Virus, not only is Virus in first place, but also deals a killing blow. That's satisfactory.
Yeah, and Toast saw the 6 Vaynes, took the bait. You know, it's hard not to when you have that many, but you see why no one is really running lights right now.
Everybody stopped. All right, that's kind of the key. If nobody else goes for this build, plus you got an early start to it, it probably needs a buff.
Yeah. If that still can't win, that's like ideal conditions. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the hard roll over there on the Woodland Assassins, still running pretty. 14-game win streak, just racking up the gold.
The thing about the Woodland Assassin is it doesn't really get countered by many of the existing comps that easily. Like, it's good into Ocean Mages and stuff because it attacks the backline first, and you kind of ignore some of the Ocean Wardens. Blade Master might be good enough because it has a lot of carry threat, so it's not like, oh, you assassinate one thing. Dog does have a ton of things that can deal damage, and it's less about getting one thing.
Blade Master Assassin Desert has one of the highest peaks. Super good late game. If you get everything together, you have your right items, you have the full comp, it really has high highs.
There's so many synergies within it, like the Yasuo that you're going to, excuse me, the Master Yi that's going to go in combos with the Janna for this insane Mystic Cloud buff, so you're really hard to kill despite being somewhat fragile in terms of frontline.
Yeah. Other couple things that have really good late games, of course, any poison comp with Singed with Morellos, but also really like, I really liked going for kind of one of the more hipster ones with Electric.
Yeah, Electric feels, it's a high roll comp, like without hitting the Zed.
Zed is super contested, by the way, so that's why it's also hard.
Yeah, and like if you get a Electric Lux, it gets absolutely crazy.
And this is what the board looks like when there are fully completed Mage Summoner Oceans, because you have Inferno Hexes all over the place, plus tons of summons everywhere.
Board gets pretty messy.
Yeah, definitely true. Oh, it's the Skarner versus everyone. Can't survive, and Virus is another win. That was versus Ghost, though, so he keeps his win streak alive. 15 now.
Yeah, that was Becca who had the 3-star Skarner completed. Still hasn't found the Warmogs yet, which is what really pushes it over the top, but you saw how long it lives.
All class here from Virus, showing up with the suit on stage, running pretty at 96 health.
Winning and looking good doing it.
Keeping the win streak going. I wonder who his partner is. We didn't get a list of who everyone was paired up with, but it's definitely something that, you know, those hard roll early builds that is pretty easy to just give a blueprint to your little and say, hey, you see these champions? Buy them. And you only need to give them like 2 options.
Yu Yanyan here is about to get knocked out. He hasn't been able to complete enough of his units. He's got 1-star Bram, 1-star Singe, 1-star Nami.
Yeah, this is the main problem you run into with Ocean Mages. If there's a lot of people running them, you know, Brand is definitely the most important. Ooh, and he's down.
Yeah, the other guy had, it's like you're in the same build and one guy's just way further ahead.
It's the Spider-Man meme, except one of the Spider-Man is super jacked.
Yeah, you both point at each other.
Yeah, he's got the 2-star Brand with really good items for it too. I don't think we need to even check in on Virus anymore.
He's probably going to win the lobby.
Look how big. This is the maximum size of the little legend, I believe. I've never seen one bigger than this. It feels like it caps out there. I don't know if there is technically an
I wonder if he's
scaling.
Mad that he didn't perfect game it. He took 1 loss and he dropped to 96, and then has 1 since then, it seems like.
Oh, I just heard Virus paired with Levi, by the way. So Virus setting him up definitely for some good placement.
Makes some pressure off Levi's back that it's like, all right, you already got first for us, because it does combine their placings to see who moves on to day 3. So if your partner gets first, you feel very good.
All right, he's spending through. Who's up next for elimination?
Dalsim in the Ocean Mage using the Yorick.
Another Ocean Mage Summoner Mirror. So he's got a 2-star Brand, but no items on it.
Yeah,
nope,
Zyra's actually the carry. She has the Mage Cap to double summon her plants.
Fire, Mark. The floor is lava.
Don't touch the floor.
Yeah, no extra items there for the Brand, and he's going to go down. Meanwhile, facing the Nami was really stacked right there.
Yeah.
You get Sojins on Nami, the waves start stacking up really, really heavily. That's a lot of crowd control.
Mage Nami is actually pretty gross if you can not have to commit your Mage Cap earlier.
Yeah.
And the nice thing is when you're an Ocean Mage player and everyone else in the lobby is Ocean Mage and they start dying, those things go back in the pool and you suddenly start getting stronger very quickly as these people drop out around stage 5 and 6.
All right, Virus grabs the Redemption.
Was setting up for a Zed.
Is holding on to 1 on bench. Let's see, he's still, so he needs 1 more LeBlanc. And the 1 LeBlanc will free up that spot, he can put it in.
Yeah.
And can he find the LeBlanc?
That would be such a disgusting upgrade.
Everything comes together then.
Opens up the slot, powers up your main carry.
I like what Dog's done though, because this is really good itemization for what you want. He's got these goods for the splash like side carry over there, but then you have Sivir with your on-hit items. Works really well with her ultimate. He's got a red buff that can apply to multiple people, has the disarm to apply to multiple people, and Nocturne full carry here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice setup. You just have to hope he avoids virus.
Everybody's hoping to avoid virus.
Every time we follow someone,
you got to pay your dues.
Yeah.
All right, split screen. Gonna get elimination here. And try and keep track of Dog.
Dog did get a really nice gen ult there to
looking
reset.
good.
Yeah, I actually think he might stay alive. Oh.
No. And then the other board is just.
Oh, maybe he can, actually. Dog stays alive. He took down the #1 player.
And look at, just with that sliver of health. I'm telling you, the peak here is super high on this comp. And he's finally got everything all upgraded. Still, though, he's only level 7. Doesn't have a lot of room to work with. Virus, meanwhile, level 8.
So frustrated. Rolled down a fair amount to try and find it.
The LeBlanc still
It's
hasn't
all
found
in.
the LeBlanc.
It's such, like, that's a dead... I mean, that fight would not have been close if he actually had the LeBlanc completed.
All right, meanwhile, the winner of the Ocean Mage Scrum. Actually, 2 Ocean Mages left in.
Yeah, slowly powering up.
This one has the Nami hyper focus here.
Yeah.
Seraphs with
Seraphs and
Shojin.
Shojin is so
Oh,
strong.
but she's under attack with the double assassins on here. This could be really good for Dog. He takes down the 3-item 2-star Nami. Is that going to be enough? The Brand's still pumping away, though.
Yeah, Brand's pumping, but you also still have the Nocturne.
Not going to do it.
No.
So Quicksilver is actually not a very good item because there's not that much CC in the game anymore.
That was just I have to finish my items. You know, I'm sure he didn't get the exact things he wanted. Unfortunately, gets knocked out there. Becca on the 8-game win streak, actually the strongest streak going right now.
Yeah, see the 3-star tank Skarner we were talking about that's buffed up by the 1-cost Ashe in there just to give it crystal.
Yeah.
Last and give time for the poison to take it.
This is the ideal comp basically for the only thing that is the Soraka, which should probably get swapped out for another Mystic, but she has the Predator, she has the Poison, like that is the textbook comp basically.
And the real synergy for Singe, as we mentioned, is the Merlinamicon.
Yes.
So she needs to slap one of those on. If she could get that, see, what'd you get off Dragon? Dragon Claw here. Actually, this is really big. Good magic resistance later here.
Yeah, it just doesn't really have a unit to throw
Who's got
it
an
on.
open spot?
I guess you put it on Zed, just so he doesn't get one-shot by Ocean Mage AoE.
What did Becca get? Oh, it's just a red buff down there? Yeah.
It's pretty tough for Predator. Nothing uses it that well.
She has the Nico's help.
Oh, she already has one too as well on top of the Skarner.
Single application for red buff though. I mean, ideally, you'd probably want to slot it in for an extra item. Just throw it on Soraka.
Yeah,
all of them are single targets.
And you're going to trade Soraka out for Nami probably if you can find it, or even, you probably wouldn't do a Yi.
So she's saving the Nico's help instead of upgrading to the 3-star Warwick.
She also didn't put anything in the Cloud Hex tile there.
She has a lot of money and plenty of health, so she's holding the Nico's help to get one of these 5 costs. Maybe the Mystic if she gets Nami. Singe doing his work, but no burn from Merlinamicon means even the Singe eventually.
Yeah, but the Skarner Predator is doing all the cleanup. Singe does all the damage, and Skarner just shows up for the last hit, stealing those kills. Look at that.
He's got it. Becca, big win, actually.
That's what I was saying, is the Skarner actually becomes a carry in this comp if you itemize it in 3-star. Like, if you have a Warmogs there instead of a red buff, it is disgusting how hard it is to beat this comp. Everything lives forever. You have this giant front line. You're taking people down. You're executing people.
And she ended up getting the 3-star Warwick without having to use the Nico's help. So she has it in store for a 5-cost upgrade. All right.
Kongman on the Ocean Mage. Last Ocean Mage standing.
Small stack here. Only 24 life left.
Yeah, it still has a little bit of econ to play with whenever he feels pushed all in.
Let's see, grouping up in the corner, try and avoid. It actually takes a lot longer too, because Singe went bottom left first, so it didn't apply poison that quickly.
Yeah, a lot of ults got off. Still.
Kog'Maw though, fired away still, applying the Predator, getting the executions after Singe gets them low.
Yeah, Ocean Mage is a comp that I feel like whenever I watch it in tournament, it seems to get outpaced by one of the other comps come late game, where Poison does very well into it, Predator gets the assassinations, the assassin builds are actually really good into it as well. So Kongman needs to all in right now.
Also, by the way, before this game started, we had set up, talked to a couple of the players if they would be willing to come over and help us and join us at commentating if they got knocked out. Becca was like, yeah, sure, I'll come help over if I get knocked out. She's going to the top. She might even win.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll just talk to her at the end.
I
on
thought
the
she was being a homie to come out and help cast it with us, but
she's like, maybe I'm
just
gonna
win. Maybe
I'm gonna win this. I'll talk to you later. All right, let's see if she can pull it off. Actually,
This is Kongman's last stand against Virus's assassins, and it's so brutal. He did complete the 3-star LeBlanc off screen, so Virus is super strong right now.
Yep. Again, Mark, I just
you hate
really
you hate to see it.
Build, but getting all those 3 stars, you hyper roll early.
Oh, there's a force of nature, and it's going right for Virus.
Oh,
he's pinging it too.
The
They're
rotation.
They're both. Yeah, I'm so pissed when that happens. Like the best item in the game.
Yeah.
Right in front of your opponent.
It's very frequently on these endgame carousels because they are filled with items that haven't been built for completed items, and it's very hard to make a force of nature. So whoever gets that late is just feeling.
Oh,
there's double Z. She got the Z.
Wait, and she has a GA that she just picked up off that thing as well. So she can complete her Z and put it.
Wait,
but it doesn't
she's
fit.
looking for a slot though. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't fit in well.
Still though, it's a Z.
Oh wait, she
and
had
a
an
GA.
Ezreal in. That was actually
Nice.
easier to clear up. Now.
That's a big upgrade.
Zed becomes his own carry with no synergies, nothing.
Yeah. So every shadow gets to use the item, of course. So GA works. They all res.
Yep.
Let's see here. She's still sitting with a level 1 Ashe though. Just applying Crystal to Skarner.
Yep, helping Skarner out. Doesn't use a Twitch, so you could, in theory, swap that for a Taric at some point if you wanted, but not sure it's needed.
All right, it's actually looking pretty good for her. Zed hasn't been focused at all. Gets a couple of the shadows to start rolling, and poison ticking through. It's only really...
It's so tanky. It's so annoying for an assassin to try and punch through all that health, all those resists, the flat damage being applied, reduction from the Skarner as well. So like even if you kill the back line, there's so much power in the front line.
I love to see it, Mark. When the
you want the
woodland assassins start to go down and they can't finish, don't get first. Sweet day.
You know, I wonder, is the force of nature a trap? Would it have, because both were going for Zeds. Ooh.
What did we miss? It was too zoomed out. I couldn't see.
Is it Shadow
Did she
Lux?
roll past something?
Did she roll past a good Lux?
We'll have to check that in. She got a Taric in for Crystal instead of the level 1 Ashe, though.
Oh, yeah, so she could go 4 Crystal. And that is insane for how tanky it makes it. You just have to give up something. I'm not sure.
She couldn't get it in.
I don't know if she needs to.
It's just.
Oh, God, that Taric got his ult off.
I think this is actually over because her top end is so good. Singed and Zed, as we were talking about, those are 2 of the best late game scaling units. Building with items for both of them.
So that's what I was saying. Was the force of nature potentially a trap? Would it have been better to go for the GA for Virus? Because he's also an assassin. He can use Zed very well.
Yeah.
And I think he had some.
All the crystals! The
Okay.
Taric upgrade, too!
Okay.
Oh my goodness. 3/5 cost.
Do you give up on
Level
Mystic?
up.
Do you need Mystic? I don't know.
You don't.
Because Assassin is not that magic-y.
Yeah. You don't. You definitely don't.
So I think
she's already way ahead of you.
Yeah.
Done it.
I'm thinking out loud. Just
the
sure.
late game light too. That's a hard.
Oh,
yeah. Not really gonna do much for you.
No. That's
5 health left on Virus. He knows impending doom in the next matchup here. What can even roll
3 stars
for?
Maokai. He can. I don't.
Spam roll, yeah. You would have to 2-star a bunch of 5 costs, slap those in. But Becca's already built around her is so much better.
She can Nico's help if she finds another Lux, right? That's
okay. Yeah. I'm with you. That's insane at high end. She's already gonna win the matchup.
Yeah. By the way, Lux with 4 crystal is actually a tank. Like when the assassins jump to kill Lux, she's gonna live a really long time.
Yeah, they're all tanks at that point.
Wait, what'd she just sell?
I don't know. She's 8-9 right now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is she BMing?
She sold Janna on accident?
I think she's BMing on purpose. Is she just using 8 on purpose?
Becca!
She is! Toast is talking to her.
They might just be laughing that she sold it, though. Look at...
We're definitely going to have to talk to her afterwards to see if that was BM. I only need 8 to beat you.
Yeah, I mean, look at how long the Lux is living with the Kazakhs hitting it nonstop.
Uh-oh. Is it going to cost her, though?
No, the Zeds are...
She's got it. No, she's got it. Fine.
Yeah, she's fine. The Zeds are cloning.
Oh my goodness.
Becca with the BM win.
What a stop. Predators into late game level 2 Cinch, level 2 Zed, level 2 Derek even, I believe.
Yeah,
Getting the Crystal Lux as well.
That was a really cool twist on that build, having so much crystal snuck in there at the very end. Got to give it up to Virus, though. Had that insane 16, 17 game win streak, dominated the whole thing, and then kind of just got outpaced at the end.
Yeah. All right, we'll check in, bring back over here, get some insight into the BM at the end.
I'm betting that was an accident, not a BM.
Because since Virus had the Force of Nature also, and I think he was level 9.
Yeah, he could have 10 units.
That's 10 units versus 8, still wins.
Yeah.
The power of the 2-star 5-cost units.
Yeah, it was really cool, though, that we had so much variety in the builds. You have the Woodland Druid Assassin, you have the Predators, Ocean Mages, everything was popping up.
We got to see most of the popular late game builds right now. Some people also like running electric poisons together, but Becca basically had that.
Yeah, it was a little tweak on it where
don't need the extra electric.
Less electric, more crystals. But if you find like an electric Lux, you just swap that out too. It's super good.
Yeah.
So all that was really cool.
Yeah.
I love those. I don't know why you hate the Woodland Druid Assassin so much.
Because I hate just hyper rolling early and then sitting around with all these gold 3-star units for the whole game, riding the win streak.
But you use Predator. It's like
I enjoy part of this entire genre that I enjoy is flexing your builds later and having the transitions. Hello, congratulations,
yes, come on
Becca.
in.
Big win with the Predators.
I believe you're gonna have to throw on a headset.
All right, so most important question
My head is
first.
too big for this.
Most important question first. Who came up with that BM? Was that Toast next to you?
Yes.
But that was intentional.
I knew it.
Toast told me
Well, let
to
me
do
throw the
it.
cord over.
If anyone gets mad at me, it's Toast's fault.
No, I knew it wasn't an accident because she didn't try and put anything in. She didn't buy anything else.
Yeah.
She just sells it so it's only 8.
Okay, this is not on the. Okay, anyways.
What's your favorite endgame comp right now for climbing the ladder? That's what everybody wants to know.
Anything with Zed in it. I'll put Zed in everyone.
Yeah.
Like Zed's
What are your
my-
favorite Zed items? Because that's the other thing. He's so versatile.
Oh yeah, I like GA, so he guaranteed. Sometimes he just keeps
Yeah.
nothing, right? And then I like the Ionic for true damage.
I did a double Ionic one yesterday.
Double Ionic.
I didn't have anything to keep him alive though. It
Oh.
was terrible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. You need something to
Like
get him
the
cast
GA or redemptions, yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
I really wasn't planning on playing Predators. Right before we walked in, I was like, to Dog, I was like, I don't want to play Predators. And then I got like 6 Kongmas early. I was like, me Pred.
yeah.
You said you were going to come over and help us cast if you got knocked out early, and then you just abandoned us.
Yeah, I'm
and kept
sorry.
quitting.
I'm sorry.
Oops.
Sorry, I high rolled.
I won again.
Oops, yeah.
Oops. I mean.
So do you know who your little is?
I do. It's Pabu.
It's Pabu.
Oh, I have a little.
Yeah. So if you're
You're
not
supposed to coach him.
if you don't know, there's another TFT match going on where you're going to have to coach someone, and you have Pabu.
I definitely knew this already.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Team synergy going
If you
on.
had to give him one piece of advice, what's like the most important thing for people not expert TFT players like yourself?
Oh, well, I think knowing the meta is important, but okay, I don't think you can tunnel on a certain build. Like, I really wanted to avoid Predator,
Yeah.
but it won me the game, so I'm glad I won Predator.
I mean, if it gives you Predators.
Yeah. Don't tunnel.
Don't tunnel?
Yeah.
What about the Crystal adaptation? Because that's one that I don't think you see too much for Crystal and Predator.
I mean, if you get a Crystal Lux at the end.
Yeah.
It's
That
Crystal
was
Lux,
pretty
right?
hype. I was like, no way. He already was having a hard time like killing my units.
We saw your screen too when you rolled the extra 2 Zeds at the end, so you instantly had a 2-star
Yeah,
Zed.
yeah. I was like, well, he doesn't really fit, but Zed, I'm gonna put him in.
And you got the GA right
Yeah.
before that because he had the Force of Nature, and I was like, oh. But
I was like,
actually
what am I
worked
gonna
out.
do with this GA?
Yeah.
It turned out perfect.
Sometimes it all comes together for you with TFT. Sometimes it just splats too. Like we saw, who got out first? Was it Toast?
It was
running
Toast,
full
'cause
lights?
he had the
We're
same-
like, nobody runs lights anymore.
But he got 6 of. If you got 6 like they had,
I would too.
everyone falls for that.
So you said biggest advice was not to tunnel.
Yeah.
But what about not getting baited in? Even if it
'Cause
gives
it's
you,
a form of
if it gives
tunneling.
you all of these lights.
That's true. I'm
That-
lucky I
that's a
wasn't
thing.
him.
Yeah, it's basically tunneling because you see all this. So.
Yeah.
So what's the one that you had the most practice with for ladder? Because I think tournament and ladder can sometimes be a little different. What do you think is like your favorite build to play on ladder for climbing?
For climbing, okay, if we're talking about climbing, when I'm off stream, I'll just go with like ocean comps, ocean summoners.
It's so consistent.
Yeah, they're so consistent. But then on stream, I'm usually trying to read chat, so I just go with like hyper roll build.
So you don't
so
have to-
I'm very practiced in pressing D.
That's Kobe's least
See,
favorite.
I hate it so much.
You
The
do?
Woodland Assassins, the Predators.
I don't know why I hate it. Like, that's like the most skill-intensive part of the game,
Is
at
it?
least for me. Maybe
D.
people with better
What
micro.
skill? What do you mean?
I just mean like.
Thank you.
That's why when I don't want to think about the game. Exactly.
No, it's most mechanical, and that's my weakest part. So like, I screw up the hyper rolling more than I screw up like I think the like later game decisions.
The boomerang PM.
Yeah, I'm such a boomer.
All right, that's the only bar. Boomers can't play a hyper roll.
Yeah, I guess you have to figure out if Pabu had. Well, he's a pro player, so he can.
Oh,
he
he's
can
gonna be so fast.
Yeah. That's actually my favorite thing watching like people who play a ton of TFT is when they do get to the hyper roll all in stage and just see them like whip through their shops.
Yeah, like Kian. He's
Oh
so fast.
yeah.
I honestly really enjoy the mid and late transitions. When someone has been like hard econing and you just hit 7 and you're like looking for brand or whatever 4 costs to put together, or you just hit 8 and you're trying to get 5 costs. But we're done now. We're gonna stick around though because after the break we're gonna hear from Rick Fox on his 24-hour stream. Congratulations on completing that, by the way. More All-Star 2019 after this.
I got the rod.
I got nothing.
Nice
I'm
gonna build Morello on everything I find.
All right.
Guys, I hope you all remember me. No, don't die to us. Let the record show.
He said no, don't die to us.
This guy's toes tried to go lights.
Fire, Mark. The floor is lava.
Don't touch the floor.
Yeah, no extra items there for the brand, and he's gonna go down.
No.
Oh no, friends.
You guys made it to top 4. Wait, dog, I was dead. The 4. Yeah. Becca, as an entertainer, you gotta go 8 out of 9
I'm here for the win, dude.
No. You're gonna win, but it's way better to win in style. Sayujana.
I have no
Becca,
style.
Sayujana. Trust me. Everyone's gonna remember this as the ultimate BM.
Oh God.
No, I'm scared. No.
Fine, the Zeds are cloning.
Oh my goodness.
Becca with the BM win.
What a stop.
Welcome back to All Stars 2019 here from the Luxor Esports Arena in Vegas. I'm standing by with Rick Fox, hot off of a 24-hour charity stream for the Bahamas Relief Foundation. First off, Rick, how are you doing 24 hours in, my friend?
I'm alive. I'm still alive. I'm awake. I am sore. And most people would not know that, being a professional athlete, but I've experienced the type of fatigue in my body that I didn't know existed. And that's saying a lot when I know these guys do it daily, all the time for 6 days a week or whatever with 1 day off. So my respect for them continues to grow.
Yeah, plenty of challenges come with it. My curiosity, just a quick one. What's the longest gaming session you've been through prior to this 24-hour session? How long would you say you sat in front of a computer before today?
Pretty long. Not 24 hours, a good 12 hours, 12, 14 hours.
Okay, so we doubled up today. I love it. Well, hey, I'm impressed by the fact that you're still standing because I know I'd be exhausted myself. But I want to talk a little more about why we're doing this, right? Bahamas Relief Foundation. So first, give me a quick hit on the charity itself, the work that they do, but then, of course, why it means so much to you so that you would come out and do something like this.
So for us, I am Bahamian. In our country had the greatest disaster it's ever had in the history of the country when Hurricane Dorian, which was a greater than Category 5 hurricane, hit our waters in our islands, 2 of them, devastated them. 70,000 people were displaced, thousands of people were sucked out into the ocean and are still missing. Many people died, and everything was destroyed. Hotels, hospitals, schools, homes, some 30,000 homes are gone. So we have a lot of families that are sitting there heading into the holidays, heading into the rest of their lives with their lives turned upside down with no future right now. And so we're just trying to do what the Bahamas Relief Foundation formed is to create relief and to help rebuild. And we started off here. Now we're just trying to get those that still have some semblance of their homes remaining to get roofs on them, to get the mold remediated, to paint and to fix up, and to get people and families back into their houses, to get kids back into schools. And so this is what this stream's been about. Not only is it about getting the donations in, as where our goal is $100,000. We're at 61,000 right now. We're going to keep going throughout the weekend. So please keep going for us here. But it's also to get the word out, the awareness, because a lot of times you'll have these natural disasters and they can be in your neighborhood, they can be in your backyard, they can impact your life. But when they're somewhere else, we forget about it. 5 minutes later, 5 days, 5 months later, we forget. And this is going to be a massive undertaking for a nation in the coming years. And so this is just one step in front of the next. And I'm so grateful to you guys, Riot, to Esports Arena, to Tiltify, for those that have been a part of this. I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you, Jenny Mann, Burton Rogers, the Bahamas Relief Foundation core of people that have been behind this. Brett at Tiltify, they made this all possible, and their staff. So we got it done. I mean, I don't know if you've heard of some of the guests that came through.
Oh, well, let's talk about it, because I do know that, I mean, we've got obviously a great number of, big league influencers and pro players here at this event, and a whole bunch of them came through to help you out throughout the last 24 hours. Talk to me about that experience.
You know what? This is what makes this community, this Riot community, and the gaming community at large so amazing, because we come together for our own, man, and we come together to change the world in ways that people can't even imagine that we can impact things in this short amount of time. And Riot made that possible. They opened this door to our foundation. They included us in this weekend. This weekend is the celebration of the year. The 2019 year has been amazing, right? And we're going to see legends on this stage compete and show their wares, show why they're icons. I got to meet Faker. I mean, look, I've been a fan of Faker's from afar, right? Because I love excellence. He's an iconic player in this game, right? He, along with T1, were the first ones to step to the table right behind Riot. You guys, Riot showed what they were about, showed that they're in this the social impact fund, donated money to our cause, a lot of money, and that is moving the needle. And then Faker actually got off a plane, came straight to the Esports Arena here, sat down next to me. I was nervous as ever, right? I'm supposed to be playing. I'm looking at him, watching what he's doing like a fan. And then Mo, we had Tyler One, we had Golden Glue, one of our own pro players in there, right? We had Dante Rasco, we had my son, Kyle Fox, and look, the casters, you're working this weekend. I would have loved to have seen you, but you work so hard, man. You do such a great job. Captain Flowers came by. We had Azale in there. Giselle was coaching me. They've both been coaching me, trying to get me going.
I saw the Kled Lucian bot lane, first of all. Yeah, I saw the Kled Lucian bot lane. That was a ton of fun. The first blood comes through. It's beautiful. Before I let you go, you mentioned already we're just over 61K out of the 100,000 goal. We're not done yet. This is necessary work. It's important work. There's a lot of incredible people behind it, the community included. But as you mentioned, all weekend long we're going, so I just want to talk about what that 100,000 goal is and what it's for. And I do know that there's a little something attached to it at the end.
Yes. So we set this goal because we believe, small steps to get to, bigger goals. We're going to eat the elephant one bite at a time, right? We're going to take down one turret, move towards the grand finale as we go here. And the 100,000 is going to put families in homes, fix roofs, get their houses ready for the holidays here so that they can have a semblance of normalcy in their lives again, so that they can actually share the family and holiday seasons together and get off the streets, get out from under what is usually a beautiful sky in the Bahamas. But when you need to go to bed at night, you need to sleep, you need to have a roof over your head. So that's what this $100,000 is going to do. It's not going to help every family, but it's going to help a number of families in certain settlements that we've spent time in ourselves. I want to shout out to Gem, our partners there that are helping us do this work on the ground. And then if we get to that 100,000, the thing that makes it easier to do, I just wish I could tattoo it on my heart.
There it is.
We're going to do the Riot logo right somewhere on my body. And my son and I are both going to do it.
Oh, yeah, I love to hear it. Well, thank you so much for bringing this to our event. I'm so happy to be a small part of the work that you're doing. It is incredible work. Go get some rest now, my friend. You deserve it, all right? We'll see you the rest of the weekend. Back to you guys at the caster desk for the NA versus EU show match.
I have never met a man.
He actually fell asleep right there.
Yeah, more impossible. Like, you cannot not love Rick Fox. What a fantastic human being. I'm Daniel Dracos. This is Jat. We're getting ready for NA versus EU. And honestly, we're already into the thick of it, but as long as we're getting a chance, like, we might as well run down the lineups. You got Bang, Core JJ, Yasuo, Tyler One, and Sneaky. And on the opposite side for Europe,
You got Yankos, Nubarian, No Way, Bwipo, and Caps. Bwipo returning to the bottom lane like he was in 2018.
He
back in that
wasn't,
crazy
and this
season.
is the thing, he wasn't a bad bottom laner, so I'm slightly optimistic. But he is playing against 2 bottom laners, so I feel like you got to give the edge to NA, but who knows? I will say I don't appreciate the Yasuo ban. Yeah, I think you should let Yasuo play Yasuo.
As long as we don't see the Aphelios ban, I'm going to be fairly happy with this because a reminder is we're actually on patch 9.24, which isn't released to the live servers. It's basically just a PBE patch. So I hope it goes unbanned, and I hope someone first times it here in NA vs. EU.
That's great, because I think that if they first time it and do well, we won't get to see it very much on 9.24. I feel like it's one of those champions that's either going to be like, wow, this is going to take a long time for people to learn, or it's going to be like, we got to ban it every game, and this game could tell us the entire story we need to know.
In one game. I mean, last year we got to see Nico a lot. And Nico actually, I remember we were talking about how OP Nico would be because so many people first-timed her and had a lot of success. And then she just ended up being a slightly above average strength champion on release.
Yeah, it's just new kind of. Yeah. I mean, on nerfs.
It's not banned.
All right. So for now, Pyke taking away the Heimerdinger, the Draven, the Yasuo.
These are kind of try-hard bans, though. So the Draven Heimerdinger is targeting Tyler1. He won the Twitch Rivals Shadow Dogs team mainly by playing Heimerdinger the whole time. So
you gotta respect it. Earlier today, CoreJJ did lose to Mickey
There it
X
is.
There. Ooh. That's it.
Aphelios. Yeah.
Who's gonna play it though? Is it Bwipo? Is it Caps? Is it No Way?
I think it's gonna be Bwipo.
So I know Caps loves playing new champions.
Yeah.
So are they allowed to swap? I assume they're not allowed to swap. I assume they have to go where they've been.
I mean, you can be a CS6 support if you really want.
It's gonna be hard to if you're at home and you're like, wow, I can't wait to see what Yasuo versus No Way looks at. I'm gonna be honest, it's gonna be very hard for us in game not to just talk constantly about Aphelios.
I think I'm gonna try and spend a decent amount of time on him. I haven't been able to play a full game of him. I did play against him a decent number of times while he was in development, when I was actually on the design team.
Okay.
And I've talked to the designer who finished him, Stosh, earlier today. I believe he might actually be on the analyst desk after this game to tell us more about Aphelios.
That would be awesome.
Aphelios was started by Certainly T, so he's actually like a double designer champion.
Oh.
Yeah. So
what else has Stosh done? I'll catch everyone up here in a second on the picks.
He did Kiana, he did the Fior rework. He did other stuff that I'm forgetting about that he's going to be really sad that I didn't mention, but he could tell you.
Well, he'll get hopefully he'll get a chance to come up here and explain to us. Of course, I find it funny. Mickey is coaching. Look at there. That's authority. He's already got his retirement plan figured out. This man's going straight to coaching when G2 finally pick up doing B and he gets forced into the support staff. Of course, it is Gragas, the Ivern, as well as the Silas for the side of NA, Aphelios, J4, and Nautilus. So not a lot of confirmation as to where anything's going to be going. I think Nautilus in support is the only thing I feel 100% comfortable with. Which
but it could be Nautilus mid.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah.
The target Tyler1 banning is happening a lot. They just keep going down Tyler1's champion pool.
Yeah, and I don't
So,
know how
hold on.
I don't know how
Mickey
disguised
versus Toast
is going to adjust to this.
Maybe he disguised himself as Pobelter, and he's just like, I can coach.
I've watched enough Toast streams to know that Toast is like a pretty solid League of Legends player.
Flat player.
Yeah, but I don't know if he knows what to do. So when Tyler1 says I'm being banned out, what does he say?
He says that's too bad,
man.
man.
Twitch is pretty good right now. Zed, Singed, those are all great champions in TFT. Are they good here? Can you pick them?
Bring poison.
They actually are just...
Yeah, they are just...
Outside of the awesome ban, they're just hard committed to banning Tyler1. All right.
I don't hate it as a strategy, to be completely honest. It seems effective.
I honestly think that a lot of the solo queue strategies, the mental warfare strategies, have to apply in a game like this where there's not a lot of pre-existing team synergy, and that means if you pick one player, ban them out, and then camp them, and you can tilt them, the just tilt them strat could come through. And not to discredit Tyler1's sportsmanship, but he does have a history of rage and frustration, is what I will say. So
hey, he's on a win streak. That's all I'll say.
That's true.
Yeah.
Can't doubt the power of the Shadow
Undefeated.
Dogs.
What was it? 10-0, 10-game win streak.
I don't remember. Was it 10?
I think it was 10-0. Yeah, and he's got CoreJJ in the jungle as well. That's got to help for something.
That's like, sure, maybe. I don't know. What is in the sense that CoreJJ is a good player.
Yeah.
Ivern, though, very unique. Definitely not the jungler I would ever pick to like jungle on stage, just because there's so much Ivern-specific knowledge that you need. But now we have a Ziggs, which I imagine will go into the hands of Noe. Noe, of course, a notorious
skill shot god.
Skill shot god, as well as Xerath player, plays in the German league for Ad Hoc, I think, still as a mid laner. And now the Rengar has been locked in. This is historically a Bwipo special in the LEC, but
is Bang gonna play Rengar top? That seems like what it's gonna be, and then Tyler's just gonna play Caitlyn or something. Would be my guess.
We could also see Double Bruiser bot. Buffs to Doran Shield is buffs to Doran Shield makes all these lanes much easier. And Aphelios does not have a way to get out.
They're Ivern Rengar bot, I think. Oh. And then they're throwing Aurelia top with Gragas jungle.
I never thought this would be relevant, but I've played that bot lane. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Yeah, and Caps is way more. Caps is very experienced with this as well, because I think him and it was either him and Mickey or something did a lot of this actually, just like in mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, so maybe we see okay. I'm ready for GP bottom and Aphelios support.
Yeah, they got this. It's
Jarvan.
It's not all support. Jarvan jungle, Ziggs mid, GP top. Surely.
You gotta understand. Having come from the LEC in an entire season of G2. I don't know what Tyler 1 just did there, but I'm about it. Okay.
This is fine.
Is it? All right, we'll find out.
They could do
just remember that for anyone watching at this exact moment, whether you're waking up early in EU or staying up late or awake at a reasonable time in North America, this is the only game that actually matters. All the other games in the NA-EU rivalry are wiped away.
We do say this every year.
That counts.
And usually I favor the North American team in these meaningless games for fun games.
I mean, it's...
Yeah. The less consequential games.
There you go. That's a politically correct way to say meaningless. There you go. That's supportive.
Look at that. Anyway. I'm not too sold on this NA draft.
Here's my question.
Okay.
Did they specifically cut the sleeves off of Tyler 1's shirt before giving it to him? Did he do it himself, or they're cut off? They're just cut off. Okay.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they just fell off. Like it didn't fit.
That's true.
And it just ripped at the seams.
I think in terms of triceps / shoulder muscles, Tyler 1 could 1v5 the LEC team.
Yeah.
We don't have as many bodybuilding influencers on it.
The shirt is on brand for him. Does Youngbuck still bench and powerlift?
I think the thing is, anytime anyone becomes a coach, it becomes harder to get as much time in the gym.
Yeah.
But I think Youngbuck is still incredibly strong.
Yeah, he might be the strongest person in EU.
Yeah, that was definitely true for a time. But I will upset someone who's...
I said in EU. It's like the entire region.
Yeah, the entire region.
In the EU professional league scene.
All right.
Okay.
Welcome, NAEU. How do we... Okay, I guess we wait for them to try to kill each other level 1, and then we talk about Aphelios?
Yeah, probably. Okay. Probably. So he has 5 guns. I'll start with that. I'll let that sink in. You can carry basically 2 at once, and then your W swaps between them, and each gun has 50 ammo until it goes to the next gun. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. I'm just going to leave it at that for now.
Tyler 1 is about to die.
Well, he can jump.
There you go.
Look at that.
But now, here we go.
Fight!
That's going to be a big stun coming in from Aurelia. Fatty body slam comes in from CoreJJ. Navarian has to flash over the wall. No way flashing out as well.
Let's get him,
Huge
Sneaky.
Advantage to NA.
3
flashes, 4 flashes. Bwipo's running. I don't even know if he knows 100% what he's doing here on this champion. His other gun should be, Severum, the Scythe pistol. So that's the Healy gun for any of you who've read the bio. And it looks like he is just going to die. So that's first blood for NA. It looks like second blood potentially as well.
I think so too.
Ooh, taking his time, but that's 2 stacks on the old bone necklace for the Rengar to get the lane started. So
baited him just right.
And that's the thing.
Tyler's actually undefeated on Ivern in professional matches.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right there, hook down. Cost him a flash, but it's fine. Sets up this actual 4-man Aurelia stun into the 2-man Gragas body slam, and then it was kind of chased down. I was wondering if Sneaky was going to try and flash over, but he probably wouldn't have been able to get anything. And once EU started the full retreat, it was trouble. I feel like Nervari wrong route.
Yeah, I think
just going out on a limb here.
You have to imagine the false sense of confidence that comes from 5-man invading, seeing Tyler 1 flash away from you in fear, and then realizing that you've been bamboozled and getting 4-man Aurelia stunned. Good damage goes down. Whippo trying to do stuff. And this is the thing, is because I don't know what most of these projectiles look like, it's hard for me to tell outside of basic auto attacks exactly.
So yeah, I haven't learned what all the symbols mean.
So this is the primary, this is the sniper
It
kind
looked
of
like the
weapon.
sniper gun, yeah. So
I'll
basically,
look up the names while you
basically 5 guns. There's the sniper gun, which gives him 100 extra range.
Calibrum, the
it's
rifle.
called Calibrum. Then there's the healing gun.
Severum, the scythe pistol.
Which is called, thank you for
It's
the backup
so
here.
edgy. Every single name
and
is
it
so
means that
edgy.
basically you lifesteal with them. And now once you're level 2, each of your guns gets an ability. So trying to remember all of them at once is a little bit too hard, but I promise it's actually not super, super complicated once you start playing.
Flag, drag, locks him down. Tyler 1 taken out here.
Yeah.
You getting some kills back, but now the TP's coming in sneaky on the chase. The bush already laid down. It's going to make this a lot easier. Cap needs to make his way out to safety, but good damage on Yasuo. The Aurelia going to find the resets. Conqueror proc healing, not enough. Navarian, the last man standing. But once again, North America coming out on top.
Just camping the guy who's trying to first time a champion.
Look,
classy. I like it.
We said EU did it in pick ban when they hard banned Tyler 1 out. And now NA is doing it in-game because Whippo, there's no way Whippo has any idea what he's doing because no one has played this champion.
Yeah, and they forgot about Tyler's Ivern, clearly. They just forgot that it was his secret pocket pick.
And people are going to look back on that Draven ban and wonder why.
Yeah.
You know? Like, that's not... He's clearly been an Ivern player his entire career. Unprecedented Draven ban. Don't know why that showed up.
Core JJ's got plenty of practice with support Gragas, so he's comfy. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel like my region has let me down. Yeah.
I mean, so far.
So far. We're only 4 minutes in.
Wait until Aphelios gets his ults. Because they're strong, I think. I haven't actually seen it.
Oh, here comes Core JJ. Caps could try to spider it out his way out, but he's been snared. He's going to get jumped on, and that's very easy to follow up. Severum Scythe Pistol for Whippo will not give him a decent amount of healing. Now he has the Slowy gun, Gravitum, the cannon.
Yeah, basically that one, every auto attack slows, and then the spell you get on it roots people who have been marked by your auto attack. So that's actually fairly straightforward. I also think that someone forgot to tell Core JJ that he is a jungler because he just keeps going bot lane.
I think you kind of go where you know.
Yeah.
It feels safe. It's homely.
I feel like it's working pretty well.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any reason for him to stop.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the game where you're like, hey, you're as a coach after this game, you'll be like, hey, Core JJ, you need to take more camps.
We'll see, though. I mean, remember, this is also the jungle that has no more catch-up experience. So Core JJ is getting counter-jungled a fair bit right now as they duel in the mid lane.
And credit to Yasuo, because here's the thing, is that I think No Way is technically counted among influencers, but he is an EU regional league player.
He's very good.
So to go toe-to-toe with him in lane very confidently is a good sign, is super cool. And on top of that, he also already has a bit more gold under his belt. And I don't think this lane matchup is going to get any easier at this point for No Way, especially with Core JJ waiting in the darkness.
Yeah, on the ward.
Not so dark.
Yeah. He can get out of there. And even though his name is Yasuo, he's in fact playing Aurelia, which I think is extra impressive. Gets another kill!
That's it! Yeah. Actually just dunking kids.
This could get out of hand.
Here's my question. That Reddit post about the meme about Shadow Dogs being the first team from NA to just like take over the international scene. Does it feel more and more believable as we witness a team comprised of influencers beating some of the best and brightest actual full-time pro players in Europe?
I mean, you said it. Those weren't my words, but sure. Yeah.
And this is just clean Aurelia play.
Yeah.
Auto cancel, Defiant Dance, you get the double dash, obviously on the Blade Surgery set.
Yep,
so.
got his Conqueror up, and he's not even level 6 yet. So now that he is level 6, No Way does have Flash, so it'll be a little bit harder to generate a solo kill.
Caps is determined to keep this going.
Yeah.
The cannon is very slow attacking.
Whippo is definitely still learning.
Yeah, and he's only level 4.
Oh, okay, so it looks like he's got the Flamethrower gun. That's an AoE attack. He just used this Flamethrower spell, which will then mark people.
There's too many different marks.
Yeah. It's gonna be a learning process to play this champ as well as cast this champ.
Yeah. No, I'm.
The biggest thing is learning the symbol for all of the guns.
Which I think
once you know that, it'll become a lot simpler to follow.
I think the nice thing is there's some intuitive marking / design there. And now, once again, it looks like Gangplank is going to die.
Woo! Yasuo.
Incredible.
He got the kill early from the skirmish. He got the kill from the teleport bottom lane. And now he's just kind of snowballing the game.
Yeah, he's absolutely out of control. They're already struggling so much bottom lane. You can see, obviously, CS is going to tell you one story, but the 3-1-5 Rengar will tell you a different one. And really, my question is, when you're an established brand like Yasuo, as someone whose name changed in the past, at what point do you consider a rename to Aurelio?
It's probably taken, if I had to be completely honest.
I mean,
but
you're like,
you would consider it for sure.
Yeah. Should that stop him, though?
No.
You know? I wonder what Coach Mickey X in disguise toast is thinking backstage. I wonder if everything's going according to plan.
I mean, it seems like the plan's great for NA right now.
Yeah.
Just tilt him.
It's brilliant. It's literally the original League of Legends strategy. It goes back.
I've done the research.
Yeah, it goes
Here's
back
how you
forever.
do it.
Back in the prehistoric era, you know? Just tilt him. Caps, at least, he's trying to roam. He's trying to get something done. Not able to hit the skill shot there.
So Whipple's going for the Fort Orange build. This is actually a strat that people have been doing in solo queue recently. You get really, really strong off of Fort Orange. However, you should only do it when you're ahead. Can't get pushed out of lane. Then you eventually get SP3 reversed, and it doesn't matter. Can he 1v3?
Yasuo does not have a ton of mana, so this is actually going to be pretty difficult.
Can't ult.
Reset, and that's going to be it. The shutdown is there. That's massive. So a good chunk of gold. Not going to go into the pocket of No Way, which is a bit unfortunate, but Jankos will be happy to have that in a very even top lane matchup so far.
Getting the early Moby boots from Caps is nice. I think when we eventually see Pro, we're going to see more of this because you don't have to put extra gold in your support items. So basically, supports can get their first real item first, and it's probably going to be mobility boots for a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh, like Drag will connect. The game plan follow-up is there. Cataclysm is going to connect with Tyler 1. That's the ult coming out. Big damage from Whippo. Now he's swapped between guns, left and right. Calibrum, the rifle, trying to mark. He gets ability. Follow-up is good. The Chakrams coming back and forth. And Whipple's still alive for now, but Yasuo not going to connect on the ult. That is massive, and he will go down. Such a good start for Yasuo. Cut short. Whipple finds yet another kill. Bang. Going to continue to re-engage. Looks like Stolen Ult comes in. Fantastic Gragas off of Core JJ. But is it enough? Not going to happen.
Well, he's back in the game. Basically, that whole fight, I was focusing on the Aphelios.
I honestly, I got lost in the fight halfway through trying to figure out what he was doing, and I gave up. I just stopped talking about it.
Okay, Whippo's learning. He's figuring the stuff out. What he did a couple times there is he was able to mark people with the sniper rifle and then get the max range auto attack. You could see him just do it right there. So once you mark someone with the sniper rifle, you can just kind of globally finish your right click. And then his Chakram, you can stack it up during combat with champions, so kind of the longer you fight with it, the more powerful you become, and that was really strong there. So ult comes in, that's just basically like throwing a big gun that applies the gun effect to everyone. And then after that, you can see the Chakrams around him just getting stacked up as the fight progresses, and since they don't kill him right away, and because Yasuo missed his ultimate, he doesn't get killed.
Yeah, and very unfortunate. They've given over some shutdown gold already from Yasuo in the mid lane there, and now the way this fight plays out, just not very favorable.
Really good ult from Core JJ. It just wasn't able to get anything done.
And the thing is like, Whippo is definitely learning, right? Whippo has gotten an entirety, and you can see he's excited about it. He's gotten an entirety of almost 11 minutes of experience, as have his bot lane opponents. Everyone else wandering down into his lane still has no idea what this champion does, most likely. They're like, what? I don't understand. Why does he have 1,000,000 projectiles? Why is he like Mega Sipper right now?
It's definitely going to be an experience.
Flag drag. That's a quick kill pickup on Core JJ. Sticking around a little bit too long trying to clear out that ward. And gotta say, Bang struggling. Bang very much locked in top lane trying to match the pressure from this Ziggs.
Yeah.
And Jankos has been roaming a lot.
His top lane Ziggs actually seems really on point. Luden's completed. His free boots have completed. Okay, here we go.
Sneaky's going to go forward. They got Daisy here as well.
Caps is in trouble.
Empowered Roar. Yeah, Caps should absolutely be taken down, but Applewood trying to follow up. Uses the ultimate, gets the mark. Can try to follow up in CC, but I believe he's already used the ability. So he has Gravitum and Severum, so he's got Sustain and he's got a Slow, but he doesn't really have any follow-up or kill threat at this point.
Yeah, I think what we're going to see a lot of as people get more familiar with the Aphelios is Gravitum, the gun that slows on auto attacks, and which spell will root people he's marked as he tries to 1v2 with Chakra. We're just going to watch
Huge
this.
damage comes in. TP coming in as well. These GP ults have been so clutch. That's going to be one. Can he get a second one? Tyler, we're going to try to find it. Bwipo's taken down in the end. The final Daisy auto will do it, but now Yasuo is going to be the one in trouble. Zigzalt is going to clip him, it looks like. Yasuo, can he get that kill onto No Way? Is not going to happen.
Well, someone's going to get him.
Yeah. Looks like poor JJ. We'll get the body slam. Pistol is not going to stop that belly from bopping.
Close game, actually.
Yeah, I really thought it was doomed after the start, but that bot lane play brought a lot back. And as difficult as No Way, or as difficult as laning phase has been for No Way, his GP ults have been a big game changer for this otherwise very difficult bot lane.
Yeah, and I don't know how sold I am on the scaling of the sneaky Rengar, but we'll see. All right, watching this one more time. As you mentioned, the GP ult does come in fairly clutch here. Which guns were those?
Okay, that's what I'm looking up. So we had Severum, we had Gravitum, and I'm trying to figure out, so when you activate Severum, that is the lifesteal gun, that is the red gun, for those of you.
Yeah, so the spell of the red gun is really, really good.
Yeah.
Because it gives you, I believe, move speed, attack speed, and you're also firing both guns.
Yeah,
so your main hand and your offhand.
Yeah, so you get 6 quick basic attacks, plus 3 per 100% bonus speed attack speed you've stacked up, and it swaps, I believe, between your offhand and your primary weapon. So at that point, if you have Gravitum, you're getting both the lifesteal from Severum, keeping you in combat, and then also the slow, which stops a Rengar from getting on top of you, or makes it more difficult in this case for the Rengar to get away. So very strong interaction.
Yeah, and the other thing we're going to have to eventually learn about Aphelios is how you're managing your guns. Because once you run out of ammo, it basically goes into the back of your gun line.
Yeah.
So that's the way you can manipulate which 2 guns you have throughout time, is if you want to keep a gun for a while, you just keep it in your offhand and you don't use the ammo, and you cycle until you have the 2-gun combo that you want.
Yeah, which makes me think that there will more likely than not be like 1 or 2 or 3, let's say, ideal 2-gun combos that people will try to cycle for.
Probably. But the alternative, like Cool World, is you're just MacGyver using whatever tools are available, and all of the guns are good. It's like, well, I got the AoE gun now, so the flamethrower, so let me go clear away really fast. Or I got Chakram, so let me go fight someone. Or I got Gravitum, so let's go find a pick.
I like that potential for like ideation exists, right? Like, and that's, people are talking about like him being this, you know, the Giga Brain champion, the Galaxy Brain champion, the Mega Mind. But I don't know how complex it's actually going to be, if it'll just turn into something simple like those first 2 combos. But all of that, Yank is getting engaged on. Big damage now, traded back. Yasuo is here, fantastic stun follow-up. Going to grab 2 quick kills, and now he's moving in front of Bwipo. Now, Bwipo, of course, has the lifesteal as well as the Chakram, so he's attacking very quickly, but Yasuo is more than fed enough to make this happen, and as the ammo runs out, Bwipo goes down, forced to swap to the rifle, and the rifle just not giving him what he needs. Variant can go in, but has to be safe here. Trigger Seed going down onto Yasuo, good shielding. Variant can fall up, but Noe's just so far away. So it looks like, once again, NA coming out on top, and this has been such an incredibly close game.
Yeah, it's turning really good, and Yasuo may be the one that needs to carry NA to a victory. And that's an accomplishment, I feel like. When we have these mixed games of the pro players and then the high elo streamers, to be able to have some pop-off moments as a high elo streamer has got to be fairly fulfilling, right? As a streamer, to kind of say that you can be one of those very high-level players even against these pros.
Now Bwipo going to go in. Cap's going to show up just to get this, the assist there. Bwipo able to finish that kill quite easily. Marks his target, gets the max range. But I think you're completely, honestly, I think you're completely right. I think like this is like such a huge, one, just like confidence opportunity, justification. Because I think every solo queue player, whether or not they've gotten the opportunity, probably wonders how they'll stack up against the pros in this case, semi-serious game.
Yeah, and I do like how they did put like No Way against Yasuo. It's not like we put Caps mid against Yasuo or something, so at least the goal level's been kind of close, but there's the Mountain Drake with good armor. Another fight.
Stopwatch. It will be Ocean Drake. An extra bush now for Yasuo to try to outplay here. Ivern's going to one up the double. He should be able to clean up Caps. Now can look to get a little bit more. That's going to be 2. Jankos has to run for the hills. The Ziggs, it's not going to happen. We'll get 1 back, but Yasuo, triple kill shown up. Jet, you said it. This is the man that needs to carry, and bam, right on time, there he is.
He's popping off, and he's also going on to Bwipo's Aphelios very early in these fights. So even though Aphelios has 5 different guns to cycle through and abilities on each gun, he does not have any dashes. So when Aurelia gets there, he's there.
To the surprise of everyone, the champion with 5 guns.
Yeah.
None of them.
The champion with many, many dashes can indeed have a play through. It also helps Yasuo's case when Whipple runs right next to the Aurelia to allow Yasuo to just kind of auto attack.
Yeah, you know what they say. Never take 5 guns to a knife fight.
You would always want 5 guns in a knife fight.
League of Legends is different. This is a fantasy world. We have to redefine classic sayings. There you go.
Gold's really evened out in this one.
Balance. It's an emotional roller coaster. Now, Yasuo can keep going. Fantastic. Again, 3-man stun. Yasuo popping off, but the follow-up damage is there. Fine Dance will not save it. That's a big, huge shutdown. Here comes Aphelios on the backside. So much damage. The slowest damage from Graviton. Swap back and forth between these guns if he needs to. Holding on to the range. But once again, EU, right when you think that they're out of the game, they win a clutch fight, and they're right back in.
Absolutely. That was a very poor fight, to say the least, in terms of engage. And Jankos' Ziggs, I think, could be the sleeper MVP of this one. He was up in the top lane on island on himself. He's been roaming a lot.
Yeah.
Got ridiculous turret damage.
And here's the issue. When team, hold that thought. Sneaky going in, will get the shutdown. Can try to finish off Navarian. Definitely should be able to finish off Navarian. Uses the snare, wants to keep him in combat. The flag dragon's there, but here comes Caps. The double supposed to drop him for Sneaky. The Ignite goes down. Sneaky not going to be able to make his way out of that one, but TP now coming in. And who could that be but the wonderful Bang?
Silas.
So far confined to the top lane. So far 0, 3, and 4. Could now be 1, 3, and 4. Fantastic stun. Caps now running.
He can probably get
yeah, I think the fight or not is just a little bit too much here. But Bang can go over the wall, which is going to make a lot of this easier. And no way is fighting on the bot side against Yasuo. Might be able to turn this one, but the Trigger Seed coming in just in time to turn the fight. And that's the shutdown.
Yeah, Tyler 1 came in really clutch with the Ivern Shield at the end of that dual bottom. We're going to watch this fight one more time. Yasuo wanted it, but he gets all the way in onto Jankos' Caps and then basically just gets rooted into all of the Ziggs bombs and is unable to escape afterwards. Also note that Sneaky was nowhere to be found, and in this fight, no one got on to Whippo, so he could basically just free fire from the back.
And there's not really, I mean, outside of Caps at this point, there's not really what feels to be a true tank, right? So the team that starts the fight is usually the team that wins the fight, because you just don't, unless you're bursting a single member down, if Yasuo comes in like that, he instantly dies. Of course he has a ton of damage. Of course in a fight where, you know, not every single cooldown is available, he can cut through this team, but it just didn't happen. But now he has Stopwatch, he has the Sterix Gauge, a lot more survivability.
I want to say something about Aphelios.
Okay, I mean, you can honestly
hopefully I have a window. If he has Gravitum, which is basically like the purple moon-shaped gun, I'm going to start trying to just say what the picture looks like so we can better identify it. Anyway, if you use your ult there, it's an AoE 99% slow, and then you can then use your gun's spell to root everyone that gets hit by that slow. So I think you can do that as a pick tool. He's not on screen right now, so I'm going to stop talking about it.
That's fine. Would be a great pick tool. Sneaky's ult should be a great pick tool, but now they're going to try and turn. That's good stuff.
Here he is.
Now they're locked in.
Use your ult.
Ziggs can be a lot of good damage here. Tyler 1 now has to run for the hills. Bang can't come over the wall, but this looks like, once again, a decisively won fight from the side of EU.
Yeah, they're in control. I think they can do Baron. They've killed enough. There's no TPs up. It's just Core JJ and Bang. I think Aphelios should have pretty good Baron damage. I don't know if he has the right guns. He doesn't have the right guns right now. Chakram would be the best gun on Baron because he could stack it up really quick. Oh, I think he made it to the gun?
No, he has Severum. So Chakram ran out on his first auto on the Baron.
Okay, now he's got Healy Gun and Sniper Rifle.
Honestly, yeah, so he's got Healy Gun, Sniper Rifle. Yep. Calibrum.
Yeah.
Okay, so green is Sniper, red is Healy Gun,
Yeah.
purple is Slow, white is Sivir thing.
Is Chakram?
Chakram, yeah, white is the Chakram.
Crescendum, the Chakram, okay.
You got
Infernum is blue.
Oh, the flamethrower.
Yeah.
Guys, design.
No, so have you ever, do you have like a gas stove?
Blue is really hot.
It's
what
the
you're trying to say is
start
it's
of the
really
fire.
hot flamethrower.
It's fine. It doesn't have to be red or orange. I'm okay with that decision.
Yeah, it's true. I said, you know, don't bring 5 guns to a knife fight.
Yeah.
You said
you should.
Fire makes more sense as blue. And that's it's a different world, guys. You can't argue, okay? These are the rules of fantasy environments.
Yeah. So that gun, the one he has now, is the Healy gun.
Can you imagine if this is how excited you were about single champs in like a regular LCS cast? You're like, why does Jet just pick one random champ and only talk about that champ for 30 minutes?
I do that sometimes. Like the first time I'm casting a Maokai jungle game or something, I'm like, so listen, these saplings in this position means you can get 2 of them to properly hit the blue buff.
I think it's just like super gratifying as a caster when you hard prep for a single random obscure point, and that obscure point becomes relevant. You can't resist the temptation to go all in. And now the fight seems to be a similar story. Navarian has gone all in, lots of members locked to the backside. So much Ziggs and Gangplank damage. What everyone else is doing is ultimately inconsequential because the AoE combo here with the Jarvan is simply too easy to execute.
Yeah, and they're 1 Drake away from Ocean Soul, which is a really, really strong soul because of all the self-healing it can give you. Feeling like this is like a 90-10 game at this point for EU to beat NA. Breaking the losing streak.
I know.
In all-star events.
I think we had such a rough year.
Can NA not get the all-star victory, Dracos?
This is honestly EU.
Whippo's first time being champion.
EU needed this one.
Okay, you're right. They did. After the devastation of finishing second at the World Championship.
Yeah.
How painful that
First
must have been.
loser. That's how I feel about it, Jack. All right, one more fight potentially, but it's a disaster. Bang is simply too far behind to get much of anything done. Whippo is learning the champion. It appears to be quite a good champion. The slow setting up for Jankos to go godlike. And now the flag and drag to finish things out. Yasuo, it was a beautiful game, my friend, but you could not carry the load that was this team.
He started out really well, but he ended up going in a bit too early in a lot of those late game team fights. Then Jankos' Ziggs, sleeper MVP of this game. Navarian's Jarvan also had really good initiation, did end up going tanky.
Oh, he's leaving. He's backing.
Well, they probably want the soul.
Yeah, they definitely, which is good.
It could, I mean, NA could end it right here if they felt like they wanted to. But they're choosing to stand and fight, which I have to commend.
That's true.
Yeah, this is no open mentality.
No.
This is a winnable mentality.
I like this.
Yeah.
Strong mental game coming in. I will say this. I think in games like this, teams should just like agree ahead of time on like 6 champions that can ban and ban nothing else. And they have to agree so that we can see Yasuo play Yasuo. Because look at Zarelli. Look how good Zarelli is. What if you play Yasuo? How much better?
Yeah, Yasuo would have been nice, I think.
And look, don't get me wrong. I know what everyone at home was thinking before this game. I can't wait to see Tyler 1's Ivern. And I'm with you. I'm for sure with you. But I might have also enjoyed a Draven game. Maybe.
Yeah.
That said, I don't think Whipplo's Aphelios would have done very well in Tyler 1's Draven. I think Tyler 1 would have chosen not to read any of Aphelios' abilities and just ran at him and killed him anyway, because he was very good at Draven.
That might have happened. Like I said, I can't really fault what EU has done. I think they've done some smart stuff.
I think honestly, they picked simple to execute stuff. No way.
No way.
Redemption for a very poor laning phase. He wants to end the game in classic EU fashion. Where's the
Core JJ shuts him down.
Okay, yeah, that one's reserved, my friend, man. No. All right,
here's.
Oh, there you go. Will the guns be enough for 5 guns? Both of them going into GA. Aurelia will come out first. Can Yasuo get a good night? Can Yasuo find a kill? Jankos legendary. The minions. They're looking to finish the game. They are not for fun players. They simply want things to end, and the minions will do it. Call that a partial victory for EU, as minions technically did finish it.
It's a complete victory. There's the flame. Tyler 1 very heated after that one. Yasuo could have carried. He almost had it.
He did. Ziggs does a lot of damage. I forgot. Literally no one plays that champion in my games, but Ziggs does a lot of damage. So when Aurelia went in and didn't kill the Ziggs and instead killed the Aphelios, it was a big bait.
When are we going to get the rematch? It's real quick.
That's a good one.
So, how did you decide? Okay, so the blue players are the pro players, and the red shirts are the streamers, influencers?
I believe. I mean,
I'm really good at seeing patterns. So
yeah, that was good pattern recognition. I was like, my theory was they let them pick, but
that could have been it too. And you know, it just could be a pattern.
Tyler 1 just refused to handshake with this is peak League of Legends, folks.
Yeah.
That's what you need to understand. Next year, everyone's going to be playing Ivern and Rengar bot lane.
Maybe. And here's my question.
Sure.
Why recall on the Nexus if you're just going to run back and try and backdoor it? I thought the point
I really think
was to get another 5v5.
But for No Way, I really think that like while his GP ults were super important for the game, he did kind of get hard bodied in lane.
He did die
repeatedly. So maybe that was like he's like, guys, I need this. You know, this is my emotional victory. And then of course it backfired and was kind of embarrassing because he died to the Nexus Tower or the inhibitor tower.
What did you learn about Aphelios?
I
learned that I need to memorize what the gun symbols are.
Sure.
That's way more important
feel
than
like
knowing the names. Because I was ready. I knew the 5 guns, and I had, like, there was heal gun, there was slow gun, there was flamethrower, there was sniper, there was chakram gun, but I didn't have the symbols down yet, so that hampered my cast, I would have to say.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely had a lot of My Chemical Romance jokes planned coming into this cast, and I forgot to use all of them.
Can I
that
get one before the toss?
I was going to say at some point it's not okay. It's fine. We're being told to toss. We're done talking about Aphelios for now. We'll talk more later. For more on the latest chapter in the EU versus NA story, Shox is standing by with North America's new support player.
Well, thank you very much. I'm here with the legend himself, Tyler 1. Bit of a disappointing performance, I would say. What went wrong for Team NA?
All right, first of all, I can sense some sarcasm in your voice, being an EU fan. Secondly, I'll tell you what went wrong. Let me refrain. They banned all my champions and then camped me for what? For what reason? Are they that scared? Probably salty about that Worlds performance.
Oh, I'm not angry about that comment at all. In any case, they did say that they were tryharding so much. You know, they came up with all these strategies, like the bans and stuff. But did you guys not want to win?
I'll be honest. I wanted to win. I'm almost positive my entire team was playing for fun. Typical, right? Yeah. And they did have a coach and they did strategize. These guys wouldn't even talk to me.
Well, I want to talk about your mid lane specifically. Do you think maybe Cassiopeia would have been a better fit for Mo?
Yeah, exactly. He just started one-tricking that champ. Shout out Trick 2G. You won't be forgotten.
All right. So you are also playing tandem mode with Yasuo, with Mo tomorrow. Okay, so tell me about the strategy in that, and then the preparation, and how you're looking forward to that.
Well, I mean, we haven't talked about that yet, but I got some preparation for us. He listens to me. He does as I say. We win easy. He refuses. Well, I'm just gonna FF.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Anything else you want to share with the world here at All Stars? Are you enjoying your time?
I mean, it's a good time. I am enjoying myself. This EU did not just beat NA today. EU beat Bang, Core JJ, Mo, and Sneaky. Not me.
Message received. Thank you, Tyler. Stellar performance. The rest of the team, not so much. Over to you guys.
Thank you, Shox and Tyler. Once I was prepared to say, finally, EU has taken down North America in a show match, but as Tyler pointed out, I guess that's just not true. It's important for me to note here, I'm joined by Mark and Stash, who was a game designer, champ designer specifically, who worked on Aphelios, and that is why we have brought you on here to help us understand what the heck is going on with this champion, because I think at the outset, a lot of people look at this and they get really overwhelmed by the idea of 5 weapons and abilities attached to each of them. But help us break it down. Give us maybe kind of the noob rundown of this champion and how you guys came up with it.
Right, okay. So originally, no shade at marksman players, right? But that panic can get a little familiar. Oh, fair enough. You're, kiting, clicking, that sort of thing. And your abilities matter to varying degrees, but you're not doing as much thinking and planning on a lot of these sort of strategic characters elsewhere in the game, and so we wanted to bring that new dimension in full force to the marksman role. We thought that'd be a pretty unique opportunity and offer a new, really refreshing take on it. So enter Aphelios, big brain champion, hopefully, where so he has 5 weapons, but only 2 at a time, and at any given time he could swap between the 2 that he has, and so he's always alternating between the right one for the right situation of the 2. But he can't just choose to get a 3rd or 4th or 5th. He needs to run his current ones out of ammo, and after they run out of ammo, his magical sister Elune warps in the next one for him, and it appears in his hand, and he's in combat using it right away.
So then explain to me some of the challenges, because again, this sounds very complex. Identifying, multiple different abilities that provide utility to what is normally a damage-oriented, class or role within a game, and by the same token, players have some amount of control, right, in being able to choose their weapons, where I can eliminate 50 ammo, the next one comes in. But I'm not just like drop down menu, I'm going to take these 2 weapons right now, please.
Yeah, so in terms of like how we landed on that system,
Yeah.
or what?
Well, yeah. So one, why is that the direction that you guys went? And then what were maybe some of the challenges that came along with designing a champion that has 5, you know?
Did you at one point have a quick select wheel? You know, like how crazy? Because I heard you had 25 weapons at some point. Like
When I jumped on the project, we had already like tamed it down a lot. But yeah, at different times you had like an item shop of guns and stuff back in the base. They would spawn out all over the map. Minions would bring them in, like cart them into your lane, and it'd be a new one every time. But
Oh my goodness, I love that. The minion delivery system.
exactly. No,
They have a hard enough life already. All right, well, we're going to keep talking about the champion, but I do want to pull up some highlight clips of the affiliates played by Bwipo, who will be our player of the game here.
Oh, nice. So here we have his level 1, where he stays on sniper rifle the whole time, even when people are in range of it. So I was squinting at him a little. I was thinking maybe switch to the heal gun and sort of mitigate a lot of that damage that you're taking.
I'm positive, like, pro players sometimes don't read patch notes on like things that they have to play competitively on that week. So I guarantee you this was as the new guns got delivered by his sister. Yeah, Bwipo was passing over and reading them.
Brings out his notebook, I hope.
Yeah. I like like the flamethrower gun to me is the one that looks the coolest, and I would want to be on all the time just as like a noob, just because I love the pushing power of it. But it feels like that's like when you want to swap.
I really like this fight. He starts out with the chakram gun, and he ults with it, and so that gives him a bunch of the minis, which will then follow his attacks whenever he uses that weapon. So for now, he's maintaining space with the sniper, which is pretty cool because he's a threat. But as soon as the Aurelia jumps onto space, he starts chaining her with these mini chakrams, which does a lot of damage. And so then she has to back off, and now he's at range again and is back in sniper form, right? Drops a turret, ditches the gun, runs out of ammo. Alun brings him in the gravity gun to allow him to CC. Doesn't end up getting much use out of it, but does get a really long-range sniper queue here, thanks to having that weapon to allow them to finish the kill on Gragas. So right there, we saw like a cool combo between sniper and chakram, like weaving out of range, and then when necessary, going into melee to blast them with it, which was pretty cool.
Right, and just how he had to adjust his play style once he had the the first weapon go out of rotation and the new one join.
Right, and he lost the chakram, but fortunately, right as the fight was dispersing, and so he no longer needed the melee threat, which was fortunate for him here, but we got to see the swap in action there.
So this is a champion that has essentially 2 abilities for each weapon. I mean, ultimate and then a singular ability. So that's kind of 10 in total. Why did you guys land on that, number 1? And 2, again, was there any kind of like concern with complexity of the champion or even perception of a champion that seems to have so much at their disposal?
Oh yeah, so that was a big challenge, like triangulating on what's the right number. Is it 4, 5, 6, 25 at one point, right? Well, so the main thing though was like we wanted to make a combo champion that had really cool, exceptional moments, like we saw there with all of those mini chakrams flying around, right? And so so that was just what we were working on. What is the number that gives us a lot of those moments without overwhelming players? And then it was also a challenge to figure out what sorts of things can we offer in those moments that go crazy, but still aren't overwhelming and allow the allies and enemies to track them and play around them. And that's what led to the sort of only 2 guns at a time, doesn't get to control it, has them for as a pretty good amount of time, 50 ammo, takes a while to chew through, that kind of thing.
Right.
So let's say you're a new player, you're going out and you're wanting to play Aphelios. What's like the first thing that they should be trying to learn? Like, how do you build up the building blocks of playing him? Because if it was me, I'd be like, I'm not touching W. I'm never swapping my guns. I'm going to mess that up. So I'm just going to press Q and right-click and learn each one and kind of chew through. Like, what have you seen as like the best way to figure it out?
Yeah, honestly, that truly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm hoping that we did a great job with the kid and that it kind of teaches it to you over time as you press a button and you see like, oh, I had the gravity gun and I used my other Q and that applied a mark to them. Oh, I could swap to the gravity gun and root them. And then that starts to get you thinking about the other combos that you're going to do, because every time you cast a Q, you're likely to see an interaction, and every time you cast your R, you're likely to see an interaction. So just by using the guns and operating as a basic marksman, you should be able to have like a medium amount of effectiveness while you learn the new things and start to like bring them into your toolbox.
And I'll flip the script here for a final question. If I'm playing against Aphelios, again, what should I be looking? How can I maybe abuse this champion, or what are some of the openings that I can look for to take advantage?
So he's immobile for one thing. So think of him kind of like a Varus. He has CC as peel sometimes, but most of the time he's not going to be moving very fast.
Okay.
So he's vulnerable to all-in. And then the main thing is he can't really affect you very much other than dealing damage, except for the gravity gun. So look out for the purple orb on his shoulder and the purple mark above his head. That means he's going to try to root you.
There you have it. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to play some Aphelios. All right, well, I hope you guys all enjoyed our first Aphelios of the game. Stash, thank you so much for joining us and helping us understand this champion just a little bit more. On the other side, we return with another TFT match as the Littles clash on the Convergence.
Hey, do you guys want a coach?
Can you ask my friend
Who's our
Faker?
Ocean? Faker?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ask.
Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
All right, guys, you guys got a coach.
Who is it?
Who?
Oh my God, man.
No, we didn't need a coach.
Let's kill him.
He's dead. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Oh, nice.
Whoa! Hey!
This is bad.
Like nice?
Oh, I think it's good. No, I think it's good.
Kill him.
He's dead.
Let's go.
Oh, I can kill. I have him. Oh, yeah, I had him. Nice, good shit, guys.
All right.
Yeah, kill him too. Kill him.
Oh, get him!
Good job.
Let's go, dude.
Good shit.
Dude, we got Ocean Dragon, Rengar, Ivern. This is so sneaky.
It's actually perfect. Yeah.
The perfect map.
I got a really big ult.
Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Nice.
Listen.
You fighting?
Oh, Lord.
Stop it. Stop
I'm never the only reason we're in the game.
Nexus. One hit.
No, let me
Cap's got true. Cap. Oh, well, that wasn't good.
GG.
Let's go.
Welcome back to day one of All-Star 2019. Mark and I are back for some TFT Littles matches. In a little while, Lothar is going to join us to help us break down this game. Excited to have him as well.
Yep, worked with him before. He's a great guy. But before we get there, we have to take a look at the Littles competing in their first heat. We've got Pabu up first with Sneaky, Clid, Bofo, and then the other half of the lobby will be comprised of Saros, Levi, Chippius, and No Mans.
And the only pairing that I know and remember is Becca, who placed first in our Legends match, is paired with Pabu.
Yeah.
So he's the one to watch. They have a lot of points already.
I'm not sure how much advice they really gave.
She said she didn't even know until like right now.
Yeah.
So you get some speed coaching in.
Yeah.
Go Ocean
Predators.
Mages!
Like you should go actually just watch some VODs. Really.
Our synergy is off there. We both shot different comps.
That's because you have a strange hatred for certain comps.
That's true. Here we go though. Perfect Ocean Mages opening already.
I love it. I like the Ocean tile a lot. It feels really good when you have something that you want to get an ult off right away, and having the ability to do that. Like Zyra's early and stuff like that feels really good to drop on there.
Zyra's early is always a very good thing. Let's see. Seeing a decent amount of Oceans, Predators, and Woodland Druids. Very, very common. See what items people are looking for, though.
Expected.
Yeah, as to be expected, as those are mainly the champions that show up first, Mark.
I hope. So as much as I enjoy, Woodland Druid where you don't, I definitely don't think I want to see another 16 win streaking who manages to hit pretty much all the 1-drops to 3 stars.
What's your preferred hyper roll strategy then? Is it?
I really like Predator. I like doing the Woodland Druid too, but I really enjoy when basically what Becca's build was, where you have the 3-starred Skarner who you make this like Uber tank, and then he just doesn't die and slowly whittles down all the competition. It feels amazing. It's so frustrating because they can't kill you.
Yeah, you're a big fan of the D key compositions.
I'm fans of D key compositions, and I'm fans of annoying my opponents. I really like drain tank type champions. Like I tried to do a 3-star Vlad hyper carry thing at one point. Not quite as good.
I mean, so we're watching this right now. We're actually, a lot of these players doing some good scouting. So they at least, these are decent players. The only difference between the Legends and these Littles is that they are not challengers. So that's a pretty decent cutoff. Like Grandmaster and Masters are still extremely good players. Oh, here we go. Finish up your keybindings real quick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't want to see what he went to. But I agree. Like it sounds little like. Oh, who knows? Some of them I don't think have played quite as much, but quite a few have actually played a good amount. You see him with a completed Warwick in shop.
Yeah, you can tell Clid was told you're playing Ocean Mages. Only buy Ocean Mages.
Otherwise, if you're watching, definitely buy those 3.
Yeah, because 2-starring early on goes a really long way. See, he's got 2 of the Talias, though. You can splash Mountain really early for some of the mage openers as well.
Yeah, a little harder when you're not on the Mountain tile, because you can't get the Talia then.
Yep. Or Kiana, you mean?
Oh, excuse me, yeah. Kiana. Sneaky going for Woodland Druid opener. Has a lot of pieces, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, Woodland Druid's best opener. Let's see, trying to remain very flexible early on. See what you roll early, and then...
Ooh, that's nice.
After first items, you can commit more. Nice. Yeah, level 2 Maokai, level 2 Nasus. He even levels up. He's going for a hard win streak here. Level 2 Nasus plus the full Woodlands.
Saw Sneaky put the Maokai on the ocean thing. Don't need to do that. Oh, Maokai doesn't use mana.
Yeah, he's got the auto attack passive, so.
Yeah.
Least effective user of the entire one. Early Infernal.
Yeah.
Spend money on upgrading Varus too. Interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things that some people, if you know it's not going to be in your late game build and you don't need it for immediate power, which is kind of the case in early game, it's not a huge deal to lose streak. You know, it does not sell for the full amount, so.
Levi already Rage Blade on the Kindred going for Shadows.
Got 3 of them.
Definitely strong early on. They're all very good individual units just by themselves, and even though Shadow was nerfed a bit, still definitely viable. Chasing Saros around.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys see some emoting.
Actually, that's one of the best parts about this compared to all the other auto battlers is being able to move around and interact with your little legends.
Yeah, I liked what you're pointing out as well. I forget who was doing it in the last game, but like chasing down your opponent.
When you're about to do damage.
Yeah, because everyone runs away. And that's something that happens in a lot of auto battlers. As the damage comes flying in, you try and hide in the corner and live as long as possible. So you chase them down and put your little legend right next to it.
Yeah, it literally does, like, it's not going to benefit you. It's just you're trying to execute your opponent. Yeah, because you're guaranteed to win, but you just really stick it to them if you give the damage first.
It's like awkward tango. If you don't know who's going to win, you're both kind of moving closer and further away.
Both low, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, really the key to Becca's success in the last game as well was who's starring so many 5 costs.
Yeah.
So we'll see as we shift through this lobby, like who's econing really hard to try and get that level 8, start getting the better chances for the 5 costs.
You were saying you were in favor of the econ strategy for newer players, right?
Oh yeah, especially since this is the littles that are receiving coaching. I think it's super consistent to econ pretty hard early because a lot of people will burn too much early on.
Yeah.
Spend money re-rolling when they don't need to.
Leveling up. Yeah, I'm with you because I think econing is also maybe the harder part to master, but it's the most consistent thing because if you're not good at rolling down and you do it kind of slow and you level up too early or something and you kind of mess with your own odds, I think hitting a lot of 3 stars can be difficult.
Let's see how this items shook out, by the way. Who are we on? Full banner. Sneaky. He's got a full Phantom Dancer already, plus a belt, which you can turn into a Morella Nomicon. Those are 2 of my favorite items on the current set.
Yeah, I think so. There's a couple general items that you can pretty much build all the time. That's 2 of them.
Yeah.
You know, GA as well.
All right, it's about time we're gonna bring on our analyst Lothar, who played a lot of Hearthstone, played a lot of shooter games, but most recently TFT. How has the grind been going for you? Huh?
Okay. There's just too many Jack Ryan ads on your Twitch recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of them you can tell probably have a little less experience. Clid, you know, maybe leaving up too many things in the shop and stuff. But overall, a lot of people have played it before. I know we did the Rise of the Elements Invitational together.
Yep.
And it's cool how much the meta has changed from just like a month ago when that was, where Lights and Shadow were kind of dominating a lot of the lobbies, and now it's totally different.
Well, I would say that Shadow is like an underappreciated trait right now, and there's a lot of let's say possibilities for a player to scout the lobby, see no one else is playing Shadow. Oh, I can easily 3-star my Kindred, I can easily 3-star my Scion, and just go for that, you know. And then Shadow is very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, especially you get Master Yi later too.
Yeah, the 3-star Kindred carry is one that I've seen people try, and you can put some items on, and like you put Mage on it or something, or you give it like a faster cast so it can actually kite. So if you get like a Seraphs or something, I've seen some people try that stuff. It looks really cool, but I haven't been able to get it to work.
The problem is sometimes it misses on ults when someone has a Phantom Dancer, and that's a little bit annoying, but in general I feel like the potential of bursting any champion down from just one ultimate just tilts you know, the favor in your way. But I see there's a lot of ocean, there's a lot of woodlands in the early game here, so normal stuff.
Yeah, especially since these are the littles that were coached. I talked to so many of the legends, and they were like, okay, we only have a couple of minutes to give them advice. Like, what's the most simple advice to give to someone like trying to climb right now? It's probably like Ocean Mage is one of the easy, like consistent ones to go for. So.
Or build Renekton's.
Yeah, there you go. Put a Phantom Dancer on him for added defense.
You can actually put anything on Renekton.
There you go.
Either defensive or offensive, because he scales with AP both in damage and in heal. So let's say a death cap on him is super effective because it goes both ways. It's like a death cap on Vladimir, an example. It goes the same way because it increases the damage, increases the heal, so it's super effective.
Yeah. I actually really like one of the things about this genre, like hipster builds, kind of like you're talking about. If everybody else has given up on Shadows, then things that are not bot, right, can still be a viable strategy, even if it was previously nerfed. We were flaming. Yeah. We were hard flaming lights. And we're like, oh yes, you know, very rarely we see people going lights anymore. But then we talked to Scar, not only Toast as well, but Scar was like, yeah, I actually like lights on mountain map when people do go Renekton because Vayne can, you know, cut through a lot of the HP.
Yep. The problem for Toast was that he didn't get Yorick.
Yeah. Yeah, he never got it.
He never got it, so he didn't have this battle item for lights as well. So he was stuck at 5 lights instead of 6. And that is like the breaking point for the entire composition. You either lose or you go big.
And that's the problem. So if Ocean Mages, which a big part of Ocean Mage is actually summoners, which isn't even in the name, if they're all taking Yorick's, then it's going to be much harder.
Yeah.
Even though people aren't going lights, they're taking some of your difficult to get pieces.
Yeah, Yorick is one of those champions that can be used in almost every single composition. And also, which is very interesting, a 2-star Yorick is also used as a transition unit. So you can sell him and lose, by the way, a lot of gold on that.
Forecastes.
Yeah, but you can sell the items that he was holding because they fit well on Zed. And Singed and Zed are currently the end game composition pieces that you probably go for. So Yorick is still a very contested piece, and this is why playing lights is such a gamble because you level after everyone else.
Yeah, because you're hyper rolling, spending all your money. None of them going for it in this round, though.
Yep, Levi's Shadow Inferno Ranger comp.
Like you're talking about, pretty easy for him to scoop up a bunch of shadows.
Pablo's going for the Predators, but wow, he has Static Shift on Volibear.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal.
Yeah.
Yeah, most people would normally throw that on the Kog'Maw because Predator, any damage source can proc their passive to get the execute.
By the way, that's a conversation I had today. Is I personally don't like Static Shift on Kog'Maw. I would prefer to have it on Skarner or Rek'Sai, since the attack speed is the same, but the survival rate on those two characters is way higher than Kog'Maw, especially in a metagame where there's a lot of assassins. But at the same time, if you scout your lobby, you see maybe there's not many people going assassins, then that Static Shift also makes sense.
Yeah, and I definitely like sticking a lot of the tanky stuff on the Skarner or Rek'Sais because their ability to execute so high already anyways, that like if you can get a Warmogs on them and they're 3-starred and you're getting the Crystal or Steel buff, like they heal so much through that, it makes it super strong too.
What is No Man's playing? Druid Woodland. What a surprise. Early game, I heard that's a good composition.
He can go Kobe's favorite thing. He keeps talking about it when you go for the transition with electric. He has a Ornn.
I actually really like the burst damage when you hit 3 electrics.
4, right?
Yeah, or if you get the if you get the Lux, if you get the Lux at the end, then that's the
You know what's funny? Whenever I get 4 electric, I just sell everything and just play like multiple Ornns, multiple Volibears.
Yeah, because they can all proc it.
Yeah, it's like insane.
Yeah, like the damage goes, I think 70, 250, 500.
Yeah, it's like an ultimate level on just a critical hit or critical like miss or whatever happens with your unit. So it's insane. It's like the ultimate high roll.
Yeah, that's definitely the way to put it.
As you can see here, since we have so many Ocean Mage players, one of the big parts is also holding Zyra's. Zyra's super good early on, if you upgrade her, but also you can just hold on to them and upgrade it a little bit later because you want to put it in eventually since it's Inferno and the Summoner. You have that classic combination with Brand, Annie.
Also interesting point that there was a moment in the metagame where Brand 2 was the go-to unit.
Yeah.
But that changed a lot, and even though there was not many changes when it comes to the characters, like Brand was still very playable after the nerf.
Yep.
But people started to realize that Zyra, with the same items that typically you put it on Brand, is way more consistent, but only in Ocean 4 composition, because she gets the ult so often, while triggering the Morellos way earlier than Brand and getting consistent damage on a lot of champions, while Brand sometimes fizzles his ult, he just targets someone who dies before the ult goes off, and then it just disappears. Or the mage buff just doesn't work because it's a 50-50. So nowadays, Zyra is my go-to champion when it comes to like putting items on her.
Plus, you can do it so early.
Yeah,
She carries you really early because you can immediately, for the carousel, go for a Morellos right off the bat, and it's an insane early carry.
That's, I mean, it's a Yorick. You probably could use it.
He looks like he's really wants to go with the Predator Poison.
He's in a good spot. Just need
slap it in.
3 more Kog'Maws, and Pabu didn't have to hyper roll. I mean, it's unlikely from here that you can complete it, or you at least definitely shouldn't spend money trying to do that, but if you can get to the 3-star Cog, he actually becomes super strong.
Oh, he gets demolished.
Slapped up. There's an early Brand there. Level 6, and Buffalo's already got 1. That's pretty decent for
Needs 2 more
mages.
Vladimir's as well to 3-star his Vlad.
Oh, comes down to the last auto there.
He was like at 96 mana out of the ultimate.
Yeah, incredibly close. Oh, wow, he's going for the 3-star Varus. He's going for it.
So he's re-rolling now without leveling up. Can complete his Malzahar. I feel like you may as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got plenty of the shadows to work with. Does he want...
What was that thing?
I like the banish item though. It gains so much value on Rise of the Elements because
it's so telegraphed.
Yeah. Easier to target people. You don't have to scout early on, or I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I was watching, I was casting a tournament, and this guy had a really like 5,000 big brain play where you can use it after the board spawns. Now, as long as you put your item on your unit before the action starts, it will go through. So it was a late game situation, it was really close, and he got one off of like the Rift Herald or whatever it was. And so you wait until the enemy spawns on your board, and then you put it on the one unit that you need to knock up, as opposed to, you know, a lot of people are dancing their units around trying to find it. You just have to make sure you quickly identify the right place to put it, because as soon as the units start moving, the banish won't happen.
There's also one way of using Zephyr to get another advantage is that if you have, let's say, 2 Zephyrs, you can Zephyr an entire front line, and you can instantly target something that is behind that front line. So that's another thing, instead of just, let's say, canceling for 8 seconds and 80 carry from your opponent, it's just better to kill him instantly.
Yeah.
Because you just target straight through the front line.
A little earlier in the meta, people were pretty much always trying to rush Zephyrs on Rise of the Elements.
Yeah, the problem is Zephyr is way more effective late game than early game.
Yeah.
And also, you know, if you have a belt, you probably would like to prioritize Morello.
You need Morellos no matter what.
Levi with the APM here, trying to shift through. Everybody's got branches in their shops, though.
Yeah, it seems like no one is going for the brand.
Yeah, it keeps on showing back up. I think the mage players is not getting it, because we definitely had at least one Ocean Mage.
Veigar, well, is it Foreshadow?
Yeah,
it's
Shadow.
Foreshadow, okay.
It's still the level 1 Kindred, though. You hate to see it. Nobody else picking up Kindreds. It's still at level 1.
Still, the XP damage is pretty gross.
Man, the Predators are not doing well right now.
Look at his bench, too, actually. 2 more away. He's going for the 3-star Varus.
There's so many Scorners are paying for Pabu. He's not buying them.
Skarner is actually my favorite one of the Predators to get that 3-star.
Yeah, I mean, he's insane on actually any map, because he has so much synergy with all the elemental hexes, but specifically with Monten, because his max health and then combining it with Crystal just gives him so much more survivor.
So what is he holding out for? Yeah, he's been holding onto that volley bear for so long.
Well, so he's
actually sending it
Whoa.
right now.
Wait, he's not picking up the Twitch either, so he's not getting poisoned yet.
So he goes for the Renekton instead.
It feels like he. Okay, so he's putting in Berserkers. Berserker just really wants to 3-star everything that he started with.
That's a complicated pivot.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yes.
That's a nice way of putting it.
And there were 2 Jaxes there. Wait, what's happening?
I don't know. He rebought a new Volibear.
Yeah, because I mean, you have a Warwick in the front, and I would almost always want a Volibear over a Warwick. Because you're never really going to use the Warwick.
He also didn't move his Shiv. So you're thinking you want to move the Shiv onto a Predator.
Right. Probably the Cog,
But he wins!
It's okay.
Big brain move.
Berserkers are one that I saw high roll. If you get like the Olaf upgraded and the right items on Olaf,
I feel like people were doing that a lot. It fell off so much because everyone has like started rushing Morellos and all this healing cutting. But if you get those stuns,
if you have Glacial like 4 at least, it feels like Olaf can still go off. The problem is, it all depends on your positioning. Since Olaf is a Berserker, and by the way, he jumps to the closest target. You can sometimes affect it, especially with Zephyrs. You can make him jump to the backline, straight to the backline in the beginning of the fight. So if you can use that mobility and the items effectively, it seems like Olaf might be the carry still, but it's way harder to make it consistent.
yeah, especially with the nerf to his mana.
Yeah,
I feel like it takes
70 to 95 now.
that was a pretty
It takes a lot longer for him to actually ult, so that's why he kind of fell off.
Especially on Bronze Olaf, because he generates only 8 mana per attack.
My most hated comp, Mark, here it is. You can see some of the hyper-rolled woodlands.
Yeah.
Woodland Assassins.
Ocean Mage.
Shadow Diana.
No Man's had a lot of items on his bench and couldn't get them in, onto his board before it started. So like the Zeke's Herald not doing much.
Sneaky gets the win, doesn't kill him though.
2 HP left. And that's way before Raptors. That just feels so
Oh, there's a Singed and a Zed on the carousel. Wait, was Pabu the one with the poison setup then?
He was the one who had the poison, yeah.
He just got singed. That will make your comp as much as you're failing in the early game.
Just don't put that Shiv on him.
0 auto
I think
attack.
that's the worst itemization you can do.
All right, if he doesn't have a Morella Nomicon, that is #1 on the list then now.
I don't think he did.
Oh wait, we're in 4 already. He's not gonna have time to collect parts.
Yeah, you just have to hope it drops.
Yeah, because in 5 they're combined items.
I mean, there are still Raptors, right?
Yeah. Right, that's what I was saying. You have to hope that
you gotta hope. You got like one more chance.
Yeah, No Man's.
Oh, he's got it.
That's No Man's. So
now we're
pick
No
something
Man's
else.
Mages.
Yeah, he's an Ocean Mage.
Ooh, he went for the double cast Tibbers for Annie. See if he
Yeah,
can
still
get it.
only 1 cost though, or excuse me, 1 star. Pabu.
Singed in.
Got to probably level. Oh, I can't quite.
Just
give
over
Regal's
Olaf,
spot.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Poison is actually so good too, because
Against Ocean Mage, it's especially strong.
Well, that's the second Annie.
yeah. Well, see if she gets a double cast.
There's the double
Double
cast.
bear.
But it's still like that Vladimir just heals a lot.
Yeah, and he's playing versus a 2-star brand. Where he
Yeah.
only had her 1 star. Or he didn't even have a brand.
No, he doesn't. He has Zyra's waiting to go to transition over to it, but never found it.
Ah, and the pieces go back in the pool now. So not only do you get that victory, but he's gonna be able to find his upgrades as well. Oh, the Zed with GA already.
Oh boy.
Wait, he didn't have the LeBlanc though. So did he even have 3 assassins? I didn't quite see.
I thought he did.
Okay.
Oh, that's a golden virus.
All right.
Very rarely, I haven't seen a gold Varus in a long time actually.
It's like a very uncontested piece.
Yeah.
So it feels like you can do it. You can make it a 2-star, 3-star almost every single game. But the problem is, he's a tier 2. So the longer the game goes, if you don't hyper roll for him, it's harder to actually make him a 3-star than a tier 3 unit like Kindred instead.
Yeah, and 3, 4, and 5 cost units, they only go up. Like tier 3 never gets a lower probability.
Yeah.
So even in late game when you're rolling to find your 4 and 5 cost, you can still hopefully 3-star a 3 cost relatively easily. But Pabu's staying alive now. With the poison in, using Zed, or excuse me, Singed, yeah.
I learned a new thing, by the way, when it comes to hyper rolling and 3-starring units. So apparently, when you freeze-star a unit, you can never get it in the shop anymore.
Really?
Yeah. And that changes the way you hyper roll. So if you get a freeze-star unit early, like the earliest, that motivates you to even hyper roll more because it puts the odds on other units higher.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Huh, I did not know that. It's funny because we were watching Toast roll down, and he found the Vayne upgrade for the third Vayne, the 3-star it.
The round had already started.
But the round had already started, so it didn't auto-combine, and his shop gave him another Vayne that he bought because he's now...
I would have been another champion if he would have made it earlier.
Yeah, that's cool to see.
Going for the 3-star LeBlanc here as well.
Well, he's got a Nico's help, so he can complete it whenever he wants.
Is there anything else that he would use the Nico on? Brand, maybe.
So he's in 6 mage, which you don't see that often. Well,
Hey,
all right.
Brand definitely then.
Yeah. I mean, Klid's at 56, so he can actually chill with it and wait to see what else he ends up going for.
I would prefer to level up instead because that no teaser just...
Yeah, your likelihood of finding an upgrade at this point.
Yeah. You get a lot of value, and it doesn't cost that much to go from 6 to 7.
There's a lot of players who have done their rolling at 6, where it seems like in the meta, 7 and 8 are much more preferred by most people.
I mean, yeah, because 7, if you're going for the 4 cost, if you're going for brand, higher percentage. Let's take a look. The Singe got combined into Dragonclaw as well. He's probably feeling pretty good about it.
Yeah, I think Pabu's in a pretty decent spot, all things considered.
I'm telling you, no matter how much you're struggling early, if you get that first Singe, you feel renewed. The hope is there. Just build the Morello then.
There's also a Golden Renekton, and that does help
That's
a lot,
that's gonna go a long way.
But he has no items, apart from the Zephyr. But, you know. So,
yeah, not really a combat item.
So there's a potential Shojin here for Klid. He can, I mean, he already gave the BF to LeBlanc, so now he can add the tier to that and have a very strong LeBlanc with, actually with 6 mages. She can target two different champions, and they don't have to be in range. They can be anywhere on the board.
Yeah.
So LeBlanc on a freeze-star is actually a very powerful carry.
And there's no other better thing you're making out of that sword.
Yeah, I was gonna say the IE.
Shojin is the ideal combination for the LeBlanc.
In Assassin, sometimes IE can be better for the LeBlanc, but not when you're in the mage version.
Ah, see, that's the Kog'Maw with the ship. It was that first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what's nice about the Predator comp when you manage to 3-star some of the frontline units, is it doesn't actually even matter if your Kog'Maw dies first because the Skarners and the Rek'Sais can put in so much work. And the
This
Stinge.
Maokai, pile it on the Maokai.
So I don't think they can kill him.
They can't kill him.
Maybe they can.
They can, because the Mundo's also got the...
There's one problem.
Well, they're gonna get the Predator hit.
Oh,
wait,
no.
maybe not.
No.
Sin
Maokai!
is not helping. You know what's happening here? Maokai is healing with each attack because he gets triggered by a magical damage going from a spell. So it works the same way with summoners. Whenever a summoner attacks him, he heals.
And in overtime, you know, he actually attacks so much faster. So when there's a Singe healing him, every hit, you know, is just hunking him back up.
Even with the decrease of him healing in overtime,
it's still better.
It's bonkers. It's so much.
I think that's actually the biggest thing for this lobby. I want to see more healing cutting.
Yeah,
I don't really see any. I haven't seen very many Morellos.
Or red buffs even.
Yeah,
I see a lot of Zephyrs.
Yeah.
There's like 3 Zephyrs on.
All these belts!
Everyone's got Zephyrs.
That's right. Well, this is a Shadow player, so.
Yeah.
Well, Kindred has a built-in Grievous Wounded.
Exactly.
So it's okay, I guess.
Shadow's fine.
Yeah.
Typically, she doesn't require to have the Grievous ones at some point because she deals so much damage, she just one-taps almost everyone.
Oh, boy, this
never
is
mind.
going to be the end for Pabu, I think.
Yeah. Ripperonis.
How much damage was that virus? I didn't see, unfortunately.
Yeah, I didn't see the number pop up either.
There's the force of nature.
Oh, baby.
Right
Sneaky.
in front of Sneaky.
Wait,
Doesn't want it.
Oh,
No one wants it?
Does he...
Does anyone?
Is he upgrading with this Singe? What's going on?
Wow.
I'm very curious
But
to
it's
see the board
BT
now.
Singe, so even if it upgrades, the item is useless.
Yeah.
That's the thing about Singe is there's so many. We talk about like, oh man, every item's great on LeBlanc and stuff with these gloves. Like Singed is.
Yeah, he's upgrading with it.
Okay.
So it's a level 2 Singe, though.
He has the Bloodfist in his
And he has a
backpack,
Morello
you know?
Nomicon, so he's one of the few people who has the Morello Singe.
Mystery solve.
So there's a huge spike. Sorry, it's a huge spike on the Singe 2.
Yeah, Singe 2 and with Morelos is gonna go a
But
long
at
way.
the same time, he was pretty healthy, and a Force of Nature is such like a game-winning item potential.
Did Clit miscount the Vagars?
That's what we were both pointing out. I was like, it's very odd to use the Nikos that early. Unless he's guaranteed, he's like, I'm not going for the brand upgrade. I'm 100% using this on the level 3 Vagar.
No.
I
Probably
think he just miscounted.
Well,
Yeah,
he's
I thought
dead
he-
here anyways, so. So it didn't matter. It was just, you know, style points by Clit. Make sure you use everything up.
Maybe he just didn't want to die with the Nikos on
Yeah, exactly. You don't
on
look
the
like
band,
you used
you
all
know.
your resources.
There's a lot of shadow on the bench.
Ooh, Ocean.
It is an Ocean, okay.
Yeah, no, not good for him.
9 win streak on it. Let's go.
His little legend became a big legend.
Ah, he's a clicker. Wait, now he's switching over to using the key.
So he's looking for science, he's looking for Malzakars, is he?
Yeah, all
And
the
he-
shadows.
he's-
Yeah, I'm sure he can take. He has one Yi and a Janna ready to go.
Wait, all those Vagars are back in the pool.
Oh yeah, he's stoked that.
He doesn't need
Is
to
he
play
gonna,
them,
he's
though.
gonna switch it for Malzahar?
He doesn't
No,
have.
he already had.
He doesn't have one in. He's actually 4 away.
The Singe, baby. The Singe with the Bloodthirster. that's also a good BM move.
Yeah.
He's a pacifist, you know?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if poisoning people counts as pacifism.
Sneaky's got the top 2 units in the game though, with the Singe and the Zed, and he's got items for them. All right, Sarah.
Assassin bonus. Well, that's not really useful.
No.
No. I mean, you can put it on Yi.
To jump back there?
Yeah. I think you give up on the mouse. Yeah, okay.
Thornmail's always
If he
fine.
gets Zed, he can use the assassin bonus because the first copy of Zed counts as a new character because it's technically speaking someone else.
Yeah.
So if he puts the assassin bonus on someone else, he gets 3 assassins after the first clone, but still would require Zed.
Yeah, and he has enough econ to level up eventually and enough health to get there, so.
Yeah.
2 more Kindreds too. That's probably gonna get that level 3.
Yeah, that Baker is not needed there. Like,
It's taking up space.
yeah.
He
What?
could go. He could
Oh,
go to
okay.
8. Yeah.
Well, because I thought he was going to swap the Malzahar for the Vigar when he sold the Malzahar on his bench, but then he just gave up on 3-starring all of them.
Nami could be used instead of Jaina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Cyan.
Roll down, roll down, roll down.
Here we go.
Faster.
Oh, he's going for the 3-star Jaina. That's what.
Wait, keep rolling. Just roll all the way down.
From all the tier 4 units, I think Jaina would have been on the lowest point of my list. You know?
I'm not. Does she have? Because some 3-cost unit or 3-star units have insane scaling things. I don't
They
know if
all
she's-
have.
Yeah, I don't
They
know
all have.
what her healing is at 3 cost, but.
It's like over the top, but you know, I would rather have someone who just destroys all the compositions rather than my own.
Would you spam the rest of your money now to reroll and try and hit your Cyan Kindred spikes to try and execute them and kill them as quick as possible, or econ? Because I would roll for them.
I would definitely roll.
Yeah.
I mean, they're so low. They're at like they can only take 2 more losses, right?
You only need 1 Scion, 2 Kindreds. Just buy 3 costs, so you buy all the 3 costs to block more of them, and just keep rolling.
Yeah.
Because level 9 is so far away, you're probably not going level 9.
Lights.
Probably doesn't have a place in this comp.
Yeah, not feeling it.
You know what's funny? Even when you play Woodlands, you probably won't play Woodland Lux.
No.
Unless she's 2-star.
Yeah, because late game, the regen's not.
Yeah, and if you can clone a Lux, it's pretty cool, but it takes up a slot too, which could probably be a more efficient.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's got the 2-star Yi.
I think it's a decent item as well.
Still not enough.
He put the Assassin on the 3-star Varus just for the extra damage. Since he's ranged, he acquires the target anyway, not going to jump. How do you feel about them taking out the doubling of stats on the spatula items? I think it was good.
You think it was good?
I do.
I kind of miss it.
I think it was too strong.
But there's some times where like late game you get the light unit or something.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's just like totally
It's
useless.
actually, yeah.
Yeah, so at least like it'd feel a little bit better if it wasn't even like, if it was at least statistically equivalent to an item.
It also you feel the same way about the Blade Master.
Yeah.
So sometimes when you get the Blade of the Ruined King, you're like, okay, I guess I'm gonna use it as a bow instead, and that kind of feels bad. I agree.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was very powerful. There was no downside of using the item. You know.
Yeah, I feel like overall in set 2, power down generally on items, and that felt pretty good to me.
Yep.
Kill the Singed!
Oy.
He's got it.
I mean, the Bloodfist is a power move on the Cinch, but...
I mean, it got him top 3, right? Getting because he knew he could get to the level 2 Cinch.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Wait, that Cinch doesn't have any more space, right?
No, it doesn't.
No.
Honestly, late game, Dragon Claw looking... Oh, there's also an Iceborne Gauntlet. That's okay.
I like Quicksilver as well. Yeah. In a lobby when everyone plays like 4 Zephyrs, I feel like Quicksilver is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, let's see. Are the Zephyr players knocked out? None here. Oh, Levi rolling for the Zed.
There's 2 Zephyrs here.
Yeah, you got doubles. The Kindred finally got it.
Yeah.
Cyan's already upgraded too. I think he's got the game in the bag.
That's a lot of 3-stars, and they're really all quality. Like even the Varus, when you think about a 3-star unit, it's not only about the raw power that they put on the board, but also the increased damage that they do to the little legends. So that's also affecting a lot of people in the lobbies.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about. Did you think it was worth it to roll early to execute them? Because
100%.
Yeah. And this is going to be Ghost matchup, so not the extra anyway. They were spared.
Yeah, we'll see. Levi.
Oh! Is that 1 HP? It is.
Yeah, the Woodland Druid just doesn't quite have enough damage to get through. Feels like it's... The Singe has most of the items, but he's not necessarily a huge damage threat. And then a Maokai with Titanic, you know, there's just not enough backline. Like,
yeah, I mean, Singe is definitely going to do a lot of work, but if he wants to get further, probably have to 2-star the Zed.
Yeah, the thing is, Sneaky plays Woodlands, but the only 3-star unit is a Maokai, and you require basically a LeBlanc on a 3-star to have the damage that you pointed out that is lacking, right?
Yeah.
Or a 2-star Lux.
Yeah, like, but you can. I think you can use a lot of things in the Woodland Druid Assassin comp. Like Nocturne can be your carry if you want. You can maybe do Kha'Zix or Kiana or something, but he doesn't have.
He just wants to stall right now, but he's right in the middle of all of them. Damage coming through. Boom!
Hey, it's still at top 4. He advances.
Oh, if he died a little slower.
Yeah, it was definitely a ways away, but
yeah,
big win for Seros. Just goes with the shadows, rolls them all the way through. 3 stars.
No one else was building
ones.
the shadows.
Yeah.
There's one other player I think who got knocked out pretty early. So Seros does a great job, finds a build no one else is looking in.
Not quite sure who he was paired with to see how the legend half of the duo did earlier.
Yeah.
Or if they're yet to play. But our Oppo player of the game is Japan's Seros. Big surprise!
Yeah, he
won.
He should be a well-known player to a lot of people. He's been to Worlds a number of times, and he's always known for being like the creative player. He has like the weird mid-lane pick, the Heimerdinger in
was
particular.
big, everyone was popping off.
Yeah, the big brain. So I guess that works for TFT as well.
Yeah.
I wonder when we're gonna get Heimerdinger in TFT.
I mean, yeah, set 3, looking at it,
Oh.
maybe.
So
he can be a summoner.
Well, yeah,
turrets.
exactly. What would he, or bring back Hextech because he does.
No, please don't. Please, please don't.
I like summoner for him, and I don't know what his origin would be. Robot?
I mean, we had that, right?
I liked Blitzcrank. I'd take him back.
I love him, but if you have the same trait and he starts with full mana and just puts a tower there, it might be too much.
Yeah, maybe.
Blitzcrank was, yeah, I think that's just an interesting point, though, because that was one of the few things, like you can tech around and move to try and have those mind games with people. You still have it now because a lot of people build Zephyrs, but I kind of miss the Blitzcrank-style champion to have in the set.
He was also like an assassin.
Yeah.
When something's just one tap.
It's really funny when he comes with some AP items or something and you actually have big burst.
That's pretty sick. Or when you put the Zephyr on him, so when people try and avoid his placement of where he's going to hook, you Zephyr the other thing and hook.
But then he would have to wait for the first auto attack to ult.
Yeah.
It was a little bit awkward and random.
Yeah. But it was still fun. I always like seeing that.
So have you been climbing in set 2? We've got a little time here.
Yeah, although the soft MMR reset
the hard
kind of
reset.
puts you back a lot. I played, I think, 95 games, and I'm still in diamonds. I still have yet to climb to challenger.
Yeah, it definitely takes a while. What? Because most viewers watch these competitive things so they can learn, what's simple things that they can take into climbing ranked. What's your recommendation since we're having like a coaching themed event here?
I would say in set 2, there's a lot of, let's say, emphasis put on adaptation instead of just brute forcing compositions. You can still brute force some comps, but I feel like a lot of emphasis is put on early game and mid game pivoting in knowing which characters can be used as a transition unit and use those items later on in those stages,
Yeah, following up off that though, like let's say you don't hit anything that some of the early obvious comps, like you didn't hit your ocean stuff, you didn't hit your predator stuff, you didn't hit your woodland stuff. What's something that you're gonna look for as like a key piece in like the 3 cost and up range where you're like, this is something I'm gonna start trying to build around probably?
Yeah, it's very interesting that in set 2, you can either focus on hyper rolling, you can focus on hyper echoing, so for level 8 and go for that Singe and Z, but at the same time, you can also focus on something like we just saw, like the shadow compositions. It's not something that focuses on tier 5 units, it's rather on the tier 3, so there's many ways of winning the game nowadays.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of embracing the hipster style, whatever nobody else is going. We're going to step away, though. As we go, Dash is going to give a look at the VIP experience here in Vegas.
Dash here, coming to you from the MasterCard VIP Lounge, where they have so graciously set up our pros and personalities for a weekend of all-star fun. Over my left-hand shoulder, you can see the bar where we set them up for refreshments for the evening. But more importantly, this event is about celebrating the best of League of Legends, and that's why we've given them the best seats in the house, where all of our pros and personalities can get to know each other, can make relationships, build relationships, and celebrate what is the game that brought us all together. Of course, we got the 1v1s going on behind me, and that has drawn the biggest of the crowds. But it doesn't stop there. We can't just give them nice seats and drinks for the night. We got to provide them with a few other things. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to go get myself a massage.
Does this Maokai die? I think Maokai dies. He seems to be killing most of my team and not taking damage. We're not sure. We're not sure. Oh my god. What is healing? Is that a kill? Oh, no way. Holy sh. Alright, that was nuts.
Welcome back to All-Star 2019. Last year in Vegas, MasterCard made once-in-a-lifetime experiences at All-Star, and this year they have decided to keep the magic going. Today's fans of the day are Jason, Winston, Ash, and Ryan. Winston and Ash originally met up after playing League in Australia, and they made a road trip, not from Australia, but from their current home in Arizona. And to celebrate their years of League, MasterCard are hooking them up with limited edition bum bags and True Damage collaboration, MasterCard collaboration hoodies, who we have also gotten a few of, and they look really, really nice. So congratulations to them. Now I'm joined by Jat and last year's runner-up Habu of the 1v1s. As we get into the next set of 1v1s, first of all, welcome. Not the best TFT performance, I gotta say, but hey, that's not your forte, of course.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a TFT mastermind, so it's a bit of a roughie.
Well, fantastic to see you back. Last year, of course, you took the world by storm. You had such an impressive run. You took down Doublelift, you took down Rookie, you took down Faker. In the end, you fell to Caps, but yeah, it must be great to be back and maybe this time take home the trophy.
Yeah, it is great to be back. Vegas is lots of fun, so it's great to be here.
Let's talk about then your first game you played in the 1v1. It was very, very close. You had the Nocturne versus Heimerdinger matchup. You said it was quite difficult.
Yeah, I wasn't super sure what he was going to pick, and Nocturne covered a lot of things that I thought he could play, but the Heimerdinger kind of took me by surprise. It was a lot harder to beat than I thought it would be, and I ended up getting pretty lucky in the end.
Was it tricky because you got poked out, or?
Somewhat, but it's like, the all-in is hard, because I have to go directly on top of his head, and he just puts, like, the big turret down.
Yep.
And it just one-taps me. Like, I don't know. It just does so much damage because I have to stand on top of him to kill him.
Yeah, I'm wondering how the meta is going to develop because I thought Nocturne would be pretty good because you can all-in a lot, you can wave clear, so I think that's a good pick. I'm wondering when we're going to see Trist. I know you've played like a ton of practice. What do you think of Triss? Because I feel like early it can be good at a lot of stuff. It could actually threaten turret. You can shoot people through the ring of fire.
I thought it was good at the start, but then I saw that exhaust was gone. And I think exhaust was something that Triss really relied on to not get one-shot by a lot of champions in the meta. So I think if you're playing a mage Tristana, you have a good chance of actually just killing the Trist. She has to itemize pretty defensively, and she loses like a chunk of her one-shot threat. She's still pretty good. I think she has a lot of viable matchups, but I think there's also situations where it might be tough for her.
Yeah, and they've changed a lot more of the 1v1. You've probably studied a lot of that as well. Like increased gold on cannons, you just get mega rich. So even though CS isn't a win condition, it kind of is because it lets you get items, which makes you stronger for the Ring of Fire. What's kind of stood out to you because you start at level 3, that probably opens up a lot more bruisers.
Yeah.
Like, do you have a prediction on where the meta is going to go after seeing maybe the first 8?
From watching them playing, it feels like that the champions that are strong, like strong one-item spiking champions that can fight in the Ring of Fire seem to be really good. You don't get punished too heavily for having a poor lane phase because you'll still catch up in EXP. You'll never be like more than half a level down.
Yeah.
You get 2 cannons and you just get a chunk of gold and EXP injected back into you. And so I think that like strong bruisers and strong fighters in the circle are probably where you're going to see the meta head towards.
Unless you're Rumble against Ornn, then you'll be down 2 levels because you get denied off the wave.
Yeah. We only saw like one marksman in the first round who had like a Lucian, and I'm gonna check. Did win, was doing B. Got the 2 kills in him, but more bruisers and things that can poke and mages and stuff like that have we seen, which is a cool development because let's be honest, we just didn't want to see a Caitlyn or something every game. So that's, from a spectator perspective, that's pretty exciting, I would say.
Yeah. How much have you practiced?
So I haven't really
for this, because
like,
it's different than last year.
I haven't played any like practice games, but I definitely have spent like a fair chunk of time looking at the rule set and looking at like champions, how they scale, like what, like the graphs of champions, what their win rates are at certain times, and actually seeing like which champions could have strong spikes that I don't know about.
Yeah.
And like just trying to find certain things that like might catch people by surprise.
Yeah, because mechanics are obviously important, but theory crafting is as well. I always like watching the 1v1s because even though a lot of these modes are for fun and 1v1 is obviously entertaining, some pros take it really, really seriously.
On that topic.
And I think they should.
Yeah.
That's why I like it.
Me too, I enjoy it too. And Caps and Mickey actually, I think, practiced like 6-7 hours yesterday.
Doesn't surprise me.
Like theory crafted everything they could play in the 1v1. So they're taking it so serious. Caps, of course, wants to defend his title. So let's take a look at the bracket because Caps will be playing in this one as well. And Sneaky up versus Closer, Caps versus Chippies. Anything that pops out to you probably of a matchup that you're looking forward to?
Well, of course, I'm excited for my boy Chippies versus Caps. I think that it's definitely a very winnable game. Of course, Caps is like pretty nuts, but if Chippies gets the right matchup, he's very talented with a lot of them. So I think that if he gets like a solid bruiser matchup, solid carry matchup, there's a good chance he could upset.
I always like watching Uzi in the 1v1. I remember back when we had All-Star in Barcelona, Spain, just backstage, the level of focus he had watching the other players 1v1 because he was just trying to read everything they did. He ended up actually beating mage players in mage matchups because that became the meta. So if Uzi can figure out the meta, I'm really watching him to maybe try and win it.
Yeah, of course you're rooting for yourself.
Aside from yourself.
Yeah, aside from yourself, who's
I want to verse the Shy. That's like, I want to see him go deep. So I want to go deep and I want to play the Shy. I think that'd be really cool.
Do you want to change your vote? Because the Shy is probably
The Shy is a hype pick.
Yeah.
I think between him and Uzi, those are the 2 mechanical gods on the opposite sides of the rift that come from the LPL. But I'm staying with Uzi.
We'll see what happens, of course. As a reminder, the rules have changed a little bit. For the 1v1s, no longer the CS win condition. You can get the tower in the win, you get 2 kills in a win, or when the Ring of Fire comes in, then whoever kills the other person first wins. So, yeah, we've seen it in action already. We did see the circle like 4 times.
Yeah.
So I was thinking things would go faster, but it didn't really change that much in the early phases.
I'm hoping the circle doesn't become the meta or win condition you go towards. And I think another important thing to mention is golden experience are vastly accelerated. So you do hit level 11 by the end of the game.
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to send it back to Freak and Azale to get us into those 1v1s.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Welcome to the caster booth yet again. I got to give props to Pabu for sitting there and like, look, I'm going to look at the stats. I'm going to see, are there any champs that have a 15 or 20 minute like win rate bump, aka they snowball early game, they power spike early, they force surrenders. I am always a fan of any player who does that level of research.
as soon as you started talking about numbers, I just see Freak. Yeah, this is my guy right
This is my
here.
player. I'm a fan of Pabu ever since last year at All-Star. I'm still a fan of him now. Wonderful gentleman. Sneaky on stage. See if he can do it for his closer.
Yeah, Sneaky versus Closer. Closer is coming to LCS as well.
Yeah.
So 2 LCS players. We can't lose.
LCS will finally advance.
Yeah, LCS versus
in the first
LCS.
round.
Can't win, can't lose.
Can win, can lose. We'll do both. But at least we move on into the top 16.
Yeah,
which is better than we do in lots of other things.
And I think a lot of people would be excited to see Sneaky, moving on, getting further in the tournament. He's a big fan favorite. Obviously, Closer coming from TCL.
Yep.
A lot of fans there too. But I'm really curious to see what kind of picks they're going to go to. Sneaky is always a guy I look at as kind of more just taking it as it comes in All-Stars, kind of having some fun. He never strikes me as the guy who's going to be like grinding the 1v1s as hard as some of these other players.
No, in his interview a couple hours ago, he's like, yeah, I just played like kind of some weird matchups. Like he never really went for the tryhard matchups. He said maybe he'll do it this time around. We'll see if it comes through. One matchup I'm looking forward to that's going to be down the line is Faker versus G4. I want to see Irelia versus Olaf. Since back at Worlds, I think it's 2014.
Oh, yeah.
Or no, Worlds 2015, I think it was.
Faker played the Olaf and solo killed the mid lane.
Yeah. As the counter pick to Irelia, back before Irelia was.
I don't think you want to play Irelia in that again. I think you'll just die again.
Yeah, but it's the throwback.
Give him the reverse side of the matchup. Beat him on both sides.
I'd be okay with that. And I've seen that happen, right? People go for the reverse matchup in a BO5 and just get clapped again anyway. Speaking of Olaf, we've got it here. Sneaky on Lucian. He's actually taken a pretty solid champ for this matchup.
Okay, yeah, both of them going Barrier and Ignite. It's interesting to me that, Sneaky did not decide to go for Flash or anything like that. You are against a melee champion, outplay pretty important, dodging the axes, keeping some distance here. Because if Olaf does actually close the gap and is on top of you, it is going to be very, very difficult. I do think that Sneaky is going to have somewhat of the onus on him to actually pressure this game and be getting ahead, because if it comes down to the Ring of Fire and against Olaf, I think it's pretty doomed as a Lucian.
Yeah, I don't think your culling DPS quite beats what Conquer damage comes through. I mean, it's going to be decent damage, but yeah, you kite back a little bit and then your back's against the fire, pretty literally, and that's going to be tough. So we'll see if that comes through. Maybe an item lead, maybe something else. We'll see what happens. But Silver playing the lane pretty slow, kind of making the Olaf stay in the middle of the lane. He's of course sitting in the brush to dodge autos for a little while, but Sneaky's trying to deny CS by keeping him in kind of reach.
Yeah, and it's a very different build than we saw actually last time around when we did see Olaf coming out. It was kind of pieces of bigger items that were actually started with, and Closer taking a lot of damage here.
This could be decent damage. That's what Conquer's on, but this could be with the barrier. Is it enough? One auto! Again, the turret! Oh, no! The turret's enough. Sneaky 400 extra gold. He's going to shove this wave and go for the reset.
That was so close. So the problem is, at that point, you can't actually turn and run as Closer.
No.
Because Sneaky will just chase you down and kill you. So he was fully committed to it. Looked a little bit silly that he took the turret shot and dies, but, I mean, Sneaky will just chase after you and finish off that kill anyway. That was so close, and Sneaky's going to be so far ahead in gold now. Closer didn't get any farm before that recall, right? So Sneaky's up almost 1,000 gold, and that's all gold that he just got to spend. So look at the itemization now. He is at a huge advantage.
Plus a Vamp Scepter, that's going to be pretty nice for the next fight right there. Yeah, pretty big stuff. Sneaky, I think, only dropped 3 CS across the first 3 waves, right? Max is 19, came away with 16 of it, plus the kill. Not too bad on the reset, right? You're seeing, 14. So after the fact, the CS gets close, but as you mentioned, actually spending the gold is what actually matters. The gold in your pockets means nothing. So we'll see what round 2 looks like.
Yeah, I mean, if Sneaky can actually get a preferential fight here.
If he's 6, I just straight force the all-in if possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you dash on his face, you'll still lose. So you have to, you have to be a bit careful about it.
If you land culling, I don't know, you actually just might win the DPS check. I don't actually know, but either way,
it's hard to know, yeah. But he is going to be feeling pretty confident. And when you have a lot of lifesteal, taking kind of gradual trades, I think would feel pretty good. He has double Dorans plus the Vamp Scepter, so lots of lifesteal already in the kit. Feels like a lot of people are playing Overheal. Doesn't see.
I mean, you're not going to take Triumph or Presence of Mind because it's the only thing to grab with your precision.
Yeah,
you literally only go Overheal at that point.
Shield. Doesn't seem like it's up there, but maybe he's not quite full health. Huh.
Yeah.
No, he's full health now, so it should be building up. But no, he actually must not have it.
All right.
So maybe Triumph.
Great. He got. Well, I didn't see the 20 gold pop up when he got the kill though.
Well, I'm not sure then. I mean, Presence of
Mind
I
for
guess.
25 extra mana when he gets that first takedown.
That would be pretty strange.
Yeah.
But he's not actually getting the shield. Either
Yeah,
way, he
so
can
we-
pick up a plate or two.
Whatever. Ouch, takes a Q right there, but or a turret shot there, I think it was. But yeah, second plate's gonna fall pretty soon. Maybe. 120 gold. Okay, this could be a rundown. He's always gonna go for it right now. Now he's gotta get this kill and not die or Sneaky wins. Killing gets across. He can't quite find the extra auto attack. This shouldn't be enough from Sneaky. Barry, he's gonna go for the fight, but it's gonna be enough for Closer. Closer will tie up the kill score, get the shutdown gold, and now it's gonna be last kill wins.
Yeah, that is huge. Sneaky really wanted to get into that health pack, but closing the gap meant he's just sitting melee range into Closer. Closer is going to be able to get the preferential barrier because he actually could save his barrier till after he got this big heal from that health pack, and as a result, Sneaky getting punished pretty hard, and that's a ton of gold into the pockets of Closer because he got the shutdown, and he does finally get some CS. So he has a nice little set of items here for himself, and going to be looking, I think, like he's in a pretty good spot now coming in on the Ring of Fire.
Ninja plus Bramblevest is solid. A little bit of CDR never hurts as well. Sneaky going to try to finish Bloodthirster, and I think he can finish BT in time. There should be enough space in this game. You've got several levels to go, so you got a couple minutes left. And that'll be nice, because that's like a good 300-point shield, which will be pretty valuable.
Yeah, it's definitely helpful. The lifesteal itself, likely not going to be super relevant once the all-in occurs, because there is going to be Ignite there. Yes, it still can help, but when you're going this sort of a build, you are really hoping to have a little bit of trade here, a little bit of trade there, heal back up. The Closer's obviously not going to be looking for that sort of a fight. He's going to be trying to just look for the 100-0.
Yep. There's some value in potentially going Death Stance instead, though that's not really an option anymore, because, well, it doesn't matter if you decay later. If you kill him first, the round already is over, so that last 15% damage isn't going to do anything.
Yeah, I wonder if PD's not just better,
Yeah.
Going PD plus something else.
Yeah, I think PD's great.
Because it is going to be that kind of 100-0 looking for the shield. Sneaky definitely going to be wanting to stay around a little bit longer, make sure he has the BT gold though so we can have the completed item. But as they close in on level 11, you do know that the Ring of Fire is going to be coming out pretty soon, so we're probably about less than a minute away, I would think, from that starting to spawn and close in, and then that'll give them say an additional minute.
That's a pretty big deal, and he actually knows it hits because he gets the Conqueror stack. Doesn't land the second one, but this could still be, it's not too much of a chase then, he's right in front of the turret, but half HP into the culling is decent damage. That ult doesn't give any move speed when you're not running towards an opponent, so that is actually a bad missing spell.
And minus resists. So he's actually going to take more damage from the culling, and now doesn't actually have his ultimate for the Ring of Fire potentially here. We'll see if Sneaky can even reset though.
Yeah, I mean, at the very worst, Sneaky can just lifesteal. Now the mana is going to be a little bit relevant, but certainly Closer, if he doesn't get to recall, that's going to be really tough on the fight. It's coming very, you get the 30-second warning, so you can see it, clear the wave, then recall, then you're ready for the fight. That's what feels like both players are going to do is at the announcement say, okay, it should be time to reset. But that's not the Q that lands. The Closer is dangerously close to being able to make this fight happen. Ignite go in, land another Q. This could be enough. Closer through the barrier, gets the kill, gets the shutdown.
Taking down Sneaky. That was really, really close. It just felt like Sneaky got a bit over eager there at the end, trying to pressure him under turret. Got tagged by a Q, got tagged by another. You have to be able to dodge those, with your E. You have to be able to dash out of that Q, because as soon as Olaf starts chaining that, it's going to get chased down, and there's not really any kind of outstatting Olaf. Straight up fight.
No. 2 stacks per Q land. It's going to be plenty of damage output there. So well done. Closer going to move on to the next round. Of course, we'll see him next year in the LCS. That'll be exciting. And we can watch that fight again. Full HP Sneaky, but it doesn't matter. That Q means go.
This is the first one. So this is the first all-in that Sneaky actually did win, I do believe. Got off a pretty good dash there. Was able to get a lot of killing. Oh, no, this is Closer's first kill. So this is the second kill of the game. And Sneaky just closing the gap, feeling like he could win that. But with Conqueror stacked, with Olaf melee range, you really don't have a chance here. This would be that final kill. Sneaky getting tagged. And that was a good 20% of Sneaky's health with the first axe, it looked like. And then, again, you close the gap. You know you're going to win that fight. Closer playing it out pretty well. Sneaky had a good start and I think had his chances. If he had been able to reset and maybe grab his BT, have his culling up, might have had a chance when the Ring of Fire was there.
Yep, definitely agree. It's what happened, though. We are having the next round up pretty soon. Caps versus Chippies. That's going to be exciting. Caps, defending champion, defending world finalist. Absolutely excellent player. Going to be excited to see him go through. Chippies, to my understanding, Fly Academy new mid laner. That'll be exciting.
Yeah, and Pabu was talking about how he thinks, if he can get a bruiser matchup, if he can get a good matchup, he thinks he has a pretty good chance. And this is interesting. So this is actually going to be Poppy versus Heimerdinger, and that is Cleanse. I don't know how useful Cleanse really is.
The wall slam?
But I mean, you could just not stand by the wall.
But can you, though?
Well, maybe not. Maybe that's why he's taking it. But it is pretty interesting setup here. Surprised to see Cleanse Barrier. It is going to be Conqueror as well for the Heimerdinger.
I like it.
Okay.
So, because this is the really OP range champion Conqueror patch, right? We're on 923. The stack duration is very long. When spells hit, you still get 2 stacks. Heimer turrets count as spells, so it's very easy to get those stacks. Yeah, your auto count is 1, but who cares? So you're basically stacking Conqueror as fast as a melee champion would. Look, he's already stacked Conqueror.
Yeah.
And he's going to lifesteal his damage.
My concern is that I think Poppy, what you're going to actually try to do on a pick like this, is just wait until the Ring of Fire and ult the person out of the ring.
Yeah.
And at that point, Cleanse doesn't really help you, right? I think that having Flash when you are playing against a knockback champion like Poppy, like Tristana, Lee Sin, Gragas, these sorts of champions, to be able to outplay that is pretty important. Don't know that it'll end up mattering, but Chippies, you're going to be looking for Grasp Harass, throw the Buckler in every time you have Grasp active, and just kind of try to poke away at Caps. Caps could perhaps go towards the Zonias and try to actually immune the knockback ult if it comes to that sort of a play, but we'll see how much he can pressure.
But right now, early turret damage is going to get the first plate. A little bit of money going into the pockets right there.
Yeah.
To find that poke, right? Lands it. The turrets go for the shot. That's Conqueror stacks. That's AP. That's damage.
Yeah, I mean, Chippies is struggling here a bit. Not even really feeling comfortable to try to go for that Buckler Harass, missing almost all of the farm. So it is going to be pretty tough for him. You have to make sure you get the cannon. The cannon is just so ridiculously important on this map. Almost 200 gold from that.
Woo!
Oh, he's just getting smoked.
He gets him to the heal range at the very least and finally gets a grasp off and gets some damage back, but...
that is a brutal setup, though. Cap just has this ring of turrets, so if you ever step forward for a range minion and you get grenaded, you'll just die. And honestly, I think Chippy's just going to have to bite the bullet and recall, because if you try to stay out here longer, it's just going to get worse and worse for you.
Oh! Yeah, if that E landed, that was almost a kill.
Yeah, very, very close. So Cap's going to be able to shove this in, push in this wave, recall. Very likely Chippies will come back, but already 2 plates down off the turret, and Cap's pressuring for more.
This feels like one of the first turret wins we're going to play this game.
He's going to ult turret, wow.
And he's going to recall off it. It's going to be plate number 3 most likely. Like, he'll still be in range for the gold, because the recall won't finish quite in time. Ooh. Oh, he's going to miss the gold because of the recall, but that's honestly worth it to save the time.
Is the plate even going to die?
Maybe it won't. It's,
oh my god. Okay.
I think it just dropped.
I think it's dead.
Yeah, it dropped at 950.
Okay, so it is a stopwatch. Okay, that's really smart. I mean, I just think that stopwatch gives you so much playmaking ability, and the ability to actually cancel out a lot of this stuff. Yeah, you can stopwatch a potential Poppy ult if he's trying to reject you out of the zone. If Poppy looks for a hardcore all-in, you can drop alt turret and stopwatch. So Cap's sitting in a great position. Whew! Already gotten so much damage down on that turret, and Chippies, I think, is up against it. This is looking pretty one-sided.
He's going towards Adaptive Helm, and he'll be able to finish that before the Ring of Fire, so he can tank some of this eventually.
Yeah.
Right? Like the build will eventually come in. The problem is, of course, he's obviously very far down in gold, and it also looks like this game is paced to actually go to turret destruction, which means Chippies will probably have to be forced to find an all-in earlier. He'll probably die by doing so, but this game likely ends with the turret dropping before the Ring of Fire.
I mean, Poppy just doesn't have good ways of actually dealing with the individual turrets, right? If you're playing some other champions, and Caps actually did get the turret plate.
Yeah, it hadn't dropped. But this is decent damage. Like, you can see, the damage can exist.
Yeah.
It's close-ish, and he gets, that's probably some Buckler damage, but...
Picture the world in which...
okay, gets the shield. Wait, that's a turret! Okay.
Picture the world in which you're engaging into the 3 setup turrets in the middle of the Ring of Fire. Right?
Yeah.
It's hard to see how he wins that. Unless maybe theoretically you can ult the turrets away and then win an all-in or something? I don't know.
Yeah, you line up through the turret goes away, so does Heimer. Or at least you knock the ult turret out, you buy more time.
Yeah, I mean, even if Cap stopwatches your ult, if you can knock away the turrets, which I know you can do.
Yeah, it's better than nothing.
Maybe there's a possibility, but Chippy's missing the cannon there.
Ouch.
He's going to be so far down on gold, and he's got a recall. Ult is up for Cap, so there's potential he could actually just kill the turret.
Okay, well, he's going to buy some time there, but Cap's going to walk right back in. He could have taken that as a reset, but he's like, no. I'm going for plate number 4.
He's going to ult turret.
Yep. And he waited till something else took aggro, put another one of his turrets in front. So I believe a mini turret's taking aggro. Yeah, like he played this, even the mechanics of placing the turrets down was correct, right? The ult turret was in the back to not take damage, so it could do maximum damage. That's down to last plate. It's down to 370 health or something like that. Like, this is so close to dead. One final reset and he wins on turret.
Yeah, it is really close. Oh, we'll see if Chippies can actually stop
He has
him
to try to find the all-in. I think it's correct. Of course, that stun was perfect, and like a flash E maybe hits the wall, and maybe there's some kind of follow-up damage, but this turret's almost gone. It's at 243.
So I will say, I think we're actually going to get to Ring of Fire, because I think you could maybe kind of trade aggressively a little bit to try to survive. The problem is, even if he survives the Ring of Fire, if you're having to trade your HP out for that, and then you're too low for the actual spawning of it, then you're not going to be able to win the all-in in there.
Yep.
So Caps kind of is holding all the cards. You know, this is reminding me a little bit of when we saw the CS win conditions, where people would be forced into really bad all-ins that don't look close.
Yeah.
I could see that happening to Chippies here, but he did get the recall off. He has adaptive. He has an additional null. Obviously, the itemization a lot stronger here for Caps, though.
This is the moment, basically. Like, this is the wave, because Caps will just ult Q the turret, and it just ends the game.
But he doesn't have ult yet. So that's why I think it's going to go to the Ring of Fire.
And Chippies pulls the wave over, tries to jump forward. He can go for a point blank ult a little bit once it comes back up. And here comes the fight. Decent damage. Shield comes in. And hey, you know, Death to Helm Bill is a little bit of work, but now the wave clear is here, or the wave itself is here, really.
Yeah. This is rough. Chippies is... Like, you can't base now because you lose your turret.
Yeah.
And if you don't base, you're going to lose the all-in.
Big damage. So the ring is going to spawn in 30, so you're right, that might happen. Decent damage here. And Chippies is going to stay alive, gets the buckler from a last hit. That was good, like, awareness. To switch over, say, I see a cast minion, knock that down, get some HP, but here comes the wave clear. Cap's a bit low on mana, but he's got enough with double Doran's Wing. And here comes the wave. This is the wave that would end the game.
Yeah, you could even just ult turret right now.
Flash E.
He's just going for it.
He's trying to hit the turret and not pull aggro. He cannot auto-attack. That's going to be one hit. That's the game. Nicely done, Caps.
Yeah, he played that out really intelligently. Never even gave Chippies an opportunity to actually, you know, go for that ultimate cheese at the end to knock him out into the ring. And this is the first turret win I have seen. We had an entire internal tournament, right? Never saw the turret go down. They did lower...
How many Heimer players were there, though?
I don't know.
Okay.
But, you know, they did lower the turret health.
Yeah.
So that is down to try to compensate for some of the Turtle League strategies.
Yep.
Caps very confident for this. Chippy's looking for the flash stun, but not too close. Caps still had the ult, still had the barrier and cleanse.
Yeah.
And that was just really well played. Caps kind of just controlled the start to finish.
I do think it's interesting. I'm curious your thoughts on this as well, to have a discussion. Right. Caps destroyed this matchup, right? He was absurdly far ahead every step of the way. And it still took until almost Ring of Fire to finish the turret off.
Yeah.
Like, it was extended that long, and probably the most lopsided Siege versus defense matchup. And so that's the taste. Like, that is what this is going to look like. It's going to be the full 6.5 minutes of slowly wearing it down until it's finally time to go. And then even then, After Hell was still done, right? Even on the back foot, where Chippies could not do anything the entire time, he got to one completed item.
Yeah, yeah, you pretty much always do, unless you're getting no cannons, because as you get progressively further behind, you get more and more gold from the cannons. So, you know, it is really trying to give you some sort of chance. Like, it's almost impossible to not get one item, you know, as long as you're surviving that long. So, it is pretty rough, but we are seeing Tristana. Tristana versus Tristana, actually. I think Uzi is going to have a pretty big advantage. I don't think Flash helps you almost at all, unfortunately, in this matchup for No Man's.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of outplay. There's no skill shots. It's just auto-attacking each other. So
you can dodge rocket jump, but why?
Yeah, so I do think No Man's
damage.
is at a significant disadvantage just off of summoners here. I'm really surprised he didn't actually go for barrier himself.
And he flinched. Like, he just gave, like, you guys have equal stats aside from the barrier. Oh. Okay, actually, this is actually better spacing. Yeah, this is good. This is Flash! This is Flash useful!
Oh, the reset!
No, can he get it? Okay, that's worth it, though. That's 100 extra gold.
That was actually a pretty sick outplay from No Man's.
Yeah.
You know, to actually win that all in without barrier was pretty huge. He did time it out better. You know, got more out of his explosive shot, got the jump reset, actually, from triggering the full explosive shot, utilizing the flash. So maybe No Man's going to teach us a thing or two here.
The problem is the wave is in the wrong spot. No Man's ended up getting, I think, more overall minion damage. What's pushing towards Uzi, denying No Man's gold and giving Uzi more to farm.
It should be okay, though. That's a fat stack of range minions, and with explosive shot, you can't help but push. So, you know, it should push back. I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. You know, both players went back with really no farm at all.
Yeah.
And the itemization is going to be slightly better, you know, arguably.
I mean,
here for
it's not even, like, they
he's
bought
going
the
in.
amount of things. That's good damage.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they actually spent the same amount on items. They both spent 650. In the fact that it's longsword, and cloth versus dagger those are the same costs. So
Uzi's going to have to go back to base, and this could actually be plates here for No Man's if he's quick to realize it. You shove it in. those first 2 plates are pretty easy to take down. He got the additional turret plate gold. Uzi may lose a cannon and 240 gold potentially here.
And he'll focus with the casters as well.
Yeah,
Rank
so
3E just like destroys the casters, so that's actually less time you have to spend. It's pretty easy to knock this wave down. This is one of the things I love about Trist is you can actually finish the wave while greeting for the turret, and most champions can't do that.
Yeah, Trist is very strong in that regard. We actually did see a lot of Trist in some of the internal playtests, and it was really doing well. It's interesting that it's Trist versus Trist here, though, because oftentimes it was losing to kind of these scaling champions that would wait and 1v1 you in the ring and these sorts of things. Because it can get very difficult to actually fully finish off the turret. We did see Caps do that, but it gets pretty damn tanky towards the end. And
with E on cooldown, that's the all-in time, but Rocket's away in time to not get slowed. That's actually pretty solid. Cooldowns back up there as well, and yeah, Nomads doesn't want to take the turret, the trade with the minion wave there. Gonna have to, but knocks the cannon down.
Uzi also got an earlier buy, or rather a more recent buy, so does have the extra dagger, has a little bit more itemization, has a health potion charge here too. Summoners are also going to be a lower cooldown for Uzi because that barrier comes up more quickly than the flash. You know, he is sitting with that extra little bit of an advantage right now, and Uzi's up farm. He's going to be able to equalize the turret plate disadvantage that he had.
Yep. Big stuff there. So this is actually pretty good for Uzi.
Interesting.
Wow, defensive option. And Tavi's in general, like, gold efficiency-wise is actually not great. The actual math on the 10% less auto attack damage is not great. It's worth like 15 armor at sort of this stage of the game, and 15 armor is 300 gold. You're kind of spending more than 300 gold on the Ninja Tabi combine, so it's not an amazing item.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think it's one of those things where you have to be getting a lot of use out of the move speed on the boots to really kind of justify it, right? You have to be saying, okay, I really need this move speed to dodge X or Y. You know, perhaps you're saying, I want tier 2 boots to be able to chase down my opponent, and then, you know, in that sort of a situation, that makes sense. You know, to get the extra auto attacks off with explosive shot up or something like that. But they are both going tabbies here. Uzi still ahead on itemization because of the additional farm that he had when he went back. Has the Vamp Scepter over his opponent.
Yeah, what's really interesting to me is like, oh, this is going to be a good fight. This is decent damage. Actually doesn't get the slow there. The knockback, it's almost enough! The barrier is going to be the difference maker! And Uzi gets the kill.
Oh, that was so close. Credit to No Man's. He made Uzi work for that. That was, I think, our closest 1v1 that we have had. That was ridiculously close, actually.
The Nocturne Heimer was about as close as well, where the skill shot was in the air that would have killed
That's true, but no, that was the only 1-kill game, right? This was a back and forth 3-kill game early on.
Level 1 ace.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ace.
I mean, is it not? You rarely see double aces, and that one happened.
Technically correct.
Thank you. That's kind of correct.
Yeah,
Thank you, Azale. Of course. You set me up for it.
No problem.
A little bit of T-ball there, America's favorite sport.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm declaring this. I am the representative of America. You can represent Canada. Hockey, the favorite sport of Canada.
Yeah.
Maybe basketball this year.
Did you know that hockey's not the national
Go
sport of
Raptors.
Canada?
I wouldn't be surprised by that. What is it?
Do you have a guess at what the national sport of
the
Canada
national
is?
sport of Canada?
Yeah.
Curling.
No. It's lacrosse.
Oh, okay, cool.
Isn't that random?
I mean, kind of.
It's pretty random.
It's definitely not that popular of a sport.
No, it's pretty random, I would say.
Yeah.
All right, here, let's watch this one more time. We are going to have the all-in. So this is kind of where No Man's got the advantage. He actually landed the W. He got a full explosive charge off, so he was able to actually reset his W and chase in. So he actually did get a lot out of the flash on the initial play, but we did see how it can be disadvantageous. It's more difficult to get something good out of the flash than it is to really get something out of the barrier, which is almost always going to be effective, and we were able to see that here when Uzi picks up that final kill. Being able to have that barrier, it was the last auto attack that made the difference, and No Man's wasn't able to get anything from his flash summoner in that final all-in.
A really smart thing by Uzi was the fact that he actually ran behind No Man's, so when No Man's finally ulted him, he was in range still. If No Man's had instant ulted, he's like, oh, I'm getting all in, I lose this, so he ults right away. I think that, you know, he survives and walks away and goes to the next wave, but Uzi got behind him where the ult came in, so he's still in range, the fight continues, and obviously, again, barrier enough combat stats.
And that's got to be one where, if you're No Man's, you're playing that back in your head so many times, because you know you're so close to taking down Uzi, one of the 1v1 champions from the past. Pretty exciting stuff. But onward and upward, we got Bang going up against Goku here. We got Tristana again, but this time it is up against the Heimerdinger. So this one should be interesting. Tristana has a much easier time dealing with the turrets from Heimer than Poppy does, of course. And Heimerdinger really has much less power if you can trim the turrets as they are coming out. Yeah. Yes, you still have to be careful of the grenade, of the rockets to actually trigger that laser, but Tristana has enough range that, you know, when the spells are on cooldown or when those turrets are hitting minions, you can actually step forward and knock those turrets down fairly consistently, and then it becomes difficult, I feel, for Heimerdinger to win some of those all-ins.
Definitely. So we got the standard barrier ignite, barrier flash coming in on the other side for Goku. Comet for Poke, of course, not much of a surprise there either, though I still like the Comet from before, or sorry, the Conqueror from before, but I think in a range matchups, it makes sense to go for Comet. You hit more rarely. There's the first all-in for Bang. Lance, really perfect rockets there. Turret on top as well. Turret was a little bit late, didn't manage to find the supercharge shot, but
yeah. Was his grenade on cooldown? I didn't actually see the grenade.
I think he used it on the wave.
Oh, okay.
I think that's why Bang went in. He saw grenades, said, okay, I'm going.
That makes a lot of sense. That's something you're going to have to be pretty careful with. You know, anytime you do throw out that grenade, that is the main way to kind of guarantee the lasers from your turret. You hit the stun, they are stuck in position. The lasers can miss, as we just saw happen, if they're not actually stunned up. So Bang, going to be looking for a push. I think this is one of those that could be pretty difficult to actually really pressure the opponent's tower unless you get preferential trades first.
Yeah.
I think these guys are going to have to be kind of attacking each other's health and then looking for turret plates off of a bad recall, but this is what I was talking about. As the turrets focus the minions, while Heimerdinger has spells on cooldown, Tristana can step forward and actually knock down those turrets. And now Goku is going to have to play fairly defensively. You can see the charges of his turrets kind of circling him. So he does now have 2 charges available, but you really need to have those kind of set up to win an all-in against Tristana.
You see the CS marks coming up right now. It's going to be a small CS lead to Bang at the end of it all. Nice little poke there. Goku out of mana, and that's the play he's going to go for. Pretty good damage. Ignite gets popped as well, but he's on a turret, so Bang has to kite this one back out. Still has aggro, has to walk away.
Yeah.
Goku feels pretty good. Lands the slow. W's going to be there, and Bang sidesteps it, loses the barrier anyway.
Yeah, Bang took a turret shot, didn't get the best use of his summoners. Goku now has 2 summoners to none. So Bang hopping in there really did not go well for him, tanking a turret shot, the Ignite used pretty preemptively, and getting a little bit kind of baited by that rocket, you know, and don't think it was actually going to be enough to kill him, but wasn't sure that it was or not, and did end up missing him.
Well, Bang gets the slightly higher economy buy by going for the refillable potion. Didn't have to, like, spend out on the basic healing potions. Gets that next time he recalls and has more CS overall. So we're going to see overall better items in the Trist as time goes on once the recalls come through.
And I mean, if Goku stays around, Bang is life stealing up, right? And Goku is actually quite low on health. So, you know, if you make one mistake here, the ultimate is available from Tristana. You know, 1 E ult, that could be it.
He can bury that if he needs to. Doesn't quite have to.
Oh my god.
That is Nerves of Steel.
Yeah.
That's 15 HP. You're like, I'm pretty sure
I
it's
would
not
have
enough.
barriered for sure.
I actually would have as well, because the cooldown's only like 95 seconds in this mode, right? Like it's really not bad. You can go ahead and burn that. You can use it again, and it's still up for Ring of Fire.
Yeah, that is scary stuff. Oh, Bang missed the cannon there. A couple hundred gold. Not going to be going his way. But Goku barely surviving. Still does have the summoner advantage, but remember, because the summoner spell cooldowns are quite low, Bang almost has both his summoners back before Goku even spent one.
They'll be back by the time they're fighting again. Like, for sure. Bang used them, and it's fine. They'll be up before his ultimate is. So, totally reasonable there. We'll see if Goku can get something back into this one.
It's kind of a risky buy, I think, not having any health potions for Goku. So he does come back. He's going to have a lot of mana with the Lost Chapter. You know, you pointed this out earlier. I think it was a great point.
Level up so much.
Because you have so much experience, you're constantly getting that Lost Chapter passive to proc, refilling your mana.
Yeah,
but
I think it's a better first buy than Double Doran's Ring.
Yeah, it seems really, really strong because of that, and that's something that people probably haven't calculated in. But that being said, with Hextrigger, Double Doran's, he has the potions here. If you get any sort of continual trades, you're going to whittle down Goku, and Goku is going to be in a pretty rough spot, but going to try to play it far back, I think, with all this mana he has, and maybe just mostly use spells to clear away.
I think the more I kind of think about how this game is paced out and how everything works, I think the optimal build path for almost any mage, assuming you're in an AD matchup, is Lost Chapter into Arm Guard into Ludens. And you're going, you know, early laning power with the Lost Chapter. Then you gotta buy the Arm Guard so you can stack it.
Yeah.
The item is like a 95 gold efficiency without 95% without the stacks, and then it's like 140 with. So it's like absurdly good to get that item stacked. It's the best item in the game on a value to gold ratio.
Yeah.
And then you just finish your Ludens because of course you should.
Yeah, I think
just enough for that.
The only caveat there is maybe if you feel you can end the game earlier, then maybe going the Ludens first. If you don't think it's going to get to Ring of Fire or something.
Right.
But generally speaking, that makes a lot of sense because you're just talking about pure gold efficiency, you know, kind of mapping out your build path path for optimal play.
Because it's a 4,000 gold power spike, and that's it. The game ends at that point.
Yeah. But thus far, Goku has not been able to actually get chipped away by Bang at all. So this has not really become relevant that he didn't have those potions. He hasn't really taken any damage whatsoever besides a little bit of range minion damage, maybe an explosive shot kind of hitting him there AoE like we just saw. But you know, Bang sitting in a pretty good spot. The question just becomes who's going to actually win this all in when it's down to the Ring of Fire. And I think it does get really difficult for Bang if he can't actually whittle away at the turrets and knock those out. I don't think you can ever just jump in on Heimer's face when he has the turrets available. I think you will lose that every time. So that becomes pretty difficult for him.
Yeah, I think you're basically waiting until that happens. Then your ace in the hole is Buster Shot when it's a 500 range circle.
Yeah.
Like, you hope your minion wave stays alive. Like, I wouldn't even hate Goku, like, R, E, or RW to clear the minion wave. Just to force Triss to the back foot to make her kite so that you don't have, like, that space. As the minions come in, that's DPS.
Yeah, the other thing to remember is that Goku is going to have Flash, so yes, it's maybe not going to close the full distance that Buster Shot displaces you, but that is going to help you get out of the Ring of Fire if you get pushed in very quickly, as long as you're not right on the edge.
And the big thing I'd point out is if you flash sideways, you get pushed into the wall, and unlike things like Alistair Headbutt or a Poppy Slam, as soon as you stop moving, you are unstunned. The CC duration of Buster Shot is based on actual distance traveled, so if you flash the wall, get Buster Shot, you're back up and ready to go. Yeah, you took 400 damage, but you have barrier for that, and you have Flash for the other half, and then you're back on action, you know, running around doing stuff. So Ma's done on the one side for Bang. Again, not a terribly gold efficient item over Hexdrinker. And they're gonna go for the fight right now. Pre-Ring of Fire, but if that timer ticks to 0, the kill ends the game.
I mean, that's a great trade for Bang. Again, Goku bought no health potions, and he's going for components here. He went for more raw AP. Bang looks like he has control of this health pack area. So the fact that Bang got this big trade, that could decide the game. I mean, Goku's down, you know, 30–40% of his health before this even starts, and now he's got to be careful about not getting tagged by the explosive shot.
A lot of damage.
He has no turret blades. He can just die.
He's taking so much damage. They're gonna go for the fight. I don't think he has the room to go for the next one. Like, I think the circle collapses too fast, but one more attack. That's a parry, but that's gonna be the bomb.
Got him.
That's enough, I think. It's close. Good game. Bang takes it over.
Yeah, good couple trades there at the end from Bang. Does let him take him down, and I think Goku made a big mistake not picking up any health potions.
Yeah?
If you have 2 health potions there, which you can buy, a full heal from a health potion gives you the amount of health back that a Ruby Crystal does. Except it costs 50 gold instead of 400.
Yeah.
Like, health potions are really damn good. Bang got a really good trade earlier. Goku didn't have any health potions to actually get back up, so Bang can look for some sort of an aggressive all-in. This was really well timed because Goku couldn't actually set up his turrets, didn't have the Ring of Fire there to assist him, and Bang just played this out really well, picked his moment, and I think capitalized on what was a mistake for Goku.
Yeah, WER auto, gets the stack, he knows it's enough, walks back casually, doesn't have to swag the barrier. Could have, though. GG.
Look how excited he is.
Woo! Because he knew all along, right? The game loaded, and he's like, I've got this guy downloaded. I know it's going over in the ring.
He just made the Faker call, you know.
Yeah, it's like, I know when it's over. I know how the fight's going to go. No problems at all.
Faker, the gates haven't opened yet. I've got him.
I've got him. Get ready. Levi vs. Shrimp up next. I really do enjoy how many of these games are same role on same role.
Yeah.
I thank you very much, Riot, for the bracketology of like setting up the mirror matches. I really appreciate that.
Was it you that did it?
No, it wasn't.
No.
But I would have made that choice.
Yeah, you would have?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have also thrown all the LEC players like, here, Caps, go face the Shy. Hey, Whippo, here's Faker. Get them out of the way.
Round one, just
ruining
the excitement of the later bracket.
Well, just to get NA in farther, you know? Just you know, knock Europe down
it has
a
to
peg.
be legit. I don't like it.
All right. We'll just go through ID
I like
again.
the bracket the way it is.
I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's actually more fun. You right? You want
No,
if
I
Caps
agree.
has to play the Shy.
It
make
better be in
late
the top 4.
tournament. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And now for the round of 64 match.
The 2 best players in this tournament.
Yeah. Exactly.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Renekton and Lucian. Both players basically
That's
off
true.
roll. 2 junglers going at it.
Which is the least off roll?
I would say
Renekton jungle is more viable.
Yes. Ooh. I don't know.
Than Lucian.
I would say he's more common, but I'm not sure if he's more viable.
Than Lucian jungle? I feel like I never see Lucian jungle. But to be fair, I haven't really tried it out.
I feel like, but I do see like a decent number of marksman jungles. I guess to be fair, like Renekton's a fighter, and you see a lot of fighter junglers.
Yeah.
But I don't know, for some reason, just like Lucian feels like, yeah, he can jungle.
You're just feeling it.
Yeah.
You can play every other role, right? So
yeah. Except support, probably little troll.
I mean, maybe with the AD support on them.
It's better now.
Yeah, get in there.
Ashe support got stronger. MF support got stronger.
Yeah, why not Lucian support?
You know what? Why not?
Make Lucian great again.
Great. I'm pretty sure he's a strong champion anyway.
Make
but
Lucian even greater again.
Lucian Senna, but switch the roles.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine.
Yep, perfect.
Both, exactly.
They're identically powerful.
Exactly.
In both roles.
All right, to the game.
Yes.
We got PTA on both sides. I do think that this is going to be a lot about how Shrimp can play it out in the early stages. Levi obviously on the back foot here. Knows he is at that melee versus range disadvantage early on. Is playing Flash, so both players not going to have that additional combat summoner. Not going to be playing Barrier. I do think there are opportunities for Renekton to get the all-in pre-Ring of Fire. Level 6 Renekton, if he can get on top of you, especially if you can actually save your stun to interrupt the culling, can be incredibly powerful in that 1v1.
I also like Lucian saving the health relic until after the wave is shoved, so like they can't really reach it. Like, because initially you're like, greed and get it out of the way. It's like, no. Don't let him reach this thing. So wave's going to go down.
Levi's going to be poor. He missed the cannon, so...
Ouch.
When you're getting harassed off these minions and you miss the cannon, that is kind of your catch-up mechanic. So Shrimp hitting the cannon, getting the turret plate, he's going to be way, way ahead here. And Levi going to take a ton of damage as he tries to collect these ranged minions. I think he's just going to have to lose most of them. So Shrimp is going to be in such a good spot on his first buy, especially if he can deny this next cannon, because that next cannon is going to be like 300 plus gold for Levi.
I'm gonna go 190.
Really? You think only? I think he's going to be way behind.
244. Okay. Yeah. Because the base is like 112. I didn't think it was like 1,000 gold down. I guess he was 500 gold down, or maybe more 700 gold down.
Yeah, 700.
So it was a 70 gold bounty on top of the, like 130.
Big old cannon.
Yeah. All right. Then you're right. That's what it was.
Yeah, when you miss one cannon and your opponent doesn't, and you're down farm and a turret plate,
yeah,
all of a sudden the gold lead is just enormous.
Because the thing I haven't calibrated is that minions are worth about 1.8x.
Yeah, they're worth
a
lot.
So a 12 CS lead is not 200 gold, it's like 350 gold.
Yeah.
And the plate obviously was taken super duper early as well.
That's true.
So yeah, that was me missing calibration.
Get your abacus out.
Yeah.
Fix that up for next time.
I expected 500 gold difference, not 1,000 gold difference, and that's where my problems came.
It's okay, you tried.
I did try. I was unsuccessful.
That's true of many things.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like the subtitle of me. Freak, unsuccessful.
Freak, he tried.
I did. I'm an effort player.
Yeah.
I'm an effort caster.
You're an effort caster. You give it your best shot. Go out there, you really try hard,
I did my best. I made it up to bronze 4.
How'd you feel about
I got
the
my
cast
0
today,
LP.
Freak? Well, I tried.
I got out of iron.
Yeah. I respect
We did it.
I respect the attempt
Thanks.
here. All right. Do you think this is going to be Essence Fever or Bloodthirster for Shrimp? I feel like I prefer Bloodthirster.
BT is a better buy, in my opinion.
Yeah, especially with the additional mana regen that is just kind of for free on this map. I think that the mana items become kind of less important.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who isn't really mana hungry. Ooh, missed cannon.
Rip.
Ever since they increased how much gold cannons get, or cannons are worth rather, on Summoner's Rift, I always feel so bad when I miss the cannon.
Oh yeah.
So I just couldn't imagine, if I was playing this.
It's twice as valuable.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah. Every time miss cannon, you're alt F4.
Like I actually missed 3 cannons in this case.
That's terrible.
It's like oof.
Basically missed the kill at sometimes.
Yeah, in
really
some cases.
Behind.
Like at this point, you're seeing a 30 CS difference. This cannon's worth 340.
I mean, Shrimp's giving him the beatdown right now. We've got another turret plate. 322. Yeah, it's just a kill. A kill if you miss that cannon.
Yep. He didn't get more than like maybe 1 cast minute with that Cole, so it was at least 300.
Yeah, Levi's going to have to pick his moment. I think at this point, you're just waiting for the Ring of Fire, to be honest. I think that, he's played it so defensively and been willing to give up so much that I can't really see him pulling the trigger before that unless Shrimp makes some sort of massive mistake. And Shrimp will go into that sudden death at a pretty big gold advantage, so he'll be set up well, but you do lose one of your biggest natural advantages, which is the ability to kind of kite back and try to extend a fight against Renekton. That could be pretty difficult if Renekton just kind of camps in the wave and waits for that Ring of Fire.
Ooh, Shrimp kind of stunning those auto attacks. As soon as the animation starts, if you get off your keyboard, that thing's going to actually go through. So a little bit too trigger happy on kind of spamming the right click. Does miss out on a bit of damage. Wasn't going to matter. Renekton's recalling anyway, so doesn't actually punish anything there. Just some stats in the post game screen.
Yeah, so Levi double Dorans. He has a Phage, a little bit of move speed and AD there, as well as the Chain Vest. So fairly heavy on the armor. Shrimp will get what is very likely his final recall. wants to potentially try to deny that cannon, but I'm not sure it was actually worth stopping a recall.
It wasn't. That's. I don't know if he's going to actually lose CS for this, but
stopped.
yeah, now he gets his
annoying.
recall stopped. And it's better items on the Renekton, so we can't even like sit there and fight him. So he has to sit for this wave now as well.
I think you should just base. Like, I mean, I guess you can base right when you get the alert, so it's not the end of the world. You still do have some time.
Yeah, I wonder if it actually is. I don't know if
30
is the right
seconds,
word,
right?
but is it wrong to recall before the announcement, right? Like, yeah, he's got Bloodthirster now, but like he would have had Bloodthirster in 24 seconds as well, right? Just like play the lane out with the BF sword.
So
don't lose this XP in gold.
I think what I would say is it's dependent upon lane state,
Okay.
right? If you can actually recall a little bit earlier and then hold your opponent in the lane and get preferential trades because you had that earlier base, I think that is pretty good. And also, if you're ahead in gold and you have an item completion, but your opponent would need to kind of like base later get the item completion,
Shrimp
maybe you can
recall
pressure
right
the
now.
turret or something.
Shrimp could choose to recall right there. I think there's not enough time to like clear this then recall. But with a circle up, the plates are gone, so you can get some turret damage. Oh, kill the
So
turret.
it is BT.
This is good turret damage, though. There's enough work expected in. There's the ult. So go for the plate right now. This is the fight. Once the sun is down, you can go for the cooling, but he's behind him now. He's going to flash, try to get something done, but he's just
dead.
He's gone. That's enough damage. Look at that one. Levi tanks it out.
Runs him down. Just straight, he didn't even need the Ring of Fire. Yeah, it spawned, but
yeah,
he just straight up ran him down. Shrimp looked like he wanted to get some turret damage in there, perhaps pressure Levi a little bit, but Renekton gets on top of him as a result. Levi had a good set of items, the Bramble Vest especially, helping to answer any potential lifesteal there from the Lucian, has the Ignite as well, so no way that Levi was just going to be able to lifesteal tank this. He had the slice reset off the minions, gets straight on top. You can see that Levi, even during the stun, was positioning past Shrimp, so that Shrimp couldn't actually create a lot of distance with his flash.
Yeah.
Able to chase him down, knock him out. Levi stays alive.
I really wanted to see Shrimp ult a lot sooner. As soon as the stun is gone, you're flash ulting. Your W is on, build the distance. Instead, he's sitting there, autoing, staying in range, getting hit back every single time. Culling his move speed, your W is on for more move speed, run backwards. Every time the Renekton autos, you're building that space again, you'll eventually get out of range, then follow up with the autos, but he sat there essentially auto-attacking for auto-attack. You're not going to win that one.
Yeah, you definitely won't. It's true. It'd be interesting to see, if you replayed that, could you create enough distance to then have the Ignite expire and minion wave comes out, you heal up? How would it actually look? Because it was a pretty one-sided all-in.
I could even see culling and going down and right.
Yeah.
Like once Renekton goes around you, just kite back the other direction. Just something to actually build the space, right? You need to get out of auto range. And as soon as you're out of auto range and he's like, well, if I run at you, I just take 300 damage from culling. And if I run away, I've disengaged and I've used flash. Like all you care about is building 175 range so he's not in auto range anymore. And that had to be the play and it wasn't.
Definitely. I agree.
More Lucian. Faker. Show us how it's done.
All right, Faker versus G4. So we have, this is actually Phase Rush Rise, and it is double combat sums on both sides.
Yep.
So I actually played, when I was playing in the 1v1 tournament, and I was playing Quinn, and I played against a Rise. And he did a tank Rise build, and went Frozen Heart and this sort of stuff. So you can do builds like that where you think of Rise as this scaling champion, and he actually may be doing the Frozen Heart rush here. It could be Iceborne. It's actually Iceborne pieces, but or it could be just going into a Catalyst or whatever. I don't actually know what he's going to do, but you can go these tanky builds, and with your mana scaling,
a lot of damage. Lands the Q. Good barrier.
Okay, barrier for Ignite. That's actually preferential for G4.
Faker could almost get the kill.
Oh my god. Yeah, that is really close, that last tick. He's going to have to base right now.
Yeah. So this is lane preference for Faker here. G4 is going to try to regen with the potion.
I mean, if you could get on top of him, you can kill him because you have the barrier, but I'm just not sure that you can close the gap. This is pretty ballsy for G4 staying around here. It does get tagged, and now Faker has a pretty big HP advantage. This is just so risky. You're hoping that you can bounce the E to him and push him back.
So that happened once. Yeah, if Faker ever dashes forward, you just slam barrier, you EWQ, and you're fine.
Yeah, but he has very little damage. This is an early game Rise with not a lot of AP, so you're not just going to one combo the guy. You have to be pretty careful here, but G4, is staying alive, is staying around.
But as long as you trim the wave, G4 has more health because of barrier. So I think Faker actually loses almost every all-in. As long as you can get Q, right? As long as the main
you have to be able to get the Q through. 100%.
Oh, this is too far forward! You went down to minions! Minions!
No, that's the last range. He's okay.
8 HP. 8 HP.
Not even close.
That was not worth it. He walked past anyway, which is the reason you were going to win the fight.
Yeah.
No longer had minions. You're never going to win that fight against Faker.
Yeah, that was very, very close to being a first kill there for Faker. Pretty dicey for G4. He does survive, so let's see where he's going to go now. So it looks like he's towards the Lost Chapter. So just wanted the armor, the CDR, mana, you know, kind of building an efficient item with that initial Glacial Shroud. Faker going to take away the HP pack and head on back to base. But you can do these kind of turtley builds where you would think, okay, well, why would you go Rise? That sounds terrible. But because the experience in the gold is so escalated, is so sped up, you actually are getting to a pretty strong point, right? This is not just going to be a level 1 Rise going up against Doran's Blade Lucian. You're going to hit high levels. You're going to have, you know, level 11 by the time the Ring of Fire spawns, and a full completed item plus some. So
yeah, you can do like Glacial Lutens, for example. Like the items right there, like go into Last Chapter. It's like that could be your build. You're obviously not going Roa or Tier. I think those items are always wrong.
Too long to stack up.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But Lutens is fine.
Yeah,
and that could be your build.
I think that would be a totally reasonable choice. And some of these strategies are pretty tough. You know, you would say, okay, well, can't you punish the guy early? But Rise Wave Clear is very powerful, especially with all of the mana that he actually has from a build like this. Lost Chapter proccing every level, you're getting so much experience, and the Glacial Shroud, flat mana. You should be able to Wave Clear pretty much infinitely. So I don't think your turret really is under threat unless you're taking horrible trades and getting pushed back to base, which shouldn't really happen.
Faker's hitting the brush though, trying to get out of bounds range. Goes, this could be a decent trade here. Doesn't go for culling. To be fair, G4 could have pretty easily walked away perpendicularly and wouldn't have taken too much damage. There's the culling now that phase rushes down, and that's really good aim. Again, forcing barrier out.
Back to base again. And Faker actually does create a lot of an experience advantage here, right? He was already level 7. He's closing on level 8. He may get level 8 on this wave, or not quite. He needs one more minion for level 8, but we still have level 6 here on his opponent, so very far ahead in experience. G4 should hit 7 here, and it will close the gap somewhat, but if you can be a level up, especially when you have a combat ultimate, you know, if you can be level 11 versus 10 or something like that in a final fight, that could be very, very impactful.
Both these champions care about level 11. For Faker, obviously it's more culling damage. For G4, it's the damage amp of the E is based on R rank. Obviously you don't care about the teleport that much, but there's a damage passive on it, so you do care in this case.
Is he going back to Frozen Heart, you think? Or are we going to see another Tabby's Ice?
Yeah,
he's going back to Frozen Heart, so this is actually what I played against.
Okay, so it's Frozen Heart chapter.
Yeah, this is actually, you know, the same kind of thing, because you can essentially get what is a very efficient anti-marksman build. You're very, very tanky. You have the passive shield. You have double combat summoners. So, you know, if you can't actually slowly chip them down and utilize your lifesteal as an advantage, it can be very, very difficult once Rise has a number of levels to actually win what is going to be kind of like that full-on all-in. We'll see if Faker can find a way to really outplay it, but it's tough when you have that Empowered Rune Prison guaranteeing a couple rounds of those spells. And as we all know, as Rise gets more and more levels, because he's getting a lot of damage from his mana pool, you don't necessarily need to have a tremendous amount of AP to put out a lot of damage.
Nope, the mana ratios are good by themselves. Obviously it multiplies the AP that you've bought as well, though it's not a whole lot right now. But it's some.
It's more than none.
It is more than none. It is a relevant number that adds up over time. Faker's got the Hex Shrinker shield, but yeah, G4's pretty tanky right now, so looking for this trade. And yeah, that's decent damage. That's before press the attack. That's simply E auto Q. But you can see G4 trades it back and does more. Lifesteal for Faker's going to help, obviously. You can see that help coming back up.
And that's why we're seeing Faker trying to posture aggressively. I think he knows he wants, you know, when you're going for these lifesteal style builds, when you have essentially 3 lifesteal items, double Thorns plus the Vamp, you want extended clear. You want to whittle him down and have, you know, your health being kind of spent against his so that you can then heal up off the minion wave and look for that next fight that will be going more and more towards your way. The problem is, if G4 can just keep clearing out the waves and wait for that final recall, you know, you don't have to actually engage in any sort of fight because your turret is not under any sort of threat, right? You can actually wait it out and go for that final recall, that final reset, where you will then, hopefully for the Rise, be able to get a 100-0 type of fight.
So it would have been an awkward recall for G4, chooses to stay after all. Goes in, nice damage here from Faker, can't get the third auto, means again the trade comes in, that's 130 HP gone. Faker has plenty of money in inventory, can get pretty close to, I mean, I would actually like to see a basic Last Whisper. That item in and of itself is actually quite efficient. And in this build, where that's probably a...
I don't know if Faker has enough time to recall anymore.
111 armor. You clear this wave, you can recall, 100%.
Yeah, he can. He clears that a lot faster than I thought he was going to. So he's fine. So they're both going to have their final items. So we'll be the Frozen Heart build. It's going to be Frozen Heart. We'll see if Faker does decide to go towards something like a Last Whisper, if he wants to go a different direction. It is Frozen Heart, double Dorans, as well as that Lost Chapter.
Just trying to wait for like a null magic. Like he's got a couple seconds and he's like, not enough time, can't do it.
You know, this is such a small thing, but you could actually sell your refillable and grab a couple health potions, because those do heal more.
I think you're capped at 2 potions, but you're right, there's still more health.
Yeah, they give 150 back instead of 100.
Yeah.
Again, very small thing, but something
theoretically it can matter.
It could matter. And you know, when you're trying to go for one of these fights, so in the end, yes, Faker has a little bit of gold advantage, but G4 can just wait this out. You can hang out. He does actually have his health pack still available, so he's gonna have the current health boost right now. And that Ring of Fire is closing, so Faker is going to have a tough time cutting it out.
King's slow, but the wave is already gone, so the minions are helping on G4's side now as well. Good trade, though. G4's in 2/3, taking 4 good damage, and he's not going to kill until the minion wave is gone. He's letting him confused, and now as the Ignites are on, looking for the killing. Really good sidestepping through the barrier, dodges the Q. Faker, perfect mechanics in that fight.
Yeah, Faker pulls it off. Why did G4 go for it early, though? The Ring of Fire is almost there. We keep seeing people wait the whole time for the Ring of Fire to spawn.
Yeah.
Why not just wait the extra 20 seconds when Faker's pinned in with you?
Yep.
Instead, G4 took the all-in. Faker got it at the perfect time, had the Blade of Rune King, gets the active off, dodges out a lot of those Rise skill shots, and connected with so much of that culling. He didn't even need to use the barrier to take down G4.
Either time. Felt like he was constantly ahead. Well done to Faker. I always like seeing Faker.
I'm impressed.
I like seeing Faker when he's not playing Zac Mid.
You know what I think? What? Faker might be better than me because I lost to the Frozen Heart Rise.
You know what? That's fair. I think Faker might be better than me as well. I've never played against that matchup, but...
Can't be proven.
Axe, what's your move replay? Look at this one. Faker takes 1 Q. There's the E, sidesteps the 1.
Yeah, and he had already dodged a Q earlier on. It dodges another Q with the dash. Faker just played this perfectly.
Yep.
He had the barrier still available, so really he won with quite a bit of a health advantage. G4 really, it seemed like he wanted to fight very heavily for the minion wave. He wanted to clear out those minions, to have the minion advantage, I think, to be able to make it so that Faker couldn't hide behind any of those cannons or anything for the Q block.
Yeah.
So he really traded aggressively for that, but Faker took that opportunity as soon as G4 was spending spells on the minion wave. Faker was already on top of him, getting damage out on the Rise himself. And, you know, Faker just finding the opening as he's known for. I mean, he always makes it work.
He always does make it work. Next matchup coming up, Jankos versus Plugo. Going to be exciting. We'll see if more of the G2 members can move on and move forward. They've been doing pretty well so far.
So far, right?
Whippo and Caps both made it, so we'll see if Caps can keep...
Whippo's
sorry,
not on G2.
Not on G2. Sorry, they were teammates on Fnatic, and I just associate them together so much that I forgot that Caps changed teams and Whippo is still on Fnatic.
You know what I was going to say? Was Jankos would probably play Olaf, because he played Olaf even in the old version.
Yeah.
It's just better now.
Yeah.
And he is playing Snowball. And interesting fact, Snowball actually gives you 4 stacks of Conqueror.
Yeah.
So the first cast of the Snowball gives you 2 stacks, and then the activation gives you another 2.
Yep.
Thank you, Sheepy, who was the one who let me know about that. So that's pretty cool. So you can actually stack 8 stacks of Conqueror almost instantly. If you do hit that, an axe and an auto, or an auto and an E, whatever, you're fully stacked.
Yep, gives you 40% of it by itself, and of course closing the gap on Vel'Koz is pretty important. Obviously you can sidestep over the W, over the Q, over the E. Immune some of the R, it's actually very good if you can get that blink going.
I think this matchup seems so impossible to me for the Vel'Koz.
Yeah.
I'm just struggling to see how the Vel'Koz wins unless Jankos plays really bad. I feel like you have to just decimate Jankos in the early levels, but because you get experience so fast and because there's access to health backs and Vel'Koz isn't great at killing turrets really fast, to punish you if you have to recall, it just feels like either Jankos should hit a snowball at some time and kill him, or he should be able to wait till the Ring of Fire and kill him.
The one thing that helps a little bit, and I don't think it changes the matchup to the favorite or anything, is you can give away a death.
Yeah.
Right? That, like, a matchup like this, range versus melee with no escapes, is volatile. And if you misstep once, you get killed. Thankfully, you can do that before 7 minutes, and you don't outright lose the game. And here comes the first play. There's Ignite. The knockup's going to land, and that's disengaged. So once you see this, once you see Mark happen, good sidestep. This could be enough. The minions are going to be there. Plugo should live and get some poke back.
Yep, good sidestep from him. So it is a trade of summoners. Remember though, you know, one more snowball, and you're going to be in trouble. And Plugo's low on mana here.
Yep.
So while there is the chance that Plugo lands a full combo and punishes him, it does become very, very difficult, I think, to actually get lethal damage here for the Vel'Koz. So we'll see if Plugo can make something happen.
I think there's one timing that matters a lot, and it's if Plugo gets the push, he gets 6 first.
Yeah.
There is no way out for Olaf Priest.
If you can
not
land
running
a full
flash,
combo, yeah.
Yes. If you land the knockup, you go for the full combo, and you might chunk him to 0. So that's the one thing to watch for. Level 5 for both. This wave's gonna get cleared.
Missed the cannon. That's pretty big.
Yep. That's where the comeback gold really lands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a couple hundred gold now missing from Yankos as Plugo was pushing him back. But again, he hit him with a snowball. He can actually go in.
Stun. Or is he not? Is it not? There we go. Has the stun. Knocks him away. Barely alive. Health relic. Grab it. Flashes. Ah! It's enough anyway. Yankos clapping him.
Yeah, Yankos takes him down. And that is a snowball traded for a flash, and he still got the kill.
Yeah.
So Plugo is looking pretty doomed here.
Yes.
Ignite and snowball will be up, with Plugo having no flash. Yankos is up levels now also, and he didn't need to expend his ultimate for that. So, you know, Yankos is in a position where he's going to, if he ever hits a snowball, just be able to ult, and I think it's a guaranteed 100-0.
Yeah.
Maybe even if Plugo's under his turret.
Yeah. Snowball. Follow it. I appreciate the attempt.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I respect it. You're pretty doomed. Even though it looks funny, you're so doomed. If you hit an ult and stopped his recall and killed him,
yeah,
maybe it's a way back in.
Yeah, super worth it. Of course, he'll ult and run away, and you know he'll survive the thing. But yeah, I think it was a fine choice to make. You're not going to go for another all-in anyway anytime soon. I think if you're ulting in Olaf's face, you're probably dead regardless.
Yeah.
So that button's like almost unpressable in a lot of cases.
Yep. So Yankos now just needs to back up, clear out the wave. If you ever hit a snowball, you take it, you win. And that should be pretty much it.
Okay, here it is. There's the ult, dodges the knockup. I don't think Blue has a way out. One more axe, good game.
Yeah, there's just no way. That just seemed like a smart pick here from Yankos. I think taking the snowball made a lot of sense in Vel'Koz, whose only chance is to poke you out and keep distance. The snowball is so much lower of a cooldown that, you know, even if you dodge some of them, you're going to have many chances during the cooldown of that flash to hit a snowball, and any one of them means certain death for the Vel'Koz. So well played by Yankos.
Yeah.
But didn't really see any way out of that from Plugo, and Yankos isn't the kind of player to fumble that sort of advantage. He played this out really, really well.
Definitely did. Pretty solid play right there. I think matchup advantage, to your point, definitely agree with that one.
Yeah.
It was one of the points we were talking about. Some players have a better read on what this game mode is like. Some players didn't do the prep work, I guess.
Yeah, this to me seemed a lot like Plugo is thinking, okay, what has been good in the past? That's what I'll play. You know, looking back at previous years, and we did see these sorts of strategies where it was, you know, mages who are trying to push in, mages who are trying to avoid the fight and win off CS, win off pressure. You can't do that anymore, and it becomes very difficult to make these plays happen. That was the first blood that Yankos did get. I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of the second one. Yeah, here it is. So Yankos had double summoners. There was no flash on Plugo, so if you get that connected on you, the knockup cannot save you because the Ragnarok will immune it. It's an easy cleanup there from Yankos.
Good game. We heard it. We had the voice up.
True.
We had the comms on that one.
It was a good game.
Good game.
No negative gaming happened.
Nope. It wasn't an average game. It wasn't a poor game.
It was a positive game.
It was well, he said good. I guess good is positive, so I really can't complain.
Technically correct.
Technically correct. Best kind of correct.
Yeah, there you go.
Beautiful. Well done, Azael.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, World Finals MVP Tian up against Peanut. This is hype.
Will his team finally stop bullying him if he wins?
No.
No, that's true.
If he wins the entire thing, if he's a 1v1 champion.
Yeah. Maybe. Is Doomby in this? He's got to beat some of his other teammates.
Yeah.
Then maybe Tian will stop getting bullied.
Yeah, if he claps, I want to see that final. I want to see him clap to him. Like, name your matchup. Rise Mirror beats him down.
He beats him in AP Nautilus Mirror.
Yeah!
It's like the most iconic.
It's a best of 3, I'm pretty
Make
sure.
fun of me now.
You play Rise v Rise, you play Malphite v Malphite, you play Nautilus vs Nautilus. You win them all.
That would be the ultimate. All right, so we got Lee Sin Mirror. I'm loving it. It's Grasp versus Grasp, Flash versus Ignite. The only difference that we can really see here.
There's going to be some kick shenanigans.
Yeah.
I'm expecting at least one double kick with both fly away.
That would be hype.
It's going to happen.
And these are two guys who are really well known for their Lee Sin, so should be pretty sick. And Lee Sin also one of the matchups that a lot of pros like to play to actually warm up. This is one of the things that when players are warming up on stage and they do 1v1s, Lee is one of the go-tos for a lot of players because it is a very mechanical matchup. You see a lot of guys go for Lee Sin versus Lee Sin, Lucian versus Lucian, these types of matchups. So Tian has an early lead though.
Yeah, good stuff. I didn't like Peanut taking one of his cues. He got Grasp and could have walked back, and then Tian got a good trade on the back half of it. But now holding the wave, putting the shield back up. Grasp constantly ready.
Yeah, Tian going for the re-2 beat plus health push instead of just going for that refillable, so won't have the efficiency of kind of the multiple uses of that refillable, but you know, it is kind of full power now, and the re-2 beat does a little bit of work over time.
Tian up 2 CS on the first 2 waves.
Ooh.
Yep. Got 10 versus 8 of 12. He's keeping up. Again, it's a difference of like 70-ish gold.
Missed the cannon.
All right.
See if Peanut gets it. If Peanut gets it, you're just ahead.
All right, he's ahead.
Gold, yeah.
Yep.
It's worth so much more than the other minions, so getting that really is worth a lot. So
Wave here.
Peanut pretty much ahead.
That was actually really well timed. Tien was mid-E animation as the heal came down, got the buff, slap, got some damage on the Peanut. Nicely done.
Yeah, Peanut gonna get it back, but it was actually into the safeguard chip of Tien. So Tien really playing this out well, anticipating when that damage is gonna come out, being able to pre-shield the current health damage buff that does come out from those health packs. So
it's coming pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
Knocking the waves back and forth. Way better CS for Tien. So once the recalls come in, you're going to see an extra longsword or something, which will be pretty valuable.
I wonder if we're going to see Peanut be able to get any use out of the flash. Because again, it's got to be about the outplay, right? It's got to be about like a kick flash into the turret or something like that. Because if it is just that straight up fight, Barrier gets so much more.
Yeah.
Will Peanut be able to grab this cannon? That is big. He does pick it up. So Peanut's still positive 1 cannon. So I'm willing to bet.
I would like to see that.
I'm willing to bet the gold is basically even.
Yeah.
If not even in Peanut's favor because the cannons are worth so much. Tien did miss one.
I want to say Peanut go for a kick flash like right around here, right? Like that guy walked up into range of not being near, like right here. You kick him into the turret, and there's no safeguard back.
Yep.
And you get a lot of damage out of that one.
Yeah, if he uses the W shield, he has no flash to actually avoid it.
He's just, like, he has to Q you, and, like, that's maybe enough.
Yeah, and I mean, if you Q to him more quickly while he's displaced, then he doesn't actually have a way out. He'd have to hit a minion or something, but that's the kind of outplay I think we're looking for with that flash here from Peanut.
Yeah, I don't think Tien's like allowed to push as aggressively anymore. And there were a couple of small windows. That's another one right there. That one actually wouldn't have been enough damage. He'd be too close to, like, the rest of the lane.
Peanut missed that cannon. So now the CS advantage actually matters. They both missed 1 cannon at this point. So that 10 or so farm that Tien has been sitting ahead is going to start showing itself as a component.
Good damage, good damage. Goes back in for the Q as well. Tien's going to be ahead right here. He's going to constantly looking for like when, and I think it's when it gets closer in. Like right now is not the radius, but you get another 200 units, and I think I would want to see that ult.
I agree, especially if he's pushing aggressively and trying to kind of poke you off your own minions.
Yeah.
If there's not other minions in range of that turret, you got kicked in, you could just be dead.
Also, look how much sustain they have. Like, neither is backed, basically, and they're just, like, going hard and just, like, healing back up on the minions.
We can see, I'm not actually sure who's being highlighted right now, but it's 3-point safeguard, right? So they are putting quite a few points in safeguard. It's pretty safe to assume both the guys are doing that. That does increase your spell vamp and the shield size, so it gets pretty hard with that plus grasp. We're assuming some fairly defensive masteries. You are very, very tanky.
I mean, yeah, your grasp is
and
all
double
like,
Doran's.
I mean, you're definitely running like revitalize,
Like,
right?
look at this.
Shields and healing is higher.
Every punch is like 25 heal.
Well, yeah, it's 15% lifesteal for rank 3W, and then another 6 from the Doran's Blade, so that's 21% before runes.
Yeah.
Revitalize is 5%
heal.
15. Big damage here. This is not enough to kill just yet. Again, they are pretty tanky. 4 points Q now for a high lives in. There's a kick backwards, but again, that's his own turret, so he's fine. Jumps right back in. Is this the play? Ignites on. Be careful. Peanut could die to a Q. If he Q lands, he's dead. That's it. Nice kill.
He didn't bury or flash.
If he buries, he dies anyway to the second half. Although I guess
he's
now in the turret, so that's fine. But yeah, not flashing the Q, that's an oof.
Yeah, I guess he thought he was just quite out of range. Wasn't. Tien has been playing it better. You got to give him the credit. I mean, he's up 20 CS.
Yeah.
He gets the first blood.
Really impressive.
He has really been making it work. In what is a full mirror between 2 elite level Lee Sins, I am surprised to see one dominating it this hard.
I agree with you. It's really, really impressive stuff.
And look at the buy. It's just way better.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Way, way better. With that Tiamat wave clear, plus your W active, you can actually clear out the wave with your E, your Tiamat pretty quickly and spell vamp a lot up. The serrated Dirk is going to be much less effective because there's quite a bit of armor on the other side here.
Yeah, I was going to say a meta call I think that needs to be made here is serrated Dirk is bad, always go less Whisper. Whisper is 25% armor pen, and Dirk is, I think, 10 lethality? 10 or like 12 or something, which is like really more like 8 armor pen, which, by the way, not as good as 25% of 70-something. In fact, it's 133, so it's like, Last Whisper is like 40 armor pen.
Yeah, it's definitely very, very valuable. This is interesting. Executioners coming out actually from Peanut, but look at this. Peanut's almost 2,000 gold now. It was an 1,800 gold lead. He is getting denied off the cannons. He is very far behind as far as the itemization of gold. Tien can clear out this wave and then try to recall really quickly. We'll see if he does go for that. You want to get the cannon for the optimal buy. If you can get the cannon and recall immediately, I think he's still fine to recall. Oh, he missed the cannon though.
Okay. Oh, he takes it. Ooh, okay. He's trying to bait the kick.
Oh, he's not
He
going to
needs to
recall.
see it back.
He's just going to stay. So he could have had one last buy and I think got even more of an advantage, but he's already at a pretty significant advantage. This is where it has to be down because it is sudden death. So even though Tien has gotten one kill, if Peanut can kick him out into the fire, if he can get some sort of flash outplay where he dodges his opponent's Q and then kicks him in a turret or something along those lines, he still could win, but Tien is in such an advantageous position.
Clears the blade, pushes it in. Turret's at half. It's not going to be going down. We're not going to win by turret here.
Yeah.
But it is frail.
Too risky to step up.
Oh, yeah. You don't do it. Landskeeper pokes. Decent damage. This is a kick flash. There you go. That's the play. Shields come in, but that's still 2 turret shots. That's pretty worthwhile. That's as much damage as Ignite would do.
He's just so tanky.
Yeah.
He didn't even get the barrier out. That was just a
pretty crap.
self-safeguard.
Yeah.
And he has some armor. Now they're going to be going at it.
Might have the damage here. Doesn't follow it, but he's burning. He's burning. It's game. GG takes him down. Well done.
Tien smashed that.
Yeah.
That was actually really, really impressive. Full-on mirror matchup. Lee Sin versus Lee Sin. Grass versus grass.
Yep.
And Tien just blasted Peanut.
Yeah. One thing I think I've noticed, actually, from watching the replays from the players' point of views, spectator Ring of Fire seems to move slower than the actual Ring of Fire.
Oh, interesting.
Because we watch these fights as the ring kind of slowly comes in, but so watch this again when you see the first-person point of view, because I think he actually gets kicked into the fire, and he burns down at the very, very end of it.
Okay.
So, like, not on this kick, but, like, after the Ignite, he burns down way too fast.
Okay. I'm not
think.
sure. Interesting.
Because his health bar drops
So, like, right
really
here you're
fast
talking
here.
about?
Well, that's the first. That's the
Oh,
first
this
kill.
first kill. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's pretty.
We'll
Ring
watch it
of
one more
Fire.
time. He did die pretty quick.
Yeah. So that.
Oh, you're
He's
right.
already in the ring. So
Oh,
the
so
spectator's
the
Ring of Fire
spectator's-
is wrong.
Oh, you're totally
Yeah.
right.
So he walks backwards and
Oh,
he's like, yeah.
he just walked into it and accepted.
He's like, I know I'm dead.
Oh, that's kind of weird because that makes sense.
That's the first time I realized it was really happening.
That makes sense as to why there's a couple times I'm like, well, you
This
waited
is
so
silly.
long. Why are you engaging right before the Ring of Fire?
Yeah.
And I guess they weren't. It's just out of sync, unfortunately.
Yeah. And I thought I noticed these things earlier in the day, and then like
Okay.
I was like, okay, that Lee Sin died faster than Ignite.
This explains a lot.
That Lee Sin definitely died faster than Ignite. That was the Ring of Fire. So I finally caught up. All right. It's okay. Experimental mode.
Good job.
It happens sometimes.
True.
We've got Shaq standing by for interview with defending 1v1 champion, Caps.
Looking for that second title in a row. Now that you've played your first 1v1 and you've seen the competition, how do you feel about the competition and about your chances to win?
I'm feeling pretty good. All the EU boys went through, so I'm hyped to see how far we can go as a team, you know.
Is that what it's all about? It's not about the personal glory, it's about everyone from the EU side?
Yes, of course. Like I could never wish to win against my teammates. I just want to wish we can go as far as possible together. And then if we ever were to meet, then we'll just have to see what happens.
Tell me about the NA-EU clash we saw earlier. You know, Tyler was calling you guys tryhards, but you know, you can be proud of that victory.
Yeah, I mean, we really want to win. I think last year we just came in a bit for fun, but then we lost and it wasn't very fun. So we came in, we had some people throwing some shots at us, and we were throwing some back. And I'm just happy we could take the win.
Fantastic. Final thing I want to ask you about is your teammate Jankos is going up versus Tien in the next round of the 1v1, which is poetic after the world final. How do you think he's going to do this time?
So I'm confident in him. I'm sure he's like really happy because he gets like a chance to get some revenge. I mean, I hope I'm gonna go up against Doinby myself. So let's see how the tournament will end out.
We will see, indeed. I hope that as well. Thank you so much, Caps, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. Thank you. All right, as for us, we are going to close off the show, so I'm going to join my analysts. I'm going to ask them, first up, how impressed have you been by the 1v1, the level, and who has impressed you the most?
I'm glad people started playing Trist. I can feel clever. I didn't see it in the first 8 games. I said they should play Trist, and bam, we got a mirror match with Uzi.
The mirror match was fine. I didn't like the idea that it was going to turn into a push fest, though, which is what happened with Caps. I was talking to him. I was like, what do you do? Like, it was just like, he's the only one who won by taking the turret, I'm pretty sure. Everyone else got kills.
Yeah, the Lucian in one of them, I think Faker's, someone's
he
Lucian was
killed the
really
Rise.
close. Someone's Lucian was really close to taking the turret.
Yeah, but they didn't win that.
I'm disappointed because I thought, you know, Caps is the person who will never take that victory with the tower. He'll always go all in.
Yeah,
But, you know, he's taking it really seriously.
Well, the Poppy was hiding behind it. Like,
Yeah.
What is he really going to do on Heimerdinger?
You force him into
Yeah, that's a good point.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think we're going to take a look at some highlights or the win moments from this side of the bracket as well. Sneaky, unfortunately, yeah, wasn't able to make it.
No snowball tech here.
No.
If this
Yeah.
match happened after the other one, we got the snowball tech and might have been able to do it.
The Olaf snowball tech is real. I think
Is this even a
Conqueror
highlight?
Olaf with, I mean, yes.
I don't think, like, he said he had stopwatch, he had, like, all these tools, and he's like, I
Yeah,
don't even care.
stopwatch
It's-
and barriers.
He didn't use anything, he just killed it.
And then the Trist
This one was fun.
yeah.
This one was cool. I was thinking the
Oh.
only way No Man's could have won was if he actually...
That was twice me. That's fun.
People can think maybe you were actually
Yeah.
talking but if maybe he could have jumped in as opposed
Yeah.
to jumping away, but
Uzi
Uzi's a
ulted
god.
during the jump.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't have been landed on almost no matter what.
Yeah, and Uzi's still at barrier, so
Yeah.
your only hope would be if, Uzi messes up.
Yeah, the Renekton, we've seen a lot of Renekton in the 1v1s with the new rules, and it's working quite well.
Yeah, I think Freak pointed out a good thing as well. We'll see if there's a workaround for it tomorrow, but the Spectator Ring of Fire, it's actually
Yeah.
closer in Pro View when you watch it. So, like, a lot of us thought G4 was going too early. Like, why wasn't he waiting for the Ring of Fire to close? I think the Ring of Fire would have actually been a lot closer in that moment. And then you saw here, like, Snowball against a flashless person is actually GG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good. Also quite funny, the Jankos is going up against Tien now, who won in the Lee Sin mirror matchup versus Peanut.
Yeah, and this was what I think Freak was talking about, where you can see Peanut, watch his health bar just from, like, the Ignite, and watch how quick it's going to drop. I was like, why isn't he taking the Q?
Yeah.
And then it's like, whoa.
So it looks like it's about, I don't know, 4 Teemos desync.
4 Teemos decent. As we take a
Use
look.
Pixels?
How many pixels
This
is
is
14?
the accurate
19 by
measurement
10.
in League of Legends. Okay, this is how the bracket is going to play out when we continue. Caps versus Closer and Uzi versus Bang. That is a good stylistic matchup, I would say. But Uzi is usually very, very poised in these things.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far he goes.
I think the TM versus Jankos matchup is just like the absolute highlight for this.
Yeah.
And then if he can win Jankos,
Yeah.
then I hope Faker wins so you get another rematch. And it's just like
It's
the
just worlds
revenge.
all over.
Yeah. And that would be actual revenge that matters so much and would just totally erase all the bad memories, right?
Yeah, actually, I think since Caps won the All-Star Final last year, it really doesn't matter that he's lost in the finals.
No.
of the consecutive World Championships.
Still best team.
Nobody remembers that.
Huh. You sure about that?
Well, we'll see how that plays out. Definitely had a lot of fun on day one. And let's see what we have coming up tomorrow. Of course, more action. Tandem mode is tomorrow, I believe. We'll be starting off with that, in fact, in the round of 16 of the 1v1. So more Teamfight Tactics and the LPL LCK show match, which is always super exciting.
Yeah, maybe more Aphelios. I've learned a lot more about the champion already.
Oh, yeah?
As far as casting, it's important to know the colors of the guns and the icons. So I'll have that memorized by tomorrow.
So actually, we do All-Stars so that you can familiarize yourself with Aphelios by the time you have to cast him or analyze him next year. That's the whole point.
I want to see some caster 1v1s with him.
Oh, I'm going to play him. I'm going to play him when he comes out.
We'll go to the little PC bang out there.
Yeah, I don't think he's playable out there yet because
Oh,
he's
he's
got to wait for the release. Yeah.
So we have to go on stage.
PB.
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah,
You know, the producers backstage, you want to play versus each other 1v1. We'll see. Maybe we can make it happen. But if you missed any of the action today, the rebroadcast of All Stars Day 1 goes up at 7 a.m. Actually, is PST Pacific?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great. I should have just said that then. Now it was just, I knew that. But from myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more of All Stars 2019. Good night. In Vegas, baby, for All Stars 2019, after the most exciting season of esports to date.
Out of here with the 7 kills. Can he get away from Cat?
Spot it out, no.
This fight does not look close. He might kill him right now. The all right now. Big dunk comes across, but it might be enough anyway. Evie, a little bit low, knocking on the minions. Where can Heimer go? Oh! Woo! Pabu knocks him down.
Sayujana.
I have no
Okay,
style.
Sayujana. Trust me. Everyone's gonna remember this as the ultimate BM. Oh god.
No, I'm scared. No.
Seems to be killing most of my team and not taking damage. Not sure. Not sure.
Oh my god.
What is
Let's kill him.
He's dead. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Whoa! Hey!
Oh,
I got a really big ult, really big ult. Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Nice.
Listen, you fighting?
Oh, Lord. Stop it! Stop it!
I'm never the only reason we're in the game.
Damage doesn't get the slow there. The knockback, it's almost enough. The barrier is going to be the difference maker. And now as Ignites are on, looking for the going really good sidestepping through the barrier, dodges the Q.
We're back in Vegas, baby, for All-Star 2019.
Let's go! Baron! Someone finish the Baron off!
Becca with the BM win.
What a stop!
EU did not just beat NA today. EU beat Bang, Core JJ, Mo, and Sneaky. Not me.
Does he get a big Q? Is it enough to kill Clid? And a sick Evie slaps him down. Where can Heimer go? Nocturne! Pabu through the barrier, dodges the Q. Faker, perfect mechanics in that fight. The barrier is going to be the difference. And the Clue has a way out. One more axe. Good game. It's not look close. He might kill him right now. This is probably over. The Shy.
The Shy transcends lanes.
That's true.
The Shy is League of Legends.
Round of 16 of the V1.
If Yankos can win, then I hope Faker wins. It's just like the revenge.
The 2019 All-Star event premiere, the new 1v1 rules, League's newest marksman, and for many of the League pros, their first go-around in TFT, which made day one all that much more memorable.
That it did. We get some looks at the arena from yesterday and today. Tyler One, who's always flexing. Rick Fox looking to maybe
Still alive.
cheeky pick
He's
up
rested
into
up.
shot.
Yeah. Look at him.
Yeah. So that after the 24-hour stream, he's still alive and kicking. Uzi smiling. Yesterday won his 1v1, of course, and we'll see what's on the docket today. Flashy jacket, Sheepy. I can respect it. I'm shocked to hear, excited to dive into day two with Kobe, Mark, and Dash.
That's right, day two. Let's go. I'm a little jealous of that sheep jacket because I'm wearing a black jacket as well. And yesterday he had that sequin, that beautiful sequin.
You guys had a lot better color coordination.
Showing me up.
We're all dark, whereas before there was like a blue, red.
Because you know what? We got to make sure the Shocks pops.
Yeah,
exactly. So it provides that contrast.
It's teamwork.
Yeah,
it is.
Exactly.
There was also a secret message if you swept his back, by the way. The sequence all
really?
changed colors. Yeah.
I totally missed that. All right, Sheepy, I'm coming to find you later. We're going to check that out.
Also, I heard that there's a certain fashion surprise later in the day, may or may not involve Mark, but we'll see. We'll see.
I don't think I even know what you're talking about.
No? Oh, well, I do.
A ton more signs, too, in the
Yeah.
crowd today, which I always like to see. So
Awesome.
I'm sure we'll see more of it.
Yes, and yesterday, of course, all the action kicked off, and I want to start by recapping some of the 1v1 tournament. It is always the highlight of All-Star, and there were some pretty standout performances. Uzi is back in that one, and he had a Tristana mirror matchup and just showed off his mechanics.
Yeah, that was a super close fight. There was like a couple small optimizations that we were looking at, like maybe they could have done this, but it's Uzi. You can never really outplay him. Probably he's the best
Two-time
player.
champion.
That's true. Also, the only two-time champion.
I like to see him on form because when it comes to maybe Caps looking to defend his title from last year, the only other two-time champion in Uzi is still in the running, so to see them meet at some point would be awesome. Pabu, of course, is a star, and his hair tops that of last year. Look at that! Ah!
It is so, so good. It only took 4 hours, he told me.
I need to meet his colorist.
Yeah, that is.
I don't know where I have to go to get my hair done, but I want to get it
in
done.
Australia, apparently. Yeah, Caps, of course, yesterday also won his opening game. He's in it to defend his crown, and we'll see. We saw a couple of strategies. Pabu won with the Renekton. The Bruisers seem to be quite strong, but as we see, the Tristana and some of the marksmen are also still viable. So what are we thinking? What is the OP strat in a 1v1?
I'm just happy that there is a good option for junglers this time around, because junglers usually not that great in the 1v1s, but Olaf Conqueror with Snowball, because the Snowball is a spell and it'll stack 2 stacks each time when you hit him and when you activate it. Happy to see Yankos get that win, go all in. Plus, Olaf is really good in Summoner's Rift right now, so you don't even have to practice a different champion
champion. As long as we stay from turret taking, I was really sad that Caps won through the turret take. It should be kills. Yeah, I don't want to see Tristana if that's what those fights are going to develop.
Honestly, I kind of just want to start it with the Ring of Fire.
Just
have the Ring of Fire there.
Just level 11, one full item, Ring of Fire, let's go. Another highlight, though, for me was not only seeing the new champions, but hearing from Aphelios' designer, Riot Stosh, just after the game. Help us understand what, appeared to be a very complex champion at first glance.
Kobe, Jet, Dracos, and I were all sitting in a room just reading the, blurb about him over and over again, trying to break it down. Whippo taught us some stuff, but mostly what not to do. I don't think the 4 Doran's Blade opener is quite the
was
standard
enough to
start.
beat NA.
And
That's saying something, unfortunately.
And he still had moments where you could see the potential, right? There was huge burst damage when he gets to use multiple guns. If one's low on ammo, switching out and getting multiple of those spells.
It was interesting indeed. In the EU NA, that was the first show match, and we saw it there again in the video to start off the show. Tyler, who said, well, no, they didn't beat me. They beat everyone else. He was basically calling us team trash, which is what we come to expect.
EU had to try hard because they didn't like what happened last
It was a
year.
cop-out. He picked Ivern, so he's like, what was I supposed to do?
They did really try hard, though. Like, I was really surprised. They banned all of his champions. They brainstormed. They had the coach. The same thing for the 1v1s. EU is taking this very serious. Something to make up for.
And they had toast coaching, though, so they were
Wow.
obviously very try-hard as well.
Actually didn't stop there, though. We had the TFT tournament, charity tournament going on as well. First matches yesterday. We've got another couple rounds today. I do want to check in, though, on the standings as each of our players are playing to donate to some very deserving charities. So first we start with the Littles. We already have Sneaky, Klid, Saros, and Levi advancing on to the next round.
Yeah, though they were the best players yesterday in the Littles matchup, and then with the pros or the legends, Becca, of course, won that first match, and we have Evangelion
with the BM win.
Yes,
the BM 8-piece win.
Sold her Janna.
It was actually crazy because she got so many of these 5-cost units 2-starred that by selling, she was 2 units down because her opponent had a Force of Nature, and he was level 9, so he had 10 units on the board, and she only had 8.
Yeah,
still won.
It absolutely crushed him. Good job, Becca. And day 2 of the All-Star event is going to start with 20 competitors taking to the stage. That is not a mistake. No, it is tandem mode, which is always one of the highlights of All-Star. And then we will continue the 1v1s, TFT matches. And the show match today is LCK versus LPL.
I'm going to jump in here because as we are in Vegas, we felt it was only proper to throw a little wager down on this second regional show match. So Kobe and I are going to put our pride on the line, betting between LPL and LCK. Loser of this bet is going to have to take on Tyler 1 in a push-up contest.
Push-up contest?
Yeah, and likely lose that push-up contest.
I've been hitting the gym. I feel pretty confident,
Okay, I feel...
I'm not partaking for a very clear reason.
I feel a heck of a lot less confident than Kobe, but I'll still give it my best effort.
So what are the choices?
I also feel pretty confident picking the back-to-back world champions. So I'm going to go with LPL.
Okay, all right, you get to jump in first. Fair enough. I guess that relegates me to the LCK. No, but I'm still very confident in the Korean team as well to take it home.
Yeah, I know what's up here. I know you've been going to the gym. You're always posting about it, and you said you wanted to show off your muscles and your gains. So I feel like this is kind of sad.
I think the only issue is we're in suits.
Yeah.
Whichever
one already the Johns are coming out. The excuses. I didn't warm up. I was
very restricting in the range of motion.
I mean, whichever one of us does it is going to lose. So.
It doesn't matter.
Well, you're all very strong. We're going to move
Thanks,
on. Before we jump into all of that, we are going to have our first match of the day, which is tandem mode. And what is important in tandem mode, maybe more important than the game, just kidding, but is the names. Because, of course, there's a combination of 2 players, and we kind of mash them up to have a cool name that represents them.
Yeah, we got some fun ones for sure. I'm loving FOMO, just right off the top on the blue side.
It's the most relatable name.
Yeah, Sneaky Taylor is kind of easy. Nikki Taylor and Sneaky, that's what it is.
I kind of liked Mang because it's so simple.
Hey, Mang.
And you're just like, Mang, get over here.
Yeah,
Mang.
Yeah, Mang. Yeah, Mang. I like also Plugo and Duende for Pluende. It's like the most fluid and
I like
kind
Kevin.
of fun.
Just a normal name. Good old Kevin.
What if that was actually just a singular person?
Yeah, we look
like we only actually had 19 people, so it's just, that's Kevin.
Kevin.
Yeah.
And then No Man's Night. I feel like that could have been No Man in the Night or something. I don't know.
There's a little bit more room to work with that one.
Yeah, maybe. Well, do you guys have a cool mix of names?
No.
For all 3 of our
Moby.
Moby.
Moby's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
decent artist.
How do you combine Shock and Dash?
Docs.
Docs? It sounds like a German. It's all right. It was the first guess. That's also terrible.
I'm also afraid to just like throw out words, and I'm not sure maybe they mean something.
Oh yeah,
in language,
right.
Or
Gotta
even
play
in
it safe,
English,
though.
who knows? And I get in trouble. I don't know. We'll see. Tandem mode is always fun though. It's one of those things where like, oh, how hard can it be? Very hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah.
If they choose the right champion. So I want to see the players that choose like, Thresh and stuff like that, something that's going to require both players to really work.
Yeah.
I like that more than
Yumi.
one player taking
No
a back
Yumi.
seat.
If anyone plays Yumi, I'm booing them.
What was it last year? Wasn't it like Candace and Uzi, and then she just didn't have to do anything? or
Twitch,
something?
So ADCs, I think ADCs
Yeah.
can definitely be one of the picks where it's like, well, if you just have Uzi working the mouse, I imagine it'll look pretty good.
We'll see. I think the players are about ready, so let's take a look. And to get us into tandem mode, let's hand it over to Drizel for the cast.
Thank you very much, Shash. And like you guys said, I'm Dracos. This is Dr. Zale. It's actually not Drizel.
Yeah, it was Dr. Zale. They forgot to put the
He's a
space.
master of many things, mostly 1v1s. But this is not a 1v1. This is a 10v10. It is a 20-person clash on Summoner's Rift. And I don't know. Like we talked briefly about a ban list for this format, and there's not one. So I think the most thing that we hope for as we enter pick and ban.
You need to pick skill shot champions.
Yes.
That's the thing. So they talked about the tier list of names. We've got the tier list of champions. And Uzi was F tier last year. They picked Yumi.
There's a tier below.
They've already lost.
All right, we were going to go through the tier list, but all you need to know is
It's
there's
unwinnable
a tier,
for Red Team. Red Team has already lost.
It's a tier below F tier. So no matter what happens in the game, Shiv has already lost on a spiritual level.
So here's the thing. You're playing with two players. One is controlling the keyboard, one is controlling the mouse, right? When you're playing a champion that has no skill shots whatsoever, the other person just ends up sitting there and mashing, right? So that's why Twitch isn't that cool. That's why things like Evelyn isn't that cool, where the person just presses Q over and over. Yumi is the same thing. This is just a mouse-based champion. You could just press Q and E on cooldown. There's no skill here. There's no tandem.
Yumi already had the mechanics of like half a champion. Yeah. It's shared between two players.
So Blitzcrank, I respect a lot.
Lee Sin,
that's pretty hype.
Even Darius, more respectable.
Darius,
than
I'm gonna
AD
give
Carry.
like a D. That's like a D tier.
I think that's more respectable than the Twitches.
What
of
do you
the
have
world.
to aim? Your pull?
You push Q at the right time. You're right. Okay.
you just have to be in range.
You're right. It's the Twitch of.
That's a D. That's a D at best.
All right.
The ones you're looking for when you talk about AD carries are things with skill shots, right? Ezreal. Champions along the lines of that. Jhin even. Things that you got to aim. You got to be using both your mouse and your keyboard at the same time, because that's where the coordination is difficult. That's where you get to see some impressive tandem plays, because I don't actually care who wins. I care who does the coolest thing.
Yeah.
And it's impossible to do the coolest thing if playing Yumi or Twitch.
Here's the thing I'm looking forward to. One, Optimus 3 has opted to pick up Nightbringer Lee Sin Prestige Edition, which I have not seen yet, but I'm just excited for that. But if there's an insect from Optimus 3, he wins. He may not, destroy the Nexus, but that's a spiritual victory.
That's true.
For me, additionally, the Gragas Body Slam Cask, I'll accept that one.
Gragas pretty good. Nautilus is another D tier for me. E and W, come on, bro. You're just pressing them on cooldown.
Look, it's... Some people, play to have fun. Some people play to win.
Yeah, we got a lot of tryhards this year.
Yeah.
So I would give it to Blitz and Lee Sin are by far the two coolest, I would say. Gragas is maybe up there, but as far as skill shot-based champions that are really difficult to perform in tandem, those are the two I'm giving it to. So I think blue team's already won.
You're calling it now.
I'm calling it.
We'll go next.
I don't think you can lose when you picked Blitzcrank and the other team picked Yumi.
I mean,
doesn't matter which Nexus explodes. We're not talking about that. We're talking about who's the winner in your heart.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin is always the winner in my heart.
Exactly.
It's very hard.
They have Lee and Blitz. Those are both so hard.
Yeah, but like Gragas is kind of difficult.
Gragas is kind of difficult. Gragas is like, a B or an A tier.
Diana
That's pretty
is
cool.
safely C, because while I think the W and E are obviously pretty free, obviously landing the Q, getting the dash.
Q is, there's some stuff there.
Yeah.
And also, it's going to be a lot harder, I think, to play Diana into the Darius than it is vice versa, right?
Yeah.
Darius seems like pretty set up to do well in that one, considering you picked one of the easiest champions in the game that has really no skill shot. We're not counting the E.
I'll count the E.
No,
we'll give
we're
him a
not
little bit
counting
of credit here.
No.
A quality leash here.
I'm making a judgment call on this one.
I think
the Darius E, we're not calling a skill shot.
I think tandem would be better if each
Oh, this is a level 2 gang.
Oh, level. Okay, Lee Sin.
I respect it.
Optimus 3.
I want a flash hook from Blitz. And then they for sure won.
Flash hook. Where's it going to go? Will the Sonic Wave connect? The hook does not connect. There is no flash burn.
Not quite in range.
No.
Respect the attempt, though. So
Got
MF has, I guess MF has some skill shots, kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
not really.
landing the cube actually, how difficult is that?
Well, I mean, you kind of
It's mostly mouse. It's still
yeah.
mostly
Yeah,
mouse.
it's mostly mouse. I feel like the person playing the MF keyboard, you're mostly just mashing Q, you know, and you press
Yeah.
W when you start fighting. Kind of
Yeah.
E and alt when they tell you, but mostly you're just kind of pressing Q on cooldown during your team fight. That one's not as difficult. Aphelios, I honestly don't really know because I haven't played enough Aphelios to really have a good understanding of how difficult this would be to do with one person, let alone tandem.
Okay, yeah, so the thing is I don't think either player has understood, probably understands Aphelios at a very high level. I can't be certain, you know, you never know.
Is there a lot of skill shots?
There's a decent amount of skill shots, but oh, Sonic Wave gonna get flashed away in the mid lane. Decent amount of skill shots, but also you need to swap between guns and use gun buttons at the right time, and swapping.
Okay, so there's some timing there.
Well, yeah, and one of the guns, the rifle specifically has 100 extra range. So imagine you're trying to like kite a guy away, and he swaps away from the gun, and he's like,
went behind.
he tried. It's an effort.
It's a mouse.
Oh, the hook.
Mouse
Mang.
communication.
Yumi's not even attached. Free, running for the hills, but he's just gonna get right clicked down. The power of the right click is overwhelming in tandem mode. The Yumi pushing single buttons at a time.
Get in there, Sneaky Taylor.
Ooh. Sneaky Taylor not gonna find it. That is going to be first blood for G-Fox.
Yeah, Mang gonna be able to. Oh no, it wasn't Mang. Excuse me. I just assumed it was because there's Jin mid lane. Of course.
Yeah.
So G-Fox gonna be able to grab that FOMO up here on the top side. Did use the Ghost on the roam, but get him poked down here. We'll see how No Man's Knight can do.
Now, he's under the tower.
And Darius again. Oh, the skill shot!
Will he get it? Dash is in. And this is apparently, this is rework Diana, because she just dashed in, and I don't know really what the rework is. I think the dash is
Yeah, I
on
was
E
really
now.
confused. I was like, why did he just ult at level 4?
Luckily, I have the client up, and I will inform, maybe. If it's
I have not played. I've been actually playing a lot of old Diana on live now, so I was like, oh, I can talk all about it. And then she ulted at level 4, and I was lost.
Yeah, so all you guys really need to know, E and Alt are flipped, the same refresh mechanic, and the Alt is, you know, the pull-in now does damage, so they've shifted some of the damage away from...
That seems like you'd have a lot more early game power.
Yeah,
so maybe it's not a bad matchup anymore.
Yeah, I was really confused how Diana was winning that one at all, but now that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. All right, let's watch it one more time. Got him down pretty low. Does get a couple tower shots down, but with the E dash available, gonna be able to grab the kill. It's in a trade. But still pretty good. If you have the wave of your opponent's turret, you're going to be feeling pretty good about that dive.
Checking in. CS obviously always going to be a bit of a struggle in tandem, I feel like. Shouldn't be, but a lot of people use those abilities.
Depends on the character, I guess, right?
Yeah. Aphelios starting to build a small lead on the bottom side. I think Yumi's going to make that one even easier.
I want to see some body slam flash. You know, Predator active, body slam flash, ultimate from Chippy Ann. Chippy Ann?
Yeah, Chippy Ann. That's really what we're holding out for.
That's
Momo, look at that. Bam. That's the skill shot we were waiting for. That other one, though, definitely not quite as much. Missing just a little bit there.
Nice side step.
You have to wonder, No Man's Knight, a clear top performer so far.
That's true.
Have they played together in this format before? Chippy Ann.
All right, let's go Chippy
Body
Ann.
slam.
That wasn't it.
That was
that ain't it.
That was definitively not it. I don't know what that was, but it was definitely not it.
The tandem was that they were not working together.
Look.
There's some discord.
One player's on 100 ping. I don't know what to tell you. It's a little bit late. All right, the engage is coming out.
Oh no, he pulled the ult through his teammate.
The click being brought back. Optimus 3 slowly but surely walking him down. Extra movement speed going to come in, but won't matter. The hook is going to go down, and Optimus 3 will grab the kill. It's half respectable. It did take a Nautilus, but a Lee Sin was involved. We will say half points to the Lee Sin for that one, and FOMO is getting destroyed. This Diana rework looking strong.
Okay, he's out of there. Does barely survive. Oh, we got Kevin TPing up here to the top lane. Let's go, Kevin! Get in there, buddy!
Your boy Kevin getting it done. He's not. He's not. The Diana is probably dead. Conqueror trying to walk away, but the Riptide will connect. Vance Joy up in the top lane.
Good job by Kevin.
Really,
Kevin's a real go-getter. You know.
I want to pretend.
Listen, yeah.
It's one guy.
It's your boy Kevin.
It's your boy Kevin.
Yeah.
Evie's just there coaching that other guy. That other guy's Kevin.
Yeah.
For those of you unfamiliar.
Exactly. Yeah.
My question is, for Doran split. Sneaky's doing it too.
Yeah. Well, Sneaky actually just does this every game on every champion now.
Really?
Yeah. If you watch him play, so I think this build actually originated, for MF. That is where I first saw it.
Yeah.
Had been pretty popular. I think it was in Korean solo queue, and then people started adapting it. And then since people were playing against all this early game power with Doran's blade stacking, people just started doing it on other champions and finding it was pretty strong there too. It is going to slow down your item progression quite a lot, so you kind of have to be bullying lane with it. Because you see on the other side, there's a BF sword, you're going to complete your Storm Razor or whatever pretty early. But it's a lot of health, it's a lot of lifesteal. It makes you very durable in lane, so you're much less susceptible, especially on low mobility champions, to kind of getting one-tapped by a gank or like a mage from mid lane or something.
Yeah, a lot of sustain adds up. And we're just waiting for that hook to connect with the Blitzcrank. The Nautilus being on the mid lane, Kevin making it happen. The slow the bleed there, not going to be quite enough. Here we go, body slam flash, Chippy in. You're finally going to land it. Nope.
But the barrel went in the right direction, and he got the flash.
It's slow,
so
steady
Chippy in is scaling.
Yeah.
Clear example.
And Kevin remains a top performer so far.
That's true.
Which is technically Kane and Evie, I have been informed.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, and you can see here, the second they stopped being Kevin and started being Kane and Evie, everything fell apart. And now Nick has to run for the hills. He does have CC there, but cannot get his skills out in time. And Shiv stuck now with his decisions under the tower. So we're going to finally get to see if the cat has 9 lives. No one wants to dive this Yumi, but I feel like they should, as just to send a message.
Yeah, you got to send a message. Don't ever pick that cat in my tandem mode again. They're doing pretty well so far, though. Nice plays on the bottom side there. Fluende able to land that hook, and Chippy Ann, they're going to be heading down to the bottom side, looking to make a play here. Does have flash. I could look for a body slam flash play, but might want to try to farm to 6 here first.
It's unclear to me how much of the decision-making is really that collaborative when one person controls the mouse, the sole source of movement. So I'm wondering...
They could go rogue.
They could, yeah.
Your teammate can just refuse to use abilities. Go to the jungle now, or I'm not pressing buttons.
What can you do? And that's the
We're going to have to get a mic check on it,
That would be the tandem mic check, I think, is what I'll look forward to the most.
We got to see how these teams are working well together.
Because it says 10 people talking is way too much. 5 people talking is already way too much.
Chippy
Ann. Chapter. Chippy Ann. Knocks him to the wall. Body slam. No.
They're looking for the play on the bottom side. It was a pretty well-placed ult. The next level play would have been getting that body slam flash in there to get the extra range. But Kevin, they're moving down to the bottom side.
Kevin's domination will not be stopped. The knock will come through. Gragas. Body slam to escape. Hasn't hit one on the way in, but getting that one on the way out is important. Meanwhile, top side, this is probably going to be it here. Diana going to try to outplay this one. Big bit of damage there coming in from the new Diana ultimate. A switch to Diana ultimate, so it will be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that was really well played there by No Man's Night. They're able to take down Lee Sin. They got the flash out of Lee too. Almost took down FOMO, but do end up going down as Fluende maybe looking for a hook here.
Ever since you said Blitzcrank is here, I'm just waiting for the moment.
Yeah.
We're in the training arc. I feel like right now. Eventually, they're gonna pop off, but we're still waiting.
Yeah, Lee Sin has the highest potential to look really cool, but also the highest potential to do nothing. So that's a risky pick. That's why I respect Optimus 3 here. If you pull off a perfect insect, the game is just won.
Yeah.
You've won the game.
Imagine watching...
There's no way someone else can look cooler than you pulling off a flawless insect.
No. I don't know, man. I'm really looking forward to these Yumi prowling projectiles. Really
You're the only person.
Yeah, the peak of collaborative effort between mouse and keyboard.
Between mouse and mouse, I think is what you mean.
Yeah. Question is, are they allowed to change the binds? Can they just put skills on the mouse?
Just pressing mouse 4.
Look, you're in charge of the heal and the ult. I'll take the Q, okay?
Yeah.
It's fine.
It's pretty funny, talking to some of the players in the past who have been playing, especially cross-language, where there's some communication issues. I remember hearing some stories about players just really aggressively just yelling out the button press. People feeling pretty intimidated, like they don't want to let them down. It's like Q, Q.
Dragon's
nice
hooked
hook.
in. There's the connect. Instantly goes down. Lost after a bit more damage. Let's see. Gonna be able to do. Abellio's throwing a lot down here. Has Severum, has the lifesteal, can follow up with a little bit of CC here if they get their button presses down, but will not happen as Lee Sin goes back in. The healing is there. The Yuumi damage, however, is not, and Sneaky Taylor will grab the final kill.
Sneaky Taylor and Optimus 3, they're slinking away with just a little bit of health. Barely able to survive.
And while we have not seen an Insect yet, they are 4-1-2.
They're popping off.
Oh. That's a mouse mistake there. You can't put that one on the keyboard. Keyboard can't.
What if he had Safeguard available?
That's a good question.
There you go.
Nope. All right.
FOMO.
Make it out. One more shot.
Ooh.
Sniper.
Nice aim there from G-Fox. Taking down FOMO. I thought that the step back was going to get him.
For sure.
Yeah.
But
I didn't think they'd anticipate it.
Darius is a chonky boy, you know?
He is.
Big hitbox, big old hitbox.
Doesn't skip leg day, you know?
No. He's reconsidering it now.
Yeah.
Is the stamina worth it?
It's a tough price to pay, you know?
And so far, it's hard to know how much the game state is actually advanced. It doesn't feel like anything super consequential has happened.
It's a good way of putting it.
With the Blitzcrank, landed a few more hooks here and there. The Severum active, throwing down a lot of damage and a good amount of lifesteal. Fluende, they're going to grab that kill. A Sneaky Taylor fishes for the follow-up.
Yeah, another kill there. The Doran's Blade build, you're just kind of outstatting them, running them down here. Sneaky Taylor working in tandem. This is the Axe What's Your Move replay. Fluende, Sneaky Taylor, and Optimus 3 all combining here to take down Mang. And this is a nice little kick. Kicks him in, hits the Q onto Mang, takes him out, and Shiv just did not have enough damage to take down Optimus 3, who's going to be able to slink away, and it looks like it's more action down here on the bottom side.
All-in comes out, but that's yet another double kill. Dropping on the opposite side, being traded back and forth here. 13-7 now the kill score. As No Man's Knight is just on a mission. Does not want to land against the Darius any longer. So just continuously going to the bottom side. And it's interesting, I feel like a lot of people are falling behind an XP this game, and now the Lee Sin mechanics.
Let's go.
Oh, he died. Oh, I thought he, never mind. I was like, is that some interaction I don't know about with Pelios, where he just, you know, hurts himself when he attacks? That's going to be 4 shot. Kevin.
Oh, Kevin,
can't do it.
That would be quite the ability. You know, Philios just takes damage to himself randomly. If you click on your own character, there's an interesting new mechanic where you shoot yourself. You know, shoot yourself in the foot. He trips and falls.
Really, just the ultimate test. People have said Osu's an important skill, you know, or a game to play if you want to get good at League of Legends. And that is further doubling down on that idea.
Yeah. You know what else I'm really liking here? I realized Optimus 3 has Dark Harvest. So that they were planning to get all these kills. They were confident that they would have these 11 Dark Harvest stacks pre 15 minutes.
And you can see the conversation happening. The level of communication between these two is incredible.
Stupendous.
No Man's Knight. Knockup's gonna come
Let's
down.
go.
Silence is
Let's
there.
go. They're juking.
Oh.
Look at the moves.
There's the MasterCard gold graph coming up as No Man's debating whether or not he wants to go back in. Come on, Greg, this is your time. Chip your hands. Get in the midst of it. With the flash out. No, the smite. Oh, it's embarrassing, but the Diana is strong enough to live a few seconds longer before Darius gets a double kill. That was not
It's strong enough
to survive.
Absolutely slammed by the Darius.
Slam a jam.
FOMO hitting him with the dunk on the Darius.
It looked really good
did.
for the No Man's Knight duo at the start of the game with the Diana mini rework. But Darius eventually conquers all, I think is the lesson.
Yeah, Darius is a really strong kind of outstat you type champion. So how many kills do we think each kill's worth for Darius in tandem mode? Because it's definitely less than 1.
It's definitely less
there's
than
like
1.
a multiplier.
If we
in
call,
tandem mode, right?
yeah, so Blitzcrank, or so Lee Sin is 1, if not more, if we can go
Lee Sin's
above
got to
1.
be above. Lee Sin's above because that's a really cool champion. So like Lee and Blitz are definitely a positive multiplier.
Yeah.
Some of these champions get a negative multiplier.
Darius is probably at 50%. Yumi's like in the gutter along with Twitch.
It's actually impossible.
It's
to go
you actually
JDM.
can't get points.
You just
points can't like you can help get your allies assists, but you can't actually earn points for yourself. It's a very support-like mentality. And now Kevin in trouble.
Kevin is
A
conky.
big knockup. Maybe going to be able to get one down. The auto's not quite fast enough. No Man's Knight will be able to survive. And sadly for Mang, he's not able to survive against the threat of Fluende Blitzcrank.
Fox is here. They're looking for Puente.
There's a lot of solid standstill ultimates here, and that's going to be yet another kill.
FOMO? Oh, that was a good try. I respect it.
We would have given him some points for that kill, I think, if he landed the E.
Optimus 3 is actually just dominating.
Is he going to get one more?
Let's go.
Diana now coming in, fishing for that Lee Sin, wants that shutdown.
Oh!
That's easy. Woo! Diana bans coming to a game near you.
Yeah, No Man's Night and Shiv wiping them off the map as Sneaky Taylor, Optimus 3, and Pluende were diving deep for that one. You can see G-Fox in the player cams. They were popping off. They were clapping it up.
This is the moment they were waiting for. Baiting your opponents into a false sense of confidence so the mini rework Diana can take over. But
I mean, that was some shutdowns. Oh. Skill shot.
For a
You were
battle.
right.
Here we go. Has the slow available from Aphelios. Tries to use the ultimate, but is not going to get a chance to do so. FOMO's just running them down. They're trying to push buttons. Not about it for FOMO. That's the flash, though. Comes in, lands the Q as well, gets the pullback. We're giving him full points for that one, folks. He hit every button just the way you're supposed to. Triple kill for the Darius.
Triple kill there for FOMO as they're knocking him down. No Man's Night, though, but not only did they get a triple kill, No Man's Night got a lot of shutdowns. Got a couple shutdowns. That was the first death for Sneaky Taylor. It was also a shutdown, I think, on Optimus 3, who had a good streak going. So it's a full death cap buy for No Man's Night, who is going to have to put on the carry pants.
Going to be difficult, though, on the outside, because, of course, you do have a decent amount of MR stacked up on the Darius. So always going to be tough to sit there. The Nautilus as well, getting the Abyssal Mass. But there's the hook we were waiting for. The follow-up is there as well for the down. The Cat is next on the menu, but they will deny it. Chakram out from Meng. He wants to get close and personal. Can't suggest it against the Darius.
Oh, Sneaky Taylor. They are doing some damage here. Chippy Ann is very, very squishy at this point.
And I know this isn't the best game to take definitive opinions from, but I'm not minding the 4 Doran's Blade start.
It's looking good.
Optimus, a clean kick, not going to find the insect. Gets to the backside. 2 easy pickups, takes out the Cat, takes out the Gragas. Diana next on the list. An easy kill pickup there as well. And really, the coordination between these 10 on the blue side is just outpacing the opposition on the red.
Yeah, they are looking good, roaming around as a squad. They've got a lot of CC there between the Nautilus and the Blitzcrank, locking them up for some really fed carries here. You got the Darius as well as that MF that are really, really fed. And G-Fox has got to run. Pluende is looking for it, but taking the turret. Pluende, look out!
Giving his life for the cause. Never mind, just G-Fox.
Pluende's like,
he's like,
I don't need
He's like,
this.
go on without me, guys.
Like,
wait,
but
I'll
you
hold
could-
the line. It's like, you
leave.
can just leave with us. It's like the Titanic scene where it's like, just get on the thing too, dude. Like, there's plenty of room, clearly.
Rose just really didn't like Jack.
Bro wasn't a fan.
She's
Glenda
like,
just did not want to be a part of this action anymore. It's like, guys, I'm not about this. I'm here for hooks.
like, if I die, can I take a bathroom break?
There's Kevin. They are not going to be able to make their way out of that one, despite the attempt with the Nautilus Tug. The pullback there from Diana, and this new Diana rework is actually looking pretty sweet. I am excited to play this.
Yeah, definitely looking good. Optimus 3 and Sneaky Taylor, though, they are looking for a play here.
Oh, they were so close to kick Flash, but of course he doesn't have Flash off cooldown quite yet, so they are not going to be able to find that one. Big ult comes in. Follow-up is not going to be there. Trying to finish this one off. Conqueror has already been proc. Sneaky Taylor will not be able to get away, and just like that, the game back in the favor of the red team.
Yeah, as soon as we started talking about how coordinated the blue team was being, they started running it down.
Yeah.
It was the delayed ace. Puende died to the turret, and the rest of the team died.
Puende, the omen of things to come.
Puende was the glue that was holding the squad together.
The
you
second
know?
that ace shot calling was gone, that duo.
As soon as Puende died to the turret, the rest of the team was just like, you know what? I don't even want to be here anymore. Just let them have me.
Without the Blitzcrank,
what's the point, really?
We can't even get points anymore without a Blitzcrank here.
Yeah, they had to wait for the respawn, you know? More time to get those sick hooks. The 360 no-scope.
Oh, here we go. The Naka, bullying on this brand new champion. Just entered the Rift, and already Aphelios is getting punched in the face by a robot. Oh, and here comes Nautilus. The point and the click. It's merciless. Chippy Ann, we're going to see it. Is this the moment? Do we see a big cask, a knockback?
No Man's Night.
Chase is going to be there. This is going to be big for the Diana. Final chapter is going to connect. It's going to pull him right back in. Double kill once again for the Diana.
Yeah, get another double kill there. Diana plus this Yuumi starting to look pretty damn strong. You know, you have a kind of this assassin who's got pretty fed, supported and sped up by this Yuumi. It's looking tough to deal with, but Optimus 3, Nikki Taylor, and rather Sneaky Taylor, and FOMO are all up here.
FOMO getting a little bit of damage down. Sneaky Taylor trying to just buy time, just trying to wait, isolate him, but the cat, is the healing going to be no? What? That was an insane amount of damage for any single champion to do, and the cleanup is absolutely there on the opposite
full
side.
health from Yuumi as well. No Man's Knight, keep looking for more.
This champion is going to be good.
Yeah, I mean,
now that she can dash pre-6, Diana's
got a lot of kills, you know, got a lot of AP in there, so I would expect old Diana to one-shot you like that as well. But
I honestly
if you
just
have a
haven't
stronger
seen a
early
Diana.
game, it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
So you can definitely one-hit people if you get going on Diana. That was pretty nasty, though. A lot of damage coming out, and on the other side, Optimus 3 cleaned him up, but FOMO chasing him down with Optimus 3. 11 kills, Duskblade, Lee Sin. How many Dark Harvest stacks you got?
Let's find out. With the
Probably a lot.
Oh, is going to continue to look for the play here. Goes over, finds a kick onto the Gragas. Clean mechanics. The barrel goes wide. Not at all what you want from the superfan Gragas.
Gragas is drunk.
Taking advantage of this.
He's testing his own wares one too many times.
17, folks, is the number for Optimus 3.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of stack.
Try there by
Fluente zoning. Once again, the heart and soul of the team going to walk up and punch that Jin. Real good. But the Baron buff has now been knocked down. Always a bit more difficult to end games where you don't have total control of your character, so this will make it easier.
Yeah, Baron going to be the key here. Fluende, they're back on the map. The team starts winning again. No surprise there. Heart and soul of the team.
Heart and soul.
Heart and soul, yeah.
Well, I think I'm curious to see what No Man's Knight can do to bring this one back. As for Chippy Ann, this has been a struggle. Once again, Chippy Ann in Champ Select, a big victor in picking a champion that...
Cool champion. Starts you out with a lot of points.
So let's be clear here. Yeah, you get a lot of points initially, and you get
Still has more points than Yuumi, to be clear.
Yeah, the 1-4-15, not as good as the 1-9-7. I know it seems weird,
close.
but the rules are different here in Team.
Yeah. I think it's pretty clear to everyone at home as well, you know? That's an easily to understand one.
Yeah.
As your boy Kevin coming up here. They're going to look for the kill.
Is he going to miss the apprehend there? Not ideal at all. And that damage was sick. And that is justice, honestly. Not for the Diana, but definitely for that Yuumi. The instant dunk follow-up. Jin going to W the wrong way. Not quite what he wanted there on the deadly flourish. It's going to be one more kill. And here comes the Lee Sin. One time. Give me the insect. There's not going to be enough life left on the enemy team to make it happen, and that is the ace going down for the blue side.
Yeah, they knock him off the map, and this could just be game here as they took over. FOMO, Optimus 3 popping off. 13 kills on the Lee Sin.
And once again...
That's like a 2x multiplayer. That's 26 kills.
That's 26 kills. An immaculate performance from Optimus 3, playing a real tandem champion and being rewarded for doing so. Might not be the end of the game, but in our hearts, this duo is already the MVP.
From Champ Select, really.
From Champ Select. And now following
they just
through
further proved it.
Yeah, Dark Harvest stack check-in, 18 is the number. We're going to see how much of a difference that makes. Good hook comes in. Optimus 3, will we see the insect? The moment the fans have been waiting for the entire 25 minutes of this game. Will we see the insect? It's seeming less and less likely as he gets lower and lower. No Man's Knight is going to go forward. Stopwatch buys a bit of time. Final chapter will come out, locking out so many members of the team. Aphelios wants to throw down some damage, but I don't think they have enough left to get out of this one. The knockup will find 2, and that should just be the end as Shiv hightails it out, but they're going to get into that fountain. They're going to kill that cat, and they're going to take the game.
Sneaky Taylor picking up the triple kill, knocking them down. They'll knock down the Nexus. Was a bloodbath, 45-25. 70 kills in 26 minutes. That's what you love to see.
It's everything you could ever want.
Including Yuumi losing.
Including Yuumi losing. So that's the thing, is that while I was sad about Yuumi appearing, I'm happy to see Yuumi win.
Redemption.
Yeah. Really comes full circle, you know, nice twist. We should put these 20 people on writing Game of Thrones Season 8 next time. We had to go back, you know, a little bit, take it back.
All right, well, Tandem, I gotta say, who's your MVP? For me, it's gotta be Lee Sin.
It's Optimus 3 or No Man's Knight. because No Man's Night had a lot of sick stuff. I hadn't seen the Diana very much. I'm going to give honorable mention to Chippy Ann, which was the most underwhelming in-game performance, but definitely like the sweetest pick in Champ Select. And like, I still respect that. I would respect that much more than
they were showing the hustle out there.
There was high effort plays.
High effort. Not necessarily, good results.
But when you look back at Tandem, the two moments you're going to look at are the highly mechanical moments where two players are functioning perfectly in sync, and the moments where both players Champ Select.
Just like at Worlds, to be honest.
Really, the game and Champ Select are always the most important. No, the moments where it all falls apart and people are throwing skill shots in random direction, your Gragas is flashing out as they clearly try to throw the cask, and those are my personal favorites. Is where it all falls apart in the old communication structure.
Those are the ones that'll stick with you.
Yeah, it's relatable, you know? I'm like, two people couldn't do it. That's why I can't do it as one. They have twice the people.
They have four hands. These guys can't do it. What are they even trying? You know what the funny thing is? Every year at Tandem mode, there's a tandem that plays Lee Sin, and they always do it better than I can play Lee Sin by myself. I'm like, yep, that's why I don't pick it.
It's so sad, but it's so true. Well, to hear from the most skilled duo to hit the riff, let's send it back to the State Farm analyst desk where Shox is standing by with Tyler1 and Yasuo.
Thank you so much, Dracos. Indeed, I am here to break down the epic clash alongside two of the most epic competitors to grace the Rift ever. What a title. Yasuo and Tyler1. Before we get into the analysis of that game, yesterday there was a bit of animosity, of course. Tyler basically threw you under the bus after the loss. I mean, you can say.
You want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ivern ADC. Like, what do you want me to do?
Cry about
Solo
it, dude.
killed No Way twice. I was on the map. I was doing stuff. He was inting.
I don't know who, man. Quit
It's
saying
true.
that. I got inted by my team. I picked a hard carry, and you were unable to carry with the assistance I gave you.
You had
were false.
False. Ivern Rengar, and you still managed to go even in lane.
That was
honestly. Blame Sneaky, not me.
You
Then.
said me,
You threw me under the bus.
You know what? Actually, you're right. You honestly played slightly below average, which is good for you. The rest of the team just inted, except for me.
All right, cool. Is that, did you agree to disagree?
That's good enough.
Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay,
I'll take
cool.
that.
Well,
I'm not
performance-
complimenting you. Correct. Be clear.
This is one for the books. About this game, Tandem mode, it's not easy. It's actually very, very difficult, especially with someone you don't know that well. I wanted to kind of talk about what the hardest champions are to play in a mode like this. Who are you impressed by? Which picks?
Outside, I was impressed by the Gragas pick, but not by the play. You know, it's a lot harder than it looks, but how you gonna go 1-11 on stage, man?
Yeah,
absolutely true. I was gonna flame the same player, honestly.
Yeah.
They were lagging. I don't know if there's computer malfunction or what, but probably one of the most skilled champions is obviously the Lee Sin.
Yeah.
It's fun, man.
Yeah, it's fun. But usually people don't do that well, even though better than Azale always. But yeah, Kevin was also very good on Nautilus, but then with the point-and-click ult, I mean, like, it isn't the highest skill cap.
You don't need to flame it. See,
No, we're not flaming.
Here's the hard part in it.
Yeah.
You gotta learn who takes control. So one player has to drop the ego and just play it out. I think the player with the mouse is the player with the brain.
With the brain. And can he have ego as well or not?
I mean, yeah, he's in control.
He's the person that's supposed to do better. Yeah, we'll see. Diana was also absolutely popping off. And I believe that you guys played earlier as well. How did that go?
See, you know, like the show match, I had to carry Tyler1, but, you know, I think they're going to show some highlights of it.
Later, yeah.
I don't want to spoil it yet, but, you know, that's why he's talking about the whole mouse thing. We saw the Nautilus build. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what's going on with that build. You rushed Abyssal Mask and Merc Treads versus Jhin. Like, I know they each had a hand, but they didn't have a brain plane, so that was their problem.
They tried their best. And as for when we played, I did good.
You did good. I'm going to take a look right now because you two also had to go at Tandem mode. Let's see how Yasuo 1 actually, or Tetsuo, survived versus the fans on Alienware's brand new Aurora R9s. Let's take a look.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We're at All-Stars in the 1v1 area. I'm LOL Tyler1, and this is
Yasuo, one of NA's greatest talents. We're here to 1v1 a fan. We got Hector right here. We're going to be playing Tandem mode.
Tandem mode, so I'm on mouse, Mo's on keyboard, Hector's all alone. He's probably used to it. Who we got here, bud?
Oh, we got bans first. That's what we're doing.
Who we gonna ban?
Hector, what's your main champions?
Lux, Pike.
Go search. Click search, man.
Just type, it's not that hard.
You have to click search for me to type.
Wait, don't ban this one champion he said he played. Did you see who he banned?
What?
Dude! What's wrong with you, man?
Yo, Medusa, come on.
Absolute snake. Get hyped up, Hector. This is the greatest moment of your life.
I just got a kill, that's all that matters. I beat Tyler 1 once, that's all that matters.
Yeah, on Tyler 1, as he just said.
Hey, notice how he said Tyler 1, because you're irrelevant.
No, he said Tyler 1 because he on you.
Irrelevant.
I killed Mo's Yasuo. That's going on my status in the league, dude.
Man, whatever.
That's amazing. That was great. I just want to listen to guys flaming each other all the time.
You know, it was pretty fun. Shout out to Hector. He did get absolutely dumpstered. But, I mean, he gave it his all and tried his best.
I have to say, quite, like broadcast show-wise, you guys do really, really well. You know, the mic and the mouse and the keyboard. Good
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll give him some credit. You know, when we were playing, I thought he was like, I don't know what's going on with him. Like, it felt like he was like shaking because his mouse was looking off. But I'll give him credit. The mic was kind of hard to hold. Now that I see the replay of him like moving it around, but he was still pretty shit.
Yeah. So
you think I'm nervous around you?
Apparently not. Tyler, I do want to fill you in on something. There's a wager.
Okay.
And it's for the show match of LCK versus LPL. Basically, Kobe picked LPL to win, and Dash picked LCK to win, and whoever loses has to do a push-up contest versus you. I guess that means, yeah, I guess that means whoever falls down the first loses.
You're telling me that somebody is gonna have a push-up contest with me?
That's what I'm telling you.
Do they know that they've already lost, or are you telling them that they can win?
And I think Kobe was pretty confident. He said that he's going to smash it, but, you know.
That is delusion. At his finest, he might want to seek a clinic.
What do you think about your possible opponents there?
You know, they have been hitting the gym.
It's true.
Dash is looking barely bigger than he was last year. Barely. Either... Who cares, dude? They're going to get smashed.
Yeah, I think so,
Honestly,
too. I think so, too.
I'm trying to hype him up here. I have nothing else to say for him.
It was going to be entertaining in any case. Mo, do you think you could beat Tyler in
You know,
any
do
physical
it.
competition?
I'm not gonna lie. I showed Tyler a picture of me working out yesterday.
He actually did.
Yeah?
He
didn't have a shirt on.
I was
He showed-
shirtless.
he was
He said I look
correct.
pretty. He said, I quote, "You look pretty good."
Wait, so you're going around, you're sending shirtless workout pictures to
no,
Tyler?
He's going around with his phone in his pocket, showing everybody
look
in the
good.
video.
Yo, I'm proud of myself. You know, if you're doing the work, you gotta show it off.
I agree with you. Don't show it here, though. We're going to take a break. Thank you guys very much for joining me. Awesome stuff, as always. But we will take a small break. When we come back, though, Freak and Zale bring us into the next leg of the 1v1 tournament. See you soon.
I'm here.
W 出来了。
I have W in 2, 1.
Okay, nice.
W. There we go!
不要怕他，不要怕他。
Let's go! Come on, come on. Nice. Let's go.
You be jump.
Yes.
Ignite.
Tenemos para comprar uno, ¿no?
Oh my god.
Getting there. I have W 2, 1. W. Nice. Well played.
Dân top kìa.
El 2. Ok,
Back here for the 2019 All-Star event, where we're jumping into the next leg of the 1v1 tournament. I am David Freak Turley, joined once again by my 1v1 cohort, Isaac Azale Cummings Bentley.
You know, you're always thanking everyone else for joining you, but I
Yeah.
want to thank you for joining me.
Oh, thanks so much.
I think you're underappreciated.
I don't think that's true, but I
And-
still appreciate your appreciation.
You know, he had some sick dance moves going on earlier, and everyone else missed out.
Yeah, if there was like some fat beats going on right now, I'd be dancing again.
Oh! I love how this is
this was unprompted. Production on point.
Nailed it. All right, let's get into our first set of matchups to start the day. A rematch between superstar junglers as Tien faces off against Yankos. followed up by Faker versus Levi with 5 more matches before we close this leg of the 1v1 tournament with Uzi versus Bang.
Gonna be exciting. A lot of really good games here. We haven't had a ton of upsets overall. I think in most matches, the favorite has won, which so in 5v5 Summoner's Rift, I enjoy the upsets.
Yeah.
In the 1v1s, I want to get to the hype matchups. Like, I actually want the favorites to win because I want to see the Shy versus Caps. I want to see Pabu. To me, he's a favorite as well, silver medalist from last year.
Wasn't last year, though.
No.
Was it hype last year when he won?
It was. Because he made the run, right? If you, like, beat Faker then dropped, it was like, okay, well, that's nice, whatever, but, you know, on goes Rookie. But the fact that he made it all the way up was actually pretty hype. So now I've got the expectations.
Yeah, I mean, and we've had some really close ones.
Yeah.
I mean, Uzi was 1 auto away from actually getting knocked out in the first round, so it was pretty crazy. Yanko's going to be looking for a little bit of a revenge against Tien, who, let's just say, got the better of him at Worlds.
Yeah, it's kind of recently.
Yeah.
You might have seen it, World Finals. Not a very close matchup.
No, it wasn't.
Seconded only by G2 versus TL.
But, you know, Tien has been monstering everyone. In the first round, he already played against another jungler. He slammed Peanut in the Lee Sin mirror. That was not close whatsoever. He was way up in farm. He got 2 kills to 0. So we'll see if Jankos can do any better. And I'm interested to see if it's going to be another kind of agreed-upon mirror match like we have between Tien and Peanut, or if Jankos will try to get the better of him, maybe with a more clever pick.
Pike mirror?
Pike mirror would be pretty hype. Braum mirror.
Oof, don't want to see that. I don't want to see the Zillion 1v1 no spells farm to 100. That was a couple years ago at All-Star. That was a disgrace.
What about the Olaf mirror matchup?
I think that would be I'd be hype with Olaf.
You know what actually be really hype?
What?
I think is Kiana mirror matchup, because
that would be fun.
You know, that would be impressive for Jankos to want to run that back, because they played kind of both sides of that. And, you know, Tien's Kiana was looking pretty beastly. Jankos wasn't having as strong games on Kiana at Worlds, so it'd be pretty cool to see him kind of flexing on it, bring out the Kiana and take down Tien.
That'd be exciting. I wonder if, probably not is the answer, but I wonder if Kale's not bad in this mode, just because once you go to the final all in, you just self-ult and, you know, sit there hoping. It's probably not good.
Probably not. I feel like you still just lose most of the all-ins. Until you have like a lot of items. Usually Kale, you're looking at like 2, 3 full items, right?
Bad choice.
I don't think you'll get enough gold. Perhaps in specific matchups it could work out, but the kind of meta is still developing. I've heard about some secret picks that have been workshopped that we haven't seen pop out yet. So interested to see if we're going to kind of find some new tech coming out as we get further into the tournament.
You probably see some. To me, if I'm playing this tournament to win the whole thing, and I know I'm like one of the better players, and I feel like pretty safe in my first matchup or two, I pick like my 4th best champion, and I don't ban like the number 1 and 2 if I think it's hidden. And I'm just like, all right, well, I showed you Nocturne, but that's not really the champ that I want. I showed you Echo, but that's not really the champ. And then you get to the finals, and you're like, by the way, it was Kale after all, or whatever, right? I don't think it's actually Kale, but yeah, I would hold off on the picks.
That requires a lot of confidence.
Yes,
though.
it does.
You have to be really confident that you're going to win no matter what, because we have seen some people just be kind of straight up trumped by what felt like the pick, right? When we watched Ornn versus Rumble, that felt so impossible for Rumble. When we watched Olaf versus Vel'Koz, it didn't feel like there was any way Jankos was going to lose. Jankos back on a bruiser here. His Olaf was banned out. Tien's Lee Sin from the first matchup was banned out. So a lot of junglers banned. This is going to be Snowloft Ignite on the Darius, playing Conqueror. I think if you hit that snowball, you should be winning these all-in.
You just take the first fight right away.
Yeah.
Auto W, auto.
Exactly. Snowball also reveals stealth. So it should reveal through the Shroud.
I believe so.
I'm quite certain it does.
Great.
Unless this is programmed differently. So that is going to make it even more tough for Tien.
Okay, there's the kite back, and now the snowball's been used to follow through after the E, then the Shroud gets burned. So that's kind of the cooldown trade you're looking for, right? Is she's going to disengage with a shuriken flip. Mark is going to follow through with the dash, and that means now she can turn invisible and only get hit by a Q anymore.
Yeah, you would have to kind of leave it on and not actually activate it, because that does remove the kind of detection that is attached to it.
Yep.
At least as far as I understand that spell. Something that we did get to learn about yesterday, we were talking to Sheepy, we got to see it in action when Jankos did play the Conqueror Olaf, is with Snowball, when you throw the Snowball and you hit someone, you get 2 stacks of Conqueror, and then when you activate it, you get another 2. So auto plus W after that, you're 8-stack Conqueror for your Q.
That means you only got 1 to go, and then suddenly you have all the extra stats, you get all the extra lifesteal. And you're going to look for the Snowball, not going to hit that one. And just going to go for some early wave clear right now, but as soon as Tien can walk up, get the empowered autos, move on. First push is still going to go to Jankos. Decent CS, 14 of 19. Decent amount here available, though. Tien can pretty easily tie up the CS. Get really close in gold. First reset going to go to the Darius. important cannon, of course, and we're going to have a pretty equal game state. Just decent resets.
Yeah, so quick little recap on some of the changes. If you guys are just now tuning into 1v1s for the first time, there are a lot of differences this year. You can't win off CS. Cannons are worth a tremendous amount of gold. You get much more gold and experience. So you have this kind of ramped up game style. And at 7 minutes, the Ring of Fire will spawn, and that is actually going to kind of force conflict. If a turret hasn't been taken down before then, it goes sudden death, and you're kind of in this shrinking Ring of Fire like it was in Nexus Blitz, where you're forced to fight it out for that final kill.
Yep, sudden death, 7 minutes in, that's when it's really going to come down to, and that's why we're seeing a lot more melee champions, and the Darius Akali 1v1 is going to be really hype. Kiting around, hoping to dodge the Qs, of course, getting outside of that blade ring is going to be important. But if Jankos can get the dunk, it's a pretty big deal.
Yeah, so much of it is going to be about the maneuverability here that Tien does have available on the Akali. You know, as you said, you really want to make sure that you're either completely dodging the Darius Q, or that you're getting on the inside, so just the handle hits you. It does less damage. You don't get that heal coming out. So, you know, that's a tremendous difference in and all in. And Akali with the Shuriken Flip plus the ultimate activation is going to have a lot of ways to either dodge that completely or to try to get inside it.
Yeah, lots to watch for there. Nice Q and gets out of turret range as well. It's always really important to look for is, can you time your harass in between turret shots such that it can't acquire and fire where you drop back out of range? Well done there by Jankos. Does still have the CS lead. And that's going to be really good damage there as well. Actually forcing the barrier out of Tien. Missing the snowball. It wasn't really going to matter. He wasn't going to follow under the turret or anything, but that's still a good chunk of damage.
Yeah. Oh, Tien missed the cannon. That's actually a pretty big deal.
Ooh,
oh, he's looking for the all-in.
A lot of damage, but there's no barrier on the Akali. Keep in mind, so the dunk is, oh my! Yeah, not even gonna burn down. No, he's got it. I think he's got it.
Yeah, he's alive. He's gonna survive it just barely. Tien finding the opportunity, picks up the first kill, and remember, it is 2 kills to actually win pre-sudden death. So Tien does need one more. Jankos is still gonna have an opportunity here, but you know we have seen players get. Depending on how well you farm and if you get kills and plates and so on, you can have anywhere between kind of 4 and 5K range in total gold by the time that last recall will come in. So Tien should have his full Gunblade completed by the time we actually get to that Ring of Fire, and that is going to be a massive power spike. So the fact that he's able to get a kill before that is a really big deal.
Definitely important right here. Gets the 400 gold cash, of course, from the first blood there as well. And suddenly, it's looking like good items. Cutlass, double amp tome. Obviously, the Gunblade's going to be the build here.
Yep.
Black Cleaver is on the way up for Jankos. I do believe, money-wise, you should be able to finish. If you don't, at least if you don't go for boots and starting items, you can finish Triforce instead of going for the cheaper Black Cleaver option. I'm not sure if that's the better play. Obviously, Doran's helped your laning a lot, and they're very efficient items overall. So I don't know if it's like the wrong choice, but it is an inflection point, right, where you can choose to say, I'm going to go for the level 11 Triforce power spike.
I feel like in a matchup like this, I would honestly rather see even a more defensive build. Like I think Hex Drinker and things like that are so important because as Darius, you want to extend the fight, right? You want to be able to last long enough to get 5 stacks and then dunk. If you are forced to use the ultimate before you get that 5 stacks and the true damage on your ultimate, it is so much weaker. Whereas Akali is trying to have this quick fight where she's bursting you down and knocking you out immediately.
Right,
so
really front-loaded. Yeah, Darius is not quite that. You're right. I wonder if full tank Darius is just
I feel like
a checkmate matchup.
In this 1v1. And I don't know if it is like that full-on checkmate.
Sure.
It would guarantee it.
But the better matchup.
I think it would give you a better shot at actually winning that. Something like even just Cowl, Hex Drinker, these types of builds where you go very, very tanky to just be able to survive long enough to full stack, get your Conqueror up, get 5 stacks, and try to knock him down.
One about Tien actually picked up the blue trinket here. I don't think Jankos actually picked up one.
Okay.
I think back to one of the 1v1s a while ago where Pablo had to like flash into the brush to chase down Heimer. And it's like, oh, actually blue trinket would help you, chase that one out. So
yeah, that's
worth
really
noting.
interesting.
A lot of players are going trinkets.
In the previous 1v1 for All-Stars, it was always you could only go sweeper. There was no blue trinket, if I'm recalling correctly. So maybe players aren't just even knowing. And this is actually pretty smart. We see a Potion of Wrath picked up there. So that elixir is very, very gold efficient. It's much more than 500 gold with the stats, generally speaking. So should be pretty powerful for the potential 1v1. And players will have one final chance to recall here if they want to. The Ring of Fire are going to spawn in about 20 seconds.
Once that countdown ends, it's not best of 3 kills anymore. It's simply first kill wins. And so the lead that Tien got was simply one of XP and gold. That kill itself won't mean anything for the end game state. And as 10 seconds tick down, no longer time to reset. And we'll get into the final battle. Ranked 12 puts available. Gunblade done. Black Cleaver and the Red Elixir. This is why you pop the Elixir, by the way, because it will last longer than sudden death itself, so pop the Elixir, Yanko. Elixir finally puts it down, missing some damage, but goes into the snowball. This is the fight that's going to end it all, and it's... Oh, he got it! It's enough for Yankos! The dunk was heavy enough!
I can't believe he actually won that. It looked like Tien had killed him. It looked like he had won it. But Yankos just barely finishing him off with the dunk, the ignite. Tien not able to survive long enough. And Yankos found that window of opportunity to just force the fight immediately. I think Tien wanted to kind of slow play it a little bit more and wait till he had the proper setup, but Yankos able to find it here. Tien was just looking to kind of push in, looking for a bit of harass. But as he stepped forward here,
he's got no energy.
Lands the outside of the queue, and then notice how he saved the snowball till after Shroud was down. The snowball revealed Tien in stealth there, so he had to back up, and despite the fact that the Q did not hit on the outside, Yankos started the fight with a Q, so he was able to stack up to 5 stacks before that dunk went down, and that is why he was able to turn it around so heavily. That's a 5-stack true damage dunk. And Yankos playing the start of that fight perfectly, landing the outside of the queue, snowball save for the Shroud to reveal him, chases him down, finishes him off. Really well played.
There's a minor point I want to bring up, which is if you buy the Elixir, just chug it immediately. It lasts 3 minutes. The game state does not go for 3 more minutes. And so the beginning of that trade was without
Could have
Elixir
been
on.
even better.
So he's missing 15 attack damage. He's missing 10% physical damage to champion Vamp for spells as well. So it's like, okay, in a world where he loses that fight by 50 health, which is totally possible, that difference would have been made by the Elixir. I want to point out, though, the Elixir that he bought in and of itself is probably the reason that he won the fight. So still credit where it's due for buying the item.
It was incredibly close, and he did pop it before the fight ended, of course. Tien, got to be a bit annoyed with that one. He killed him early. He had the gold advantage, but, got caught by the outside of that queue, not expecting it to come down. And as we said earlier on, that's often what decides whether Darius wins a 1v1 or not. Can you hit with the outside of the queue? He did to start it. Got a big advantage.
So Faker versus Levi, and I actually like Faker's opening build here. I like Arm Guard first item into trying to finish the rest of your build. I think there's enough money to do Arm Guard Gunblade or something close to that. I think you can make that happen. So this is a greedy build. It'll be a little bit weak in the early game without the hyper gold efficient Doran's items, but I think it'll make him better at sudden death.
And this is what you were talking about earlier. So for people who don't know, when you have a Seekers, every minion you kill, you're stacking up actually additional armor and AP.
And it takes 30 CS to stack it.
So it's going to take quite a while. So Faker, by the end, will have a fully stacked Seekers Arm Guard, we are assuming. And if he can actually get a lot of farm and potentially even a kill, he will have enough gold for the Gunblade. So it's going to be, can Levi kind of deny him off it, or does Faker go for Dorans and other things and not actually get to that full item? But this is going to be really interesting. Levi, double combat summoners here. They're both playing Barrier and Ignite. And it's going to be up to him largely, I think, to kind of press his advantage in the early game, because I think it's going to become incredibly hard to 1v1 Faker later on in the game as this marksman into assassin matchup, especially if you get to Ring of Fire and there's not a lot of area to kite.
Yeah, a lot of damage up there. The big thing I'm going to watch for is, can Buster's shot actually force Faker far enough back that he has to walk through the ring? But if Faker lands a Shuriken, E2 puts you right back in range, no matter how far away you went, and that's going to be, I think, a really important sort of part to watch. Early push, of course, is going to Trist. But depending on how well Faker plays the matchup, you don't always have a ton of pressure. Goes into stealth, lands a bunch of the attacks here. And you can see that, only 2 charge. E doesn't do all that much damage, and Faker is pretty healthy.
And there's no snowball to reveal, so there's no actual way for Levi to fully reveal Faker. Yes, you can hit him with some sort of AoE damage from Explosive Shot or your W to actually see where he is, but you can't target him, right? And that was such a big difference maker in the last one for Yankos, having that snowball in the final all-in to actually reveal. And this is an early Ignite here, plus Explosive Shot there from Levi. I actually like it because you have to remember how low the cooldown is.
Yes.
So if you can actually force a pretty bad recall or a barrier, as he did in this case, that can be worthwhile, right? Very likely, Ignite will be back up before they actually go for any sort of a fight again.
Yeah, it's a roughly a minute for the cooldowns here. It's basically the same as your old cooldown. Just something that this is something that a lot of top laners do. This, especially when Shiv top was popular, you would just ult as soon as you had it. Just like force a fight, force your health bar down, and then just TP back to lane.
And Levi should get at least 1 plate here. So he pushed Faker back to base. He gets a plate. Faker is going to miss the cannon, which is actually...
Gets the cannon, barely.
I thought that was going to die to the previous turret shot. It lived with a couple health. So that is actually really big because the cannon was worth so much gold in this mode. But still, I think a really well-played early couple levels and nice trade there for Levi. He's going towards the Hex Shrinker. I think that's the right choice. Faker picks up boots as well as the Amp Tome. So the fact that he has boots as well as are available outside of that, he's going to need a lot of gold to complete the Seekers, plus Gunblade combo. So we'll see if he can farm well enough or even get some plates or a kill to make sure he gets there before Ring of Fire. Could be tough.
Yeah, we'll be interesting if he goes for some kind of secondary build instead, if it is a bit too expensive to get all of them. Trust me, could have really good CS, but as we saw from the beginning of the matchup, you can't get all of them in this matchup. So yeah, we'll see what the gold ends up being. That's, I think, a really big part of this mode is kind of identifying what your end game build is going to be.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can't get access to plates because of the matchup, and if you can't get an early kill, then you may just not actually get that much gold, right? Because Seekers is 1,100 now, I do believe. Gunblade, I think, is 3,100. So that's already, you need 4,200. Boots is another 300, you're at 45. 150 for a Fillable, you're at 4,600. The high end of what we've seen people get, I think, is around 4,800. And I want to say that was with plates and maybe a kill. I'm not exactly sure on how their CS was, but that's the high end of gold you can achieve.
Yes.
Of course, it's Faker. He could do it.
Yeah.
But it's not guaranteed.
3,400 gold earned right now. He's level 8. Again, final death pretty much happens at level 11 or 12 if you got perfect XP.
Yeah.
So a bit of time to go, but you can see how the build is progressing. He's 2/3 the way to the money needed. And he is, of course, going towards Gunblade. That wasn't the surprise, but just in case he had other ideas, you can see the components there.
It's interesting because you're never sure how much they've calculated it out in a mode like this. And Faker did actually miss a cannon there, so I think he's for sure going to need a kill or plates now to actually achieve that much gold, especially because he bought boots. The boots theoretically could be the difference between actually having the Gunblade completion or not. And normally in an SR game, a trade like that makes a lot of sense because you're kind of zoning him off, and yeah, you miss a CS or two, but it's not a big deal. When cannon is worth so much damn gold, those trades can be kind of harder to calculate.
Yep. So again, Levi burning through some cooldowns, getting some decent damage there on a Faker, putting a half HP. But you can see that Faker's feeling pretty confident now with just the the fully stacked arm guard and the revolver. He's actually pushing Levi around quite a bit, and it's pretty hard for the Trist.
Look how defensive this Levi build is. He's actually stopwatch plus Hex Drinker. One of my concerns is just, are you going to have enough damage to actually kill him, or are you just all in on the fact that you could Buster Shot him out into the Ring of Fire? Because you still have to kill this guy. And, Faker is going to have lifesteal if there's minions around and you go into stopwatch, and you can potentially spell vamp a little bit with the Gunblade. So it is a bit risky.
Oh, Faker going for big damage. Doesn't force everything out just yet. Watch out for ult 2, and there's stopwatch, and that could mean 400 gold. That's going to be a trade. It's 1 for 1. And so stopwatch basically, not the worst thing in the world there.
No, not the worst, but it's on cooldown, and he still died. You're not going to get another use out of it, so I would actually say it's really bad at this point because Faker got first blood, got the stopwatch out. Yeah, sure, Levi can sell it, but it's for a pittance of what you actually put in. The resale is very, very low.
He basically spent 400 total gold and still went down 100 from the trade.
Exactly. So I think Faker is way ahead now, and I do like that he was able to aggressively trade out on a play like this. And with that first blood gold, guess what? He's got his Gunblade, so he has the perfect build here.
4,900 for Faker, Gunblade in, arm guard on top, and again, next kill outright wins. If Faker does misstep, the game is over and he dies in the throat or whatever. Sudden death, obviously his next kill wins as well, but this is now, kill ends the game, 30 seconds till the sudden death happens as well.
The other wrinkle that we have to look at, Akali may not have ultimate before the game actually ends. So if this is a no ult,
98 second on the ult, doesn't have it. No, he's not, just straight up.
That is tough, unless you can wait until the ring is fully closed, because it doesn't go smaller than 500 units, but at that point you're probably forced into a fight.
You're just autoing each other on,
And Trist's ultimate cooldown is a lot lower, so Buster Shot will be available, and Levi potentially can actually knock Faker out of the ring. But Tabby's Gunblade Seeker is very efficient build here for Faker. He may be able to win, but being down ultimate is actually a really big deal, and that's something that I hadn't really considered when he got that first kill, is would the ultimate be back up for this final sudden death, and that's where we are. So if Levi gets the next kill, that'll be that.
Yep. One thing to point out, the ring is slower in Spectator than it is for the actual players and the actual game mechanics. The fight's going to happen right now. No ult for Faker, but he's invisible. Levi attacking, going back and forth, but he's going to hold the ult. He's going to hold the ult until the actual ring itself. The minimap icon of the ring is accurate. That red ring is really close to them right now. There's not a lot of room left for them. Ignite's going to go on. Faker gets the E off. Still no ult for him, but has his own barrier and Ignite. And he's out the edge of the ring. He can't go any farther back, so the damage is going to come across. Barrier is on. Going to Buster Shot him, and he's going to be almost putting down, but not quite. He's still in the middle there. That Buster didn't do a whole lot for him.
He's trying to delay till his ultimate. This is as small as the ring gets, I think. So you can look at the minimap. It doesn't seem to be really moving much
25 seconds,
anymore.
though. Invisible. He's going to get the auto attack here. There's nowhere to really go. Mize popped. The E's going to wait out most of that cooldown. This is big damage. And Levi shuts down Faker.
Levi able to get the kill there. Faker couldn't get the ultimate back, and without that, despite the fact that he was up gold, had better itemization, the ultimate really made the difference. He just didn't have enough damage to push through the mod, to push through the double Doran's Blade without having that. And Faker going to be knocked out early here by Levi.
And props to Levi. That's all you can really say. He played it really, really well. And I don't know if he planned to force the tower dive or not, but ult difference, certainly a big deal here.
It really was. And you know, when I was watching this initially, I was thinking this is so good for Faker because he got the stopwatch out, he got the first blood kill, so you're thinking, okay, great. He has Gunblade, the stopwatch is gone, you know, he's never going to be able to get a GA or something like that, so I was thinking it was going to be really positive. But it was so close to when the Ring of Fire spawned, and the early game Macaulay ultimate is such a long cooldown that Faker never got the ultimate back. So this is actually, you know, their point of view where you can see they were already in that Ring of Fire. Faker got Buster Shot back out of it, so there is a mismatch on what we're watching live versus what the players are actually seeing. You know, it is desynced. The minimap, as you pointed out, is accurate to that circle, so it was right around them. And that Buster Shot knocking Faker out into the Ring of Fire, had no ultimate to get back in, didn't have it to finish off Levi, and one of the big favorites for this tournament now knocked out.
And that's one of the things that we talked about yesterday is you have to you got to play League of Legends well, but you've got to play the exact game mode well, which is the game just outright ends at like 8 minutes, right? The ring spawns at 7, and someone's dying before the 8-minute mark. Yeah. Which means if your ult cooldown is 2 minutes long, don't ult past 6 minutes ever. Yep. Just hold it. Like, even if it means you die once, give them 400 gold because it's essentially unwritten when sudden death starts. I'm not going to call Faker a bad player for not making that call, but hey, if you play this in the future, 2-minute ults can't be cast in 6 minutes.
And that's something where Faker probably never makes that mistake again.
Sure,
he's that kind of player, right? But when you're on a new mode and you're at this fun event, you know, who knows if he's even practiced a single game of 1v1 or really spent any time thinking about it. You know, you're just looking at it through the point of view of, I can kill this guy right now.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I kill this guy right now, right? And,
of course.
Because of the way that the mode works, ended up working against him. Now we have the Shy here versus Evie. It is going to be Tahm Kench versus Fiora. People have done the Tahm Kench pick in the past, kind of as this cheese pick. Usually we saw it with Snowball and Phase Rush and these types of things to try to actually run people down.
Run them in your turret.
Tahm Kench really blows into Fiora later on, so it does feel like Evie basically has to win early, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do it. This one kind of feels like the Rumble versus Orin to me, where I feel like the Shy has just won. Because it is blind pick, right? And if you're the Shy and you just wait, like, he could win early, but if he just waits till level 11, I don't see how you lose an all-in unless it's really misplayed. But we'll see if Evie can really make something happen, because there is a potential to actually parry on the Devour, which stuns Tahm Kench. You know, you're doing a tremendous amount of true damage with your ultimate. Tahm Kench stacks a tremendous amount of HP, which kind of nullifies a lot of that. Maybe there's some kind of clever build that Evie can come up with that I'm not thinking about that could give him an edge here, but generally speaking, this is a really tough one for Tahm Kench.
I wonder, like, with thick skin and a Thornmail, can you actually just tank all of this? I don't know if that's...
So much of the damage is true damage.
Sure. I'm not saying it's easy, but just thick skin, like, doubles your health bar practically, so just, like, maybe enough exists. Again, I'm not sure it does, but I'm trying to think of what the other side of it is.
I just remember when Tahm Kench was kind of meta for top lane, having played this matchup a number of times, and it's like, you know, they're level 11, they proc a Vital with true damage, and then they pop their ultimate and proc 4 more Vitals. And you look at the death recap, and it's like, 3,500 true damage, and you're like, well,
okay, I died.
My 3 armor items did a lot there.
Yep, sure thing. And that's going to be a relevant factor. Obviously, you can see the double cloth armor was the opening build here for Evie. For anyone who hasn't played Tahm Kench in a while, which to be fair is a lot of us, several changes have been made to the kit. Only auto attacks stack the passive, and if you get a stun with your Q, it consumes all the passive stacks. You cannot stun and Devour. You can stun or Devour.
Yeah.
And you got to auto 3 times to get either one.
It's going to be really hard. And, you know, there were some players playing things like Hellblade Tahm Kench for a little bit, trying to do some kind of more cheesy ways to kind of stack the passive really quick. And, ooh, the Shy? And you do have to be careful about that. But, you know, the parry is a little bit of a get-out-free card because you have to wait for that to be used really before you can use your Devour. If you Devour into the parry, you lose the cooldown and get stunned, and you'll just kind of auto be doomed. But I respect going for a bit of a kind of cheesy pick or an atypical pick here for Evie, because you are going up against the Shy. And this guy is absolutely insane at League of Legends. He's known for his 1v1. And, you know, we're seeing something try to come out that's a little bit outside the box, which could work, but the Shy is actually just going to let this recall happen, very likely. The wave is pushing to him, so it's going to deny minions from Evi. And the Shy is actually going to arrive back to a stacked wave where he will get even more ahead in farm. So this is kind of wave management 101 from a top laner, and we are seeing it actually used on the 1v1 map here.
At least it's a smart play right here by Evi. Actually ults to get into range a bit sooner. This
But look at how much there is to farm.
saves him a bit of XP. Yeah, he, man, I mean, the entire wave technically is there, right? He got 2 melees. He's in range for the 3rd to at least get experience. The cannon is going to go to him as well. So he didn't miss any of this specific wave, but he's missed a lot of the
cannon.
other.
The Devour was
he
too late.
Oh, really? It was late. Oh, I thought he actually grabbed it.
Yeah, I think the animation started, but I think it died while he was kind of doing the jump.
That's a big deal then, yeah. That's hundreds of gold missing. This one he plays around well if he can get the Devour, but he's not in range. The slow is enough.
Yeah.
But you saw, right, the 3-stack, the red passive. Now you can try again. There's the ult. Here comes round number 1.
This is smart. You just sit against the wall. Don't allow the Shy to actually proc that last passive. And the Shy is going to have to kind of wait to ult when you're more out in the open, because you can just put your back to a wall and deny that ultimate heal from being procced, and you have to hit all 4 vitals to actually get that down or kill the person, which isn't going to really happen in this before you need it. But the Shy is going to be able to pick up a lot of this farm. He does actually have Executioners here to help deal with some of the potential thick skin healing that could come out. But we'll see where he goes. He could go towards just Ravenous or something along those lines, or even a BT if he wanted.
Sure, yeah. All would be pretty good options here. There's a lot of ways you could go with it.
I also think you could just go Hex Shrink. Like, so much of Tom Kench's damage is actually magic with the Devour and the Q and whatnot. Like, I feel like you can't really lose a really long fight, but maybe I'm incorrect in that. And the item completions are pretty efficient, so you could just go full lifesteal item and be happy with that.
In my mind, the ideal fight for Fiora is sort of medium duration, right? It's long enough that you get 5 and maybe 6 vitals off, but
well, that's kind of what I mean, right? As long as you don't die before that, you really shouldn't ever lose.
Yeah, I don't think Tom Kench kills you on any kind of a basic build too heavily. I just, to me, it's like I don't want to sacrifice so much AD that I'm not getting the absurd % health true damage, because that has the AD ratio on it. So you want to make sure those vitals are good.
And thus far, we are not seeing it actually turn into a Bramble Vest or anything like that. And maybe Evi wants to make sure that the Shy is going to kind of commit to like, oh, he's going Bloodthirster, now I'll get a Bramble Vest or something like that. But Fiora, regardless, has a ton of healing in the kit. You do have double Dorans, you have Vamp, you have all of the healing coming out from the Vital procs here too.
Yep.
And it is going to be Conqueror, which is even more healing. Becomes very difficult for tanks to kind of deal with the amount of sustain that Fiora just has throughout the kit.
Yep. That cannon, by the way, being worth 300 gold means that Evi is down about 1,500. If you're getting, 150-ish from the cannon itself, and then 10% of missing is another 150, it's like, yep, that's how much you're down right now. You can see 3,700 gold onto him. He's,
so after the catch-up gold, down around 1K still.
Yeah, but yeah, that's kind of how the math works out for you. He shows part of the wave there as well, and we wait to continue as it's. I don't think I'm just going to die really before sudden death here.
Yeah. And I mean, if I'm the Shy, why would I fight before sudden death? I think if you're playing to win, the matchup just gets better and better for you as you get higher level. Right?
Yeah.
This is actually just a matchup that Fiora wants to go later and later and later. So if I'm the Shy, I think I'm just happy to just chill, farm, get a good buy, and look to win 1-1v1.
70 CS recall, and this is the final purchase. One thing I want to bring up is that when you play against Fiora, you want to hide against a wall. Hide against the flame wall. I think it can prevent 4 vitals every time. And keep in mind, like, a vital will spawn on the bottom or left, and then it'll spawn on the top or right. And it'll alternate, which means half those vitals will be essentially untouchable during sudden death if you're holding your back to the ring. If you can outplay Riposte, Devour, Spit Out.
That's true.
There are some elements that will help Evi here. I agree with you that I think it's a Shy favorite. I think there are outplay components.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think he's going to have to be pretty clever about it. Neither player ends up, with too crazy of a build. We do have the actually completed item over on the side of Evi. Merc Treads were preferred buy here from the Shy. He doesn't want to get CC'd up. He knows probably if he's going to lose, it is going to be from some sort of CC lock, stunt, and whatnot coming through.
Evi wants to get the gray health heal back in. There we go, 76 health per tick, but he's at 2/3, and the Shy's back to full, so that first trade was good. Ring is accurate this time around. That's good. And as he pushes forward, there's not a lot of places to go. He's hugging the left side of the wall. It does block one of the vitals. He's not getting that. Ult is on. Vital 1 is popped. Get ready for the gray health. He puts it in. But look at the health difference.
Turn around.
Barrier flashing. He's got nowhere to go.
The Shy's just going to wait.
Oh, there's no way through this.
He's just BMing him.
Good job, the Shy. Yeah, that damage difference is so absurdly high.
I've played tanks in Fiora enough time to just be like, yeah, you know, maybe you can do some stuff, but more often than not, the Fiora just like dives in, parries nothing, and you're like, I could win this, and then he pops the ult, and you're like, I can't win this.
I can't win.
Never mind, I take it back.
Well, goodbye. Thank you for playing, Evie. The Shy has moved on. It's exciting.
The funny thing about that is it takes some confidence. Remember, assuming this is the same way it worked in the practice tournament, this is a blind pick tournament. So he blind picked Fiora.
Yeah.
That is, I think that's pretty scary when you're potentially going up against some sort of range matchup that could really abuse you early on. You know, if you're going Fiora and, oh God, you're against a Quinn or something, that could be pretty rough. But the Shy able to play it out, able to get some BM in as well.
I like how he press tap. He still has the scoreboard habit.
Yeah. So we rated some BM yesterday. Whippo, I think, was the only one to get on the BM scoreboard.
Yeah.
You know, he had like
above 0.
an auto attack cancel. He got like a 3 out of 10 for that.
Yeah.
What would you rate this? Making your opponent wallow in misery as he waits to die.
I actually don't even think it was BM. I think it was actually optimal play because he was 2 stacks in the passive, which means 1 auto into Devour is like the only way you could possibly lose. So he sits in the brush, lets minion aggro whittle the guy down.
Yeah.
The passive goes back down to 1 stack. He's like, all right, I'll hit you now. So I think he actually played it correct.
Yeah, well, he definitely played it correct, but it's just I was
even
looking at
that
his
part.
cam and he's kind of just smiling while he's sitting in the bush.
Yeah.
It's just like, you've lost and we both know it.
Yes, they do. It was beautiful stuff. Anonasik had a great win yesterday. Mickey.
Garner. Where's Captain Flowers?
Oh my God. Bring him over here, Flowers. I know you're here today. If you want to hop on by and tell us why this is amazing.
Tell us about the butt twist.
You know where the caster room is. You know how to get here. Please feel free to show up. We've got a 3rd headset as well. I don't know if it's plugged in, but you can have
What
mine.
if he butt twists Ananasik into the fire?
That'd be hype.
Captain Flowers would be so happy.
That's true.
That would be the peak of his life.
Well, they're fighting right now. Conqueror, by the way, actually pretty decent on Skarner. He has a lot of AD ratios.
You know what's something I didn't initially think about? The Spire is basically going to cover the whole Ring of Fire at the end.
Yeah.
So
if you have lane control.
Yeah. So as long as you can actually control the bush, which I think you can, the other guy can't just keep warding it, right? Like, if you're just chilling in the brush, if you don't get slammed before that, then when the Ring of Fire comes out, if you have that, Skarner's so much stronger on a Spire, and you're going to have to fight him on that Spire. And
now he's got it. Now he's a real champion. This is going to be a really good fight for Skarner, by the way. Gets the stun, ignites on. They're just battling to the death right now. But Skarner, he moves fast. He's got mana. He's got damage output, and he's going to get the fight as well. I never doubted him.
Oh my God, that one came down to the very wire. Mickey taking down Ananasik.
Came down. Sorry, go ahead.
He gets both summoners out. And he's actually, yes, he used both of his, but one of them is Snowball, which is up immediately. So if you fight again with a preferential buy, you're at a pretty big advantage.
Yep. And you can see Ananasik actually having to go towards damage items. QSS, in this matchup, you probably want it for the Impale. I mean, maybe. It's got some value. I mean, maybe. There's a maybe attached to that one.
Yeah.
But MR sucks against Skarner.
I feel like you just want a Bloodthirster.
Yeah, you probably just do that.
I think you just go towards Bloodthirster because it's not like anyone else is hitting you. Yes, he can Q you during the ultimate.
Yeah, that's the only reason why there's like a little value.
Yeah,
you get Q'd twice.
I think it's just too costly for what it's actually going to give you here.
I think you're right.
But Mickey just going to be chilling in the brush here. Snowball is available. And you know, there's a couple ways the ultimate could be used pretty intelligently. There is the potential of a butt twist into the fire, which would be pretty funny. So this is something Captain Flowers talks about a lot. If you haven't heard it, what you can basically do with the ultimate is actually, you know, at the end of the ultimate, you can drag them towards something, and then you move command the other way essentially, and Skarner turns, and you create more distance with the ultimate.
Yeah, you have to get them behind you.
Yeah.
They've updated your model position. You've now gone the other way.
Exactly.
Now they're in the fire. You're not. You already eat them. Now they're stunned. They're still in the fire. You win the fight.
Yeah. So potentially you could do that. There is also the danger for Ananasik of if you get too close to the turret and he has ult, he could pull you into the turret and that sort of play. So Ananasik is going to have to be pretty careful, especially because he has no flash, right? So if you get pulled into that bad spot under the turret, you have to fight and you're probably just doomed. But that being said, Ananasik can kind of force Mickey off the Spire by shoving the wave, and that's what he's going to do, right? He's got wave control. He's going to push Mickey in. He's going to take the Spire back, and Mickey will have to kind of farm it out over here.
He's got his own under his own turret at least, so he can defend himself. You can see them kind of dotted around, you know, down the line. Snowball's in for some CS. He can at least clear the wave, and we'll see what the next wave looks like. But yeah, I think we might just see Ananasik really heavily play for the minion wave, go to knock down the casters, keep it under his opponent's turret. As long as he has enough sort of bodyguards to play around the pull into the turret kind of game plan, This can look very Draven flavored, or favorite even, because yeah, I don't like.
Flavored as well.
It's probably pretty Draven flavored.
I don't know what
Salty.
flavor that is. Salty. Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Definitely true.
It's definitely true.
Tastes like protein powder, I'm pretty sure.
All right. All right, moving on.
Yeah, that's as far as I'm going on that one.
Mickey X, he's got level 7, so he can potentially look for it, but both the summoners are back for Anunasic. Remember, it is the reduced summoner spell cooldown, so he was able to delay for that, so there is the more kind of summoner spell advantage there for Mickey. And Anunasic's going to play it pretty carefully. You know, we have seen the trend of when someone loses the first fight, they're often going to just try to wait for the sudden death and then try to go for their big fight there. That can be scary because, you know, you are up against a melee champion who is going to have the entire Ring of Fire covered by the Spire.
Yeah.
So I think that could be pretty tough for Anunasic. But he did go QSS, so
yeah.
he does elect to spend the gold there, you know, really being worried about that. You know, perhaps he can play more aggressively as a result, but I still think it's so much
I don't
money
think he
to
capped
spend.
it. I don't think he was able to cap the Spire. He was a quarter second away, but he couldn't quite get it. Yeah, full Overkill Scimitar is not horrible. Like, you get some of the stat efficiency back of the QSS. It's not as good as BT. Like, it's not
just
close.
Complete it.
He'll be able to eventually, right? Like, that money's gonna be there almost no matter how bad you lane. But it'll be worse stats than BT.
Yeah, I just meant, you know, you maybe complete that instead of trying to go towards a BT plus QSS,
Yeah.
which he shouldn't have gold for because he probably has too many basic items, and
Yeah, I
QSS
think
is
so.
pretty expensive. But we did see Faker get a pretty large item build because he CS really well, right? He had Tabbies, Seekers, Gunblade, and a refillable or something along those lines. So
And
maybe
boots.
possible. Yeah, and we'll tap.
Or yeah, sorry, I misheard you. You were right. Well, so we see that comes through. But right now, Anunasic still farming pretty well, 57 to 37. Sheen's in there, so it's Cloud's favorite build. It's Triforce.
Some Chad Skarner.
Yep.
And I guess it could be Iceborne, but that'd be random.
Yeah, I don't think
Crystal
you do
has
that.
got to be a Phage. Probably going for Triforce. Makes sense.
Totally. I mean, you're 1v1ing. You're Conqueror, right? Like, you have to kill that guy dead, and that means you want the move speed, you want the damage, you want
Don't
the
kill
CDR.
him alive. Kill him dead.
Kill him dead.
If I'm Mickey,
kill him twice.
I'm feeling really good. I think the fact that you
can
get
take a
the
fight.
lead early, you are just chilling, right? Like
You can ult this.
You're happy to actually just wait.
That was almost a doable fight. Now the Spire's back on the other side. That's going to make it really hard for Mickey to fight yet again. Anunasic's got a pretty good spot, and we're still a little bit to go. We're going to get the warning pretty soon. We're maybe 45 seconds or so, maybe a minute from the Ring of Death spawning. And you need to get that Spire back in time, otherwise it's very Draven favored.
Yeah, both players will probably look for a recall. We'll see how quickly Mickey can kind of push it out. He's going for it now, and this is the thing. You can actually cap it from the brush on ARAM. So Anunasic would have to face check him to actually go for the fight. And
stun, he's some damage. Does he ult it?
Ooh. He doesn't actually use it, but he did use his Ignite.
Yep.
So Mickey, the Ignite, I guess there's potential for it to come back up because I think it might come back up at some point during the sudden death ring. It depends when the fight will happen. But if the fight is forced without that Ignite, that is actually quite big, especially because Draven has a fair bit of lifesteal. He is waiting in base, so I'm not sure if he's going to have enough.
That's going to be for BT then,
to actually get BT or maybe a Rage Pod or something.
But BF Sword doesn't build into Mercurial Scimitar. It's a pickaxe build.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's waiting for BT money.
He doesn't have it. So he must have just bought a pod or something because he's just moving out now.
Okay.
Yeah, he has a Rage Pod. So that's what he was waiting for.
Okay.
So he does buy that. He pops it. There is going to be an elixir on the other side here too for Mickey. Remember, watch the minimap. Sometimes it is out of sync with the actual screen. The minimap line is accurate to where the Ring of Fire is. Mickey's got to get in there and protect this.
Spire on for Skarner. This is a lot of damage. Ult comes across. Q is a little bit late, but the damage is so high from the Skarner. Even without the Ignite, he's running him down. Barriers on
the turret!
Okay, it still goes to Mickey. 2 kills. The second one during sudden death knocks him down.
Nicely done by Mickey. Really smart pick. And I know the G2 guys have been prepping for this. Caps and Mickey have been doing a lot of 1v1s. I heard them talking. They did a bunch of hours of 1v1s.
Yep.
So some of the preparation paying off. Is actually a really smart pick, it seems like. You know, with the Spire controlling so much of the space, with the fact that you can cap the Spire from the brush here, you know, Mickey just looking to contest this. And what is your answer, right? I guess you could go Blue Trinket and try to Blue Trinket him and then harass him to prevent the cap, but Mickey just straight up takes the fight here against Anunasic, and you know, he was catching all the axes throughout the fight. This was really, really close. Came down to that last auto, and Mickey barely survived with the Triumph coming through, which he had.
Interestingly, Triumph was actually a useful rune in that one. Didn't give 300 gold back.
Yeah, and this wasn't even close. Mickey just slammed him, fighting him on the Spire, and having the confidence to wait out the barrier, save his auto attack, save his E till after the barrier fell, lands those, knocks down Anunasic, and Mickey will move on.
Yeah, I'm not certain on the math. my instincts tell me Merksim was a better buy than straight BF sword.
Probably.
And maybe had the money for it. I'm not 100% certain, right? Like, there's no guarantee it's perfect, but
I also feel like BT would have just been much better than the QSS.
And just not
in
even
the first
QSS,
place,
yeah.
because really, what did the QSS do? He didn't even QSS that quick, so he maybe saved himself like one free Q of
One
damage.
Q, yeah.
Because you're not actually getting auto attack during that. There is some value perhaps to the fact that he can't just kind of for free wait for his cooldowns during that or something. The W or E come back up, but like
yeah,
I feel like especially because Mickey didn't have Ignite for the all in, BT could have been really big. Either way, it is Pabu versus Bwipo.
And this one's going to be hype. This is an aggressive matchup.
Yeah.
Zed on a horse versus Olaf.
Where did that come from?
I don't know, but it's been said. I Googled it. I saw nothing.
Okay. Because when I was on Rick Fox's charity stream and I played some Kled support with him.
Yeah.
And a lot of people in chat were spamming Zed on a horse. And I'd never heard that before. And maybe we're just too much of boomers to be in on the...
I do have the brain... no, the brain of a lizard. I have the body of a boomer. But I'm
it's quite the combo.
I'm usually a bit up to date on meme culture. This one I don't have.
None of the casters do. So
yeah.
I don't know if it was just one guy started it and then it just popped off, or if we're all out of the loop. But anyway, we got Kled versus Olaf here.
I've been informed.
Okay.
By our boomer producer, Arthur, the mayor, that Rick Fox was calling the champion Zed. Just outright, just mispronouncing the name. And they're like, well, it's Zed on a horse then.
Okay. I like it.
Yeah, I dig it. Thanks, Rick.
All right. So that is where that started. Makes a lot of sense now. So this one I think is going to be pretty tough for Pabu. I think this is actually a really, really difficult matchup for Kled. We'll see how he can actually play it out. Most Kled matchups depend on, can you actually live long enough to get the remount, right? And Olaf is someone that has a pretty high amount of burst. So if you actually have your Q and E, then there's a good chance that Bwipo can actually burst him down before the remount comes out, and then Kled really just can't win. I think also with Flash and Snowball, I can't say I really understand that pick unless it was against a range matchup, because at the end of the day, you're both just going to be meleeing each other here, right?
Yep.
And Olaf has Barrier Ignite, you have Flash and Snowball. I honestly just can't see how Kled wins this.
Yeah, Barrier's really good during the dismount because you have enough, you get like the extra 2 autos, the extra time to get the damage across to come back up.
I mean, maybe you Flash an Axe. That's kind of valuable, right? Like,
yeah,
that's kind of somewhat equivalent, I guess, to a Barrier there or whatever. The Snowball is going to help you to kind of like close the gap maybe, but I mean, Olaf wants to be melee range too, so I'm not really seeing the Snowball. Unless you can use the Snowball to also dodge an Axe, because there is a timing window where you can reactivate and dodge skill shots. So there's potential for outplay, and that's like always what it is when you have Flash versus Barrier and these types of things, is you have to use it really cleverly, you have to use it really well.
You go forward, when the Axe is like that, he can't put the second Axe down, you put the chain down, you get dismounted, but now the Ignite is on, but there's no Barrier for Pabu, he's running out the remount! In time, no, it's not! First Blood already comes through. That would look different with Barrier. He would probably still die to Bwipo, but
he would have got remounted.
Yeah, would have gotten the remount.
And then Bwipo's out of mana, so there's a potential you win, but at the same time, you remount, your abilities are still likely going to be, like on cooldown there. That gets really tough, right? Because Olaf is really powerful at low HP. Kled does not have Ignite, so you don't have any sort of healing reduction there. And Kled is going to be getting kind of somewhat out healed by the Conqueror Olaf at low HP. W active, a lot of health will be coming back for Olaf, and that's pretty tough, but we'll see if he can play it out. You did see Pabu play it pretty intelligently, though. He actually was saving his W active. Well, it's not an active, it's passive, but the use of that for when he actually got dismounted to try to get the quickest possible remount, and you have to do that to have any chance of remounting. But really, it's going to be tough. I struggle to see how he'll win if he didn't win the first one. I think Olaf's ultimate is much more useful in the 1v1 than Kled's. I think the combat summoners are so much easier to use.
Yeah.
I feel like Pabu kind of checkmated himself
Is he gonna fight
with
this?
his summoner choice.
If he lands his Axe, I think he could have chased it down, but not going to land it. Still a level lead for Bwipo. Heal comes through for Pabu, but this is looking pretty grim for our poor boy Skarner.
Yeah, this is looking rough. I'm trying to think, is there some clever way you could win this?
Ult's on. He's not going to get chained backwards. This is going to be the Flash Force. Next Q should land. Not going to chase this one down, though. Doesn't want to go for round 3.
Ult for Flash, though, really good for Bwipo. So, I mean, if you actually fight on your next ultimate cooldown, there's going to be no Flash available, and it's going to be Barrier Ignite versus a Snowball.
Yeah. 68 seconds on the Olaf ult right now. Just over a minute.
Yeah. But maybe I'm overestimating Olaf's damage, and maybe Kled could remount. And if you can get a remount, I think it becomes a much more competitive fight, right? That is where you have a chance to actually take down the Olaf. You do, to be fair, I said he didn't have a healing reduction, but on the second part of your Q, the pull does apply grievous wounds for a small amount of time.
Really heavy one. It's 60% or something.
Yeah, so there is that, and I am discounting that a little bit. So perhaps you can't just kind of like get life drain tanked by this Olaf, but we'll see what Pabu can make happen. Got to get that cannon. Didn't get it.
Oof.
So when you miss the cannon, you're down already 20 plus CS and a kill. You're going to be so far down in
that's probably
gold.
like a 400 gold cannon, so let's see.
If Whippo can actually deny this cannon as well, but no, he's just going to reset.
Q's most of the wave.
Yeah, but I mean, he's down 1,200 gold.
Womp.
Almost a kill, basically, in value for that cannon. So good thing that Pabu got that one. And he really needs to get that. He can try to push this in and then reset, but Black Cleaver's already done here for Whippo.
800 gold difference. This wave's going to be worth, about 130. Actually, more like 200, actually, for a basic wave.
So 37 for melees, 25 for range.
Yeah, so 75 and 111, I think is the numbers. So 186 for a non-cannon wave. Which is like, that's money you really want to have. And he was down 4 of those.
Yep. Well, at least he got Black Cleaver completed. So he has a full item. That is important. And we know the gold efficiency of the completed items is generally much more than the pieces. So pretty important that he did get that. And now, really, he's just kind of down boots in the cloth armor, which isn't the biggest deal as far as the itemization goes. You're saying like Doran's Blade is somewhat equivalent to that kind of ruby crystal plus maybe the boots or whatever.
Well, we'll see. Definitely going to be a small stat difference, which is, I think, heartening for Pabu. A lot of money on the map right now. Sudden Death is going to be announced very, very soon. Level 12 likely to happen for the Olaf. I think anytime you don't drop any CS, you tend to get 12. So if Whippo can greed out most of this wave, I don't know if he needs to recall, but if he is able to sort of push that one in, that's going to feel pretty good. And he is going to go for that final recall. He has enough time for it. Just kidding.
Okay. He wanted to try to get that cannon, I think, and see if he could get some more money. Perhaps he just needed a little bit more money for a completed item that he wanted.
Probably Tabi.
He is going to pass that cannon. Pabu going back right now. He did get the cannon, and he's trying to get back to base. I think he's going to be fine.
He'll be okay.
And it's Tabby plus Bramble. That is a really strong set of items here for Bippo.
Okay, he's a Bramble vest and...
Basically a Bramble vest.
Yeah, Bramble vest because, one Doran's Blade is basically Ruby Crystal on the other side.
Doran's a little bit better, obviously, than a Ruby Crystal, but the itemization here, much better for Bippo. He does have the double combat sums. It's got to be some sort of a sick outplay from Pabu. Yep. And the other thing with the Kled Ultimate is it does way more when you're doing it from further away.
Right,
so
he needs to back up.
Exactly. So if you wait until the ring is closed, you're going to get a lot less value out of that ultimate, which is already going to be
here, you'd run back to the ring, ult forward. Gets a very small shield, misses the Q, ults on, and that's a lot of damage coming across. He dances back and forth. Health bar's getting a little bit low, but now that's ulti down, and a trade of ult for ult. Oh,
that actually went a lot better for Pabu than I thought it was going to, given that he missed the Q, and it was a trade of ults, which I think is positive for him. Whippo still does have both the combat sums, but
now that's not going to be second half of Q, so the heal's going to be back now for him, dodging back and forth, flashing away. Conqueror's on.
Him down.
Pretty good damage. Now, what about the chain? What about the remount? Is it going to be enough damage? Big damage from Whippo. A single auto puts him out. Well done. At least he pushed the second player into top 8.
Yeah, Whippo actually played that really intelligently. So notice how he backed off when Kled was just about to dismount. So I believe he was actually waiting for his spell cooldowns to be up to dismount him with an auto attack and then have the Q and E readily available to kill off Kled to prevent the remount. So that is the kind of play you want to see. Whippo playing this out really well. I think did have the advantage in both of his matchups with the pick, but he has had some intelligent picks and he has played it out very well both on the Ornn and here too. So this was that first kill once again. Remember, Pabu wasn't auto-attacking because he wanted to save all the 4 quick auto-attacks here for the fast remount.
Yep.
He shot
this is
backwards and
he remounts in time.
Yeah, that is just the delay on the remount. Almost had it. Now this was after a trade actually of those ultimates had come down. Whippo, so he's backing off. He's trying to wait for the axe to come back up, and then does actually just straight up burst him down before the Kled remount can come through. And without that Kled remount, probably not going to stand much of a chance. So a disappointing exit for him in the 1v1 after having made it all the way to the finals last year, but very well played by Whippo.
Yep.
Has been doing great so far. The Ornn into the Rumble crushed it, and Olaf into Kled crushed it again.
Yeah, and again, it's 3 bans each, blind pick.
Yep.
And then once you both lock in, you see the champs, you then pick summoners and runes, so you can, you're not running MR against Caitlyn, you get that space, but the champion itself is blind pick, and again, you can call it coin flips, you can call it a read, whatever you want. Did find 2 good matchups, and I'll call that a skill.
Yeah, and I do think also, had he actually had double combat sums, I don't know if he wins the sudden death fight, but I will say I think with Ignite Barrier, he wins that first 1v1. And then maybe the game looks different, right? Because he would have gotten the remount, and with the Ignite and Bwipo being out of mana, maybe then you just win that, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it looks different enough that you have the itemization advantage and then you win that potential 1v1. But Flash and Snowball, I don't think worked out at all. But we're into the next one. It is Doumbé versus Fofo. 2 very strong mid laners. Ryze versus Aurelia here. And it is Conqueror Ryze. We saw Phase Rush Ryze earlier against Faker. That was G4, I want to say, brought that out. So now we're seeing kind of more the damage potential here coming out from Doumbé. And I think it's going to be another Frozen Heart Ryze. So this is something that, I talked about before because I'd actually played against this when we did the playtest. And it is a lot of damage coming out just from the flat mana that you have actually on Frozen Heart for Ryze. And Ryze, while it's not the strongest champion in the really early game, you get levels, you get those rank ups in your spells, and by the time the 1v1 happens, you are really strong.
Yeah, and Fofo gets a decent early trade. Again, we're really looking at scaling being the reason the Ryze is good.
Yeah.
Fofo with a decent start, but getting poked around, and Doumbé looks like he's going to be fine yet again.
And I think we're going to have to see Fofo be able to kind of get something done earlier. Yes, not being able to get kited out by the Ryze matters in the Ring of Fire, and generally we're looking at, oh yeah, the range champions do get a lot of the advantage there. But if this is kind of like a full tank Ryze build, Ryze is a really good brawler. Ryze is actually pretty good at just fighting it out point blank against a lot of these style of champs, especially something like an Aurelia. This is not like a Renekton or an Olaf who's just going to absolutely smack you down. Aurelia has to finesse it a little bit more, and that can be pretty difficult to do against the point and click stun and against kind of all the tankiness and damage that Ryze is going to have.
All right, first cannon does go over pretty cleanly to the Aurelia. Knocks down the minions. 16 of 19 in the first wave of CS. We're going to see how well Doumbé can do. Heal comes over. Going to be in the ring. And doesn't yet land the auto.
Also worth mentioning, Ryze, very much a signature pick here for Doumbé, right?
Yeah.
This is one of his picks that he kind of got famous with. He was one of the guys who I think really popularized the Righteous Glory, as well as kind of the Rylai's style build. He had done that quite a bit in the LPL and pro play. Known for some of his kind of dark nectology, his atypical builds and atypical picks with the Nautilus AP mid, the Malphite and Kled and various things like that. So I've been pretty excited to watch him in the 1v1 and see kind of what clever strategies he can come up with.
Definitely a strong performer. We'll see what this one looks like now. He's going to shove the wave. He was taking a while at the beginning, but now he's actually putting all the cooldowns in, shoves the wave out. He's like, okay, that's enough time for me. I want to push the next wave. Now I'm going to reset. So kind of planning his recall timings. Gets matched pretty easily by the Aurelia, spams her cooldowns, and it'll only be like 3 seconds apart.
Yeah, the wave is in parity in the middle, too, so neither side is going to really kind of get much of a disadvantage there.
And equal CS. So it's thank you for the zoom in. Oh, the mid, oh, went down. Melee minions dropping left and right. Caspian drops on the right side as well. Looks like blue team is winning the minion fight right now, but the melee minion in the 1v3 getting focus fired, and that was going to drop it and doesn't knock down the back half minion. The caster staying alive. Oh, and Doumbé misses the CS. It's a tragedy.
He's going for the full take Ryze. So I'm just going to breeze on past that. So it's going to be Frozen Heart plus Tabbies here. This is that full tank style build. He could even go to Bramble if he wants. There's not that much healing that's going to be coming out of Aurelia. Yes, there is some in the kit, but this is not even a Conquer Aurelia. It is PTA. So PTA, I think, generally less effective in kind of the really long extended fights. It's more about that initial burst style of play. And yeah, Doumbé does go towards the Bramble. So will it be a completed Frozen Heart? I think that's going to be the build path. I think it's just going to be purely full tank and look to kind of scrap it out once it comes down to it.
I actually wonder if Frozen Heart Glacial is actually the optimal build. Again, he has mana ratios and it's 10 more CDR.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's true, but it's a build that you would otherwise never see, but the builds cap out at 5K, so you don't need it to be another item.
Yeah, it's true, right? Bramble, I don't think Bramble is getting a tremendous amount of value here.
It does have on-hit damage, which scales on armors, like there is some direct value, like even just beyond the healing reduction.
Ooh, maybe he's not even going for that. Maybe he's going to go towards something else now. Huh. It could be going towards like a Lost Chapter or something, but he has double mana crystal, so maybe he's going Iceborne. I mean, there is still an extra mana crystal. There's nothing that needs a double mana crystal.
Yeah.
But like maybe he's going to go Iceborne or something, build one of those into a Sheen.
I'm curious to see what it is. I'm excited either way.
Because he would have got double cloth armor, obviously, if he wanted to.
Right. And if you're, yeah, okay. Another trade coming in right now, though. Good route, walks back, stays alive, gets the move speed. Now right back in is the Aurelia, and Doiby pretty low, and Fofo never goes for the ult engage, right? Doesn't press R into Q, and there's no flash, there's no way to dodge that. That would have hit, but he didn't go for the play.
That felt like a pretty big game of chicken. Both sides trying to hold onto their cooldowns. You know, it felt like Fofo was trying to get out a barrier, trying to get out some sort of reaction, and I think Doiby just wasn't willing to actually blow a cooldown until Fofo used one of his, right? Had the ultimate come down, I think we would have seen a barrier reaction. But both sides holding on to those cooldowns, and as a result, we are going to just be sitting at parity here.
Yep. Talk briefly about the Aurelia builds. Hexdrinker, of course, in. Executioner's calling because of Conqueror. There's really not a lot of lifesteal otherwise in this build.
And secondary could potentially be Ravenous or something along those lines. It's not massive.
Zero stack Ravenous is pretty crap.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what his secondary is. Maybe we've already seen bone plating.
And just missed it, yeah.
Which I haven't really been thinking about.
I would expect
either way,
that.
I think it's not a bad buy. Having the Merc Treads for the tenacity there makes quite a bit of sense, as you don't want to be getting locked down by the Rise. But with this type of a build, you're not actually going to complete a full item. So
I would actually expect Source Secondary for Transcendence and...
So it is Lost Chapter.
Okay.
So he's going to have Lost Chapter. He's not going to complete an item then. It's just going to be kind of these pieces of items that are pretty strong.
Unless he can get Sheen done.
I also think he had to sell his refillable, because he was sitting on a refillable before.
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you can get Sheen done, but like you're not going to complete the full Iceborne.
Yeah,
so you're not going to have a fully completed item. He has components only.
Yeah. Okay, so that's going to be the build. We're going to see similar stuff. Jorm's Fist, again, I want to point out, these stacked items are coming in late. Jorm's Fist is not going to have the full 150 bonus HP on it because it was bought late in the build. That is still an improvement point these players can make, is why the stacking items early.
Yeah.
Shout out Faker.
Faker with the big brain, no surprise.
Yep. Lost anyway.
That's true.
Big brain answered by the small brain of wasting the ult.
Sometimes
Unlucky.
our brain works against this.
Unlucky. It happens once in a while.
You think you're brilliant, but you're actually not.
So he adds a Ruby Crystal. Doinby's ready to go onto this one. Has some extra HP on the top of it. Final builds are in.
And neither side building Elixir. That's another thing that we've seen some people adapting to, and I think the Elixirs are really smart. You know, you can actually afford that. It's a lot of power there, and that ring is closing in, as you said. We'll see when Fofo decides to go for it. I think the longer Fofo waits, the more opportunity there is for this Rise to poke him down, and he could be looking for it now. It's
Forward, has the ult on top as well. Big damage, trying to roam warp away to get some space, but he's going to chase right back then into it, and there's nowhere to go. What a kill, Fofo. Waits out the matchup, gets the all-in.
Fofo just crushed him. That was really well timed. As soon as he hit level 12, in that level 11, he had his Q stacked up. Goes in, and he does complete a really, really nice all-in here.
Yeah.
Onto Doobie.
Just great play overall, and we saw the roam music. That was smart. Trying to get out of the way, but it's an easy chase down. Walked him right through. Beautiful by Fofo. We spent a lot of time talking about Rise builds because they were interesting, and we weren't sure what was coming out of it. Fofo, though, equal CS the entire time. Waited till the end game 1v1 and clapped him.
Yep, he has the E landed. This is level 12. This combo is very, very well done. Gets the double Q reset with the E stun and then the ult. Notice how when the ult is channeled, he actually saved the activation of his Q till after Doomby went through. Because he wanted to use the Q as a gap closer there and not just spam it out and then not be able to get back on top of the Rise. This is honestly perfect. He got 3 Q resets. First one with the stun, second one with the ult here, third one with the kill after the barrier. Again, he saves to burst him down. That was perfect from Fofo.
Yeah,
really, really keen play. Clean, excuse me.
I mean, yeah, it was very clean. It was really, really nice. Landed all the skill shots. One thing I want to point out was that he Q'd a back lane Castamina to get into melee range. Never had to burn his Q to gap close without the reset being available, so really liked it a lot.
Perfect stuff. And now we are going to be moving on to Caps versus Closer, who did take down Sneaky yesterday. And who did Caps play? I'm trying to think. Caps played against, I want to say, Chippies.
Probably.
It was the Heimerdinger versus Poppy.
Oh, yeah, that was not a close
I think it was
matchup.
Chippies.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
That was the only turret play victory we saw, the turret kill victory, right? We saw that Heimerdinger come down, and he was able to actually just knock down the turret. This is going to be Darius versus Renekton. A lot of Darius has been coming through. We've seen a handful of games of Renekton. Double rejuve beat. That is something that I have seen from some of the kind of really big Darius players, even on Summoner's Rift. BMD, who is actually at Scouting Grounds recently.
Yep.
That's a build I've seen him do a lot. Triple Rejuve beat start, even on SR. And Caps going to be coming out in this matchup. And again, so much of it is in the all-in about can you hit the outside of the queue. I know I've talked about that a lot with Darius, but really it is the most important thing, being able to actually make sure you hit the outside edge so you get the stack, you get the additional damage.
Q missed though, which means it's time for Renekton to go in, gets the Conqueror stacked up all the way, big damage here. Takes the big Q. Now there's a good passive bleed here. Ignite's gonna come in, but this should be enough actually for Renekton, but that Q is big! Oh my word, Caps with way too much damage.
Yeah, Caps played that well. Closer had a good initial trade. As soon as the Q got used, he goes in for it, but you're allowing Darius to get a 5-stack. And then when Caps gets that 5-stack, has the barrier still available, he hits the outside edge of the Q, heals back up. It's an incredible amount of damage, and Darius gets so much AD and also the true damage dot when you are at that 5-stack. So it's really hard to beat Darius in a fight where he gets the 5 stacks. Closer just needed to take the initial trade and save likely the dice to get out. You can slice in on top of him, use your stun, auto Q, and then dice back out.
Yeah.
But if you stay on top of him for kind of a 100-0 fight, despite the fact the first Q missed, you're probably not going to win.
Yeah, and so Caps gets a very early lead, full Kindle Gem bot now as well. Sure, the CS could be answered, but obviously better items in the inventory, so Caps can take any fight. Knows that if he burns Apprehend early, you just kind of slice the dice back away. It doesn't get all that much done, but they trade their auto resets, and it's Closer having to run away.
That's gonna be tough for Closer, right? You know, you don't actually have your summoners up right now, and in that extended fight, Darius likely will win. So being down on summoners means Caps can bully pretty heavily here. You just kind of have to keep looking for these trades where you go in, get as much damage as you can, and kind of dash out, hopefully before Caps can actually return fire when he comes out of your stun.
The one thing that's nice is you do have the PvE sustain on Renekton. Empowered Q is quite a lot of health against minions. Obviously a lot more against champions, but that's just kind of what it is.
Uh-oh, 6.
Yep. And that means you have to respect that up until this comes through. Now, in general, the amount of damage dealt by Darius ult is higher than the amount of health gained by Renekton ult. So you have to basically say, okay, well, in terms of health versus health, that's better. Then the burn and the Fury generation, you hope can make up the difference, and it's not always going to do that.
So I think Shojin is available on this map, and I had heard some players talking about building it on this map. So if Shojin is in there, it would be interesting to see if Closer wants to go towards that, because that can really help you a lot in the all-ins, getting potential stun resets.
Yeah.
Not sure if he's going to elect to go towards it, and he hasn't been getting too much CS. He's kind of just getting zoned off the wave now, and Caps is looking like he's sitting in a pretty dominating position because, you know, if Renekton is quite a bit behind, you're not going to have a lot of a chance to actually burst down the Darius, and I think Caps can afford to go a fairly defensive build to just survive till you get that 5-stack and make sure you're getting that true damage done.
Piece of damage in, and again, it's Q into jump away and not get hit by the Darius axe. It's very one-sided here, 30-15 in the CS mark right now. And there isn't a way in for Closer yet.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing Caps, you go for the Apprehend, you get an auto, you use the W reset, he's slowed, and then you use that slow to try to make sure you're hitting the outside of your Q, right? And that is the kind of combo you're trying to look for. You're trying to get the quick stacks by just using that auto reset and making sure you're hitting the outside of the Q to kind of quickly get up towards where you can dunk him. But this is pretty one-sided. You got the first kill, and now, you know, sitting at 40 CS to the 16. Closer should be able to pick up a lot of this farm under turret, but you always do have to be a little bit worried about a potential Apprehend, and Caps can get a turret plater here.
Yep, one plate could go for a second. There we go, 240 gold earned. And not to mention the 30 CS difference. Oh, that's a big one. Get that damage, ult and barrier come down. Caps can't quite follow through. I don't think the chase down's going to be there for the Renekton, so Caps gets to force the recall. Most of that CS is not answered. It's going to be close to 50 CS to 23.
Yeah, Caps goes for the early dunk there, thinking he might have had enough damage, but the ultimate from Closer plus the barrier does help him survive through the ignite as well as that bleed. And the pre-fully stacked dunk really doesn't do that much damage. No. It's so much less. So, you know, he was able to survive, but that's a close one, and it is now full Black Cleaver to just pieces here from Closer. He is so far behind.
Yeah, it's
Caps,
really rough.
Caps feeling like he's just in full control off of kind of that misplay at the start from Closer.
It's a 2,000 gold lead. Like, you start with 1,350, so he's earned 3K to earning 1,500. He's actually doubled the income of the guy.
Yeah, that's tough. Maybe you can catch up a little bit, picking up some of these cannons, but...
Sure. Again, big damage coming across, and it's just very easy. Gets the hit. There's the pullback in. This could be enough damage. Oh, he doesn't have dunk, but the bleed. That's going to be enough with the Q. There's the kill. Caps taking names.
Yeah, Caps just destroyed that 1v1 that is 2 back-to-back dominant performances from him, playing this out very, very well, punishing so heavily on a mistake from closer. You could tell, not as comfortable in these types of matchups. Of course, he is a jungler. He's going up against Caps.
A G2 member, which means he plays everything.
Exactly. You have to play it all to be able to be on that squad. And this was the initial fight. And the start of the trade was great from closer, but as we saw in the last all-in, again, he kind of stays a little bit too long, right?
Yeah.
And you're kind of getting baited. You're feeling like, oh, I'm winning this. But the fact is, if Darius is going to get the 5 stacks, the fight turns so heavily. And when Caps is able to hit 5 stacks and then the outside of the Q turnaround there is so big. And again, closer is looking for these sorts of trades, and when he doesn't use the dice and slice to actually get out, you've got to actually use one of them to go in and get the reset when you're hitting Darius, stun, get your auto trade out, and then use the second activation to get out before the apprehend can grab you. And that is the sort of play you're looking for, where you're trying to get these quick trades, rot down Darius a little bit, and then potentially go for an all-in. But he's overstaying a bit, greeding out for a bit more damage, and Darius hits 5 stacks, and it's going to punish that every time.
Well done by him. So now we get a battle of the AD carries. So the bot laners is Uzi versus Bang. And, I mean, 2 years ago, these were, like, the 2 players on the top of their roles in the world. Undisputed, right? It was Uzi and Bang. And they're still incredible players, but there's been overtaking, right? It's that weren't Uzi at the helm. And it's like, you're still an amazing player. But like as the league moves on and as players get better,
win MSI.
Yeah, I mean, again, incredible players. Bang's got 2 world championships still. Like you can't discount that stuff.
We actually
but it's interesting to note.
Yeah, it is. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, kind of in the caster room. And Bang is probably, if you're just looking at straight up achievements, still probably the most successful AD carry of all time.
Yes.
Right? The LCK championships, I believe he won MSI, he won 2 world championships. And then Uzi on the other side is the guy that most people would look at as the highest level performance of all time.
Maybe the best AD carry of all time.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't have as many achievements, but when you look at his individual performances over the years, he's been so incredibly dominant, so famous for his laning phase. People always giving credit to how difficult it is to actually play against this guy in lane. And we are getting to see Varus, which was a real popular pick in the previous format, because Varus could have pressure, could CS well, could pressure the turret.
Yep.
And, I'll be interested to see how Uzi can actually play this out. I don't know how comfortable Bang is on the Yasuo, but Yasuo bot is not something that is that rare these days, so I would assume Bang has a fair bit of comfort on the pick. And, if it goes later on, I think it's going to be pretty damn hard for Uzi, in a full-on all-in, in a small space where you also have to deal with win wall. But that being said, Uzi is so great at punishing, so maybe he can create enough of an advantage or just close out the game before it even gets there.
The one nice thing for Varus is the Q is so fast that you can usually get it out before your opponent, no matter how good you are, can win wall on reflex.
Yeah.
So there's, the E can be done, the R can be done. Like that's not that hard to do when you're a player of Bang's level. But the actual piercing arrow, you can actually land that fairly reliably in short range fights.
Yeah, that is very true. But even just when players are kind of almost like self-win-walling and playing back and forth through it, that can be really, really difficult, as we've all seen those players do in jungle corridors. And the Ring of Fire is kind of creating a pseudo-little corridor because you're kind of stuck in this small space where win wall is going to be very, very effective. Bang, though, getting poked down, bullied out, as we are expecting in this range versus melee matchup. And honestly, as we're expecting from Uzi, this guy is just so good at pressing advantages and so good at punishing any little mistake from his opponents in laning phase.
Sadly missed the cannon, but not the end of the world. He's still got way better CS. A lot of that wave's going to get lost. Well, maybe the cannon gets lost. A good XP, but probably not gold here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Oh, they both missed cannon.
I wouldn't have blamed him if he flashed for it.
I actually think it would have been correct to.
As funny as it is, it's like a kill of gold when you're down.
Yeah.
Like,
I would flash for 200 gold every time.
Yeah, unless you think that Uzi can actually kill you during that kind of disadvantage.
I'll bet you Uzi wasn't watching at that point in time. He was like
I'm
shopping
not gonna bet
for
on that. This is a really good player.
I'm just thinking it was as he recalled. There's a chance he's grabbing the cutlass.
Uzi sees all.
He just has the senses,
Exactly. He's got the 5-head. He can, see everything.
All right.
He's got the map downloaded.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
He just plays so zoomed out that it's just the entire rift every time. Just has
like
that
a
mod.
tiny speck on the map.
Yeah.
Kiting
That's
back and
what
forth.
players are to him, are just tiny specks. Like, they're
That's
not even
true.
humans. It's Uzi and
Just
some
little
specks.
pieces of sand.
Yeah.
At his feet.
And they're coarse. They get everywhere. He hates them.
All right. Well, we'll see if Uzi can continue to bully this. Working towards the Blade of the Rune King. It is going to be Zerkers as the start for Bang. I do think, going for something like Zerkers plus PD is going to be a pretty damn nice little set of items, and that shouldn't be that hard to get here for Bang as long as he can pick up a decent amount of farm, get most of the cannons. He should be able to work towards that sort of a completed set, which I think is going to be pretty damn effective for a potential all-in 1v1.
Definitely agree. I think PD is a really, really good item in this overall map.
The shield is just great, right?
Yeah.
And we all know how much Yasuo loves the stats on that item anyway, so.
Yep. I think it's good, by the way, that Varus is not going Rage Blade. This is not the game state where you really get the time to stack it up. I'm glad we haven't seen any of that. We've seen a few marksmen, but none of them are going for that item, which is good. Little knock-up lands right there. The CS getting a bit closer. Within 10 is not too bad, and the waves fairly close to equal.
I mean, this is something we have also kind of talked about and heard some pros talk about, is the fact that the worst parts of the range versus melee matchups and these marksman matchups is actually the first couple levels, right? And people start at level 3 now, so you're skipping the whole 1 to 3 basically entirely, and there's more experience injected in. So we're a couple minutes in, and it's a level 9 Yasuo, which all of a sudden is very scary. So you don't just get the ability now as Uzi, kind of just step up in his face and auto-attack, right?
Yep.
Like, he can actually just go in on you and mess you up if you're not careful.
And
so.
Fang has landed like 5 knockups in a row. Like, he's actually landed 5 straight tornadoes. Everyone's aimed at Uzi is hitting. Now, when the all-ins actually happen during the Ring of Fire, he'll probably flash that, but we're going to see, the tornado flash game, right? EQ flash, and Uzi may or may not flash that.
Yeah, especially if you're able to kind of do it a little bit tricky. You maybe dash out from the bush with the EQ and then flash it on top of him.
Yeah.
Those sorts of plays are possible. But Bang looking like he's in a pretty damn good spot now. Blade of the Ring King was completed, so this is a strong point here for Uzi because he didn't go for boots. He's going to have a lot of combat stats right now. We'll see how much gold Bang has in his pocket, if he can get towards that full PD or if it's just going to be pieces. Only 300 gold down now, so honestly not too bad. And when we get a look at that buy, we'll get a better idea of how close.
Yep.
So full PD,
PD Doran.
This is great. Bang is honestly in a really strong spot, I think, at this point.
Yeah, and he should have time, I believe, to clear 1 or 2 more waves, buy another Cloak of Agility for 50 more crit chance, and then say, okay, I'm 100% crit Yasuo, let's do the last fight.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You can get to that 100% crit mark so much more easily now. With Yasuo's passive doubling the crit. The new crit cloak item gives you 25%, so
yeah, they just got more efficient.
Makes 100.
It was a straight buff, so it's very, very, very good. Another knock-up lands. He's just not going for the all-in, right? He's only playing for the sudden death 1v1. He's down some CS, and if Uzi wasn't going to recall, you could greed this wave out, but because Bang's supposed to recall, Uzi can greed the wave out. Get a slightly heftier recall. Okay, couldn't afford the cloak, so I like this. Right, gets the red elixir.
Yeah, if you can't afford the cloak, the red elixir is definitely going to be more effective. Uzi's going to get a turret play. Is he going to go for 2 and then base?
I don't know if he has time to.
Bang could potentially stop your recall.
Yeah, I think Uzi is not getting.
How much gold does Uzi have?
900.
Probably a lot.
Maybe over 1,000.
I feel like you're going to be. Your items are so much more efficient on the side of Bang now.
Yeah,
he did take a bad trade there.
He did for plates when he couldn't recall. It's definitely a misplay.
Yeah, because he killed a full wave with a cannon, plus got 2 plates.
What if he wins on turret? Because he's stuck on a turret here and he autos it 18 times. I don't think it's going to happen, but what if?
Bang will look for the all-in, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
There's no way you just let him auto your turret to death. You will 1v1 and lose before that'll happen.
Yeah.
But wind wall down, tornado down. So this is an opening potentially here. 20 seconds on the wind wall cooldown. So Uzi, if you're going to go for it, you got to go now.
There's the ult. He can't get away from it. Look at the damage up, but how do you win this? Uzi waits out the wind wall, lands the point blank ult, doesn't get dodged, and Uzi takes down the Yasuo.
Yeah, Bang unable to flash that. The wind wall was down. The tornado was missed. Bang didn't find that opportunity, and despite the fact that Uzi had a lot of gold in his pocket, he finds the way to win it. And Uzi looking good, moving on. I was thinking that could have been pretty Bang favored when we came to the potential 1v1.
Yep.
He could have found the ult. He had the elixir. He had everything available, good to go. But as soon as that wind wall got used, Uzi knows there's an opening here. So he just walks past the mini wave. Bang tries to step up, but I mean, that is a point blank ultimate, sidesteps the Q, and you just get roasted 100 to 0 pretty much during that ultimate. That was perfectly played by Uzi, and Bang, one small mistake really cost him the entire game here. It's just as soon as that wind wall is down, you can see he's stacking the passive.
Colors for the slow means he can't walk to dodge anymore. It had to be predictive flash. At that range, it's got to be a pretty much predictive flash.
Yep.
It's hard to tell the ult animation from the auto attack animation.
And I mean, he even maximized his damage efficiency. He actually procced his pressy attack before ulting and using Blade Rune King Ignite, all these things, right? So he really maximized damage there. To make that look pretty easy, and believe me, I don't think that's an easy 1v1 to win, especially from the stage that they were at and the items that they were sitting with. But Uzi made it look easy, and that is something that he has been doing for many, many years in League of Legends. The
Made it
guy
look easy.
Is just too good.
And it's nowhere close to that easy. Even the beginning of that fight, the very, very beginning, sidesteps the wind wall. Right? Or sidesteps the tornado cast through the wind wall. Right? Bang was trying to hide the animation by sort of queuing through the wind wall and, like, oh, don't worry, it's just offensive. Ha! And just off to the side, perpendicular, no knockup. Because if he hits that, I think that's you all in. Right? PD's done. There's no more buys. You have the red elixir. That would have been Yasuo ult into melee range fight, and that's a whole lot harder to deal with. He's dodging through you. You can't guarantee the ult lands. That fight's very different. That sidestep made it look easy.
It really did, and all the little things there. Even having the presence of mind to make sure to step back, during the ultimate, even when he's rooted, to make sure you can't actually get queued. You're not too close to melee range. Uzi did it all perfectly, and that's the performance we expect.
Good job, Uzi. Let's head back to the State Farm Analyst Lounge, where Golden Glue joins Dash and Kobe for a breakdown of the 1v1s.
Thank you very much, gents. That's right. Golden Glue is joining us to break down some more incredible 1v1s. I am absolutely loving these rule changes and how much action it is forcing.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I mean, I'm used to watching zillions with no items, farm to 100 CS, and now we're just watching these bloody battles with this giant ring of fire circling them. So it's been really fun watching this All-Stars event.
And we've had a whole host of different champions coming out, and you can kind of see maybe there's a bit of a trend or a meta developing. I'm loving the elixirs that are now starting to come in as people see the sudden death timer ticking down. But in general, just a lot of ingenuity here, and continues to develop over the days.
I really like some of the diversity that we're seeing, right? Snowball is a useful summoner spell here, especially because
here it was a hugely useful
This
summoner
is actually
spell.
probably the best case that we've seen, because you can use it. He reveals the Akali in the Shroud, use it for the gap closer as well. It's really given a lot more power to the Bruiser champions this time around.
Yeah, we're actually not seeing as much Snowball as I would think. And then this was such an insane upset by Fofo. He played it really well, and the whole game was really close, and it just came down to Tristan in the 1v1. This one didn't. This game didn't really seem super fair.
The Tom Kench was an interesting pick, to say the least.
The funniest part in the Shy's matches have been his facial expressions. He's taking his hands off the keyboard. Oh man!
Half the times he's scratching. Oh,
Right.
this was
the
super
Skarner.
interesting.
We've been hearing kind of rumblings behind the scenes of the Skarner, and it might be a sleeper OP. It comes out, gets the early kill at level 3, and then the second one to finish it off here at the end.
Yeah, that early kill was really exciting, and at this point, it just seems like it kind of ran him over.
Yeah, if you can stack Conqueror quickly, then use that Bruiser champion. Skarner and Olaf both get to do that.
All right, Olaf Feetkled. Unfortunately, Pabu does get knocked out of the tournament. Did check Twitter, though. He says he forgot to change his summoner spells, which is why
I was
he
about
had
to say.
the flash.
Okay, I was about to say, I really didn't like the Snowball flash choice. I thought he was trolling from that, but that was obviously just a mistake from him.
But Bwipo does move on to represent EU. Move right along to Doingby versus Fofo. This was a big one here. Yo, it was close for the world champion.
What a clean Irelia.
But the Irelia comes through.
This was a little sad. The first fight was really close, but then Darius with 5 stacks with his bleed on, it's just really hard to duel when he's doing so much true damage, and can't really get away from him once he's this far ahead and has Black Cleaver. How much you can do.
Versus Bramble Best is rough.
Yeah, I think Caps did a really good job keeping distance too, using Darius's slow and pull.
That's our defending 1v1 world champion. That's moving on to the semifinals. Uzi, though, taking on Bang. The Varus versus Yasuo matchup. We heard Azael say it. He felt like maybe when you get down to the 1v1 in sudden death, it could be Yasuo favored, but Uzi finds the moment.
Look at that. Bang doesn't even touch Uzi. Literally doesn't even get to touch him. That's cool to watch.
It was, that was painful because he just hits him with the slow from Bork and then lands the ultimate there. No flash from Bang coming out.
This brings up an important question, because I know that you were talking to us before we went on air that you were warming up some of the guys in the 1v1s, but in getting asked for maybe some opinions on which champion should be played, it's not necessarily a question of what's the best champion in the 1v1. Sometimes it's what are you the best at?
Yeah, exactly. When you're going versus all these, these are all world-class players, right? You're not just going to first time a new champion and be able to do well. You need to be able to express your skill, practice on a champion, know like what the outplay potential is.
That's why the junglers are always the underdogs here.
They
And
are.
yet,
Totally.
Now Olaf is rising to the top, so like we got some jungle champions to give these guys a chance here. You know, see Yankos, Levi moving on through.
You just got to look at the bracket. I wonder if we can pull that up once again to take another look at how this tournament is developing, because there are some really interesting matchups that are forming just ahead of us. The one that jumps out in particular to me is Caps and Uzi on the bottom half of the bracket there again. Uzi's the only two-time 1v1 winner in All-Star history. He did it 2 years in a row. Caps is on the verge of doing it again. So they run into each other here in the quarterfinals. It's going to be an interesting one to say the least.
Yeah, that's gonna be really cool to watch, because Uzi is like obviously, you know, one of the most insane AD carry players mechanically. The most mechanical abilities, and Caps really just plays so much different things.
Right.
What is Caps going to pull out? Like, you know what Uzi's going to pull out. He's going to pull out some AD carry. What is Caps' strategy going to be to counteract that?
He had the Heimer just yesterday. Yeah. Today he has the Darius. Where does he go next? Of course, within that, you saw Levi still in there, Fofo still in there, Bwipo, Mickey X. Like, there's a lot of really interesting players that, you know, maybe weren't seen in years past that are still in the run for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have the clash of Uzi and Caps on the bottom side. On the top side, the Shy is up there, and he's just been cruising through. So I feel like whichever one wins the Uzi Caps clash might be
facing the side or the Shy there in the end of it all. Okay, so now I come back to you, Golden Glue, since you have had a little bit of experience with the setup in terms of going through the champion select itself. I know that there's been some adjustments made. How do you feel, or how would you maybe attack these next couple rounds in terms of champion that you pick and strategy going into it?
So you basically should look at what your opponent most recently banned. So that's really important to see, like, that's what that player is afraid of, and that's not what he doesn't want to play against. And then you have to very, very much think about what you want to ban and what you think he's going to pick with your bans. And it's a lot about mind games, you know, like, because you're blind picking both your champions, right? Sometimes you can straight up lose from the champion pick. So I'm imagining they're probably going to try to pick something that's safe, something they're comfortable on, and it'll be good versus multiple matchups. But for each player, it's different, right? So Uzi's safeness is an AD carry, right? Where Bwipo, you know, he wants to pick Olaf, he wants to pick some kind of bruiser.
Now, there's one pick that we've already seen, but I think both of us are aligned that we'd like to see it again and maybe use to a little bit more success, and that's Poppy.
Yes. Yes. I want to see the Poppy.
Yes.
I want to see someone just get, like, shot out of the ring of fire.
That pick only gives you the one moment at the very end, though.
But it is the best highlight moment you could absolutely ask for. Golden Glue, thank you so much for helping us out to break down some of these 1v1s. We're going to step away before we jump into our next TFT match, but let's tune into this edition of Mic Check, which recaps the day one action. Take a look.
So usually I go lethal tempo on Ivern. Should I not do that this game?
Let's do lane caps. All right, great. So if you go Lee, should I go something? What's good with Lee? Oh, Akali. I will go Akali, I think. Oh, Akali's great. So we fight level 1?
Hell yeah.
They will face it, They are? Oh.
Oh, here, here.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, no.
No.
Help him.
Oh, no.
Oh. I got it.
Nice, Caps. Oh my god, Caps, so good.
Good job, man.
Good job, guys.
You know how I play, man. Never seen me play solo queue before? Sorry to do you like this, but I finished my item, so. I finished my adaptive helm, so I don't think you're gonna have much fun anymore.
Okay, I didn't see what happened, but by the fan reactions and your reaction, I assume you just used the ult, didn't you? Oh, that's not good news, my friend!
I kind of want to keep Soraka in over John. Well, John just keeps dying.
Becca,
as
an entertainer, you gotta go 8 out of 9.
I'm here for the win, dude.
No. You're gonna win, but it's way better to win in style. Sayujana.
I have no style.
Sayujana. Trust me. Everyone's gonna remember this as the ultimate BM. Oh god.
No, I'm scared, no.
Okay, and use your items. Use your items on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, that flex!
What the?
That flex!
Is this super BM? Okay, you told me to do it.
You're gonna win. There's no way you can lose this.
No.
Yep, here comes the Skarner slowly walking up. sad face.
Ghost Garner. Aw.
All right, so usually I go lethal tempo on Ivern. Should I not do that this game? Okay, what is this?
He's a flash.
No blast code!
He's dead. He's dead. Let's kill him.
He's dead. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Oh,
Nice.
Whoa! Hey!
Nice it, guys. Nice, guys. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, kill him too. Kill him. Kill him.
Oh, get him!
Good job.
Nice.
Go, dude.
Good shit.
Dude, we got Ocean Dragon, Rengar, Ivern. This is you, Sneaky.
God.
It's actually perfect. Yeah.
The perfect map.
This is actually you. I got a really big gold, really big gold. Okay, let's go.
Nice.
Let's go first.
You want to BN them or what?
Yeah.
Minions though.
My turret might kill it.
Nexus. One hit.
No, let me kill it.
Caps control. Caps. Oh, well, that wasn't good.
GG.
Welcome back to the beautiful Esports Arena as we jump back into the TFT tournament for the 2019 All-Stars event. I am Kobe, joined by Mark Zimmerman and Joshua Jatleesman.
He's a guest, though. I'm a caster.
But we are joined by him.
You have the host,
I just
the
wanna make sure.
co-caster, and the guest.
Yeah, just want to make
Just
sure
so
he's
we're clear
not
on
the
roles.
same
Because
level.
you've played the least recently.
Especially set 2. I played
And
a lot
overall.
of set 1.
I have to throw you as much under the bus as much as
I played
possible.
a good amount of set 1.
If you at home, though, have questions for us about TFT, then hit us up on Twitter at LolEsports, and we'll see if we can help you in your climb as well.
Yeah.
Shall we get into the game?
I
hear
have-
some.
I
I
have a
some
question.
noises. Not yet.
Who is the favorite?
Who is the favorite?
Yeah.
I feel like maybe Hafu. I'm not familiar with all the
ranks?
Eastern players. Like I know J-Shred actually is pretty good as well.
All right, so that was just a shot in the dark.
Yeah.
First,
I was just saying.
first question, swing and a miss.
I know 4 of the names.
Okay, we got an Inferno map here for the extra attack speed.
I like it.
Looking at Hafu herself, she's got the Brawler's Glove. Thief's Glove and Frozen Gauntlet are probably the 2 best items out of that.
So what's the format of the Legends tournament then?
So these are the Legends.
There were
these are all Challenger.
Yeah, there were
plus
8
player.
different challengers that played yesterday. Becca won that one.
These are more challengers.
What does that mean?
These are more challengers.
When
What does winning do for you?
not you just need to make top 4.
Okay.
And the top 4 from that group and the top 4
And
from
then
this
the
group.
top 4 go to the finals, and that's what matters the most.
Yes.
So winning actually gives nothing more than 4th place. For the purpose of this, like aside
Yeah,
from
way to hype it up,
winning's
Jat.
nice.
Thank you.
Well, no, it means to draw attention towards the top 4.
Yes.
I feel like that should change your strategy a little bit.
Well, yeah, so
Because you should play differently if you're going for top 4s versus if you're trying to win.
there's different formats for a lot of TFT tournaments. So like the Rise of the Elements Invitational, the last day really heavily prioritized first places. You saw people go for more volatile hyper roll strategies. This is one where top 4 is the most important. So things like Ocean Mage and some of the more consistent ones should definitely be a priority.
Yeah, so the good early game starts that we should be looking for. It's Woodland Druid and Ocean Mages. What else is there?
Predators are super contested as well. Usually in the TFT lobbies, at least the higher rated ones, you'll have at least 2 people typing me pred after the first few rounds.
Really?
Whoever got some Predator.
So there's like cooperative Predator
It's a
taking.
joke. It's a meme.
Oh, it actually is a meme.
Yeah, because so many people do them early.
Well, and you're trying to scare people off.
And
yeah.
there's actually some variations on Predator. Like you can hyper roll early before you level up to 5.
And
Try
what
3-star.
round is the best round to hyper roll if you're going
before Krugs, so you don't spend any money on leveling up.
Well, it's 3 ones. It's the one right after Krugs.
Yeah, right.
Because they've added a lot to the UI since like early set 1, where I feel like most people were jumping into TFT. So like now we're on round 1-4.
But you also don't have to hyper roll them. You can
Yeah.
go later and you can transition into poison stuff. Most people have been focusing on just getting your right items for stuff like Singed instead. All right, so this is looking like some pieces for the Woodlands Assassins.
Yeah, off
You have
to
the
a pretty good start.
options.
Oh, this is actually even better start. I like having the oh, I thought that was a 2-star LeBlanc. Excuse me, it's not.
And the reason why Woodland Druids is such a good start is because the region that you get for them is insane early. It's flat, so it doesn't scale very well.
Yeah.
But early on, it's incredibly powerful. Plus, obviously, you get the duplicate champion if you get the full 3.
And they have a lot of defensive things built in. Maokai's passive when he auto attacks after spellcast heals.
Yeah.
Ivern gives the shield, and so if you don't have like the DPS check to actually punch through and finish something off, they'll usually whittle you down. In this instance, though, having a 2-star Diana is plenty to actually get some kills.
What's the meta in terms of sitting on 10 gold early versus having a full bench? Because I see a lot of full benches here with not many people trying to get early econ.
So I'd say the higher skill, the more open you should leave yourself. You have a lot of players.
Even if it means you get less money.
Yeah, you buy a whole bunch of stuff, as you can see, you get a big board here so that you have more options. Because the damage early doesn't mean that much. A little bit of damage early, you don't take that much. Plus, you can just have earlier carousel picks for items. And pretty much everybody will be able to scale decently. But having those options is way more important.
Scar's got a lot of money.
He's got a lot of money. He's been in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah.
He's kind of got Woodland Druid, but then he's also got a 2-star Nasus.
I mean, you say awkward. I feel like that's not awkward at all because the more 2-stars, the better.
Man, it's so awkward how rich I am.
Exactly. It's a first world problem. Like, oh, I got all these random 2-stars. Well, I have a bunch of 2-stars.
I just mean that what's the likelihood it actually ends up getting play?
Having a light warden.
Yeah.
Well, the nice thing about getting 2-stars 1 cost is they sell for full value. They're like the only.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. I just mean like his Diana's not completed. And as soon as he completes a Diana or gets close to 5, you're putting other things in. So like you're starting to round out your assassins.
But I mean, Nasus just by himself is good early on. He's one of the ones that can hold a Morella Nomicon early as well, because when he ults, he gets AoE damage all around himself, can apply it. And it has decent early synergies with the Warden. So just popping in 2-stars early on gives you a big benefit.
Okay, what are the chances Scar wins?
I'd say 1 out of 8.
Still? I feel like he has one of the better starts. He's got a lot of money. He's got early 2-stars. He's surely up to like 1 out of 6.
I'm sticking with my 1 out of 8.
That's the most conservative possible prediction.
We're gonna have to check in on what was Hapu. She's at the lowest health, but I think she had Woodlands now. So
yeah, but she didn't have that many things completed and wasn't even above 20 gold, I don't think. So she wasn't in a great spot.
Okay.
Man, this feels like a really heavy Woodland Druid lobby.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a reason, right? It's so powerful early.
That's one of the things that makes this set a lot harder, aside from like relearning stuff, is the fact that in set 1, do you know the exact numbers? Like there were 39 of each one.
It was 39, and it's down closer to I think 30 in this one.
Isn't it in the 20s? Isn't
Or
it like
maybe
27?
Maybe it's 27. Yeah.
Yeah. So if so many people already have Maokai, it'll be almost impossible to 3-star Maokai unless someone else sells.
Well, that's why I like Hongklaw's position, even though he lost there. He was already in the Ocean Mage package and had some upgraded like Atelia too.
Yeah, and you don't commit to Woodland Druids unless there aren't other people, and then you're hyper rolling. But if there are, they're 1-cost units. You just sell them back at full value.
Yeah, it's
good
totally
early game.
You can take Woodland Druid and just use it as an early game, and then by stage 4 you start selling them off as you put in other things into your comp and complete other set synergies.
I want you to update your Scar prediction to something other than 1 of 8.
All right, I'll keep you updated on the Scar.
I mean, it's such confirmation bias.
For some reason, I feel like he's 1 out of 4.
I'm bumping him up to 1 out of 6 now.
Okay,
I think you're too aggressive.
Yeah.
See, you can get too focused on the health early, but he does have starting to build a win streak.
Yeah,
so we'll see if you continue that.
He's win streaking with high gold.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just an embarrassment of riches.
This is a critical point, though. We'll see how he does for the transition.
He also leveled there to get a little bit more power in to protect his win streak. He knows he's not in the hyper roll game plan, and he's focusing more on keeping a win streak alive.
Yeah, so that also means that he's never going to try max out his Woodlands because since he's leveled, he's going to be going for a higher cost comp, but we just don't know what that's going to be yet.
And you can have really big swings in your chances to win later, depending on if you get an early Singe, if you get something early at 5 cost.
The game Becca won, someone else had a 16-game win streak in it, and then she just managed to hit all the right things.
She 2-starred Zed, Singed,
Tarek
as
got
well.
a Crystal Lux, had a 3-star Skarner, 3-star Kog'Maw. You know, she was able to really rally hard. So that's why I kind of agree with Kobe. But we're like, yeah, Scar's in a really happy, great spot to be, but you still need to actually find that late game.
Yeah.
All right.
1 out of 4 is still only 25% chance. Come on.
I know.
Jet stats, my friend.
I think 3 people is the perfect number for a TFT cast, by the way.
Yeah, you're really into some numbers right now.
Yeah.
This is a slightly different lobby than what we were seeing. There's a lot more levels to 5 here. I think because no one seemed to go hard on Predator,
I think we have a bit of an interview here with Scar. So the optimal number is now going to increase to 4.
All right, yes, that's right. I'm here with Scar. We're going to check in. Sitting in first position currently, tied up with Jinsoul. I see Woodland Druids at the moment and the makings of Assassins. This is the composition that Virus ran all the way to top 2 just yesterday before getting taken down by Becca. But explain to me the strategy, kind of the power curve, and how you're feeling about your position right now.
It's called the egg roll comp, but I'm not doing it because Hafu said she needed to do it, so I'm giving it up to her so that she would get top 4.
Oh, this is teamwork.
I don't know if I'll be able to win though from this position, but it should be fine.
Well, so what's the concern then? Because you gave up some crucial pieces. Does that mean you might be forced to pivot at some point?
I'm forced to pivot out right now because I gave it up.
All right, so with that in consideration, 36 gold sitting at, what are you, level 5? Level 5 right now. What are you looking for? What are the crucial pieces that could show themselves to you that might indicate a pivot?
I'm definitely going to go 100% Foreshadow from this position.
100% Foreshadow. So which are the pieces that we just saw picked up? Scion, Veigar.
These 4 right here.
All right, so the 4 on the left side of the screen. Is there eco involved that's necessary for this? You're gonna have what's the level that you need to be in order to make this happen?
Probably 7. But I'm going for top 4. I don't think I can get first unless some really lucky stuff happens.
All right, so top 4 to move on to tomorrow. We're gonna look to Force Shadow. Gentlemen, you heard it here first. That's what Scar's strategy is. We're gonna toss it back to you now.
I'm almost positive that Scar did not say 1 and 4. He said he didn't think he was gonna win.
Yeah, he said he's looking at top 4.
I don't think he...
5%. Chad. That's
5%. 1 in 20. He has gotten lower odds since loading into the game.
Because he's colluding with Hafu to give away a comp.
But honestly, if Hafu's not going to back down and she keeps the pieces, right, then...
I mean, it's true. It's
literally
assured destruction.
Only one of them can roll for those 3 stars.
Yeah, well, and she's actually doing it right now. Skara and a lot of other people actually leveled. I'm not sure how many people are going for the hyper roll, but... They call it the egg roll comp? Is that what he said?
So, yeah, I've heard a lot of the higher ranked players calling it egg roll. I have no idea where egg roll comes from with those units. How is that? How do you get egg roll?
I have no idea.
Legends are eggs.
There's been a lot of variations of names of like donkey roll or hyper roll, and you're like, okay, so that's just rolling a lot. But what's the egg part of this?
It beats me. I have no idea. She's needs 3 more Renekton's to actually complete this, and she already has a lot of good Renekton items, so...
Yeah. Renekton is certainly a big part. A lot of people are talking about how hard it is to take him down because you get so much healing. She's got the 2 big defensive items, Phantom Dancer and Dragon Claw.
Just one more.
Yeah, and she needs to do everything now because next round she'll automatically level to 5, which will reduce her odds to get the 1-cost unit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't get... She had 5 more potential rolls, I guess.
Yeah.
She just wants something auto-completes to get onto the board to free up bench space so she didn't need to sell any of her units, because you basically want all of those.
All right, back in with Scar, the Shadow player. We talked with Lothar a little bit about Shadow yesterday, because since not that many people go for it, you can transition like Scar is doing a little bit later into it, and the units probably won't be contested.
Yeah, I mean, this was a weird lobby where I didn't see that many Predators. I didn't see that many Ocean Mages. I saw a ton of Woodland Druid, and what that does is, like, make everyone scared to hyper roll. So other than Hafu, I'm not sure how many people actually went for that strat.
And a lot of people just ended up kind of econ.
Yeah.
It seemed like.
Some Ocean Mages in action, though.
Wow, he's already got Brand in hand.
It is a level 6, already has a Brand.
That's pretty crazy. Brand Annie already completed at level 6 and didn't have to spend too much econ. He still got 20 left for Hongklane.
And look at the items. Those are amazing items for Brand. Those are like top tier. Having Morella Nomicon to bounce around, as well as the Spear of Sojin, and he put them on the attack speed hex from the Flame, so you can attack faster and charge up your Sojin mana autos even faster. Big part of that is Ocean gives you the mana early for your first cast, so then you can get your Sojin auto attacks off as well.
My biggest issue with set 2 is I get the good starts, and then I really suck at transitioning.
Why?
Because you haven't played enough and you don't know what all the
I was like, my issue with set 2.
That's the point that I'm bringing this up.
I thought you were going to
tell
criticize
me-
something about
set 2 itself. That's
Okay,
you. That's a you problem.
It's a me problem.
Let me tell you, there are a lot of.
And I'm working on it.
Yeah, there's a lot more options. So
Yeah.
a lot of the players that talked about they like the beginning at least of this set because there are a lot more endgame comps that you can go for. Poison,
Give me
electric
2.
is good.
Well, I think
ocean mages,
what Kobe
predators, what
means more so than
Blade
there's a
Assassin.
lot of things that you can put in your comp in late game that are situationally really good. Like
like specking Mystic for
getting
MR.
mystics, getting clouds, getting
Cloud for
the
dodge.
poison in. Yeah, like getting all those things and knowing what you're playing up against is a lot harder this set, where there's a lot more stuff you can slot in late game against your specific opponents.
But I also mean fully completed endgame comp.
Yes.
Because set 2 turned into a lot of everyone racing for the same thing.
You mean set 1?
Set 1.
A lot of people
Yeah,
racing.
set 1 was like there were 2 or 3 comps that were the best, and there was a larger pool, so everyone could kind of end up with the same thing. This is a lot more about finding what's working in that one particular lobby, as well as what will counter the others.
See, that's really cool for good players. For me right now, you're not
For
giving
flow
me
charters, it's not that
You're
easy.
not giving me the thing I should do to go win a TFT set 2.
And we've been talking about coaching a lot because these legends that are on stage are supposed to help coach their littles.
Ooh.
And generally, my idea of what's best for that is to give 2 options to your little so they don't have to think about too much.
Give me the 2 things.
And like you're saying,
Scar is going Shadow, so is that one.
So here's what I would give you.
Okay.
I wouldn't give Shadow, even though that is decent since not a lot of people are going to go for it, so you probably could get it most of your games. But my first 2 that I would give to people are either Predators or Ocean Mages.
Wow, that was such a clean transition by Zarzay there. He actually went all the way from Woodland Druidish Assassin thing into Blade Master Desert transition, and I think this is relatively uncontested. Off that carousel, he also did manage to get the assassin, or excuse me, the Blade Master item on the Nocturne.
Exactly. That's a key part of this build because you don't really want the Aatrox in there, so you want to turn Nocturne into the Blade Master. It's a very, very good carry.
So that's the
because
exact
of his
thing
passive.
Jat is bad at in this set, was that transition.
Identifying when you should transition and how you can do it.
Yeah, he might have gotten a little bit weaker there, but it did free up a lot of his board space and kept him above 50 pretty easily.
Oh, Hafu never got the 3-star for Renekton.
Oish. I think she's sitting on 8 different...
Is it still uncontested?
It's an expensive
too?
board.
It looks like she's still the only one going for it.
Well, she started econing a little bit because she's back up to 33.
Yep.
So she's setting up for a potential another roll later on.
Yeah, probably wait till the end of 5.
Yep.
Because that's what a lot of people do, right? They'll roll really hard right before it auto levels them to 5. Then they'll kind of re-econ and then roll again once they've hit what, like 40 or 50 gold?
You will never die in stage 3 as long as you're not completely like inting.
Yeah.
And so you go for the hyper roll strat and then you re-econ back up until after wolves usually, as opposed to just keep mashing D because you'll get more rolls in the end.
And especially for you, Jat, I know you're talking about having trouble with transitions already. You need to be able to do this type of thing very quickly.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at your life total, anytime you get like below 30, I think you should really start spending your money because you'll see a lot of people have decision paralysis.
That was
and
actually
end
my
up
jam
dying.
in set 1. I would usually ride, I would play very greedy econ, and then kind of grind up afterwards, like once I
Once
hit
you
the
start
stuff
to
I
get
wanted.
around the 20s, you get very nervous.
20 is too low. You should you should never really econ below 40 before trying to roll. Because at that point, it's like one unlucky draw, especially in this set when you can tech against stuff. So like if you hard roll and hit 6 mages and then play someone that's MR stacking mystics, you just get really salty.
I spy a singed.
All ready for J.
Okay, that's quick.
But he is Ocean Mage, and that's one of the harder ones, I think, to get a full poison package in because you need the Ocean Warden setup as well as the Summoner Inferno, which he has all that stuff. So he's in a really great spot. It's just getting the Singed in can be hard.
I mean, Singed is fine just putting him in by himself.
Yeah, if you have the Morel Nomicon not on your brand yet, absolutely just stick it on the Singed. But the Morel Nomicon is already on the Zyra. I wonder if he would give up Inferno Zyra to get those items on the Singed.
Phantom Dancer popping out of the wolves for him there. That's definitely one of the best
And a
items
GA
as well.
He can go either one.
All right, Scar, he's got a lot to do.
Shadow.
Look at all these
He has
items.
so many items.
He should use those
Got a
items.
Z too as well.
He also got Hafu rolling down.
Not a Z2, but a Z also.
All right, let's see if Hafu can actually hit these Renekton's or Maokai's or Ivern.
Or
Her bench
Kha'Zix.
is so full.
He wants all these things combined.
She wants the Maokai, but she can't. Did she have to level so she could get bench space for the Maokai purchase?
Yes.
That is tragic.
Well, yeah, she also has to make moves now, too, because you can't keep waiting on this Renekton forever.
Yeah.
She wants to upgrade Kha'Zix as well.
She needs one more Renekton. She's there.
And she has no Nico's help. Would you... That's something that is always a bit of decision paralysis when you have a Nico's help. Like, would you ever use it on a 1-cost just to get the bench space? Or do you almost always want to save that for an endgame unit?
You would only ever use it for the 1-cost if you're like literally about to die and it gets you over the edge. Otherwise...
But if you're also in this scenario and you're about to level as well, like the chances of getting 1-costs drop off so heavily.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Even at 6, it's pretty hard. If you go to 7, you're not. It's really rare to.
Okay. I'm going to be so sad if she doesn't get this stuff after Skara colluded to let this happen.
All right, let's go. Renekton. There it is.
All right. Okay. And it's already got the items.
Yeah, so it's a super strong Renekton.
Yeah.
She also has the Kha'Zix in now, so the Assassin. Like, this is a pretty good position to be in from the mid-game. Not quite as strong or as healthy, because this is normally a little bit snowballier of a comp.
Yeah, and she doesn't have the Diana. Oftentimes when you're rolling early, you'll find a lot of Dianas because nobody else goes for them. So it doesn't have the 3-star Diana, but Kiana in there is going to fill that role. And Kiana's a very good unit by itself as well, and does give you that assassin bonus.
I just heard we have an interview with Hafu. I'm curious what she thinks of the roles she just got, or if that took too long.
All right, let's get it. On-stage interview, please.
All right, thank you very much, Jat. That's right. I'm here with Hafu, who just 3-starred the Renekton. We heard that Skara had to interweigh the composition so that you would have an opportunity at it. Did you feel good about hitting it there, or do you feel like you had to invest too much?
I'm definitely behind. I mean, I took like 25 damage, I don't know. I was at like 78 in 3 rounds. And I was like, I need to hyper roll, otherwise I don't think I can catch up this game.
So what do you still need to make this come together and ultimately top 4?
Everything. I need everything.
So what is everything? Is everything a certain, like, level 7, level 8? What are the pieces that still bring this all together?
I mean, I'm 2 off Maokai, 3, 1 off Kha'Zix. If I get Kiana to 2, I mean, I have a lot of upgrades left, and I feel really fragile.
All right, so upgrade sounds like the name of the game. Item-wise, I see that the Renekton is stacked, but in general, with this kind of composition, are these the items you're looking for, or something else?
I'm a little scared without Amarello, and I also haven't done this without Diana. I had like 1 Diana after I rolled it down, so I'm going Kiana instead, but I still only have a Kiana 1. So we'll have to see how this goes, but oh my god!
A very close fight here. We'll see if we can pull it off. The Renekton does not. All right, well, with 22 gold left to go, is it eco to what point, and then where are we going?
I mean, I'm gonna try to get a Force of Nature off the carousel. If I don't get that, I'll go for Thieves' Gloves, and then I'll try to just get some Mystics in.
All right, there you have it. It sounds like we got the strategy laid out for you, gentlemen. I'm gonna let you get back into it, Hafu. See if you can pull it off. Take it away, guys.
All right. We have some live questions fed to us by Twitter as well.
I'm ready to answer them.
Yes. We'll give Jat first crack.
Yeah, he gets the first answer. We can correct him if he's right or wrong.
All right, first one is not too hard. Kiwanion asks, what am I looking for when I look at other people's boards, when you're scouting around?
Yeah, you're looking for duplicate units of what you have. So if they're going for the same stuff you have, and if they're further along than you are, that's a good thing to notice. Also, if you're seeing counters to your current comp, you should understand that to try and pivot.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why the first thing that most of the pros say when you ask them, what's the most important thing, is to know, quote unquote, the meta. So you know what the strong builds look like. So if you scout around, you can see what people are going for.
The other thing worth noting is if you haven't played in a while, the left side that shows your synergies, when you hop to another person's perspective now, it gets updated to their board. So
that's so helpful.
Some people actually scout super quick now just by glancing at the left side, and you can just tab through and see how many people were in Woodland Druid early game or something like that.
Yeah, but then like the higher skill test will also be check their bench, because sometimes they'll be sitting on the stuff that you need to complete some unit if they're actually scouting themselves as well. So if you're going for Zed, they'll just hold the Zed to be jerks.
All right, question at number 2. Overtime here. Ryan J asks, which comp do you think is the hardest transition from early game to late game?
Do you want me to answer that one?
Yeah, you get first crack at all of these, Chad. Swing for the fences.
Wow. I personally think that Woodland Druid is a very difficult transition into late game. Skara has struggled to switch to Shadow, and Hafu has also been unsuccessful so far. We're seeing it, the results right in front of us.
So most difficult ones are going to be the ones that include a lot of these 5-cost units, because those are the most difficult to find, right?
I mean, some I would say are just like bad. Like Light's a really difficult transition, and so is Ranger.
Well,
and
isn't
so
Light just weak until you get it? Well,
yeah.
that's not really a transition.
Yeah, I know, it's just saying.
Well, also, it depends. It's made difficult by what everyone else is going.
Yeah.
So if a lot of people in your lobby are going something, then it's going to be hard to transition into it. But I would say some complicated ones are like Poison Electric, the Blade Master Desert Assassin, maybe, because that one requires a spatula. You don't really, like I said, you don't really want to have the Aatrox in there for your 4th Blade
That
Master.
was just like unreliable.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the ones where that rely on spatula have been kind of removed in this set, but this is the main one, this Blade Master one we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not really, a lot of the openers that you use will have a couple natural things that you go into. There's not that many hard transitions where you're like, I'm in this, but now I'm going to this, kind of like Scar did.
Yeah.
Generally, people don't do that much. He did find the Scion 3 I saw. Hafu is not far from the Maokai 3.
Yeah,
but
he's 15 health.
Really close to dead.
I'd say a big thing, too, about transitioning and in the late game is looking around scouting boards. Do you need to put in Mystics for lots of magic damage? Generally, Mystics are just good in general because a lot of magic damage is in the game from Champions Ultimates, but those types of things, or how valuable it is stuff like Cloud.
All right, well,
get you dodge.
I have to see if Narcus is going to be the first one to drop here. He's only at 3 health.
Oh! I'm going to say yes.
Big brain, Jet.
I'm going to say there's a 7 out of 8 chance he's the first to drop.
Well, we'll have to see. I always love the feeling of like, well, I don't love the feeling, but the bit of relief that you get at the PvE rounds feels so good. You get all the items back, you get to get that little bit of extra gold that you can then roll down on.
Okay, one Maokai, got it!
All right, two LeBlancs.
I do this also. Do you move your mouse over
Yeah.
the pieces? I do it to check mentally so I don't pass over something that...
Yeah, but she already completed her Kiana.
And she's never going to go for Kha'Zix 3, so she passed on Kha'Zix.
Yep.
Yeah. That's definitely a trap that you can fall into as well, just hoarding pieces that you're never going to...
Narcus is in the 4 Cloud Glacial Berserker comp. Really interesting.
Well, he's playing up against the Ocean Mage guy as well, though, so the dodge doesn't help him that much, right?
Yeah, it's not great. You still get the mana regen even when they dodge. The Olaf might be able to
Ezreal's going off, too.
Yeah.
And having the 2-star Olaf, he might clutch... Oh, what's that Lux? Is that a Glacial Lux?
I think it's a... It is Glacial. It's not a Cloud.
That's pretty big.
Wait, is it a Cloud?
It's Cloud, because he has 4 Cloud. Yeah, you have 4 Cloud.
Lux. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Cloud scales really well.
It's also really good to just buy the Cloud Lux because it denies it from everyone else. Cloud as a 2-cost synergy is one of the best in the game.
I didn't see that he had Cloud Lux. That's actually big.
Yeah, because not like I'm saying, it's not only good
my prediction
for you, but it also is good for slowing everyone else down. You think he's not going to die first anymore?
It is no longer 7 out of 8.
It is pretty hard now to pull off Berserker and Olaf-based compositions because Berserkers have a hard time getting to an enemy's backline. If they just put frontline units in front, separate their DPS backline, then it's hard for Olaf to actually get back there, and they increase the mana on his ultimate.
Someone's getting knocked out in this fight.
Yep.
All right.
Hafu at 15, Levo at 6.
The Nami 2 is going down in the silence.
Here's the Brand ult, though. Only got a single cast.
Kiana's going to pop off, too.
Yeah.
The Spear of Sojin ults are coming through. It is a big wipe.
There we go.
Narcus actually got knocked out, too. So you managed to be correct still, but...
He could have just ran a little bit further to the corner.
Scar's smiling. He's got his 3-star Scion there.
Yeah, but he's
still no Yeez for super endgame Shadow.
It doesn't seem like anyone's really playing around the Inferno Square that hard in this game.
It's not one of the ones that you can play around the hardest.
Just generic attack speed.
Yeah, you basically just put it on one of your carries until it gets 3 items, and then you move it off and put your secondary carry on there. Like you see...
Yeah, it's not like the Cloud one where you just put an Iceborne Gauntlet tank, and that's what you need to compete.
Ooh, still sitting on the Brand 1 here. He's got 1 Brand on bench. Has never been able to get to the Brand 2. That really boosts your DPS when you're running your Ocean
does have a
Mages like this.
3-star, or excuse me, 2-star Thieves Gloves Yorick, though.
Yeah,
but against Assassins, too, it's just so brutal. Like, Ocean Mage does have a couple of tough matchups in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't hit your 2-star Brand, it's going to be real rough.
Yeah.
This is a close one.
Yeah.
No one's really running away with it.
Yeah, Zhao was on a really big win streak, but he started dropping off a little bit too.
Is there any force of nature? No.
No, I think best thing to look at might be Titanic or Giant Slayer, depending on.
Also, in these ones where the items, even though you often look at items and these are completed ones, you can go for the 5 cost. If you're slotting in something like upgrading to a Yi 2 or Sins or something like that, it could be one of the changes where usually you're looking at items, but now you're looking at the units. Because 5 cost upgrades make the world go round.
Yeah. I wonder if that Ionic is a little...
2 Sins.
Ooh, 2
One
Sins.
more.
Got no money left.
Wow.
Oh,
well, one
he
away
gets
from
to
a
Sivir 3.
Sivir 3 is pretty crazy. Doesn't have the best Sivir items. You usually like disables or something on her.
But look at the Yi 2 here for the Blade Master comp.
Well,
okay, he's pretty strong.
This is why I love the Blade Master comp. You just get so many carries. Like his Nocturne's disgusting. The Yi's gonna be strong. The Sivir's gonna be gross. Like so many things become late game threats. As well as having good front and backline damage.
Hey, we got the brand 2 here.
Hafu again. That 3-star Vladimir with the Ionic. And he finally got
Well,
brand
the Nami
2.
got popped.
Okay.
Brand, did he get the double cast though?
No, just one, I think.
Yeah,
no, he
like
has double.
He'll ult again right after GA.
Yeah, he got the double cast.
But it hit the LeBlanc in the corner.
I think actually
he's got it.
Hafu's gonna die here.
Yep.
Upgraded that brand just in time.
Scar's at 1 health. Okay, I think Scar does not have
Scar
a chance.
said he was aiming for top 4. He just needs to
I mean,
outlast
his aim's
1-4.
pretty close. If you're aiming for top 4 and you get 5th, that's still pretty close.
But that's a miss, though.
It is a miss. But it's the type of miss that goes around the rim a few times and then goes out. Or it's like a James Harden dunk.
Those are some obscure references.
I mean,
for a lot of the audience.
The James Harden dunk went pretty viral.
Oh, he didn't get the extra Kindred.
That's a really...
He's got a 1 Kindred.
A 1 Varus, a 1 Yorick.
Oh.
This is, yeah, he hit only Sion.
This team is Sion.
Well, Scar put all his items on the Kindred and didn't get hindered.
Oh, this is rough. He's playing against the
and he's playing against
Blade
the
Master Assassin.
He's in the corner already. He knows.
He knows it's over.
Scramble, Scar,
hold
scramble.
On. He's scrambling, but his Sion is...
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Sion!
Is it?
Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, he's not.
Oh, wait, it got one shot by the
Get back in there, Scar!
Got it! Yeah!
Look at the shocked face.
The dream is alive. Top 4, let's go.
He actually has a lot of upgrades, too. He's one off both of them, so...
He really needs Kindred.
Imagine if he had 2 stars.
Oh, Kindred!
Got the Kindred.
Well, I heard him on stage from where we're sitting right now. Yeah.
Okay, what are the Drake items as well? Because sometimes this can be really swinging.
Dragon's Claw is decent.
Yeah.
But not...
I saw the kill... What's the name of the one that gets stronger every time you get a kill?
Deathblade.
Deathblade. There's a Deathblade on one of these. That could be huge.
Deathcap's huge as well.
Yeah, these are good Dragon items.
The Deathblade, sadly, for the Ocean Mage player, which is not the best.
True.
You still take it, but...
Can you do
You'll
two
definitely take any item.
You can't do 2 Deathblades on one character, can you?
I've never tried it, but I don't think it's unique passive, but I think you could.
It's a lot of BF swords.
Yeah.
You get a lot of money. I like this change, too, where you get the small money.
As you whittle it down.
Up a dragon. Feels quite nice.
Deathblade 1-star Nami.
All right, roll it down, roll it down. Where's the Sivir? Okay, Kazakh's upgrade. Definitely take that.
Okay, do you sell your Scar? Yeah, he's going for the Sivir.
Realistically.
Oh, and he's out of cash. The Yasuo one's still in.
And he's still holding out hope for a 3-star Nocturne later with the 28
just give up on that.
All right, Dragon Claw on your Kazakhs or your Yi? What do you got?
Yi.
Kha'Zix already has enough survivability for the most part, just running around.
I mean, Yi also does resetting aggro, meditate, but I would also go Yi.
All right, let's see. Scar got his upgrade.
His Sion is very strong.
That was a weird Nami ult. Went only in the corner.
Oh, the Val's hard. The brand has the GA too. Yeah.
Oh, it's dead. Over.
Run! Scramble! Scramble!
Oh, okay, he's dead.
But
can you?
Oh wait.
No one else can get eliminated.
Because
they already took damage.
Jinsol had already lost.
Biff, that was close, chat. That was around the rim.
It was. Maybe he can submit something to the league and maybe get it overturned.
I doubt it.
I'm
but,
done with my obscure references now. I'm sorry.
Ooh, there's a Nami upgrade.
Yeah, and it's the Deathblade Nami.
Okay, if he hits Sivir 3, is that enough to just win the whole lobby?
Not really.
I need to see the
I
other
saw
one.
a 2-star Zed there. I want to see the items.
Yeah, because Zed is a late game win condition all on his own.
But Blade Master Desert Assassins has a really high peak.
Oh, wait,
there was at least a Redemption.
I think I saw GA and a Phantom Dancer.
Yeah, if that's Redemption, GA, Phantom Dancer, Zed, that is...
it's Dragon Claw. Okay, so it's not quite as crazy, but that's still pretty gross.
That's really, really
What are
good.
the best Zed items? Wouldn't Ionic Spark be pretty troll as well, or does it come online too late?
It works for all. It works for...
It would be more like a third item. The best, I think, by itself is GA, and then I think second best is Redemption.
Because you get a billion of them.
Yeah, I mean, if your Zed doesn't die early, the Redemption's
look at
better.
him go!
This is goofy.
Yeah. If your Zed's gonna die early, GA's better. If it's not gonna die early, Redemption's better. But they're really close. 3-star Vladimir actually.
These are the most annoying games when you really just want to get Sivir 3 and you sit on it for 5 rounds in a row.
You have 20 gold basically just chilling there.
I want to see it.
There's a Tibbers upgrade. He's got to give up on his...
Do it.
Yeah.
You're at
That's
8 health.
really
I mean, he's
big.
top 4 already, so we know who's moving on to the final.
Actually, yeah, that is the goal.
Yeah.
Now it's just down to...
Ride.
Honor. All right, the Blade Masters, can they take down the Zed? Zed 2, great items. Hasn't been hit yet. Does he get off the first shadows? They start chaining. He's actually getting pretty low.
Yeah, it was the first Redemption, though.
You got the Nocturne down, though.
Up to Zed, baby.
He's got too many Zeds up.
You see, chat, there are full compositions, and then there are
And there's Zeds.
Zeds with items.
2-star Zeds and
What's the
2-star
easiest
Zeds.
late game transition? Oh, yeah, the 2-star Zed with Redemption.
I mean,
GA.
this is also good because Ocean Mages has summoners in it, and it's very easy to put Zed in there, giving your shadows
And it
more
pumps mana
longevity.
into him.
And exactly, it pops mana into him, so you can get those casts as well.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's,
there is
it's
a
actually a
Sivir in
really
this
good Zed
carousel.
comp.
I've seen a couple people take the I know it's not called Quicksilver, I just called Quicksilver. The
CC break thing?
Yeah, the CC break.
It is, isn't it?
Is it called Quicksilver? Yeah. Okay. I doubted myself because there's an item called Quicksilver in the
never
league as well.
doubted you, Mark.
Ever?
Wait a minute. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and he popped the items off intentionally because he wants to get better Sivir items. That was really
clean.
good.
That was actually clean.
Just gotta move him over one.
Get everything
now.
onto this E here.
Okay, is the 3-star Sivir enough to take down the 2-star Zed?
Well, we have to see who gets the main
So,
board. Okay, he's
yeah.
got the clone board, which means Hongolian's taking down Jay Shrite, who's on the win streak with the crazy Zed. So I think...
I think this is going to give us our top.
Classic brand fight here. Oh, Nami Wave actually going only halfway. Doesn't hit the other brand.
Got the double brand cast, but...
Nami Wave out to the side there again.
Zed's still the Zeds, yeah. Zed with Dragon Claw is just so brutal for another Ocean Mage player. Look
at... don't you love seeing the call downs of all the redemption?
It was funny because there was like 2 Zeds almost dead, and then suddenly there was like 5 more.
It's actually one of the most hilarious units because of the item multiplying effect.
So I want to test your TFT knowledge. You've seen both the comps. Right now, which one do you think will win?
So I always bet on
Zed.
2-star Zeds and 2-star Singed comps. So there's only one of those.
If his Sivir had disable items, I would maybe consider it. Because if you Swordbreaker is that, it can be pretty brutal. But he doesn't have any way of actually locking anything down. That's the one problem with the Blade Master comps. It's pretty much all damage.
I mean, yeah, silence, hushes are very
Yeah,
good.
Hushes can be really good too. Like any of those disables on your Sivir can help, but he doesn't have anything actually.
And does he even have healing reduction for the Zed?
All right, look at how you can see in the back. It's Zed versus Sivir. He pops the first shadow. Redemption comes down.
Sivir! Oh, we killed it.
Sivir's done it. Hey, the 3-star, baby. Oh!
He's got
it.
It's brand versus
So
the
that's what,
world.
now you can reposition.
And that was actually pretty good, getting Zed onto the...
Oh, he got a sword. Oh, he can't get it on anything great though.
He's already maxed out his Sivir.
Yeah, even on a Nocturne it can be super good.
And
but
you put it on Kha'Zix, I guess?
Prob.
Or do you put it on the Rex side because the steel will make him live longer?
I just put it on the Kha'Zix.
Yeah, I think Kha'Zix jumping around.
What's the other one? Is it...
I think it's Rek'Sai or Kha'Zix. You put it
No,
on.
I mean, what's the other item? What's the other item?
Oh, that's a
I'm trying to look at the
Hurricane.
board. Okay. That's not gonna help a...
Yeah,
you don't think so?
That's not gonna help a mage player.
I guess you would put it on...
I mean,
I don't know.
I just give it to Annie.
Yeah.
Did he have the Nami in here? Was he the Nami mage player? No.
No.
So he didn't get the the two-star Nami for him yet. All right.
I mean,
Jay Stride actually did really well in a lot of the Twitch tournaments that we were doing for TFT too. All right, let's see. There we go. He gets a Nami, but
yeah, I mean, you'll take Warden out for that.
yeah.
Thing is, his Janna was acting as bait for Zhao Zhe here, so I wonder if Jay Stride wants to.
What was that?
I vote Kha'Zix. What are you voting?
I think you should go on the Rex side, but
okay.
He's actually gonna. Is he gonna wait to see who goes on Zed? And then he's gonna
Oh,
put
that'd
on
be
him?
kind of smart.
No, he's not.
All right. Yeah.
Kiana,
Okay.
All right.
He's disarmed. This Sivir is.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, the 3-cost Sivir bait. I mean,
Oh
the
wait, here's
3-star.
some Dead Shadows though with Redemptions coming down.
But the AOE.
No. They
Okay. Zed. Okay. That's it.
Shadow Clone Jutsu!
Wait, is it going to be enough? It's 13 damage.
It's enough. Look how many there are.
Yeah, but those they don't count.
Okay.
Yeah, only one.
Yeah.
That's the funniest thing with Zed late game in a really close fight is you actually have to lose to it like 3 or 4 times because you do only like 10 damage around.
Because usually the real Zed is not left.
Yeah, so you're just doing little legend damage.
This is likely the final bout.
Yes. So the Sivir needs some help to kill the Zed, it looked like. Because last time there were multiple units that turned onto the Zed. When it was just Sivir there, it wasn't quite enough.
Well, really, you need to get the disarm item onto Zed early somehow.
Yeah, but
you can't because you put it on the assassin, so he's gonna bait it with Nami every time, and the Zed's gonna be gone.
All right, where's he going?
Yeah,
Back
can't
to
get
Janna.
on Zed.
Sivir's unharassed at the moment.
He's on Zed.
Her Rage Blade's really stacking up though.
No, but there's too much mage damage, it feels like.
Real Zed is dead.
There's a bunch of high health clones.
No, I think the Sivir's got it. I can't tell. Wait, no, it's over. It's over.
Yeah, my money on Zed is safe.
Yeah, it looked scary for a second, but
the Sivir's still untouched.
wait a
I don't
minute.
know, man.
The ults.
Wait, the healing reduction's gonna come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Sivir
God!
not taking damage.
She has Hand of Justice healing. She has the
she procced it.
She got the healing.
Oh my God!
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh,
okay.
Hand of Justice is 50-50 whether you get auto attack damage or you get the health on hit.
And the health on it in overtime is just
in
too
overtime
much.
with the Blade Master reset.
Yeah.
On all those clones.
Holy.
Oh,
that was an
man.
exciting TFT.
Now we're down to betting on Hand of Justice. What's it gonna be this time?
I can't even tell from spectator.
If you have the glowy thing under the healing.
Yeah.
Healing.
He keeps moving his Sivir around as well, because the fact that Sivir was full health early.
Yeah.
And he's moved the Kiana as well. I want to see where Kiana jumps.
I think it's healing again? Question mark?
You wouldn't know till now. I can't tell.
All right, let's see.
Ooh, Nocturne just one-shot.
Yeah,
managed.
He's
the
gaining
healing.
lives.
Yeah,
He's gaining
I saw the
lives.
+50. Look, she's got the +50.
Yeah. And Nocturne's popping off.
Oh, yeah, he's got this one for sure.
Yeah.
He's got quick this time. Jay Shrike.
There you go.
GG.
The
Just
3-star
delivered.
Sivir finally delivers.
I think I'm ready to hop in.
You've seen enough? You're ready?
Yeah, I've seen enough.
Get up there on stage? Or just going into ranked?
I mean, I might be able to play in the Littles game.
There you go.
Yeah, I could hop in ranked again, though, because they
the
reset.
the only qualification for the little is that they can't be challenger.
I'm not
So,
challenger.
so
Not
yes,
worried about
but
that.
they can be grandmasters.
Okay.
And I feel like you'd still get slapped.
Maybe.
Definitely.
Never mind. I was gonna go to bat for Jad. I think he could do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially since
That's fair.
we've been teaching him this whole time. We've got a much better direction
There
to him
has
than
to
the
be
legends
a,
give to the
there
littles
has to
normally.
be a villain in the anime here of Jat, where he's the protagonist. You're on his side.
My TFT set to journey.
I'm the doubter. All right, we're going to update the overall standings as well. And we're going to have another round, which is the Littles, which they'll give a little bit coaching to later. Becca, of course, won the first round of the Legends fight that we had. She's still on top.
Yep, Jazze, the other winner. Jay Shrike getting second, Hungolian third, Jinsel fourth.
All right, so Jat, what you said you're ready. What are you going to aim for then? You lay out your plan?
Yeah, so...
Or are you going to remain flexible and try your hand at the mid-game transitions?
I'm going to remain flexible.
Oh.
I'm going to start with Woodland Druids.
Okay, that's
I'm
good
going to
start.
type in
Good start.
chat to scare other people off of Woodland Druids. I'll tell them
Okay.
I'm crazy. I don't have elo anyway. I'm going to roll.
Don't mess with me.
Yeah. And then I'm going to get luckier than Hafu did, actually get to the end of the roll comp, and then I'm good.
Okay, so you're
That's
just in a
top four.
hyper roll.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just
That-
go
that's
Predators
simple.
then. No one Predators this lobby. It's really weird.
Yeah.
The Woodland Assassin.
No one started
hyper
with
roll
Predators, right? Like they.
Yeah, if you don't get it, it's
Yeah.
kind of hard. But even then, I think, yeah.
Or I'm just going to econ to 8 and try and get Singed and Zed.
Yeah.
Those are the ultimate.
Just remember to look for Morella Nomicon parts early, so
Yeah.
you can make one for Singed, and then
Yeah.
all the
GA
dead items. Yeah.
And the Redemption.
Yeah. I'm ready to go.
He's got the full kit.
Yeah. Easy.
Look either for hyper rolling on
And I have
Druids or
TFT
go for
mechanics.
these.
Like I know how to sell and do all the hotkeys and stuff.
But okay, what I will say is, like, recognition is the most important thing, I think, more
Yeah.
than the mechanics for, like, making the fast plays and decisions. And if you haven't played too much Set 2 before, and you're not used to looking at all the icons in the shop and stuff like that, that will slow you down more than your mechanics.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay.
something I learned when I was playing on my laptop, turn off flux because it messes with all the colors. Can't really tell the difference.
Because you
between 2 and 3.
grinded TFT in preparation for this event, right? Like you went from unranked to diamond before you started this.
I did, because I quit.
All right, that's enough about Kobe's credit. Let's.
I quit the set one a while ago. Okay, after the break, though, the LCK and LPL All-Stars take to the Rift. But before, we are going to hear from Shox, who is caught up with the reigning world champion on his All-Star experience so far.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Doinbi and Ji-sun assisting for the translation. Doinbi is, of course, a world champion, but did get knocked out in the 1v1 tournament. Doinbi, what happened in the 1v1 match versus Fofo?
네, 도인비 선수 월드 챔피언이신데 아쉽게도 1대1에서는 이제 탈락을 하셨어요. 1대1에서 어떤 일이 지금 일어난 건가요?
이거 1대1이 생각보다 많이 힘들더라고요. 생각해야 될 게 많고 아무래도 약간 이렐리아 이런 잭스, 레넥톤 이런 챔피언들이 좀 강세를 보이는 것 같은데 그거를 잘 몰랐어요.
So I think 1v1 is trickier than I thought because there are so many things to think. So I think Jax, Irelia, Renekton, those are the champions that's going to be really strong, but I didn't really know that.
Okay, well, that is unfortunate, but you can still play the other modes, and there is a big clash of LPL versus LCK coming up. First, I want to know, what role are you playing? Are you playing mid, or are you playing something else? And what are your fighting words for the LCK?
그러면 네, 하실 수 있네요.
네, 저는 뭐 미드 라인을 그대로 갈 것 같아요. 왜냐면은 미드를 할 만한 사람이 없어요, 저희 팀에. 그게 문제고, 두 번째가 저는 빡겜 할 것 같아요, 아무래도. 근데 약간 챔피언은 약간 질게임 위주로 가면서, 근데 게임은 당연히 게임 내에서는 빡겜을 할 것 같아요.
So I'll be sticking to mid lane because there's no other player to go mid lane. So I'll be going to mid lane, and also I think I'll be a little bit try hard. Well, actually about the champion pick, it's gonna be like for fun, but in game it's gonna be all in.
Who are you most looking forward to kill in the game and take down?
그럼 LCK에서 누구를 제일 죽이고 싶으신가요?
어제도 얘기했는데 클리드 선수를 0킬 10덱스 만드는 게 목표입니다, 오늘.
As I mentioned yesterday, Clid, my former teammate, I'm gonna make him 0-10-0.
Okay, gonna make him suffer. Fantastic. We're looking forward to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ji-sun. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be back with that show match of the LCK versus the LPL. Don't go anywhere.
Scramble,
Scar,
scramble! He's scrambling, but his Scion is...
Yeah, but it's not going to be enough.
Is it?
Nocturne's going to 1v9.
No, it's not.
Oh, wait, it got one shot by the
Get back in there, Scott!
Got it! Yeah!
Zimmer's still untouched.
Oh,
wait a minute.
Know, man.
The ults!
The healing reduction's going to come in.
Overtime!
Wait, what happened?
Oh my
Zimmer
God!
not taking damage.
She has handed justice healing. She has the
Yeah, she procced it.
She got the heal.
Oh my God.
That's it. No, it's not.
Wait.
4 health.
Oh.
Okay.
J-Strike.
There you go.
GG.